Hello everyone, welcome to this new course called Tableau Masters provided by Euron. My name is Sachin Mishra and I am going to be the instructor for this course. Hey folks, I have overall of 4.5 years of experience in data science domain and I am going to be the instructor for this Tableau Masters course. Now, in this course, we are going to cover Tableau from end to end. We will cover like how to create simple and complex charts, how to create professional looking dashboards, and even how you can, publish your work or publish your dashboard to public domain as well as in your private domain. And not only that, we are also going to cover how to create complex data pipelines with the help of Tableau as well as with the help of Tableau Prep Flow Builder. So stay tuned with me, folks. I am going to take you through a journey which will help you to master Tableau from end to end. Hello everyone, welcome to this amazing course of Tableau provided by Euron. My name is Sachin Mishra and I am going to the instructor of this entire course from end to end. In this Tableau course, we are going to cover, how to create dashboards, visualization, what is Tableau, Tableau server, Tableau desktop, Tableau online, and its uses, what is Tableau Prep Flow Builder, how you can create, the data cleaning pipeline in Prep Flow Builder, how you can automate it, how you can, publish your work in the Tableau world. So without wasting so much time, let's start the series. Okay, so first of all, let's understand what is Tableau. Now, before we go into the answering of this question, what is Tableau? Let me ask this question. If I show you this data versus if I show you the same data in numbers, what do you think is better way of understanding and grasping the data? And I'm pretty much sure most of you will agree that this visual perception of seeing the data will be more helpful. You can remember this data for a longer run as well, right? Now if I show you bunch of numbers, you might make sense out of it, but if the numbers are crazy, if they are very long, and if you have the huge numbers, then you might start forgetting, and that's where this visual perception comes into the picture, and you can remember the information or retain the information for a longer period of time. So what is Tableau? Now let's come to that point. So Tableau is nothing but it's a visualization tool using which you can create the visualization and dashboards of your data. Now when I say visualization means you can represent your data into the charts like this pie chart, bar chart, and multiple other charts. That is what Tableau. Now if you have question why Tableau only, there are multiple other tools available in the market, right? We have Power BI, we have Tableau, we have ClickView, we have a bunch of other tools as well. Now the simple answer for this thing, we have chosen the Tableau for this course because first of all, Tableau is the market leader. It has biggest market share in the visualization industry, and apart from that, Tableau has bunch of other features as well. Like you can use Tableau public to share your work in the public for free, so you can host your dashboard and reports over there. Other than that, it has feature of you can download this your dashboard and reports into the mobile app, so Tableau has that feature as well, and bunch of other things like you can connect to more than 100 data connectors, right, in Tableau, which is not available in different visualization tools. So Tableau have all these multiple features, and that's why we are choosing the Tableau for this particular course. Now don't worry if you don't know about any of this term, because going forward we are going to cover Tableau public, Tableau online, Tableau server, each and everything. But right now, to answer your query, like what is the what is the Tableau? So it's a visualization tool using which you can create charts, plots, and dashboard, and then you can show it to stakeholders. And why we have chosen it? Because we have multiple features available in the Tableau. Now let's understand the difference between Tableau desktop, Tableau public, and Tableau server. So we have these three things: Tableau desktop, public, and server. Let's understand the difference of this. So Tableau desktop is the software which we are going to use in this course, and the use of it to create the visualization and dashboards locally. Okay, so it is same as like your VS code. If you are, let's say, programmer or a developer, you write your code into the VS code locally and then you push it to some remote servers, right? So the Tableau desktop is like that only. Then we have Tableau public. Now what is Tableau public? It's a free cloud based version of public sharing. Okay, so you can basically share your findings, your data, and then your visualization with the help of Tableau public. It's a free cloud based, so anybody can come to your Tableau public, and they can see your work. So you can host it publicly for free. Then we have something called as Tableau server. So Tableau server is an enterprise platform to host, share, and collaborate securely within an organization. Now let's say you don't want to share your findings to public, and you are working in an organization. So you can use this Tableau server to share your work. So these are the things. In our course, we are going to use Tableau desktop as well as Tableau public. I will show you how you can create the visualization and dashboard locally, and then how you can publish it to public. Now let's understand what is the traditional BI and then self-service BI. And after this, we will understand what is the Tableau ecosystem. Okay, these are foundation concept which is required before we go into the tutorial for the Tableau and in the practical session. So without this, whatever the practical I will show you, it will be like half. So that's why this knowledge is necessary. This is the foundation knowledge and we need to grab it. So let's first understand what is the traditional BI and self-service BI. So traditional BI is the, I have written some parameters on which we will compare it. So in traditional BI, the reports was, or the dashboard was created by the IT team or data team or infra team, right? Those were the people who can create the dashboard and reports. But in the self-service BI, what happens? Business users like analysts and managers can create their own reports and dashboard directly. Okay. Now, if you are not able to distinguish these two, let me give you one example. So let's suppose you have the data and you want to create the visualization on your data. Now, one thing is, like in earlier days, you have to hire someone like who is having the knowledge of how to create this dashboard and everything. And then if you are working in an organization, then some specific rules were available. So they were writing SQL queries and then bunch of other things to create the first get the data and then create the dashboard or visualization on top of it. But now there are multiple tools available like Power BI and then Tableau, using which you can just drag and drop and then you can create your own visualization. So you don't need to write the custom queries for that, and that comes under the self-service BI. So you are creating your own BI with the help of data. And second point is data access. So what is the meaning of data access? In the traditional BI, it was centralized, okay, and in the self-service BI, it is decentralized, meaning now anybody can use it directly. Users can go and then grab the data and then they can start creating their own visualization. But in the traditional BI, data access was restricted. It was controlled by IT team, right? So they can only have this access and they can use it. In terms of speed and flexibility, this was slow, right? Because one team was managing it. So they have some limitation. But this in the self-service BI, once you learn one of the tool, then you can go faster, right? In terms of tool used, the SQL was used in the backend to get the data, and then these are the tools like Congos, SAP BO, or Oracle BI was used to create the dashboard. But now here it is like a drag and drop tools like Tableau and Power BI. You just drag and drop, and it's simple and easy to create the dashboard. Governance, it was very strong, IT controlled, but here more user autonomy, but requires some kind of governance. The purpose of this traditional BI was like, let's say if you are working in a organization, so it is for the data control. You don't want to share your data to any other, then you can use this strict data control for the traditional BI. But here you have the agility, right? And then quick insight. For quick insight you can use this. So this comes under the self-service BI. I hope this is clear. Now on a broader thing, you can consider like traditional BI was IT driven, slower and highly controlled, but in self-service BI, what it is user driven, faster and more flexible. That is the crux. Okay, now let's go forward and now talk about what is the ecosystem of Tableau. Now whenever we talk about the ecosystem, we need to understand what is the term meaning of the ecosystem. So if I give you example, let's suppose the ecosystem of Apple or ecosystem of Android. So what they do, for example, let's suppose if you have buy an Android phone and you create your Gmail account, then Google will force you to use their Drive, their Google Maps and bunch of other products as well, right? So similarly, in the Tableau world, we have bunch of products available from the Tableau side, and if you use one of them, you are bound to, or you are forced to use other products as well, and those are helpful products. Those are not like you can say those are really helpful. If you use them, you can enhance your productivity. So I have listed those products. We have something called as Tableau Desktop, and if you see here, this is the Tableau Public. So usually people enters either by using the Tableau Desktop or Tableau Public. Okay, I've seen this. Most of them start either with Tableau Desktop or Tableau Public, and then they can start using the other tools as well. Now, as you know, Tableau Desktop, the main use is to create the visualization locally, right? Now, once you have created this visualization, you need to host it somewhere. So you might use Tableau Server or Tableau Public, or maybe Tableau Online also. So in Tableau Server, it is an on-premise platform to share and collaborate securely, right? So if you once you have created the let's suppose your dashboard or findings and reports, then you might want to share it in a secure environment. So you can use the Tableau Server where you can do this. Now let's suppose if you want to share your same work with in a free like in a public domain, then you can use Tableau Public. It is a free cloud based platform for public sharing. Okay, now so people are using this Tableau Public for demo purpose. So let's say you are a company and who is specialized in creating the dashboard with the help of Tableau. So you create some demo you have created some demo dashboards, and then you have hosted it let's say to the Tableau Public, and then some company will come and see your demos, and then let's suppose if someone is liking your work, they can come to as a potential client, and then they say, hey, we loved your work, can you please build the same kind of analytics and visualization for us as well. Then they can start grab the opportunity from there, and then they can use this Tableau Desktop to build it, and then finally they can host it via either Tableau Server or Tableau Online. Again, Tableau Online is the cloud hosted version of the Tableau Server, right? Apart from that, we have another tool, Tableau Prep Builder. Now what is the Tableau Prep Builder? So it is a data preparation tool or a data munging tool. Now if someone who is already aware of the Tableau Desktop, they may argue that Sir, can't we do this data preparation or data munging in the Tableau desktop? Yes, it can be done, but Tableau Pref Builder is specifically for doing that only. So let's suppose if you want to build a pipeline, a very complex pipeline who is having a multiple step for data cleaning, then you can don't use this Tableau desktop, but use Tableau Preflow Builder. It give you more smoothness, right? Here you just prepare a data pipeline and that's it. Once your pipeline is created, all the data munging and preparation step will happen in this, and then finally you load your clean data inside the Tableau desktop, and then you can start creating the visualization from there. You don't have to do it in the Tableau desktop. That's why they have created or launched this Tableau Prep Builder product as well. Then we have Tableau Mobile. So remember I was talking about like Tableau has this feature like where you can download the mobile app of your dashboard, and then like on the go, like you can see it. So that is being done with the help of this Tableau Mobile. So they have this feature, you can download their app and you can see the Tableau dashboard and analytics and charts and reports in the app as well. And finally they have this Tableau Reader, which is nothing but a desktop app of the viewing app. Okay, so this is the entire ecosystem of Tableau. People generally enters from Tableau desktop or Tableau public, and then they can start using this eventually if they have need of it. Okay, now let's see how we can install Tableau desktop as well as Tableau public, and I will show you how we can connect to some data sets. Okay, so let's do that. Now in order to download this Tableau desktop, you can go to Google and just say download or Tableau desktop download. Just go to this first link and it will ask you for the information. You can fill it, first name, last name, business email. I don't have any business email, which is fine. You can fill with your normal Gmail as well. Okay, country India, job title if you have, organization if you don't have, you can put any name. I can put XYZ, data scientist, it's my job title, and then phone number. Okay, you provide your phone number and then you click on this I agree, and then you can download this free trial. Now Tableau desktop comes for 14-day free trial, so this is not a free software. Okay, this is a paid software, but Tableau gives you for 14 days free trial. Okay, so once you are satisfied this 14 days free trial, then you can upgrade it. But yes, for us 14 days is fine. We can learn it within 14 days. We can understand how Tableau will work, okay, in this course. Okay, I have already downloaded it, so I'm not going to download it once again, but you click on this download free trial. Okay, all right, now once you download this Tableau desktop, it will look like this, and let's open this. So see, it is saying your product trial ends in 14 days, which is fine. I will not activate it. I will continue with the trial. But let's suppose you purchase the Tableau license, then you can activate this even after your trial will end. Right now I will just continue with the trial. Okay, and now see, this is how the Tableau looks like once you load it. Okay, so we have loaded our Tableau desktop, and we have you can see this is how it looks like. It has multiple connectors, so you can connect to Excel file, text file, JSON file, PDF file, special file, statistical file, and even more files as well, like CSV file. Okay, it has, like, if your data is available inside some servers like MySQL server or Oracle server or Amazon Redshift or Google Drive, you can connect it from there. Let me click on this more, and it will show you whole bunch of list through which you can connect your data. Okay, In my 4 or 5 years of experience, I have like worked with multiple data connectors like Amazon Athena. uh, then I have worked with Amazon SQL database. I have also worked with PostgreSQL, and like Amazon S3 Tableau, and then text file, CSV file, and Amazon Redshift as well. So these are like in my 4 or 5 years of experience I have used it. But yes, you have like this plenty of option, and you can connect to any one of them. So wherever your data resides, you just connect to them, and then you can start using it. Now let's just start exploring some of the example. I will start from the Excel file. So in order to connect to Excel file, you just click on this Microsoft Excel, and then whenever your data is available, you just select that file and click on open. Tableau will automatically connect with your data. So you click on open. Now see these, so this is what I have in that folder: two Excel files, data dictionary and HR survey response. I want to load this data, okay, this Excel file. So I will just drag and drop over here, and that's it. Now Tableau has connected this particular data, okay, Excel data, HR survey response .xlsx file is now connected with my Tableau. Now if you change anything in your Excel file, it will automatically come to over here, because you have created a connection as a live connection. So in Tableau you have two types of connection: live connection and extract connection. So Tableau will automatically, when you click on this live and do any changes in that Excel file, Tableau will automatically pull those changes in this in this sheet. Okay, so this is how you can connect to Excel file. It is that simple, guys. Okay, now let me show you how you can connect to some other files, and then we will start exploring how you can create some visualization also. So let's say now this time I have CSV file, so I will click on more, and I have this CSV file, Netflix titles.csv, and then I will select that file and just say open. Okay, just give me a second. What happened? I will cancel it. Yeah, see, this Netflix titles.csv file is added over here, and whatever the content of that file, you can see it over here, all the column names and the data. And now if you see this, see, Tableau is smart enough, it is able to identify the type of column also, and if in case if it is not able to identify, you can change the data type of the column also. So see, it has identified that this is a show ID, which is a number, and it has selected it. Similarly, if you see this type is a text column, so that's why it has identified as a string. Okay, great. So this is how you connect to a CSV file also. Now let me show you one more example, like how you can connect to your Google Drive. Let's suppose you have some sheets available in your Google Drive, right? Let me show you. I have this sheet in my Drive account. Okay, this is a Google sheet. Now if I want to connect to this Google Drive, how I can connect it? So once again I will go to Tableau. I will click on this Google Drive, and now see, it will automatically open this, and I want to use this account, so I will click on this. If you want to use another account, you can choose another account. I will say continue, and now it is made. I can close this window, come back to Tableau once again, and now see, I can see all of my folders and files in my Tableau desktop. Now I have that file inside my Tableau folder, and this is the Google Sheet file, right? So I will click on this. I will click connect, and now see, this particular sheet is being loaded over here, right? I have all the information available over here. So this is how you make a connection from different files. Now let's go to the home page. Okay, data sources. I will connect one meaningful data over here. So I will click on more. Now this is one of the file I have, power consumption.csv file. Okay, I will load this data into my Tableau, and now I will show you how you can create some visualization on top of this. Okay, so let's click on open. All right, so this data has been loaded. Okay, power consumption.csv file. Earlier I had Netflix titles.csv file, that's why it is showing, but fine, we are going to go ahead with this power consumption.csv file. Now if you analyze this CSV file, it has these columns: date, time, temperature, humidity, wind speed, general diffuse flows, some diffuse flows, power consumption zone 1, 2 and 3. These are the columns. Okay, and these are the values available inside it. So we have loaded our file into the Tableau. Now in order to create some visualization, you go to this sheet 1. So let's go to this sheet 1. All right, now here on the left hand side you can see your data pane, where all your data, whatever you have loaded, it is available. So right now I'm working with this power consumption data, so that's why this one is selected. And these are the columns which is available over here. Now we have this date time column which is available over here, and then we have all the numeric columns. Okay, and then this is the measure value which is created by the Tableau automatically, which is fine. So whatever measure values you will create, it will come over here, and whatever measure names you will create, it will come over here. Don't worry, I will teach you what is measure names, measure values from the scratch. Don't worry about it. Just right now see whatever the columns were available apart from this measure values and measure names. Those columns are available over here: date, time, diffusion, general, humidity, power consumption zone 1, 2, 3, temperature and wind speed. These are all the columns available over here. Okay, now let's just build a small you can say chart to see if it is working or not. So this is called as Tableau canvas. Okay, this is the canvas of Tableau, and in this you just need to drag and drop the fields. This is called as rows and this is columns. Okay, here also you can drag and drop these fields to create the visualization. All right, now in order to create the visualization, you need to first think as an analyst that what is the visualization you have to do. For example, here if you see the data, and in order to see the data you can go to the data source as well, and you can see this data. Okay, so whenever you are creating the visualization, you have to think and go through your data, that what visualization you want to need. Okay, sometimes your manager will directly give you, okay, I need to see this, so accordingly you can think of it. But right now we are just taking a very small example to understand how you can create the visualization. I'm just going to take some few examples. Okay, so let's say I want to see, this is the date time column, right? And Tableau has identified it automatically. You don't have to do anything over here. Now date time, it is having 2017. All the data is from 2017. Okay, so I will go to this sheet 1, and first of all I will load this date time. So you just drag and drop the date time either in rows or columns, doesn't matter. Let's suppose I load it into the rows. Okay, now if you just move to columns, it will invert it. See, it will show in this way. So that's the meaning of columns and rows. So either you keep it in columns or rows. So row wise, that means it will show the data row wise. Column means it will show the data column wise. Let's drag and drop it over here. Okay, so I have 2017 and this is ABC, which is nothing because we have only date right now. And remember, in order to visualize, you need two metrics, right? Right now we have only one metric, which is here. But what in order to see the visualization, you need to grab other fields as well. Now, can you see this small plus icon? Just if I click on this, see, now I can see the data 2017, and then now I can see the quarter Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. And again I can see this plus icon. Let's click on this. All right, now I can see the data quarter wise as well as month wise, and there is still plus icon. Let's click on this. Now I can see the data. See, in the year 2017, quarter 1, month January, and then day. Okay, so day wise data also I can see it, and still there is plus icon available. If you click on this once again, now see, it is showing the data hourly, on a hourly basis. So now day 1, 0 hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, like all the 24 hours of data. And then if you once again click on this, now it is showing you the minute wise data, and then there is still plus option available. When you click on this, now it is showing second wise data, right? So we have 60 minutes, and then within the 60 minutes second wise data. So this is the power of Tableau, guys. If you have the data, you can break it down automatically, year wise, quarter wise, month wise, day wise, hour wise, minute wise, and second wise. All right, now let me just remove this second. So you just have to drag and drop it somewhere. Drag, drop it somewhere. Drag, drop it somewhere. Drag, drop it somewhere. So I want to only see year, quarter, and month wise data. Now what I have to see, year, quarter, and month wise data, what I have to see. So I want to see the wind speed. Okay, so this power consumption of the New York City, the data I have downloaded it from the internet, and this is the wind speed. I want to see the wind speed of 2017 quarterly wise and monthly wise. So now what I will do, I will take this wind speed and I will drop it inside the columns. And as soon as I do this, let me drag and cut this. As soon as I do this, you can see a nice chart. Okay, but now see, this is the it is showing in a horizontal way. Let me click on this. Okay, so it will rotate the graph, and now say this. Now this is making sense. See how you can interpret this data. By the way, this so in the first quarter, January month, okay, in the January month, quarter 1 2017, the wind speed was 3160. But what is this 3160? I don't get it quite right. If you come to the data source and check the wind speed is 0.083, 0.083, like this, right? So why we are getting this wind speed this much? Let's go to the sheet 1 and see. In the January quarter 1, the wind speed was 3160. But that is not possible, right? If you see over here, it is 0.08, 0.08, like that, right? So why it is showing this? Because it has by default, can you see wind speed? When you drag and drop over here, by default it has done the sum of wind speed. So it, whenever Tableau sees a numerical column, by default it does the summarize, like sum all the values, and we want to remove it. So you click on this and you go to this measure, which is sum. And don't worry about measure, we will talk about measure in a later. But right now, just from measure, you convert it into, maybe let's say we want to see the average wind speed. Okay, so we can calculate the average wind speed. And as soon as I do this, now you see our scale also becomes from 0 to 4.5, right? Now if you come over here, see the average wind speed in the quarter 1 was 0.708, right? Similarly, in the February, it was 1.906. In the March, it was 1.006. Then in the April, it was 0.224. In the May, it was 2.9, and it was highest in the month of July, which is 4.63. So this is one type of visualization you can perform in the Tableau. Okay, let me give you one more example. I will click on this new sheet 2. Now let's say once again I will take this date time column, and now I will show you in a different way. So you double click on this date time. Okay, so I will double click. See, the data will come like this. I have just double clicked. Okay, nothing else. Then you expand it, that's it. So okay, year wise, quarter wise, and month wise. And now I want to see the power consumption zone 1 and 2 and 3. I want to compare all these three areas, okay, with different times. So what is the power consumption we have in zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3? Once again I will double click on this zone 1. Okay, now let me do this. I have, using this you can flip the chart. So now see, in the year 2017, quarter 1, quarter 2 and 4, in the January, the power consumption was 138,529,051, and once again see, the power consumption was summed up. So, and now if you are wondering how this power consumption come over here, so when you click on this swap rows and columns, so power consumption was shifted over here, and that's why it is showing in this format. Okay, now click on this, and once again from sum go to average, and now you see the average power consumption in the month of January was 31,032, right? So this is the table. So this is unit, I think it is in kilowatt, right? So this is what the January power consumption in the zone 1. Okay, we have data for zone 1. Now let's say I want to compare for zone 2 and zone 3 all together. So what I will do, I will now click on zone 2 as also, and then double click on zone 3 also, and now see average power consumption. But here also I need to change it from sum to average, and then this one also from sum to average. And now you can see for all the areas, zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3, we can see quarter wise and month wise power consumption. Okay, now you can click on this show me, and when you click on this, from here you can change the type of chart also. Let's say you don't want this table, then you can go to this map, and then it will change automatically. See, let me do this. Okay, so from here let's click on polygon, and now it got changed. Okay, let me do Control Z. Let's do this. Okay, it's not coming properly, which is fine, but yeah, this is how you can change it. Okay, let's do this. If you want to change the color, that also you can change it. See, the number of the colors will change, and that's it. Now let's say we are done. Okay, let's say we are done. We only have to analyze these 2 data points from this entire data. That's it. Okay, so this is how you analyze the data into the Tableau, or you can build the this simple charts. Okay, all right, in previous session we have seen like how we can connect to different data sources in Tableau, and then how we can plot some simple charts. In this session we are going to look into the data types which is available inside the Tableau. What are the different data types we have, and then we will also see like some visualization pane, and then we will familiarize ourselves with Tableau entire dashboard, and then its UI. So let's get started. All right, so as you can see over here, we have multiple data types available inside the Tableau world. Now if you are familiar of any programming language like Python, C, C++, Java, you must know that we have multiple data types in that. So similar to that, in Tableau also we have data types. First we have string, which is again text value, same as Python if you have learned it. Example I have written over here. Next we have number, whole number, integers, values, or no decimals. Okay, then we have numbers in a decimal format like this. Then we have date as a data type, which is a calendar date only, like this. Now in Tableau we also have date and time, which includes date as well as time. Okay, so this is in hours, minute, and seconds. Then we have boolean, which is true and false. Now this one we have in Tableau, which is called as geographic. So if you have a longitude, latitude, or a country, state, city, postal code, anything that comes under the geographic data type. So these are the data types we have inside the Tableau. All right, now let's understand what is the difference between dimensions and measures. Okay, now once you load the data inside the Tableau, here let's suppose if I load this data, I will click on more and I will just load this Netflix title.csv file. Let's open it. Okay, so can you see we have, these are the columns available in the left hand side. These are the data types, and this is the field name, whatever the field name we have, and then what is the physical table, and then a remote field if it is yes or no. Right, now see here the type means data type of that particular field. So Tableau is smart enough to understand your data type. It has understand, okay, this show ID field is a type of number. When you click on this, you can see it's a whole number, right? So Tableau can identify it. Then type, it is a string, so it has identified as string. Title is also string, director is also string. Now if you pay attention on this country, when you click on this, see it is able to identify that it is string, but still Tableau is able to understand that since this is a country, it is going to come under the geographic data type, right? Okay, now we have to understand what is the difference between dimensions and measures. So dimensions are nothing but it's a qualitative or categorical fields, and measures are nothing but quantitative or a numeric field. What do I mean by this? So whenever you load a data, let's suppose if I use this power consumption.csv file, as you can see over here, this is nothing but a categorical data, right? This is a date time. But if you check this temperature, this is nothing but it's a continuous numerical data. Similarly, humidity is a numerical data, wind speed is a numerical data, and so on and so forth. So this data we call it as a dimension, okay, which is a qualitative, and the numerical data we call it as a measures in the Tableau world. Other differences between dimension and measures are, you can do aggregation on the measure columns, but you can't do any aggregation on the dimensions column. This will be displayed as a headers or a labels, and this will be displayed as a axis or values. So what do I mean by that? So see over here, if I go to sheet 1, see this is the measure and these are the dimensions we have, right? This is the dimension, this is the dimension, and then these are the measures we have, right? So what I have said, that dimension can be shown as a headers, right, or a labels. So whenever you drag and drop any dimension, for example, if you drag and drop over here, and let's suppose I want to see the wind speed, so I will put it over here, and let me reverse this, and if I, instead of sum, if I change it to average, okay, and I will split the year. Now see, this is the average wind speed and this is quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. So these are the labels, right? These are the labels I have, and this is the axis values, right? So this 0 to 4 or 5, whatever the wind speed, this takes as an axis value. That's why measures always takes the axis values, and dimensions are shown as a headers or labels. This is also discrete in nature, and this is continuous, right? It is obvious because you have numeric, so it is continuous, and these are few values or categorical values. That's why this is discrete in nature. Examples are written over here: region, category, date, and here sales, profit, quantity, right? And one note I have written, like, we can convert a field from a dimension to measure and vice versa, right? In order to do that, let's suppose I want to convert this wind speed. Okay, so just right click on this, okay, and then this option is coming, convert to dimension, right? Convert to dimension. Now this will be converted to dimension. Let me do that and show you. Wind speed, I'll say convert to dimension. Now as soon as I did this, wind speed come over here, right? See, this is a very thin line over here. Now below this thin line all the dimensions are there, and above the thin line all the measures are there, right? Sorry, here all the measures are there, and above all the dimensions are there. Now so this is how you can convert it, dimension to measures, and vice versa also possible. Now let's understand what is this green pill and blue pill. So this is important with respect to your interview. Sometimes in interview of Tableau, like, people ask, like, what is the difference between blue pill and green pill? So this is simple. See, if you understand the concept between dimension and measure, you will able to understand the difference between blue pill and green pill as well. Now what is the difference? See, dimensions are also called as blue pills and measures are also called as green pill. How to remember it? See, can you see all these dimensions over here in a green? These are coming as a green color, right? That's why we call it as dimension as a green pill, and this is measure which is coming as a blue color. So that's why this will come under the blue pill. So it's that simple. Okay, blue pill is nothing but discrete, green pill is nothing but continuous, and if something is continuous we call it as a measures, right? And if something is discrete we call it as a dimensions. Simple. Moving forward, let's see what is data pane. So I have already told you all these fields which you are seeing over here in the left hand side, this entire pane is called as data pane. Okay, so this is data pane where all the fields of your CSV file or the loaded file will come over here. We call it as a data pane. Okay, now let's understand what are cards. So in the Tableau, can you see here is marks card coming, here filter is coming, here pages are coming. So all these are nothing but we call it as a cards. Okay, that's why we have marks card, filter card, legend card. Now legend card will come when you create any bar chart or plot chart or pie chart, any kind of chart, then this will start showing you. Then we have selves, right? So what is selves? So selves are nothing but these columns and rows. So columns and rows are called as selves. Okay, let's suppose right now you have created this chart where you are seeing average wind speed quarter wise, right? And let's suppose if I change this, rotate this graph. Okay, let me rotate this. Now the graph is coming like this, and you pay attention to this columns and rows, what will happen, right? Let me once again revert it. Can you see year and quarter is available in the columns and average wind speed is available in the row, and as soon as I rotate this, see, year and quarter comes under the rows and then average wind speed goes to columns. So this is just flipping the operation. Okay, nothing but just rows are becoming columns and columns are becoming rows. It is kind of matrix transformation, so using which you can create the graph, and this is a simple button to rotate it. Okay, so this is called as selves. Then we have marks card. So if I go over here, see, this is the marks card. So this is nothing but control of your graph comes over here. Let's suppose if you want to change the color of your graph, then you can go to marks card, click on color, and then you can choose any color. Okay, for example, if I go to more color, and from here I will select this, I will say okay. Can you see the color got changed? Similarly, you can change the opacity. You can have a marker like this. See, when you click on this marker will start appearing, right? So this basically help you to design a very professional looking charts, okay, in the marks card. Even you can increase the size. Let's suppose if I increase the size, see, now the thick line is coming instead of a small line. Let's say if I reduce it, it is reduced, right? You can add labels, right? You can provide any text label. This is all we are going to see in more detail once we start creating our charts, okay? And then dashboard also. In the real world project, we will see each and everything in a very detail. So right now, just I'm giving you the introduction of it. Okay, then finally we have menus, right? So menus are nothing but, like if you go over here, let's suppose if you click on any of the field, just right click on this. So all these options you are seeing, these are called as menus, right? From here you can hide the field, you can rename the field, you can duplicate the field, you can say show filter, you can create to discrete dimension, you can change the even data type of that field. If the Tableau is not able to identify the data type properly, then yes, you can change it from here. You have some default properties, you can do that. So this is called as menu. Okay, so these are all the introductory concept, and this is how the UI of the Tableau looks like. And then like from here you can click on this and create a new sheet, and then you can draw whatever sheet you want. This is the button to create the new sheet, right? And this button, this is called as new dashboard. When you click on this, you can create the dashboard over here, right? This button is for creating the dashboard. Now you can resize the dashboard whatever size you want, and then accordingly it will change its pixel value and it will adjust the height and width. And then you can, whatever sheets you have created, you can drag and drop those sheets over here to create the dashboard thing also. So this is all the overview of it. We will cover each and everything in great detail, but for now this is fine. Hi everyone, welcome to the next part of this amazing Tableau course. In the previous session, we have seen the different data types available in the Tableau. We have also seen the interface and UI of the Tableau, and we got familiarized ourselves with the Tableau UI. In this session, I'm going to show you how we can connect to different data sources like Amazon S3, then web data connector, and also I'm going to show you finally how we can connect our Tableau with the PostgreSQL, and then we are going to build some visualization on top of it. So let's get started. Okay, so first of all, let's start with the web data connector. In order to connect to web data connector, now see, first of all, there are multiple web data connectors are available. We need to see on which web data we need to connect. So for this, I'm going to show you a web data connector which is called as Airtable. Now those who are not familiar with the Airtable, so Airtable, you can consider it as a database where you can have your data. So you need to log into Airtable. I have this account already created. It's very simple. You just need to search Airtable and then you need to sign up over there. I have already done it. So this is my Airtable account, and if I show you, when you log into your Airtable, it will look like this. Okay, so in my Airtable I have this tables: vehicle table, performance matrix table, maintenance record, and operational cost. Okay, and with they have the fields available inside it. Okay, so you can consider it as a SQL kind of database. Now I have already created this data, and this data is residing inside the Airtable. Now if I go over here, home, so what you can do, like when you log into Airtable, it will look like this, and you have to create first of all a new workspace, and then you can also click over here create, and then you can use their Omni AI. So build an app with Omni, you can click on this, and then you just have to describe, okay, that what kind of data you want to build. So I specifically told that, okay, let's build the data into the automobile sector with the following table names and some example data. So it has built it, okay. And if you have your own data, you can also work with that, okay. So if you click on create, if you have your own custom data, you can go ahead and build an app by your own. Right now I have created this TTL fleet analytics, okay. This is just a example or sample data. So this is my base value. So in Airtable, this is called as base value, okay. So this is base I have created, okay. Now you also have to go to this website Airtable pat, and you need to create your API token, because Tableau need this, okay. In order to connect to Airtable, Tableau require the API key. So just go to this particular website, and I will link this website in the description of this video. Here you have to create a token. So click on this create token, give the name, and then you have to add a space, okay. So let's suppose if I give the name XYZ, and then scope wise you have to add this all the scopes, okay, one by one. So let's suppose if I add data records read, then add data records comment read. So whatever permission you have to give, you can give it. And then you have to say access, add all resource, or add a base. I will right now add a base. So when you click on add base, so whatever base I have created on this Airtable, those base will appear over here. So I have created this base TTL fleet analytics. So this is showing over here. You just need to select on it and then say create token. And then you need to copy this token and put it somewhere, okay? Because this is going to be required by the, let me just do this. Yes, this is going to be required by the Tableau. So let's go over here inside the Tableau, and now I will show you how you can connect to web data connector. So in order to web data connector, if it is not showing over here, you can click on more and then search web data connector. It will show you. In the latest version of the Tableau, they have deprecated it, but in some cases it might be helpful. That's why I'm showing this. So let's click on this. Now it is asking me to enter your web data connector URL, right? So we need to give this URL, okay. Yeah, so we need to give the URL, and the URL I have written over here. So this is the URL you need to give. Don't worry, I will give this URL inside the description of this video. So let's provide this URL and hit enter. And now it will ask for the personal access token. So in order to get the personal access token, we need to go to this particular website, and then I have already created this Tableau Airtable token. Now when you go inside this, you need to make sure that you have given all the permissions, okay. So I was showing in the scopes, you need to check all these permissions, and then this whatever base you have created, that base should be available over here, okay. Now let's come back, and this is token ID. This is not the API key. I have like forgotten my API key, so there is an option you can regenerate the token. So let's click on this regenerate, and then this particular token you have to copy. So let's copy this, done, and then come to the Tableau and paste it over here, enter. And now this base will start showing you the base you have created inside the Airtable. So I have created this base TTL fleet analytics. So I will click on this and then say go, and now Tableau will start connecting with the Airtable. So it started executing the query. Let's wait. All right, see here we are able to connect to the Airtable, and these are my tables available. Now we will see how we can create some meaningful visualization out of this table. So let's say these are my four tables. If I drag and drop this vehicle table into my data model, so this side of pane is called as data model inside the Tableau. Okay, don't worry, when we start our end-to-end project, we are going to talk about this in very great detail, but right now you just understand whatever tables you have, you can drag and drop over here and it will start showing the fields. Okay, and let's say if I click on update now or update automatically, let's say if I say update now, it will start showing the data of that particular table. Okay, so we are able to see the data. And let's suppose if I drag and drop this performance matrix also, so I can drag as a new base table, or I can have the relationship between these two tables. So if you have learned about a SQL, then you must know like how you can join the two tables. Okay, so these concepts we will see in more detail, but right now just for demonstration purpose, I'm going to drag and drop this performance matrix. Okay, now see, this Tableau is not able to understand the relationship between these two tables. So if I go to this Airtable, see, I have the idea like in the vehicle tables, I have the column called as make, which have this vehicle names. And if you go to the performance matrix table, I will have this vehicle table field in which I have the vehicle names. So from performance matrix vehicle column and from vehicles table make column is the two common fields we have. Once again, so in order to establish the relationship, I will go over here and search make. So make is the field name, and here vehicle is the field name. Now see, the error is gone and Tableau is able to establish the connection. When I say update now, see, it is able to grab the data. Okay, now let's come to the sheet one. I'm not going to give you the full visualization of this data. This is just a sample data, so I will just show you one example so that I can show you whatever the connection we have made, it is working or not. Okay, so let's say if I want to see the odometer reading, so I will just double click on this. So odometer reading is coming over here, and I want to see the odometer reading, let's suppose vehicle wise. Okay, so I will double click on vehicle. So these are my different vehicle, and let me remove this. I only want to see the odometer reading average. Okay, average odometer reading, and I want to see this kind of chart. So I will click on this and then I will rotate it with the help of this button. Okay, so these are my vehicles and these are odometer reading. Let's suppose if you want to see it in increasing order or decreasing order, so you can click on this, so it will show you in increasing order. When you click on this, it will show you in decreasing order. We are going to cover this in end-to-end project. Okay, let's fix this. Okay, so these are my average odometer reading vehicle wise, and these are my vehicles. Now if you pay attention over here, see, here the vehicles are Toyota, Ford, but here it is coming like this, right? Now this is happening because we haven't made all our four tables in proper connection. Once we do that, then it will start showing it. Okay, so don't worry about it this right now. So this is how you can connect your Tableau with the web data connector. In our example, we have taken it as a Airtable. Now let's move to the next part of this video. I'm also going to show you how you can connect your Tableau with the Amazon S3. Okay, so in order to connect to Amazon S3, first of all, let's understand what is Amazon S3. So Amazon S3 is a bucket. You can say it's a bucket or a place where you can keep your data, like how you keep data in the drive. Now in order to have this, you need to create one AWS account. I already have one AWS account created and I'm already logged in into this. Now First of all, let's go to the S3 bucket. Okay, so I have logged in my AWS account and I'm going into my AWS. Now here I have created one bucket, but let's suppose if you don't have any bucket, you can create one S3 bucket. So let's create one bucket and let's provide the name of the bucket. So I will say Tableau demo bucket 2. Okay, make sure this name is unique worldwide, else it will not create. Okay, and then remaining thing you just keep as it is and then just say create bucket. So within a seconds it will create the bucket. See, the bucket is created, Tableau demo bucket 2. Now click on this bucket and let's suppose if I upload some sample file over here, let's say I will click on this Netflix or Netflix titles.csv file. I will say open and then say upload. So it has uploaded this CSV file inside this bucket. Okay, now my task is I want to connect this S3 bucket to my Tableau. So let's do that. Now I will go to my Tableau account once again and I will click on more, say S3. So it will show this Amazon S3. Click on this. Now it is asking me for the bucket region, from where I will get it. So in order to get the bucket region, whatever account you have clicked like login, here it will show you the region. So click on this. Right now I'm working in AP South 1. Okay, Mumbai AP South 1. So I will click on that, Mumbai AP South 1. Okay, so AP South 1, this is my region. The bucket name I have given as Tableau demo bucket 2. This was my bucket name. Now it is asking me for access key ID and secret access key. In order to get this, you need to go to your Amazon account, AWS account, and then okay, so you need to actually click on this security credentials. So click on this. And now it will open this access key. I have created one access key already. See this one, but you can click on this create access key, and with the root user this is not recommended, but for this demo purpose you can go ahead with this criteria and then click on create access key. And you have this access key and secret access key. You can download this CSV file, okay, and then copy and paste it. Okay, so let me do this. I will copy this access key, go over here, then I will copy secret access key, paste it over here, and I will say sign in. Now this is saying, see, this is the bucket name, Tableau demo bucket 2, and in this we have this file, right, Netflix titles.csv. So click on this. I want to read this file, and let's click on connect. And now my Tableau is trying to connect with my Amazon S3. So let's wait for some time. Now see, finally I'm able to connect to this Netflix title.csv file with all my field name. Though it is not able to read the field name properly, it is saying column 0, column 1, but you can rename this. So by double click on this and you can rename whatever the field name you have actually in that. But the data is correct, it is able to read the data properly. You can go to sheet 1 to verify this. Okay, let me remove this previous one. Okay, maybe I can click on this sheet 2 and yes, now I have column 0, column 1, right? Let's say if I just drag and drop this column 10, so I can see action and adventure, which is one of the column. But you got the idea how you can connect your Tableau account to S3 account. Now next we will see how we can connect our Tableau with the PostgreSQL. Okay, so in order to connect To that, first of all, you need to have or download the PostgreSQL in your account, in your computer. So in order to do that, you just go to Google and search PostgreSQL download. You'll get the first link. Open that. And based upon your which system you are using, I'm using Mac OS. If you are using Windows, you can click on this and then download it. Now once you download it, you will able to see this pg admin 4. So let's click on this, open it. Okay, so this will take some time. And what I have done, I have created one server over here, and I have created one demo database also, and the files required to create that I have already saved over here as a sql queries.sql and sample script vehicle.sql. So I will provide this into the description, don't worry. Now let's wait to open this pg admin 4. Okay, so we are in pg admin 4, and as you can see, I have two database, Postgres and Tableau I have created for the demo purpose, and I'm going to connect with this Tableau database from our Tableau software. Now within this Tableau database, in the schema, I have created this three tables: manufacturers, models, and sales. Let's see the data of this one by one. Manufacturer data I have already printed over here. We have manufacturer ID, name, country, and founded year. Let me just show you the data for models as well. So I will say right click, and it's taking little bit time in pgadmin 4, but yep. And I can say view or edit data, all rows. So let's wait. Okay, so data is loading for sales table, and yes, we can see the data for sales table. Similarly, we have data for models and manufacturers. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to connect this Tableau database through our Tableau. Now in order to do that, I will go to Tableau and then search PostgreSQL, and I can see over here. I will click on this connector, and first of all, in my system it is showing this particular thing that I need to provide the server name, port name, database name, and other fields. But let's suppose if you are not able to see this connector, that means you don't have driver, and in that case Tableau will tell you to install the driver. I have already installed the driver for PostgreSQL. That's why Tableau is saying to fill out these fields. But if you are installing the Tableau for the first time, it will ask you to maybe download the driver. Now in order to download the driver, you can go to this particular website, tableau.com support drivers. So let's open this, and I think, yeah, then in that you need to click on data sources. Within the data sources, you need to search for PostgreSQL. So just type PostgreSQL, and then which platform you are using, Windows, Mac, Intel or Mac Apple Silicon. I'm using Mac Apple Silicon, so I will select on this, and then you need to see it is showing you the steps. You need to download this JDBC driver. Okay, so you click on this, it will download the JDBC driver in your file, and then you have to go to the library Tableau drivers folder, and within that folder you need to paste this jar file. Okay, so this is a JDBC driver, you have to install it and then paste that jar file. It is going to download one jar file. You need to paste that jar file in this particular location, and then once again you have to restart your Tableau. After that it will start showing like this. Okay, now in the PostgreSQL, since it is running in our local server, that's why the server name I have to give as a local host. By default, when you install the PostgreSQL, it will run on a port 5432. So that is fine. I have provided over here. The database on which I have to connect is Tableau, because remember I have created this Tableau database. So this database I need to connect. And then in authentication, I will say username and password. I will provide my username as Postgres, because when you install the Postgres, you have to provide the username over there at the time of installation itself. So I have provided as Postgres, and then I will provide my password. So this password also you need to set once you are downloading the PostgreSQL. So I will provide my password and say sign in. Now let's wait. It will hopefully start loading the data from the, yes. Can you see I'm able to connect to my PostgreSQL localhost, and all the tables which are available in this PostgreSQL I'm able to connect. I'm able to see over here, right? Now I will go to sheet 1, and before going to sheet 1, let me load this over here, manufacturers, and just I will say update now. Yes, I can see the data. If I drag and drop sales over here, as well as models over here. Okay, let me first remove the sales, drag and drop models. Now see, the manufacturer ID from this manufacturer column and the manufacturer ID from the models column are matching. That's why we are able to join these two tables. Okay, don't worry, we are going to learn this in a very deep. Right now this is fine. And if I once again bring this sales table, okay, now let me see what we have. In the manufacturer we have country, found year, manufacturer ID and name, and in the sales model ID we have. So maybe we need to connect this sales to model. So let me remove this and I will connect this over here. Yes, see, so this is a linear collection we have, and now we are able to connect our data. Okay, when you say update now, see, it is able to fetch all the data. Now I will go to sheet 1 and show you some visualization which we can bring it over here. Okay, now in order to make this, you need to think as a data analyst. See, this is the course where I'm not just teaching you how you can create visualization, but you have to think strategically what you need to create. Okay, so let's suppose you are working on a project, and whenever you work on visualization project, you have to first of all set your goals properly, clearly. So we are going to also talk about aims grid when we start the end-to-end project development, but right now we will just take some simple goals and we'll try to visualize it. Okay, so let's say I want to visualize units sold by region as a bar chart. Okay, so units sold by region, I will go to Tableau and see my all the tables. So where I can see my unit sold, in the sales table I have my unit sold. Okay, so I will drag this and put it into the rows. Okay, and by default it is showing me the bar graph, and as you can see, it is sum of units sold. I don't want to see sum of units sold, I want to see the average of units sold. Okay, this is fine. Now I need to see the units sold by region. So now I have to go for the region. Where the region is present, again it is present inside the sales table itself. So I will drag and drop it over here. Now can you see, let me do this in increasing order. So now I can see this USA, Asia, Europe, South America, North America. These are the region wise units sold. Okay, let me change the color. So I will click over here and maybe make it in yellowish. Okay, now let's say if you want to highlight these two as a different color and then these three as a different color, that everything nitty-gritty and details we will see into the in end-to-end projects, not now. Okay, let's go to the next visualization. I want to also see, let's say, units sold over time by model or manufacturer, units sold over time. Okay, so for that I will create a new sheet and I will say units sold. So I will drag and drop it over here, and then over time by model. Okay, so when you say over time, that means you need to bring the date table. So units sold, and then we have something called a sale date, right? We have sale date. So let me bring it over here inside the columns, and now I will click on plus icon. Once again I will click on plus icon, and once again I will click on plus icon. Can you see now it is showing me in the quarter 1 2024 units sold was 1000, right? If I change it to average, I think still it is same, right? So now we can see quarter wise what was the unit sold. Over time, what was the unit sold? So we have solved this problem till here, but we want to see by model or manufacturer. So now what we have to do, by model or manufacturer, we need to bring that. So let's say if I want to bring by model. Okay, so where is that model present? So model is present inside the let me check. See, this is the model name, right, inside the models table. So if I double click on this, see model name come over here, and now I can see when I hover my mouse over here, so model was Elantra, unit sold was 1000 in 2024, right? If you want to see this by manufacturer, so you can bring the same thing. So manufacturer, we have this manufacturer's count and manufacturer ID. So let me, and we have then manufacturer name as well. So let me double click on this, and now can you see? So model name, I will remove it. I will remove this model name, and I will only keep the manufacturer name. Okay, manufacturer name. So instead of putting name over here, I will put name inside the detail. And now see, Hyundai was the manufacturer name, unit sold was 1000. Then this was the Toyota 1500. This was the again Toyota in 2024 800, right? So this is how you can see this trend. Let's go to the next, average sale price by fuel type. Okay, so let's go for average sale price. I will click on the new sheet, and I will say average sales price, right? So sales price is this. Let's double click on this, and then from sum, let's make it to average. And then we need to say sale price by fuel type, right? By fuel type. So fuel type is available inside let me see, model ID, launch year, fuel type is available inside the model. So let's double click on this. Yes, now we can see these are the fuel types and these are the average sale price, right? If you want, you can convert it to pie chart as well. So let me do that. From here I will say pie chart, and there we go, right? This is the diesel hybrid, and let's say if I make the pie chart not different pie chart, but in a single pie chart, how I can do that? And let me remove this and then remove this. I will say fuel type, right? And then I will say average sale price, right? So sale price, put it over here. I mean inside the angle over here, average. Okay, so, and let me do this. So gasoline, electric, diesel, and then hybrid, right? This is how we have. Fine. If you want to change it to bar, you can again do this, If you want to make it automatic, it is fine. So from here you can change it, right? Now next, let's go to this one, fuel type versus unit sold. We have already seen this fuel type versus unit sold. Let me uh, visualize this also. Fuel type, we have this, and unit sold like this. Okay, you can drag and drop it over here, and if you want to make it to average, you can do that. So diesel 300 units sold, electric 500 average units sold, like this. Okay, if you want to make changes, you can say this map. So this is going to convert it kind of heat map, right? Fine. And then one last one, we have a region wise heat map, right? Region heat map. So I will go to the last one, and we have this region. Double click on this, Asia, Europe, North America, and this region wise what, okay, region wise, let's suppose I want to say sale, region wise sales. Okay, sales. So this is not the actually sales, this is just count of sales. I will remove it. I will say sale price, and I want to see region wise average sales price, so I will say average. Okay, and let's make it in map format. So I will click on this map. Okay, and once again, let me do this. I will remove region, I will remove sale. Okay, so the reason why we are not able to see in the form of map, because let me just drag and drop region and then sales price over here, and yeah, let's convert it to this and then this. Okay, so why we, even though we are clicking on this map, we need to see it map, and maybe from here also if you change it to map, it is not able to convert it into map. Let me do command Z. The reason is simple, because if you see the region, it is considering it as a text, and when you click on this, we need to change the data type as geographic. Okay, so let's convert it into a geographic. Okay, it is what it is. um so we have regions South America, North America, like this. So it is not airport code, it is USA. I think it's country and region, right? So let's click on this country and region, and now let me remove this, and see now the Tableau has changed this particular field to as a location. Now if I drag and drop it over here and then click on this, so see now I'm able to see it in a country map, right? So see this USA is highlighted as 95,000, and let me drag and click on this, and see when you double scroll it, it will go inside, and when you upper click, it will come out. So region wise we have uh, these regions, and then this is the again USA region only. What are the other regions we have available? Let me see that. If I go to data source inside the wait, sheet 5, I will go to region is available inside the sales. So data source, sales table, and then region, right? We have North America, Europe, Asia, like that. So why it is showing only USA? Let me see this. I will remove this once again. Will remove latitude, longitude, everything I will remove, this as well, and then once again I will say region versus sale price. Let's convert it into average, and once again I will click on this. Okay, and maybe on this also. Okay, so it is only able to identify the United States somehow. Let me change this to uh, country region versus country only. Okay, and once again I will remove this and then put region over here. So let's put region and then sale price. Okay, now it is not able to identify anything, so I think it's better to change it to once again country slash region only. You can try with this create from country and maybe state slash province. I think country and region is fine for now. It is able to identify at least USA one, if not other one. But this is how you can basically create the map chart as well. So with this, we are able to understand how we can connect our Tableau with the PostgreSQL as well. Alright, so in the previous session, we have seen how we can connect to Tableau into Amazon S3, then PostgreSQL and other data connectors. In this session, I'm going to start with the data cleaning process in the Tableau. Okay, so let's get started. I will connect one Excel file which I have created over here. So this is called as messy automobile data.xlsx. Let's connect this to Tableau. And now you can see I have loaded this file, and let me open the same file inside the folder also. So I will open it here, and as you can see, this is the little bit messy file we have. The headers are not proper, so I have written like automobile sales data messy file, and then we have region, sales state, unit, price, model, and again we have region, date of let me expand this, date of sale, unit sold, sale price, and model name. And when I'm connecting this with Tableau, so Tableau is not able to identify the field name properly. So this is the first thing we have to tackle it. Now if you can see over here, we have something called as use data interpreter, and this is the checkbox. When I click on this, so within a second, Tableau is able to identify the field name properly. See, we have this region, date of sale, unit sold, sale price, and model name. And when I go to Tableau, I can see the field names Tableau is able to identify it, but it is not still proper. So let's rename this field quickly. So I will double click on this and say this as region. Then we have sales date, then we have units sold, I will make this as sales price instead of price sales, so sales price, and then finally model name. So we are able to identify and clear the at least headers. Now the second thing, as you can see over here, I can see a null value over here and then null value also over here. If you click on this drop down, there is no option of removing the null values. So what we can do, this is fine. I will go to once again data source, and yes, there is a something called as filters. So let's click on this add, and here I will add each and every field, and from those fields I will remove the null values. So I will click on add, then let's first click model name. Okay, in the model name I don't have any null values, so this is fine. I will not apply any filter on this. I will click on cancel, again click on add, then we have region. Okay, now see in the region we have null values, so I will select these 4 values and exclude this, or you can click on exclude and then select null also. In both the way it will work. Let's click on OK. So null is excluded and everything is included. What else? I will say okay. Now see, from the region all the null values are gone, but we have also null values in sales date. So once again, let's edit on this filter, say add. This time I will select sales date. Okay. Now in the sales date, it has all the things, right, like years, quarter, but I want to select the years because that will come as a top, and it will have year, month, day, everything. So I will say year. Next, and I will not use this null, so I will select 2024. Okay. Okay. And now from sales date also the null values are removed. Now we don't have any other null values in our data, so all the null values are now gone. Okay. Now let's come to the sheet one and see. Let me just drag and drop this sales date over here in the rows. Now see, I can see only this 2024, and let me go to the data and I will click on this edit once again, and I will select this years of sales and I will say remove. I will say okay, and now I will come to sheet 1. See, the null values are coming, so that's why I have added this. Let me add it once again. So I will go to sales date, select years, 2024. Okay, and now the null values are gone. Let's say I will just create one simple visualization. I want to see the year wise, let's say sale price. So I will drag and drop this, and from year to I will click on plus, so it will be converted in a quarter, and then from quarter to months. And let me just swap this, and there you go. Now you can see a pretty good visualization. If you don't remove the null value, so you will see null values also in the year, which is not required. Okay, that's why I have removed it. All right, now we will see how we can do relationship and joins in the Tableau. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on the data source and click on home, click on Excel file, and now this time I will load this particular Excel file, join tables.xlsx. I will click open. Now let me open the same file side by side for the comparison as well. Delete this one. Okay, so here as you can see, we have sales data, region info and model info. In the sales data we have sales ID, region ID, model ID, sales date, unit sold and price. And then we have other two tables, region info, in which we have this for region, and then model name as well, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to combine all these three tables so that we can make a comprehensive visualization. For example, let's say these are the model name, right? And when I go to sales data, I don't have model name. But what if I want to see the model name wise, let's suppose this price or unit sold? So in that situation, you need to merge these two tables, right? And that is what we are going to look now. So since these three tables or these three sheets are available in the same Excel sheet, when you connect it to Excel, Tableau is able to identify these tables, okay, or these sheets basically. Now our main table is this one. Main table is sales data. So in Tableau you can connect the data in star schema like this. So if you don't know about star schema, just go to Google and just search about star schema. Okay, so there are two types of schemas, star schema and snowflake schema. In the star schema, what we do, in the middle we will have the fact table, and the surrounding of it we will have the dimension tables. Now I'm going to talk about this into our further lectures, that what is fact table, what is dimension table in a more depth. But as of now you can understand that fact table is something which is going to have the physical table, which will act as a key part, and then dimension tables are nothing but their related tables. Okay, So in the fact table you will have all the metadata, and then in the dimension table you will have the actual data, like that. So with this, let me just drag and drop these tables inside this canvas. So remember, in the previous videos also we have seen, like, this is called as data model. Okay, this pane is called as data model, where we can combine our data. Now Tableau is by default going to create a relationship, okay, and not the joins. Now let's first understand what is relationship and what is joins before we go ahead. So for that I have prepared the PPT. Let me open that. Okay, so relationships are nothing but a logical layer preferred in modern Tableau. Now whenever you combine more than one table in Tableau, they are by default come as a relationship. And the definition of relationship is basically, it's a flexible context aware high level connection between two tables or more than two tables also, based on one or more common fields. Now see, let's suppose you have two tables and you just want to connect them, okay, not on a physical layer. So when I say physical layer, that means the columns or the rows are not going to join. They are only going to connect on a logical layer, okay, on a logical layer, depending upon the field. So let's suppose if table A has field, let's suppose A dash, and then table B has the field called as B dash, and A dash and B dash are equal, then you can connect these two tables as a relationship on a logical layer, okay, and not the physical layer. When we talk about physical layer, that means we are talking about joins. So this is called as a relationship. So in the relationship, no data is going to be merged, no column is going to be merged, but the tables are going to be connected on a logical layer, okay. But let's suppose if you want to connect your data on a physical layer, that means, let's say if you want to join your tables like you have done in the SQL, if you have learned about it. So in the SQL you can do inner join, outer join, left join, right? So those joins are provided by Tableau as well. You can connect your data on a physical layer if you want to connect your rows, or if you want to connect more than one columns based upon certain conditions. So that can be done using joins, and that happens on a physical layer. Okay, so I have written this, you can read about it. Let's come to Tableau. Now first of all I will show you how you can create the relationship, and then we will also see how we can create the joins. So in order to create the relationship, I will first drag this sales data. Now why I'm dragging this first, because I know this is my fact table, so this is going to remain in the middle, okay. So it has this sales ID, region ID, model ID, sales date, unit sold, and price. And let me now drag and drop this region info. Now see, I have two options. As you can see over here, this is highlighted in a very light, that new base table, or when you drag and drop over here. So I have not still not like quitted my mouse. I'm still dragging it, okay. I have put my finger still on the mouse, and it is showing me in this, like this thing. So this is how, like, Tableau is making the relationship between sales data and region info. But if I quit my finger here, so the connection is now complete. Now as you can see here, we have this sales data and region info, and they both are connected by which field? Region ID. So in the region info we have region ID field, we have other fields as well, region ID, region name, country, and in the sales data also we have the region ID, and their data types are also same, and that's why these two tables are now connected on a on a logical layer, not physical layer. Now let me bring this model info as well, so I can bring it over here. Now see, region info, let me click on this, and region info and sales data now is connected by region ID. Model info is connected by model ID, right? So these are the common fields, and their data types are also same. That's why Tableau is able to establish a relationship between these two tables. But if you come to over here sheet 1, okay, uh, let me click, these are from the previous one, so let me click on the sheet 2, and I have these three tables: model info, region info, and sales data. I can see this, right? If I go to sales data, see here the fields are separated, right? There is no merging of the fields, and these tables are only connected via a logical layer. Now I will just try to create some visualization to show you. Let's say if I drag and drop this country, let's say country wise, I want to say the sales price, right? So let's bring it over here, this, and let's do, instead of sum I will say average, and let's click on this country map. So we have only one country present, United States, and the average price is 29,776, which is fine. So this is how you create the, a relationship between multiple tables. Now let's say if I want to create a join instead of this relationship, how I can do this? So I have to remove this. So just drag and drop somewhere, drag and drop somewhere. And now I have this sales data, which is my fact table. Now just double click on this. It will open this kind of thing. And let's say now I want to make a join with the region info table. So I will drag and drop this over here. And as soon as I do this, can you see this kind of symbol? Now, if you are familiar with the SQL, you can understand this is acting as a inner join. Now, if you click on this, you can see four options: inner join, left join, right join, and full outer join. And this join is happening on a region wise, right? Now, let me just give you the idea of this as well. So in inner join, it will return rows where keys match in the both tables, right? Those rows are only returned. So this is happening on a physical layer, right? Whenever you use joins, your actual data are getting, replaced or getting merged. In the left join, you will get all the rows from the left table plus matching rows from the right table. In the right join, it's the opposite of left join. And in the full outer join, you will get all the rows returned from both the tables. So this is what happening over here, right? If you want, you can change this. And now if you pay attention over here, see here, now we can see 9 fields. And if you see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 fields are coming over here. But let me do this. I will remove it. I will remove this. I will cut this. And now see, I'm just making a normal relationship. So let me bring this over here. Can you see now this is only showing these 3 tables from this one region, and then when you click on the sales data, these 6 fields over here, right? So it is not merging it is happening on a logical layer. But when you use joins, let me remove this and double click on this, bring region, and now I can see 9 fields. So this is happening on a actual data layer, on a physical layer, right? Now, so these are connected, and if you want to change the relationship like left, right, full outer join, depending upon the type of visualization you want to create, you can select it. I will go ahead with the inner join as of now. Okay, and come to sheet 3 now. Now see here, nothing will change. Okay, here still you will have all the tables only, but the thing is the 2 tables which you have connected, which is the sales one and region one, now they have the relationship where only the inner join will work and only the common row will come, and not all the rows will come in the data side. So the changes are here, but here you can't see it by naked eyes. You have to go to and verify inside the data source only that yes, these 2 tables have the inner join relationship. Yes, inner join relationship, and then you can only see those rows. Okay, so let's come to sheet 3, and what I will do, I will, let's say a region name. Okay, and let's say region wise I want to see the price. So let me bring this, and I will say average, and maybe let's say bubble chart I want to create. So yes, as you can see, we have region wise, average price, east, west, south, north. These are the prices. And why here coming, it is coming as country one, and this because we have created the inner join. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand the difference between relationship, inner join, how you can clean some data inside the Tableau. In the next video, I'm going to cover more depth, like how you can create how you can clean some more dirty data, and then we will try to visualize those data as well. Hi everyone, welcome to next part of this amazing Tableau course. In the previous session, we have seen like basic data cleaning. We have loaded Excel file, CSV file, and we have seen a simple data cleaning, like if headers are not there, then how we can identify the headers and those basic cleaning stuff. In this session, we are going to cover some more data cleaning part, like the data blending use case, pivoting and splitting columns, splitting fields into sub components, and then how we can do calculation or create some calculated fields in the Tableau. So in order to complete this, what I have done, uh, I have created one Python script which is called as data generator.py. Okay, so this script I will pin in the comment, or maybe you can check the description. So this is, we have the data generator.py script, and what this script will do, it will basically create these three files. Okay, messy mentions.xlsx, messy movies.csv, and messy ratings.csv. So you just, if you have the Python installed in your system, then you can go ahead and run this particular script. If you don't want this, don't have the Python setup, still it is fine. I'm going to give this generated files as well, so you can directly use this. If you don't have this Python script, that is fine. But just to give you the idea, like how this data is generated, so the data is generated with the help of this Python script. So when you run this Python script, it will generate this. So let me show you. Messy mentions.xlsx files have this movie ID, month, Twitter mentions, Instagram mention, and Facebook mentions. Similarly, if you go to movies.csv file, it has the movie ID, title, release year, genre, domestic box office, international box office, and production company. And then messy ratings.csv have the movie ID, critic score, audience score, number of critic reviews, and number of audience reviews. Okay, so I hope you are familiarized with the data. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this ratings.csv file and I'm going to dump this inside the pgadmin4. So this file will go inside the database, and this we will consider as a pure CSV file, and this we will consider as a pure XLSX file. So now I want to show you the data blending process, and in order to show that, I want to connect multiple data sources, right? So let's do that. So in our previous sessions also, I have covered this pgadmin4. So I have opened that, and remember I have created this Tableau database, right? So this Tableau database, within this I have created, inside the tables, I have created something called as messy ratings table. Okay, so within the messy ratings table, how, if you have this particular file messy ratings.csv, which I'm going to give you in the description, now how you can import this in this pgadmin4. So just right click on this particular table and then just say import export data. Okay, it's taking little bit longer. Yes, and now you have to give the file path over here. So wherever your file is available, just select that file, then format is CSV, encoding you have to set UTF-8, on error we are going to ignore it. Okay, There are multiple other encodings, but we need to select UTF-8. Log verbosity is verbose, and then in the options, go to options and just click on this header as selected, and then we are going to use the delimiter as comma because this is a CSV file. Okay, and then in this particular file, CSV file, we have some null string which is denoted by a question mark. That's why you have to mention this, and that's it. When you click on OK, make sure these headers are kept on, and then when you click on OK, it will import this file inside the pgadmin4. Okay, and now I will open the Tableau desktop and I will connect those data. So first of all, I will connect the Microsoft Excel file, which is nothing but this messy mentions.xlsx file. So click on this and say open. Okay, so we have this file, and let me just rename this sheet 1 because it is identifying as sheet 1. So I will rename it as messy mentions. Okay, and here as well. So okay, not this, let me remove it. Fine. So we have this messy mentions, and as you can see, these are the fields from this mentions.csv file, right, from this sheet 1. Cool. Now this is this add icon. Let's click on this, and then I will click on more, and now I have this messy movies.csv. remember, ratings.csv I have already dumped it inside the pgadmin4. So from pgadmin4 or the PostgreSQL, I'm going to connect this particular file, but messy movies I want to connect it as a CSV file. So I will click on this and say open. Okay, and now this is creating a relationship. I don't want a relationship right now, so I will say remove. I will cut this. Okay, so as you can see in the connection, I have messy mentions and messy movies. Okay, and then once again I will click on add, but this time I will go for PostgreSQL. If you are not able to find it over here, you can click on more and then search it. I can see it directly over here, so I will click on this. Server I have already provided as localhost, port is 5432. The database name is Tableau because in pgadmin4, remember, we have created our table inside this Tableau database. And then username and password is Postgres, and let me give the password as well, and I will say sign in. So it will now connect this with pgadmin4. Now see, this localhost PostgreSQL is now connected, and all the tables in the Tableau database it is showing, but we want only this messy ratings table, nothing else. Okay, so guys, we are able to connect our data with the Tableau. Next, I will show you how we can do some basic data cleaning, and then the data cleaning which we have talked about, like data blending, pivoting, splitting, and calculation fields. Okay, so let's start with the first messy mentions.xlsx file. So I'm going to click on this, and this is sheet 1. Let's drag and drop over here, and let's verify if it is able to identify all the columns properly or not. So I can see yes, and the data types also make sense, right, which is fine. Okay, so no problem in this is already fine. I will just rename this sheet. So just double click and let's call it as messy mentions. Okay, that's it. Then I will come to this messy movies, and from here I will drag and drop this thing, messy movies, over here. And now see, in both the tables we have movie ID as a common column name. That's why it is Tableau is able to make the relationship between both the tables. Now if I click on this messy movies. So now let's identify. Yes, movie id it is able to identify correctly. Release year. So release year, I want it as a date and time instead of date. Oh, sorry, instead of number, or maybe date. So let's change it to date. Okay. So now release year is in this format. Then genre is fine. Domestic box office. Yes, this is number, so it is fine. International box office and production company. Okay, so this looks fine. But now if you see over here, we have some null values in the title, in the genre, and I want to remove these null values. Okay, or maybe I want to replace these null values with some other values. Okay, so let's do this. For now, what I will do, I will remove the null values for here. So in order to do that, I will click on add filter, and I will add one filter, and the filter will go for title and genre both. So I will select the title field, say okay. I will select null and then say exclude. So I want to exclude null, but I want to keep other things. Okay. Okay. Now see, from title nulls are gone, but still in the genre we have null. So again, edit, add genre. Okay. Select null, exclude. Okay, and then okay. Great. Now this table is also fine. Now let's come to this localhost where we have this messy ratings. Let me bring this as well over here. So this will basically connect with messy ratings, will be connected with messy movies, because messy movies and messy ratings have the the id. So let me connect over here. From messy movies, I will say movie id, and from messy ratings I will say movie id. But see, the problem is in the messy ratings movie id, it is able to read it as a text field and not the the basically it is not considering it as a numeric value. And now this might happen that your the actual database, so we are trying to simulate over here a actual scenario. Your database may have corrupted value, and we don't want to directly change the database. Instead of what we can do, we can change it over here in the Tableau, so that your actual data will remain as it is, but in the Tableau we can change it for the further analysis or dashboarding thing. So let's do that. In order to change this, you click on this, or maybe what you can do, you can click on data source, which is fine. Here it is not coming. Okay, let's do it from here, edit calculation, and then movie id I will make it as a int. Now see, this is what I'm doing. This is something called as Tableau expression, guys. This is important. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to convert this movie id from string to integer. Okay, and this is how you write the Tableau expressions. Okay, we will talk it in more depth once we start with the calculated fields, but this is now just try to understand. I'm trying to convert the movie id field from string to integer. I will say apply. Okay, now you may argue, and let me click on this update now, and see, now it is able to read this data properly, right? But now if I go over here inside the messy ratings, okay, but here still see movie id is still in the abc format. It is not in the you can say it is still not in the number format. So what to do? In order to change this, you can click on this and just say number decimal, oh sorry, number whole, because there is not a decimal number, whole number. Now when I do this and say update now, see now it got changed to movie ID, right? So it is able to convert it into a number. So let's do the same thing for critic score as well. I will click on this and I will, this time I will say number decimal, because these are in the decimal. When I say update now, so it is able to convert this critic score inside the decimal number. Let's go for this audience score as well. I will click on this and number decimal, update now. Okay, but nothing is coming over here. We do Control Z, number decimal, same for this, number whole, update now, and number whole, update now. Okay, but now we are not able to see any data. Let me do Control Z, Control Z. Okay, so there is some issue. For here it worked, but for messy ratings, let me do this once again, number decimal. And as soon as I'm doing this, I'm not able to see any data. I need to see the reason. I will click on extract and once again I will say live to fetch the data once again, but still it is not showing any data. Okay, so even after trying this, multiple times, when I'm trying to convert this into, decimal number, the data is not coming. So what we can do here, now we can create a calculated field. Okay, so I will show you. I will click on this and I will say create calculated field. Now does this mean? It will use this column, and with the help of this column we are able to create the new column. So let's click on this. So see, this is using the audience score. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to name this field as a clean audience score, and I will convert this audience score into a float. So this is what this syntax of the Tableau. We want to convert this into a float. Remember, we have already learned about the data types of the Tableau. So this is a simple expression I'm writing to convert the audience score into a float. And I will say apply. Okay. Can you see now clean audience score? It is converted into the number. And now what I can do, I will click on this and I will say hide. So it will hide this particular field. Okay. Now in order to see that field, you click on this setting and just say show hidden fields. So see, this is showing, but it is in a lighter manner. Okay, so this is how you can create a calculated field. Now let's click on this critic reviews, number of critic reviews, and once again I am also try to convert it in a whole number, but still data is not showing. So I will do Command Z and I will do the same with this as well. So create calculated field, I will say clean number of critic reviews, and I will say I want to convert it into, this time, into integer. So I will say this. And folks, if you don't know about this expression, it's fine. You just go to ChatGPT or any other LLM. You can ask how you can write this kind of expression in Tableau. It will basically help you. But these are very simple expressions, and we will go into more depth once we go ahead in our this entire course. I will say apply. Okay, and now I can see clean num critic reviews. For this I will say hide, because I don't want to use this now. And same I will do for the messy, this one, number of audience review. But first let me try to convert it into the whole number. Yes, data is not showing, so I will do Command Z and I will do the same for this as well. Create calculated field, and I will say clean number of audience reviews. and this also I want to convert it into integer. Okay, apply. Okay, great. Now I will hide this. Great. So we have clean audience score, clean number of critic reviews, clean number of audience review, and then this is critic score already got converted into the number format. Now we can also see some null values over here, right. Now let's say this time I want to remove these null values with some other value, maybe the average of the critic score. I want to replace this null value with the average value of the critic score column. I don't want to remove this null value, so for that, how I can do this, let's see that. Okay, so in order to remove this null value with the average of the critic score, I need to first get the average of this critic score. So let's do that. For that I will say create calculated field, and I will say average critic score, and you need to apply a function of average. Okay, and within that we will pass the critic score. So this will give us the average of this entire critic score. I will say apply. Okay, and when you come to any sheet, you can see that this average critic score is present over here. Okay, now when I drag and drop this, so see it is saying 69.08 is the average critic score. Okay, let me remove it. And now what we have to do, we have to remove this null value with that average value of that critic score. So how we can do that? Now in order to do that, we need to write this particular thing. Okay, this is again an expression, and we need to create the calculated field out of it. So what I will do, I will once again click on this and say create calculated field, and I will pass this. Okay, and now see what this expression is doing. I'm using a function called as if null. So this will check if null value is present in this particular field, critic score, and if it is present, I want to remove this by the average of the critic score. So I will say the average which I have created, average critic score field I have created, I will use that. Okay, now as you can see, this is saying the calculation contains error, and let's click on this, and it's saying cannot mix aggregated and non-aggregated arguments with this function. What does this mean? So in this if null function, we are passing one non-aggregated, which is a critic, and this is the aggregated function, average critic score. And you cannot pass aggregated and non-aggregated arguments in a same function, if null function. These two can be non-aggregated or aggregated. So what is the idea to resolve this? Now here comes LOD. LOD stands for level of details. So I'm going to write the same thing but in a different way now. So what I will do, I will cut this, and I will once again say create calculated field, and this time I will going to use the LOD, level of details. So for that I have already written one expression. This time we are going to use this, this one, Control C, and I will say Control V, and I will just replace this with our critic score. Okay, now see what this is doing. I have written one keyword called as fixed, and this is fixed in Tableau. This tells us tells the Tableau that we are going to use the level of details, and after fixed I have written average critic score. So earlier I have written this only average score, but I didn't written this. Now what this will do, this will try to convert this average into a non-aggregated field. Okay, and I will name it as average critic score LOD. Say apply. Okay, come to sheet 1, and can you see this average critic score LOD? Now if I, let me just drag and drop this, and then drag and drop this as well. Okay, let me remove it and let me put over here, see, and this thing as well. Now just see, or maybe you can put it over here also. See, both the values average critic score LOD and average critic score, they have the same value, average of critic score field 69.08, but the difference is this one average critic score, this has the aggregation, and average critic score LOD, since we are using level of details with the help of this keyword, right? When you click on the right click on this and say edit, see, we are using fixed keyword over here, but if you click on this arrow and edit, so see here we are not using that keyword fixed, so this is going to be aggregated and this one is going to be non-aggregated. So that's the difference. Now you can come over here and then once again you can use this if null formula, and I will say once again create calculated field. Now see, this time I will replace this with average critic score LOD. Now see, this is giving no error, so now it will be able to remove this null value with the average of the critic score. So this I will say cleaned critic score, apply. Okay, and though it is not coming over here, you can go to sheet 1 and can you see cleaned critic score is coming over here, see here. Now if I, let me remove this and show you the difference. So we have this cleaned critic score and then normal critic score also. Here we have normal critic score. So if I drag and drop this over here, can you see we are having null and all the values of critic score. But if I put this cleaned critic score maybe over here and remove this, can you see it is giving this sum of all the clean critic score with no null values. So this is how you will convert it in a truly numeric format. Okay, now let's remove this. So this is how we have cleaned our critic score. Same you can do for the clean audience score. You can remove this null value, I mean replace this null value with the average of clean audience score, and similarly for this clean num critic reviews. So this is how you can replace the null values with the average or sum or whatever value you want. Okay, now let's see, I will go to this messy movies and we will see how we can do some pivoting and unpivoting. So right now if you see in the messy movies, I have this columns called as domestic box office and international box office. Okay, and let me go to maybe sheet 1 and I will make some visualization. So we have this domestic box office and then international box office. Let me put it over here. Okay, let me remove this. I will choose say domestic box office, double click, international box office, double click, and click on this. So we have both the values. Okay, now I want to see movie wise. Okay, so I will drag and drop movie ID as well over here. Okay, now see, this is my movie ID, and for that I have the domestic box office collection and international box office collection, right, in this way, which is good, right? And if you want to see the, instead of sum, you can change it to average or whatever. So this is sum of box office collection and sum of international box office collection. Now let's say what I will do, I will go to data source, and I will click on command and select this and select this, and then right click, and can you see I'm seeing the option of pivot. Okay, now though those who you don't know what is pivoting, so if you have learned about Excel, so pivoting means you take a data point and then you pivot it so that you can see the same data point in a different angle. So I will tell you right now, when we do this. So I have clicked on domestic box office and international box office. I will click on pivot. Okay, now can you see, as soon as I did this, it has created these two pivot columns. Okay, in this, and let me do Control Z or Command Z. Can you see, now it has come back. We have this domestic box office, so all the numbers, international box office, all the numbers. But when I select this and right click and say pivot, so now I have this field name domestic and international, and their corresponding values is in the second field. So you are seeing the same data but in a different angle, so you are pivoting it. Now let me just rename these fields. So I will say domestic, or maybe box office name, box office name, and this is box office collection, box office collection. Now where it is helpful, so this is helpful, like let's say if I want to see domestic, international, and their corresponding collections. So in order to do that, I go to sheet 1. Now since we have pivoted it, these columns are gone, and that's why it is showing in red. So let me remove this as well, and now I have here box office collection. Let me come over here, box office name and box office collection, right? And the box office name. So if I just double click on this, now can you see domestic box office and international box office, and I will double click on this, and I can see the overall domestic box office collection and overall international box office collection, right? And if you want to see it by movie wise, I can do this, and maybe let's click on this. This is the bubble chart, by the way. So now I can see this movie ID has this international box office collection and the box office collection amount. This is international, this is domestic. So all these blue ones are domestic and this orange one are international. So this is how you can see the same data in a different way to get more meaningful visualization or more meaningful insights from that data. Okay, now let me come to this data source, and let's say I will go to this sheet 1, and remember this sheet 1 is from the messy mentions, right? When you double click on this, we have renamed it. You can rename this sheet as well by right clicking and then saying rename. Let's say this messy mentions, these are our mentions data. And now let's say I want to pivot these things also, Twitter mention, Instagram mention, and Facebook mention. So let me go to this new sheet, and in the messy mentions, here I have this Instagram mention. So double click on this, Facebook mentions, and Twitter mentions. So when I go over here, Facebook mentions are 341, 645, Instagram mentions are this, and Twitter mention are this. And let's say I want to see these mentions movie ID wise. So I will this, double click, and now see movie ID 1020 has 6389 Facebook mentions, right? Similarly, movie ID 1028 has these many Facebook mention and these many Instagram mentions. Like this, we have the data. But what if I want to see this in a different angle? So I will go to data source. Once again, I will click on command this, and I will say right click. Now can you see, now I'm not getting any pivoting option, and there you must ask why we are not getting any pivoting option over here. The reason is, Let me open. So I have prepared PPT for this, and let me open it. Okay, so Tableau pivoting works in this way. See, we have connected our different data sources. We have connected CSV and Excel file where pivoting is allowed directly if you have connected it as a primary table. Now, when I say primary table, what do I mean? Primary table means, see here, this is our primary table, right? Messi mentions, and then we have connected Messi movies, and then we have connected Messi ratings, right? So this is Messi mention is the, you can say this is our primary table. Sorry, Messi movies is our primary table. This is our primary table. Okay, and then we have this, as we connected this in a star schema fashion. So that's why, let me come over here. So yes, it is pivoting is allowed if you have connected it your table as a primary table, but if it is your secondary table, it pivoting is not allowed. And that's why here when you go to Tableau, this Messi mentions, when I come over here, this is connected as my secondary table. Okay, and that's why pivoting is not coming for this. Also, if you have SQL database connection, pivoting is not allowed. Custom SQL pivoting is not allowed. On a join table and related table, pivoting is not allowed. And that's why here when I coming in Messi mention, it is not showing me. Now let me show you how you can then do this. So see, in in sheet 1, we can see this box office and domestic, because this movies, right, Messi movies, this particular table we have drag and dropped it as a primary field. Now what I will do, I will go to data source, I will remove all these collections, and this time what I will do, I will go to Messi mentions, and this is my main table. So I will drag and drop this over here. Now this is my main table. Okay, this is my main table, and see all those things I have done, like cleaning step and everything. Since I have removed those connections, that's why it is showing the error, but fine. Now I will come to Messi movies, and from here I will select this, and this is my base table. Okay, so this is not my base table, so this is my connection, I'm making it. So let's make this. All right, and then finally I will come to this, and from here I will say Messi ratings, right? So Messi ratings I will take and put it over here. So from here I will select movie ID, and from here also I will select movie ID. But now since, see, we have done all those data cleaning, that is gone. So again I need to click on this edit calculation, and I will say int of movie ID. This is apply. Okay, some error is coming. Let me do update now. Invalid syntax for double precision. Okay, let me change this once again, edit calculation, and I will say, I think int is fine. Let's apply this. So sometimes you face this issue. Okay, update automatically. All right, let me just quickly resolve this issue, and then I will come back. Okay, so now I can see the data, and what I have did, actually I have closed the Tableau, and once again I have made these connections. So I have removed all this sheet, and then I have added each and every sheet, and then PostgreSQL connection, because sometimes you face this kind of issue in Tableau. So I have made the connection once again, and now I am able to see the data. Okay, now if I go to this sheet 1, and I have this Twitter mention, Instagram mention, and Facebook mention. Now as you can see, I have connected this Messi mentions, this sheet 1. Remember, this is our coming from Messi mentions. So this is my base table, and these are my two you can say, like in the star schema, if you talk about, or maybe in relationship, this is base, and these are the helper tables, right? Or you can say secondary tables, and this is my primary table. Now if I click on this command click, and if I do this right click, I can see the pivot option. So now let's click on this pivot and say update now, So now I can see pivot field name and pivot field value. So I can say, social media mentions, and or maybe social media platforms, and then platform mentions, right, like this. Now if I go to this sheet 1 and come to this messy ratings, sorry, yeah, so okay, which table it is, uh messy mentions, right? So in the sheet 1 I have this social media platform, double click on this. So I have Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, and then I have platform mention, double click on this. So these are my total number of Facebook mentions, these are my Instagram mentions and Twitter mentions. So this is how you can pivot it and see the data. Now let's come to the last part of this video, which is called as splitting. So in order to show you splitting example, I will once again go to messy movies. So this is my messy movies. Now here, as you can see, this is my production company, and in the production company I have this studio C slash Canada slash founded 2001, but I want to split these columns, right? I want to see, production company, and in the production company, I mean, three information is there: which studios as type A B C D, and then we have country of that same company, and in which year it is founded. I want to split this information. So you can click on this, or maybe come to sheet 1, and in the messy movies we have this this production company. So click on this, go to transform, and then you can split it, or you can do custom split. When you do a normal split, let's do this, Tableau will able to identify it automatically from where it has to split. So let's do that. And as soon as I did this, I can see production company split 1, split 2 and split 3. And let me go to sheet 2, and here I will just double click on this. So now I have this, all the production company names, merge cell, studio A B C D. Let's double click on this. I have their country, so for the country which is present it will show, for merge cell country is not present, so it will not show. And then split 3. So for in this split 3, see, it is showing all the years, right? All the years 1995 for which it is present. So this is how you can see the information. If you want, you can go for custom split as well, and here you can provide your separator. So let's say if your field has different separator instead of slash, so let's say if they are comma separated, you can provide comma over here, and you can separate or split based upon the custom separator. So that's it for this. In the next video we are going to cover more data cleaning. Maybe I will start the Tableau flow builder, in which I will show you how you can create the pipelines for the same thing which we have done. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Tableau Masters course. This is the third part of data cleaning, and in this video we are going to talk about the custom columns, if then condition, case conditions, date function and boolean flags. So if you have learned any programming language like Python, C, C++ or any programming language, we have something called as if else condition in that, case conditions like if else ladder, and then we have date functions and other things. So same thing we can do it in the Tableau also. So let's start this. In order to do that, I have connected one demo samples.csv file. Let me show you from the start. So you can go to more, and then this file I'm going to provide you into the description box. So you can connect to this demo samples.csv, right? And this file have this order ID, order date, region, category, subcategory, sales, quantity, profit and customer segment columns or fields. And yes, they are identified correctly, so I don't need to do any column transformation or something like that. Fine, let's come to sheet 1, and here we can see all our fields present over here. Now let's start with the first use case. So the first thing, we need to create a custom column using formulas, and for that I'm going to create a column called as profit ratio column. So let's see how we can do that. Now as you can see, we have the profit and we need profit ratio. Now whenever you say profit ratio, so it's nothing but it going to be sales divided by profit will give you the profit ratio, right? So let's do that. In order to create the calculated field, you can click on this drop down arrow and then you will have create and then calculated field. This is the first way. Another way is you can go to data source and then click on this and then also say create calculated field. I have shown you this method multiple times, but now this time I will show you from here. So I'll say this create calculated field, and let's take sales. So I will just type sales and select this divided by profit, and this is my say profit ratio, apply, okay. And when I double click on this, so it is saying 96.78 as my profit ratio. If I change it to average, it is 8.065. okay, that is fine. Now let's say I want to see, right, I want to see the, let's say if I put category, so furniture, office supplies and technology, in that I will put profit. So I'm double click on this and I can see my profits like this, 350, 20 and 335 sum of profit. Let me change it to average, okay. And then I will put order date as well. So just double click on order date, and from year to quarter and quarter to month. So now I can see category wise and date wise, and in fact month wise, I have the profit, okay. Now I'll put profit ratio as well. So I will double click on this and now it is showing profit ratio. So here profit ratio is 9, okay. So profit ratio is sales divided by profit. If you want to convert it into a percentage, that is also possible. How we can do that? So I will go over here and I will say quick table calculation. So you have to go to the profit ratio, okay. Click on this and quick table calculation, and then you can say percent of total. When you do that, you can see the percentages are coming like this, okay. So you have this percentage of total as 138% as a profit margin. All right. And if you want to change the color, yes, you can change the color to this or any other color, right? So this is how we can see the category wise and then date wise profit as well as profit ratio. Now let's come to the second scenario where we will be using the if then condition. The scenario is we need to create profitability label, okay. Now how we can do that? So in order to create the profitability table label, let's say if I go to sheet 2 and here I will use this function, like if my profit is greater than 0, then I will say that yes, it's a profitable, and if it is not, it will be a loss. Okay, let's say I want this custom calculation, but do I have this right now in my Tableau? No, it is not available. So I'm going to use this particular formula, and by the way, these are called as Tableau expressions, okay. This is Tableau expression, and let me now once again click on this profit, or you can click on any other, okay, for creating the calculated field. Any other field you can click. I will click over here, say calculated field, okay. I will paste this formula, and what this formula is saying, if profit is greater than 0, then profitable, else loss, okay. So I'm applying this logic on the profit column or profit field. And let me think name for this. So we can say profitability label. Okay, so copy it and paste it over here, apply. Okay, now I have profitability label over here, and this is a coming in a string format. Now let me double click on this. Can you see it is saying loss and profitable? And now let's say I want to see maybe region wise, so I will double click on region. So yes, region wise these are my profit and loss. And let me just convert this into a maybe bar chart, this one or this one. Okay, and also I want to see this numbers, right? So north region is in loss, and these region in the profit also. So some numbers are in the profit and some numbers are in the loss. Now let's say if I put maybe profit, double click on this, and now this is showing in the proper numbers, right? So see, we have applied the formula for profitability label. If you want to see it, you can go click over here and then say or maybe here profitability label, and then edit. So if profit is greater than 0, then it is profitable, else loss. So let me now convert this into this. Now see, this is showing in the loss. Okay, if you want to change the color, yes, that is possible. You can do it from here, edit colors, and then you can choose for loss and profit whatever color you want. So let's say for profit I want to select the green color, and for loss I will select red color. Say okay, and now this got changed. Okay, so this is how you can create this profit and loss statement. Now let's talk about the next one. We want to create a sales category bucket. Okay, now what is bucket? First let's understand. So this is a if else ladder. Okay, so if sales is greater than 1000, we are saying high value, so this is one bucket. If we are saying if sales greater than 500, then it is a medium value, it is another bucket. Else we are saying it is going to be a low value, that is the third bucket. So let's do that. I will copy this code, and once again I will create one new calculated field. Okay, so here create calculated field, control V. If sales is greater than 1000, then it's a high value. If it is greater than 500, then it is a medium, else low. And to give a proper name, I can say sales category bucket. Copy this and let's put it over here. So this is my sales category bucket. Apply. Okay, now I will come to create a new sheet, and drag and drop this, and now you can see high volume, low volume, medium volume or value. This is my three buckets are ready. And now what I will do, maybe let's say I will put first category, and then maybe I can put region also. So region. Now can you see I have this high value, low value, medium value, this region wise, and then category wise I want to see the sales. Okay, so I can put sales over here, double click on this, and yes, and let me convert it to this table. Right, now I can see my category, sales category, high value, low value, medium value, and I can now bring more insights from this data. That region east is having 1200 this sales, and this is the high value sales, so I can maybe more focus on this. And if something is going in low value, so if you pay attention to this, in a east region, in the office supplies the sales are very low. So why this is happening, right? Maybe I need to pay more attention over here also. So this is how you can think of it, of the data. Now let's come to next point, and next is case statement. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I already have this region. So region, I have 4 region. Let me show you. I will come to sheet 4 and then put region. So I have east, north, south and west, and maybe I want to convert them into some different like zones. So I will use this case statement. If you have more than if else, you can use this case statement as well. So I will use this and create a new calculated field. Okay, and put this over here. Now what it is saying, case region, when it is east then I want to see it as a eastern zone, when it is west then I want to see it as a western zone, and so on and so forth. Okay, and let's give a proper name. So I can say map region. Okay, or a region to zone, maybe like this over here. Apply. Okay, so region to zone, if I double click on this, see, east region is now showing as a eastern zone, north region is showing as a northeastern zone, something like that, right? And maybe let's say I put sales over here to see the sales. So these are the sales, and let me convert this into this time bubble chart. Okay, so these are my western zone sales, these are my northern zone sales, like that. So I know this is not a very intuitive example I have shown you over here, but you can understand how you can use the case statement. If you have to write multiple if else thing, then you can use this case statement as well. Next is something called as date functions. So let's use this date function. Now let's say I already have this order date in my data, and I want to extract the month from this order date. So how I can do that? So let me first show you. Go to sheet 5. I will say order date, double click on this, click, and then click. Can you see I have 2024 data, quarter wise, month wise, and then day wise also. But what if I want to only extract the maybe month out of all this data? So how I can do that? Let me remove all this, and then I will say this, create calculated field, and in order to extract I can use one function called as date name. So let's use that. So what it is saying, date name, month and order date. So this date name is a function which will take the date field, and from that date field I'm extracting the month only. You can extract year, you can extract day, anything. And then let's say I will say order month, right? Say apply. Okay, and then let's say if I put this order month, double click on this. So can you see now I have January, February, March, April, May, June. These are the only months available. And then let's say if I put sales also, so these are my month wise sales. I can only see month wise sales. Okay, let me convert this to pie chart. So see, these are my month wise sales, right? And if you want to make it bigger, so two things you can do. From here you can change the size. Let's say do this. See, the size is increasing, but if you increase it more, see, it is now going outside. So for that you can click over here and then say entire view, and now this is showing. And let me now reduce the size a little bit. Yeah, so now it is showing a bigger size, right? So when you hover your mouse, so it is saying order month May, and in that month we have completed 1740 sales. That means total sale we have done is 1740. Now let's say I want to see the this labels also. So what you can do, in this label you can drag and drop this field. Let's say order month, if I drag and drop inside the labels, so now I can see the labels over here. And then also let's say if I want to see the sales, so just put sales inside the tooltip. Sorry, not tooltip, let me remove it. Sales I will remove. I will put it inside the label only. Sales inside the label. So now it is showing the labels. Now in further lectures we will see how you can bring this inside the pie chart, how you can more format it, when we start creating the visualizations. But for this timing, this is fine. Okay, now let's come to the next point. Next is how extract the year. So to extract the year, you can just say year of order date, right? And then we have something called as, let's say I want to combine two things, month and year. So in order to do that, you can use this. Okay, I will go to sheet 6. Once again, create a calculated field, and this time I will do this. Now what I'm doing, from the date name, using the date name function, I'm extracting the month. Okay, and then I'm using a blank string and I'm adding a string, and then what I'm doing, from order date I'm extracting the year. Okay, so this I will, let's say, give it a name as order month and year, order month underscore year, apply. Okay, and when I drag and drop this, see, now with month I'm also getting the year. So this is how one thing you can do. Okay, and let's say once again I will put sales, and let me convert this time to a different chart, maybe this chart and this. And if you want to change the color, you can do that. See, now you can see in March 2024 this was my sales, in June 2024 this was my sales, right? Coming to the next point, let's understand the Boolean flags and category buckets. Okay, now what are the Boolean flags? Okay, so Boolean flags means, let's say I want to see if some profit is, if it is greater than some value, so I want to see it as a true or false. Okay, so that is called as Boolean. Now in order to do that, I will create a flag called as high profit flag. This is again going to be a calculated field. So I will click on this, create calculated field. I will name it as a high profit flag, and I will just say profit greater than, let's say, if it is greater than 50, then I will consider it as a, it's a high profit flag. Okay, so I will say apply. Okay, and I will come to this new sheet, and this time, can you see, when I have created this high profit flag, it is showing as a true and false. See over here, it is a Boolean flag, right? So double click on this, see, it is showing true and false. Okay, and let's say I want to see maybe category, I will pull it. So in the category I have this, and then I can pull maybe, let's say, sales. All right, so see, in the furniture, this 800 is coming as showing as a false, right? Why it is showing as a false? Because in this we have profit less than 50. Now in order to see the profit, I will put this profit also. Now see, the profit was only 30. That's why for this 800 sales, it is showing in a false flag. For this particular sales 2400, we had a profit of 320, and that's why it is showing as a true. And what we have written, like whatever is greater than 50, that will come as a true flag, right? This is a high profit, right? So that is how you can see it. And if you want to change it to maybe, let's say, this, or change color, you can do that from here, right? Or let's say maybe you can put category into the colors, category into the color, and yes, see, this is how you change the color. Also, let's say I will go to another sheet, and let's say this time maybe I will put this high profit flag, and then I have order ID. So let's put that, and now you can see, let me put sales also. So now you can see the order wise, I can see if it is high profit or low profit, right? So this order is having low profit, and let me remove this sales directly. I just want to see this. So, and let me make this, yes, order ID, and then I will put high profit flag. That's it, right? So and maybe let's say put profit, and then I can change to this. So now you can see um, this order ID 1002 is having a high profit. Yes, this is sorry, this is not having a high profit because this is less than 50 or less than equal to 50. But yes, these are the high profits. So this is another thing you can also see. Order wise also you can track if it is a profitable order or it is not profitable order. Now let's come to the last part of this video, which is nothing but um customer segment bucket. So let's say I already have this customer segment. We'll go to sheet 9 and drag and drop this. So I have consumer, corporate, and home office. And what I want to do, I want to say if the customer segment is corporate, then I want to make it as a B2B, else B2C. So I will copy this and create a new calculated field. Okay, paste it over here, and let's give a proper name. So maybe I can say customer segment bucket. So what I'm trying to achieve over here, if customer segment is corporate, right, one of these, I will make it as a B2B business, else it is a consumer or home office, I will say B2C. Apply, okay. And now this time I will put this created field, which is customer segment bucket. So double click on this. So now you can see this is B2C, B2B, and B2C. Now let's say I want to see the sales. So put sales over here, double click. So these are of sales of B2C, these are sales of B2B. So I didn't have this B2C and B2B earlier, but now I can understand that. Okay, so I'm directly selling my goods or products to customers in this ratio 2830 and 640, but in business I'm sending 3000, so something like that. And let's say if I change this to maybe bar like this, so now this will give more intuitive idea. Okay, and maybe if I do this, yeah, this looks fine. So this is corporate B2B 3000, this is B2C consumer 2830, and home office, which is very low but still it count in a B2C home office. So that's it for this video, guys. I hope you have learned about how you can create calculated fields, how you can do some segmentation, and also how you can write some custom Tableau expressions. In the next video I will bring all this data cleaning and data munging stuff with the help of Tableau Preflow Builder, so that you can learn how you can create a your custom pipeline. And once your pipeline is ready, you don't have to do this process again and again. You just run that one particular pipeline and all the cleaning steps will be executed automatically. So see you in the next video. Hi everyone, welcome to Tableau Masters course. In the previous video we have seen like how to do data cleaning, and we have finished our data cleaning part 3. In this video I'm going to give you a tour of Tableau Preflow Builder or Tableau Prep Builder. We are going to see that how we can create this whole data pipeline where we will do all the data cleaning, joins and everything, and then we will save this as a pipeline, so that you don't have to worry about your data cleaning, doing it again and again. So let's start this video. So in order to create this particular pipeline which I'm showing you right now, we first have to install the Tableau Prep Builder. Okay, so this is another software from the Tableau itself. So in order to install this, you can go to Google and just search Tableau Prep Builder, download, and then you can go to this website. Okay, and view the current version, and then depending upon your system configuration, like right, I have this Mac Intel chip, sorry, Mac Apple Silicon, but if you have the Windows, you can click on this link. I have already downloaded this file. and just a simple installation process. After that, it will look something like this. Okay, Tableau Prep Builder. So when you open it, let me show you. When you open a new file, it will look completely blank. Okay, like this. I have this two flows created, that's why it is showing like this, but when you open it from the fresh, it will look like this. Now this is the prep builder in which you can create, the data pipelines. That is what this Tableau Prep Builder is meant for. You cannot do the visualization in this Tableau Prep Builder, but you can only create the pipelines. Now for this tutorial or for this video, what I have done, let me open the VS Code, and I have created this folder Tableau Prep Builder. Within this folder, I have this customer raw.csv file. Now this particular file I'm going to read directly from the disk itself. Then I have something called as order raw.sql file. Now this SQL file I'm going to give you in the description. You can run this in the PG admin, and we are going to dump this data inside the PostgreSQL. So when you run this query, it will create this table and it will dump this data, okay, in that table. So orders row.sql file will help us to get the data inside the PostgreSQL table. And then we have something called as webactivity.csv. Now this CSV file, I'm going to put it inside the S3 bucket. I have already shown you the steps to create the S3 bucket and how you can dump the data in that. If you don't know, you can refer the previous videos. So these are the three tables we are going to use it. Now I have already dumped it inside the S3 bucket. So let me show you. This is our S3 bucket, and here I have this webactivity.csv file, and inside the PostgreSQL I have already dumped this data. So we have this order raw data available already, okay, inside the tables. So this is what our tables order row, and when you see it, you will see all those data. Okay, great. Now let me open this Tableau Prep Builder, and what I'm going to do, so let me just put it over here. Yes, so now I'm going to open a new flow, and maybe I will start with the connecting to data. Okay, so I will click on this connect to data, and let's connect first our CSV file. Okay, so for that I will just go to this text file. So this connectors which you are seeing over here, these are same as in the Tableau desktop we have. So same connectors are available here also. So let's connect to first CSV file. So for that I will go to data, Tableau Prep Builder, and then I have this customer raw.csv. Let's open it, and now it is reading this data, so it will take some time. And hooray, we have this customer raw.csv file available over here. Okay, let me do this. So this one file we have read. Now we have two more files. One is available inside the PostgreSQL database, and another one is in S3 bucket. So let me once again click on this, and now I will first connect to S3. So just search S3 and Amazon S3. Let's click on this, and it will load this S3 detail. Now the data, I have already shown this process, but I'm showing you once again. So I have my S3 bucket available in which region? It is in Mumbai region. So that is AP South 1. Okay, I need to sign in once again. Okay, so as you can see, we have this webactivity.csv file inside this particular S3 bucket. So let's fill this information. I will going to copy this bucket name, and the region is AP South 1. Okay, so I will open this bucket name. I will put it over here. Region is AP South 1, and then access key ID, secret key, access key ID. I have already downloaded my file, so I'm gonna use that. Access key ID, and then secret access key. If you don't know how to create this, I have already shown this in my previous video, so you can watch this. Sign in, and now it is showing the two files which is available in my S3 bucket. I need to connect with this CSV file web activity. So let's connect this, and yeah, let's go to Tableau Prep Flow Builder, and as you can see, I'm able to connect to Amazon S3. Let's use this web activity. I'm going to drag and drop it over here. Okay, yep, so it is loading. Cool. And now I have to connect to my last component, which is PostgreSQL. So let's search that. And localhost port database is Tableau. Remember, in the PostgreSQL we have created this. Okay, for some reason this is not running fine, which is fine. I can close this, but remember in the previous sessions we have given this database created Tableau. Okay, let me provide the password. Sign in. And yes, so all my tables are coming over here, in which I need this orders raw table. Okay, nothing else. Let me drag and drop this over here. All right, now I have connected all my three files from all the three sources. Now I will show you one sample, basically pipeline, how you can create sample pipeline. So see, you can consider these are as your production systems. Okay, maybe you are reading some data from from disk directly, or maybe from server. Then some data is you are loading from Amazon S3, some you are loading from your database. So all the data is coming over here. Now whatever steps we will perform, they will not hamper your actual data. So you can consider this in a production level setup also. Whatever we will do, that actual data will remain same, but we will modify the actual data as per our need also in the Tableau Prep Flow Builder. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to you create the same flow. Okay, so first let's come click on this customer raw. Now when you see this plus icon, let's click on this. You can perform these many steps, okay, in the Prep Flow Builder. So I'm going to add a clean step. So let's add this. And now see, Tableau is Prep Builder is showing these are your tables, fields. These are your data, and then below you can see your full data. Okay, when you scroll down, you can see the full data. These are samples of your data. Now I'm just going to refer this, and same thing I'm going to follow over here. So here what I have done, in the customer raw, I have added the clean step, and in this basically what whatever the steps you are performing over here, Prep Builder, it records each and every step. So when you click on this, see I have let me click on this, then I will click on this. Okay, so here you can see the changes, and when you expand this, you can see whatever the changes you have made, okay, for this particular data. So here I can see I have only created the filter, applied one filter to exclude this value. I will come over here and show you. So in the full name we have this. Okay, so what I want to do, I don't want this dash name to be present in my data, so I will click on this, and maybe I will say, okay, I will wait to load the data, and see it has selected these are the rows. Okay, now I want to remove this row, for example, let's say, so I will say exclude, and that's it. This filter got applied over here. Now when you click on here, see the changes are reflecting. It is being recording each and every step. Okay, but your actual data, when you go to actual data, customer data, so that is not going to change. Okay, that will remain the same. All right, so that step is done. Now in the orders raw data, we have another clean step, and we have done nothing over here. Okay, so no cleaning step. Then come to web activity.csv file. Over here we have added one more clean step, and here we have performed some six steps, overall six steps. So let's do that. I will go to web activity. I will click on this plus and add a clean step. And here I will perform this activity one by one. So first I have rename field session ID, right? So if I go over here, so correct, column 0. So these columns are not proper, okay? So web activity.csv file, we are reading it from the s3 bucket, and from s3 bucket these columns names are, we are not able to read it properly. So the column names are in this format. Okay, let me show you: session ID, customer ID, event, device, event time. So let's do that. I will make this as session ID, and this is as simple. You can just double click on this and rename the fields. Okay, hit enter, and it is recording each and every step. Next is we have customer ID. So let's take that. These are the customer IDs. Control V, enter. See, everything is recording. Then we have event, right? So these are web data. These are the event, device, and then finally we have event time. Okay, great. So we have renamed all the fields, and now one more step I'm going to perform over here. So let's say I want to find out the duplicate values in this. So there is something called as identify duplicate rows. This is already a pre-built functions from the Tableau Prep Builder. It is giving to you. So when you click on this, it will try to identify if there is any null rows, any duplicate rows is available or not. So it is saying unique, and here when you go to all the data, see unique, 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 unique. So all the rows are basically unique. There is no duplicate rows. So this is how you can identify the duplicate rows also, and you can remove them. Okay, perfect. So all the 6 changes are applied, right? All the 6 changes are applied. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just do the join operation on order and customer. Okay, so on order and customer, let's do the join operation. So here, as you can see, we have added this clean step, but there is no use of it because we haven't done any changes, right? There is no right, there is nothing we have done over here in this. So you can directly use this join also. So I will click on this plus and say join, and then I will use this, and see how I'm doing it. You need to hover your mouse to plus button and then need to drag over here, and see now this is showing you 3 options: add, union, and join. So I will go to and say add. So this is how this join will perform. Now this is showing one error. Let's see what is the error. So let's click on this, and now see I have already taught you the concept of join. So to perform the join, you need some unique columns, right? Some common columns on which you can perform the joins. So in order to do that, you need to click on here, add. Now it will show you from both the tables what are the common fields. So customer ID is common field. I will select here, I will select here, and now it will perform the join. Now by default it is performing inner join. See, if you want, you can perform left join. If you want, you can when you click on over here, you can say full outer join. When you only select between the circle, you can say unmatched only. When you click right, unmatched. So let's suppose I want to do full outer join. So I will click this, and now it is full outer join. Okay, and the result will be shown over here. See, these are the results. Okay, I have performed full outer join. So all the fields from the left and all the fields from the right, even common and uncommon, will come together. So that is the concept of full outer join. Next is what? After this join, I from web activity, I need to perform another join, and that will be inner join. See, this is the inner join, circles in the green only in the middle. Okay, so let's do that from the web activity. Wait, what I have done? Okay, see, this is orders, no? Okay, my bad. I will do Control C. I will do Control C, Control V, Control Enter. See, now this is showing one error. Let's see what is the error. So I will go to and say add, union, and join. So this is how this join will perform. Now by default it is performing inner join. See, unique, 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 unique. So all the 6 changes are applied, right? So I will do Control C, Okay, not this actually. I will remove this one. Okay, so first we need to do order and customer. So order and customer is here, so let me put it over here, and between these two we need to perform join. Okay, so click join and then put it over here, click on this, add customer id and then full outer join. All right, and then between the web and then this join we need to perform another join. So now I will say click on this and I will say join, and I will put this over here. Okay, so output of this join and output of this will go to another join, and this time we will perform only inner join. So let's click on this, add customer id, these are the common fields we have, and then we have this join. Great. So the result of this, we have this thing is duplicated: customer id, full name, email, phone number, sign up date, state, session id, customer id, event device, event time, order id, customer id, product name, order date, order amount, payment, and shipping city. Right, these are the fields we are getting. And then finally I want to store this output. Okay, so now since we are able to create the pipeline, now we want to store this pipeline. Okay, because we want to reuse this pipeline again and again, then only it will be useful, right? So in order to do that, you click on this and then there is something called as output step. So let's add that, and at the output step you can see all the fields. Okay, so these are the fields, and this is how your data will be stored. You can see all the data over here. Okay, all right, now here in the left hand side you can see some settings, right? You can save this output as a file, you can publish this data source, you can do Salesforce data cloud. So basically Tableau is coming from the Salesforce, so you can publish your this thing. See, here is publish button is there, so you can publish or connect to data to Salesforce also. But right now we will go with the file option, and then you can browse the file where you want to save it. Okay, and the extension of this file, we call it as a .hyper file. Okay, by default Tableau Prep Builder gives you the .hyper file. So .hyper file means it's a Tableau data extract file, and this will save it as a pipeline, so you can, whenever you required, you can run this pipeline and get the same steps produced. Okay, if you want to change this, maybe you can save this entire data as a XLSX file or CSV file, but when you save it as a hyper file, this will be stored as a pipeline and you can run it again and again, or maybe reuse it whenever it is required. So let's save it as a hyper file. Okay, I will browse the file where to save. I will go to desktop only. Let me go to desktop and say output.hyper, or whatever name you want you can give it. Okay, say accept. Okay, and then you can say run flow. When you click on run flow, then only this file will be saved. Okay, so let's wait. It is now, say finish running flow, it is saved. Okay, output.hyper file is saved, done. All right, now another thing is, let me go to this and show you. See, this is the output.hyper file, right? This is the hyper file. When you double click and open it, see, it is opening with Tableau desktop. Okay, and not Tableau Prep Builder. Let's cut this, and can you see this extract file? Okay, I will do it later. Okay, let's register it. Continue. All right, now see, I have loaded that hyper file, extract file, and all the data is coming over here. And now in the Tableau desktop I can build the dashboard, whatever is needed. You can go to sheet 1 and see all the fields you have created is available over here. You can build the dashboard or whatever you want to build it in the Tableau desktop. Okay, so that's the first benefit of this hyperfile. Another thing, let's go over here. Now let's say not only this hyperfile, you want to also save this pipeline also, so that you can if next time if you want to change in this pipeline, you can do it. So how you can do this? You can go to file and then say save as, and this time this will be saving it as a .tfl file. Okay, so tfl is the extension. So now you can give any name, let's say my first data pipeline, something like that, and then I will be storing it as a desktop. Okay, on desktop, let's save it, and now I will cut this. Okay, save. So see, that is gone, and here my data pipeline, first data pipeline .tfl file is available, and that this will be gonna open inside the Tableau prep builder. Let's double click on this. Okay, or maybe what you can do, yeah, see, now it opened, this opens, right? Now it is showing you the problem with the localhost, so you can click to refresh this. Okay, and now yeah, see, now it is asking me for password, so let's provide it. Postgres SQL sign in, and maybe sometimes the Amazon S3 connector will also go, so you need to just refresh the connection, and now you have your pipeline ready. If you want to do it any changes, you can do it, and once again you can just save the file. So that is how you have your pipeline also ready. Now next we will see the same file we are going to use, but we are not going to do this dummy steps. We are going to look into the full process, how we can clean this entire data and then save it as a pipeline, and then how we will use that file to create the actual visualization. All right, so now we are going to build this particular pipeline. Okay, so I have already built this pipeline, but I'm going to show you from the fresh itself also that how you can build this. So I'm just going to take the reference and build this from the scratch. So I have already connected to my data source, and I have loaded all the sheets: web activity, customer row, and order row. Okay, so now let's start performing from the web activity. So let's click on this and see what are the changes I have done, and same thing I will reflect it over there. Okay, so I will click on this to see the changes. So first we need to rename all the fields, so let's do that. I will go to web activity and add this cleaning step. Okay, so let's do this, say it as session ID. Next we have customer ID, then we have event. We don't have event like this. Okay, customer ID, then we have event in a small, then we have device, and then we have event date. Okay, or event time, event underscore time. Okay, so these are some 5 changes we have: session, customer, event, device, event, time. All right. Okay, event time. Then we have first of all, this event time, if you see, this is not in a proper date time format, this is in a string format. Okay, so Tableau can, when you click on this, see, you can click on this date and time, and Tableau is smart enough, Tableau prep builder is also smart enough to convert this into a proper date time. If you have this date time available, see, we can see the date time is now perfectly coming. Then what step is there? Let me see. We have calculated field for event. Okay, all right, now see, for the event, if you see, let's make it properly. What I will do, I will make all this as a small. Okay, so I will click on this and say create calculated field, and then here I need a custom calculation, so click on custom calculation, and then I will paste this. So what I'm doing, I'm just making it in a lower, okay, and then maybe I will say it as event, okay, apply, and then say apply and close. So it will take some time, and now see event is coming in this way, okay. Then let me close this. We have calculated field for device, okay. Now let me click on this. I will copy this expression, okay. Now here what I want to do, if you see the device, I have this desktop, laptop, mobile, and then this, see, spelling is wrong, PONU, it should be phone, and this is the data issue actually, okay. Then you have tab and then tablet. So what I want to do actually, tab and tablet, I want to make it as a single tablet. This desktop and this desktop should be same, right? It should be desktop. Mobile, all the mobile should be mobile only. So these are, you know, lowercase, uppercase, that's why it is showing in a different way. So again I will go over here and say create calculated field, custom calculation, and then paste it over here. Now see, this is the Tableau expression, we have learned about it, if else, if else, if else, right? So what I'm doing over here, I'm checking if device contains lower this mob, then I want to substitute it by mobile. If it is having this desk, then I want to substitute it by desk. If it is having tab, I want to substitute it by tablet, else I want to substitute it by other. Now if you don't know this, basically you can go to ChatGPT and then ask, right? You can ask, it will help you to create this kind of fields, right? See, I have created it from the ChatGPT also only, so you don't have to remember this everything. You can always create this, okay, with the help of ChatGPT. You can just say how to do write Tableau expressions for doing this, and it will give you. Now let me rename this field. I will make it as device, apply, and close. As soon as I do this, let's see what changes it will reflect. So here we have this device, and now we can see we have desktop, mobile, other, and tablet, nothing else, okay. And now let me just go over here and close this. Once again I will bring it over here, and then finally we have selected value, and we have applied filter on event. If you go to event, see, event means we have created event for this, okay, this event. Now first of all, for those fields which we have created the calculated field, let's hide those, okay. So for this event we have created the bigger event, so let me hide this field. So just click on this and say hide field. It will now not show in this table. Then for this device also we have done the same thing, so let me do this hide field, and rest of the thing is fine, okay. Now coming back to this event, see, event means whenever some visitor visit your website, so event is they can click on add to cart, or maybe click, or it's a page view, purchase, or unknown. But I don't want this to be included, so I can apply a filter and remove it, okay. So just click on this, okay, and it has selected, and I will say exclude. So when you click on exclude, it will remove it. Now see, in the event I can only see these things, okay. So all the 9 changes we have done. Now let me see if I can do any more changes over here. So this is fine, session ID is fine, customer ID is also fine, though we have one null value inside the customer ID, which is fine, not a problem. I want to not remove the null over here for customer ID, and this is also fine. So yes, I am fine with this. We can proceed, and output of this entire data you can see over here. See, these are your devices, session ID, customer ID, where we have one null, right? So session ID 004, for that we don't know the customer ID, which is fine, okay. So we have done with the cleaning step for web activity. Now we will proceed with the customer raw data. So I will click on this, click on plus and say clean step. All right. So here I will click on this, and now let's start doing this. First we have changed the role email. Okay, so now here we have this, first of all, this all these tables fields, and here we have email field. Now in the Tableau Prep Builder, it will give you another data type of email also. So just click on this and you can say this as an email. So now Tableau will treat this field as an email field. So it will do all the validation of @gmail.com or the proper how email looks like. So you can click on email, and now it is doing the validation. If some improper emails will be there, it will remove it. But now we already have all the proper emails, so that's why, I mean, the format of the email is fine, so that's why it is treating it as a valid data. So that is the first thing we have done. Second is we need for proper full name. So let me just copy this. Now we have this full name, but if you see, there are some discrepancies. See, this Alice Johnson, all the capitals, then Aman Gupta, first letter capital, then another is small. So we want it in a proper format. So for that I will click on this and say create calculated field, custom calculation, and for this I will use this something called as proper. So this is already a function, and in the Tableau Prep Builder you can see all the functions over here. Okay, see ZN, year, when. If you don't know which function will do what, you can just paste that into ChatGPT and you will understand. Or maybe you can just put this, click on this, and you can run about it, all the functions. So these are the predefined functions given by Tableau Prep Builder. Okay, and then I will save this as proper full name. Okay, apply and close, and let's see the results. See, now Alice Johnson, Aman Gupta, everything is coming in a proper format. We have null and this. Now again I want to, null is fine, but I don't want this blank name. Okay, so I will click on this. Okay, so it has selected this and I am going to remove it. Okay, so I will say exclude, and now I can also hide this full name. So click on this and say hide field. Okay, fine. Now what is next? I will click on this. We have for state code something. Okay, let me copy this. Now come to state code. So where is the state code? Yeah, so we have this state. Okay, now if you see, these are the name of the code name basically. So if you see MH stands for Maharashtra, so this is a state code for Maharashtra. Similarly we have GJ, Gujarat, DL, Delhi. But if you see, these are, some of them are in the lower case, then some of them are in uppercase. So let's make it, make it more robust. So I will go to again calculated field and custom calculation, and this time I will say this. So what I'm doing, I'm replacing the state. If it is having some space, then I'm removing that space. So if the space is there, then replace it with by non-blank basically space, and then I'm converting it everything into the uppercase. So this I will name it as state code. Okay, apply and close. Now you can see DL stands for Delhi, GJ is for Gujarat, KA, I think I don't remember it properly, Karnataka or something, I don't know, but MH is for Maharashtra, and so on and so forth. Okay, so these are our state codes. Okay, then we have sign up date. Okay, now this is the sign up date, and Tableau is treating it as a string as of now. So let's click on this and let's make it to date and not date time, because we don't have time over here. So let's convert it to date. Okay, yeah, now it is properly treating it as a date. Then we have something phone number. Okay, so NA replaced by null. Okay. Okay, so in the phone number, if you come to phone, see, we have NA phone number and null. So I'm fine with the null because null means nothing. But if you see NA, I don't want NA, so I want to replace this NA by null. So let's click on this, and you can see replace with null option is coming. You can click on this, and now NA is gone from the data. Okay, you will only have the null on that NA. So this is how simply you can, with the help of Tableau Prep Builder, you can replace something by null. But same thing, if you have to do it inside the Tableau desktop, you have to write the custom calculations, right? Or custom fields. Great. And then finally we can check for the duplication. So let me first click on this, so that this, and I will say identify duplicate rows. So it will check if the row is duplicate or not, and it will tell us, see, all the rows are unique. So we are fine. And this is the final output of this step. Okay, this is how your final data will look like. We have state code, and let me remove the state now. So state, I will say hide field, because now we have the state code properly. Sign up date, phone, email, proper full name, customer ID, and that's it. Great. Now we will start with this orders raw data. Okay, so I will click over here, and maybe click over here and say clean step. And now let's see for orders raw what are the steps we have done. First we have calculated field for city of shipment. So let me click on this, copy this, and I will come over here, and we have shipment city. Now if you see the shipment city, we have Bangalore, and then Bangalore, Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and unknown. So if you see this, for Bangalore we have multiple names because the spellings are different, and I don't want this. I want to treat these all the Bangalore and Bangalore to some common name, maybe Bangalore or Bangalore. This kind of situation might happen in your real-time production databases. So let's do this cleaning on this thing. So I will click on this and say create calculated field, custom calculation, remove this and put it. Now here what I have done, I have used the case statement and when statement. So what I'm trying to do over here, I'm saying case lower trim shipment city. So first it is going to trim the shipment city from the left and right. All the white spaces will be gone, and then I will be converting it into the lower, and then I'm checking it. If it is Bangalore, I want to make it as a Bangalore. If it is Bangalore, I want to make it again Bangalore. If it is Bangalore, still Bangalore. Hyderabad, Delhi, and that's it. And then finally again I am going to be trimming it, and that will be my final thing. And then let's make it as I will make it as city of shipment. Apply and close. Again, if you don't know how you can get this formula, you can just ask to ChatGPT. It will be able to give you. You don't have to mug up all this Tableau expressions. This is simple if else condition, like how you have done it in another programming language like Python. Okay, now if you see city of shipment over here and just try to compare it, see, now we have only Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad, Mumbai, NA and unknown. Okay, but here we have multiple Bangalores. Now I don't need this. I will say hide the field, not required. Now what is next? Next we have city of shipment NA replaced by unknown. Okay, and this shipment city, I want to replace this NA. Remember, NA we don't want. So if the city name is unknown, that is fine, but NA I don't want. So I will double click on this NA, and I will say unknown, enter. That's it. This is how simple it is. You can just click on this and it will replace on all the data. If you have let's say 1000 rows or 1 crore rows, it will work on each and every row. That is the power of this Tableau Prep Builder. So I've done that. I have removed that NA by unknown. Now I have only these 5 categories. Great. What next? Now we have this change role. Okay. Now city of shipment, if you see right now, it is treating it as a string. Let's click on this and maybe we can go to geographic, and we have explicit city in the geographic. See, in the geographic, Tableau Prep Builder provides you this much options. So you can click on city, and now this will be treated as a city, proper city of India. So if you are making some map visualization, this will be helpful. Unknown is fine because this is coming. Unknown is none other city, so no city name is unknown, but other things are fine. Okay. Then next we have order amount. So for order amount, again I have done some calculation, so let me show you. Okay, let's come to order amount. Can you see order amount? So in the order amount we have first $1200, then $1200, $1500. See, all these transaction are, we know it is in US dollars. Okay, but it has some different currency. First currency is in first, then second dollar sign is in last, then here we have USD. I want to make it in a pure number because everything is in USD. So let's remove it. So I will click on this and say create calculated field, custom calculation, and then this. Now what I'm trying to do over here, I'm saying order amount, I want to replace dollar sign with nothing, no string. Okay, it's even not a blank. Okay, I want to replace dollar by nothing. Then again I want to replace that with USD. Okay, and then again I want to replace that USD by nothing, and then finally I want to convert them into a float number. So that is what this particular function is doing. Okay, if you don't understand this, just paste this formula into chat GPT and you will get the explanation. Folks, this is not very hard. You just have to do little bit practice and you will be able to understand it. Okay, this is a simple Tableau expression. And now let me give you the proper name for this. Order amount, I will give in a caps order amount. Okay, apply and close. Now let's wait and see if it works or not. Yeah, see, now it works. Order amount 250, 700, 950, 1200, 1500. Okay, now for this null order amount, I don't want to keep the null order amount. Okay, right now I haven't shown you how to tackle with the null. So let's take one example over here. So I will click on this null and just first identify which row it is. Okay, so this is the row iPhone NA null success. Okay, and yeah, this is the row. Fine. Now the thing is, see, the payment is success for this particular row. That's why I want to fill some value over here. Now what value should I take? See, it is iPhone 14, the product is iPhone 14, and the order amount we don't know. Now let me just click on this another iPhone 14, this one. Okay, I will click on this iPhone 14 as well. Can you see, for this iPhone 14, 1200 is the price. Okay, and now let me click on this iPhone 14. For this also 1200. Let me click on this iPhone 14, 1200. So can you see, for iPhone 14 mostly the price is 1200. So now I can safely remove this null value with the 1200. Now in order to do that, you just double click on this null and just say 1200, enter. Now whenever your in the data null is there, it will be replaced by 1200. It is damn easy. Okay, now you can see over here all the order amount 1200, 1200, 1200 for the iPhone 14. Now when you click on this 1200, it will remove the filter and you will be able to see the whole data. Okay, you see, now whole data is present. All right, now what is the other thing we have done? Order amount we have null replaced by, that is fine. And then finally for product name also we have something. Okay, Now coming back to this product name, see for iPhone 14, iPhone 14, this is different thing, right? Let's do it everything in a lowercase. So I will click on this and say create calculated field, custom calculation, and do this. I'm trimming and then making it as a lower, and I will say product name, apply and close. Okay, where is that product name? So here is the product name coming. Okay, AirPods Pro, iPhone 14, iPhone 14, iPhone 14. Okay, all these things. Now see, you can go one more step further, and I'm just giving you it as a homework. Whenever you see AirPods Pro and AirPods Pro, need to combine it. Why this is showing as a two different? Because here space is more, here space is less. Then all the iPhone 14, you combine it and make it as a one product. Then you have MacBook Pro, combine it, make it one product. Samsung S22 space, no space, combine it, make it one product. That is your homework, guys. Okay, you can write a custom calculation for that. Okay, cool. Now product name dash is fine. I'm fine with this. This is unknown category of product, so maybe you can double click on this and replace this dash by unknown product. Okay, unknown product. Let me make the typo fix, unknown product. Okay, hit enter. Now this will be replaced by unknown product. Okay, just give it seconds. Cool. Now see, unknown product. Fine. Now I will remove all these things. So this product name is not required because we have capital product name. So let me hide this, and order amount, this one is also not required. Hide the field. Rest everything is fine. Okay, city of shipment also, this is fine. Cool. So now we are done with all the cleaning steps for all these three sheets. Now we want to just join them and aggregate the result and then save it in a hyper file or CSV file to use it further. So let's see what are the remaining step. Now we will perform the join between these two and then these two. Okay, so all the left join. So first I will click on this and say join, and then drag and add it over here. So now the join between these two has been performed, but this is not complete. So let's click on this, and as you know, in order to perform the join, click on add a common field, customer ID, and now the join will be performed. So we are going to perform the inner join, or maybe left join, let's say. So all the common rows from the left and non-common from the all the rows from the left and the only common rows from the right table will come. So in order to change that, you click on this and it will be changed to left. Okay, so we have all these tables: device, session, customer, event time, customer ID, email, phone, sign up date, state code, and everything. Then we will perform the join between these two as well. So I will click on this and say once again join, and then from here I will drag and add it. Now the join between these two tables also will be performed. So let's click on this, add customer ID and customer ID, and again it will be a left join only. That's it. So now we have all the left join, and finally we need to combine these two results. So we need to aggregate the result. Okay, see the output of this, how many fields we have. Is duplicated row, device, session ID, customer ID, event, blah blah blah, all these things we have, state code, and the output of this, see product name, city of shipment, is duplicated, customer, full name, email, phone, state code, blah blah blah, all these things, right? So now we need to aggregate the result. So in order to aggregate the result, we need to add this aggregate function. So let's click on this aggregate and put it over here, and then finally we will combine this and say union. Okay, so when you say union, when you go over here, so it will take all the basically columns from this table and all the columns from this table, and then it will combine it. So finally you will have, see, output of this union is basically all these fields. Okay, let me show you. Product name, city of shipment, is duplication, customer ID, proper full name, email ID, phone number, sign up date, state code, order ID, customer ID, order date. Basically all the fields will be come over here. And then finally we will add one output step. So let's click on this output step, and here we are able to complete all this entire pipeline. So see, and now I will just give a final check. If some columns will be repeating, I will remove it. Okay, so let's give a final check. Okay, so this is the table names added by Tableau Prep Builder by default. We can ignore it. Let's go for product name. We have city of shipment is duplicated, all the rows are unique, which is fine. Customer ID, full name is fine, we don't need. Proper full name we have, email we have, phone number we have, sign up date, state code, order ID, and customer ID. Now see, customer ID we have over here also, and customer ID over here also. So what I will do, after this union, I will click on this and add a clean step. Okay, and I can remove this one. Let me put, and from here I can say output. Now in this clean step, what I will do, whatever is not required, I will remove it. Okay, all those fields. All right, so let's remove it. Customer ID we have this, so we don't require this customer ID, right? Essentially they are same. Okay, so I don't need this customer ID, small customer ID. Where is that? Here. I will say if I have the remove field, yeah, remove, so I will remove it. The field is removed basically. So in the final, I'm not hiding it, I'm removing it completely. Okay, cool. Then let's come to once again output file, and here we can see what is required and what is not required. Again, product, email, sign up, state code, order ID. Yes, we don't have earlier order ID, order date, order amount, payment status. Okay, I think everything is fine now, right? Yep. Now all those fields which are hidden, maybe you can remove it or just keep it hidden. You can just export this file, and then when you go for visualization in Tableau desktop, over there you can remove this. So I will not gonna remove it as of now. Let's keep it as it is. Okay, now this is my final thing. I'm going to save it as a hyper file or CSV file or XLSS file. You can, whatever you want, you can save it. The benefit of hyper file is you can directly load it into the desktop, even CSV file also. Let's now give it a try with the CSV. Now before giving it a try, let me save this particular pipeline, so that if something is not working fine, if something is wrong, we can come and change this pipeline. So first let's save this pipeline. Okay, so we'll click on save, file, save as, and I will save this inside the Tableau Prep Builder folder which I have created, and this I will save it as a final flow replace it. If I already have, that's fine. And now let's run this flow so that we can get this output.csv file. Okay. Okay, so finally I'm able to save this file, output.csv file, and finish running flow is finished. So let's click on done, and now I'm going to open the folder where this file got saved, and this is the output.csv file. Let's open it and see, this is how it looks like, the entire data. Now this is the clean data. You can do the visualization on this particular data. So let's connect this data to Tableau desktop. I will open this, go to data source, and remember this, you can save that file as a hyper file also, and you can directly connect it to Tableau desktop, not a problem. Let me remove this. I will go to home and say more, desktop, and then this folder, data folder, prep builder, and output.csv file. Okay, and all this data is now coming. You can now come to sheet 1, and this is your clean data. And now next we are going to create some visualization on top of this. Okay, so I have connected my data, and let's start the visualization. So let's say, for example, I want to see the order amount. So I will double click on this. This is my order amount, and let's say I want to see it by shipping city. So when you double click on this, see, this is our old shipment city, right? Where we have Bangalore, Bengaluru, Delhi, everything. So let me just remove this shipping city, and I will put this city of shipment, which is our clean column. So double click on this, and now see, we have only Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and unknown location. Okay. Now if you see, for Bangalore we have 10,600, for Delhi 2,000, right? These are the order amount city wise. If you want to go in increasing order, you can change this. Now let's say I will create another sheet, and once again I will put this city of shipment, and this time I will choose this map. Okay, and then I will put this order amount. Okay, and let me click on this. Now as you can see, we have Mumbai and Hyderabad. It is only showing these two things. And if you click on these three unknowns, and so three are still unknowns. Okay, so let me click on this edit locations, and as you can see, we don't have this for, it is not able to identify for Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad, and Mumbai properly, right? So let me just drag it over here. So if I go cancel it, and I can see for Mumbai and Hyderabad it is showing properly, but three are still unknown. So let me click on this once again, edit location. Now for Bangalore, Delhi, I need to provide it. For unknown, yes, it's going to be unknown. So what is the solution, how we can resolve this? So let's click on this Bangalore, and then here is a drop down coming on. Click on this, and you can enter latitude and longitude, then it will map this Bangalore to Bengaluru. Okay, so let me click on this, and now just I will go to internet and search the Bangalore latitude and longitude. So it will give me something. I will copy this value. You need to only copy this 12 degree, and after whatever dot is, you don't have to copy this degree. So Bangalore has this coordinate 12.96 degree north and 77.57 degree east. So let's copy this latitude, and then let's copy this longitude as well and paste it. I will say OK. Now for Bangalore it will show this. When you click on OK, see, Bangalore is started coming automatically. Now we have two unknowns. Let's click on this, edit location, and this time we need for Delhi, right? So now I will search for Delhi latitude and longitude. Again it is giving me some values. Let me copy this. I will click here, drop down, enter latitude and longitude, 28 degree and 77 degree. So this will resolve this issue. Okay. Okay. And something happened. Let me just restart this once again. Okay. You might face this kind of issue because Tableau is sometimes it crashes. Okay. So yeah, let me once again put this city of shipment, and then we have this order amount, and yeah, let's fix the code properly. Edit location, let's fix for Delhi. So 28 point this and 77 point this. Okay. Okay. All right. Now see, for Delhi also it is showing. So this is how you can resolve it. Okay, for this thing. Next, let's create some more visualization on top of this data. So I will create a new sheet, and let's say this time I want to see, maybe let's say I will put product name first. So double click on this. So these are my product names. I want to see, the product wise, what was the order ID and what was the order date and what was the amount. So let's do that. I will say order date, double click on this. So for this product, this was the order date, and we have order ID also. So double click on this. So this was the order ID, and let's take the order amount. Okay, so this is the order amount. I can change it to this. See, so this is how you can, after cleaning your data, you can create this kind of visualization, right? So I hope you are able to understand the whole Tableau Prep Flow Builder, how you can create the pipelines, and then you can create the visualization on top of your clean data. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course. In the previous video, we have talked about, the whole Tableau Prep Flow Builder. We have seen how we can clean the data. From this video onwards, we are going to start with the, visualization. We are going to look into the basics of visualization, all the charts. We will see some intermediate charts, and then finally we will see some advanced charts. In this video, I'm going to cover all the basics visualization charts we have in the Tableau. So for that, I have opened my Tableau desktop, and this is a public edition, by the way. Remember, we have using Tableau desktop, but this is a Tableau public. Okay. Now, if you go to Google and just search Tableau public download, so you will get this link, Tableau public download. You can click on this, and from here you can download it. Okay. Now, why I'm using Tableau public and why I'm not using Tableau desktop, which we were using earlier in this entire course? See that, as I have said, Tableau desktop was the paid version, and we have downloaded it only for 14 days free trial. Trial is ended now, so I can't use it further. But this Tableau public is free, and it is same as Tableau desktop. The only difference is, if I show you, so in the Tableau public, you will not get the, you will not get all the connectors installed over here. Okay. But in the Tableau desktop, you will get all the multiple connectors. That's the difference. But since we are going to work with the CSV file, Tableau public is fine for us. We can go ahead and, install this and start using it. Installation process is same. You can go to this website and download it from here. Okay. So I'm gonna connect my CSV file. So I will click on text file. And for that, I have created this sales.csv file. Again, I'm going to link this file inside the description. You can check it out from there. So let's open this. Okay. Now, if you see in this particular sheet we have the data of order ID, order date, region, product category, product sales. So it's kind of sales data of a different orders. Now I will go to sheet 1, and from here we can start exploring different charts. Okay, so first I will start with the bar chart. Okay, now in order to create a bar chart, let's take example. Maybe I will double click on product category. So we have furniture, office supplies and technology, and then I will click on sales, double click on this. So we have this sales according to this product category. Now I will click on this, so it will convert it into a bar chart. Let's do in this way and then this. So it is going from in a increasing order. All right, now let's see, we can go in a depth of this chart, how we can change the color of this. So in order to change the color, I will drag and drop this sales inside this marks color. Okay, so let's do this. Now as soon as I did this, see, now it is, this has a lighter shade, then this is a darker shade, and then this is a more darker shades. So sales wise, if the sale is high, it is in a darker shade, and if sale is low, it is in a lower shade of the blue. Let's suppose if you want to change this color, you can click on this color, edit colors, and then you will get the whole palette of colors. So you can click on this, and now see, you have whole color of palette you can choose from. If you click on this, so now it will show in this red, sky blue, and then blue. I like this one, blue one, so let me have it in this way only. Okay, so this is how you can do it. Apart from that, let's say I want to see the labels. So on top of this bar I want to see the sales number. So how you can do that? Can you see these are the labels? So you can drag and drop this sales inside the labels. As soon as you do this, now see, this 345 4870 7080 is coming now. Similarly, let's suppose you click on this size, and you can reduce the size of the bar. See, now it is in little bit thinner. You can increase it to have a wider look also. So this is how you can play with this particular thing. Now all the controls are available inside the marks card. This is the whole thing you can play and understood. Okay, let me go to sheet 2, and now we will explore the line chart. Okay, now in order to create the line chart, you should understand in which condition we will have the line chart. So whenever you have a date, okay, some date and then some numeric values. So maybe date wise sales you want to see, or date wise quantity you want to see. In that case, you can use this line chart. So we have this order date. Let me double click on this. I will click on this plus, so it will show me the data in quarter wise. Again click on plus, it is month wise, again click on plus. Now I have the data on every month and whatever the dates are there, 5 7 10. Now I will put the sales, so double click on sales. So now it is showing the on 5th of January 1200 was the sales, on 7th of January 30 was the sales. Now I will click on this line chart. Let me click on this, and as soon as I do this, can you see, this is my line chart, and I can come over here 1200 on 8 January 30. So it is having some trend. Okay, let me cut this. So this is having this particular trend. Now what I want to highlight this. So this point I want to highlight it. So I will put the sales into the label, and now can you see, this is highlighting all this. Now this is all nice line chart we have. Let's change the color also. So I'll put sales inside the color, and see, now since it is dropping, so this is at dropping, it is showing in a lower shade. Now let me click on this color, edit color, and this time I will choose some different color, maybe this one. Okay, so I will make, so for center I will change the color. Okay, for center I will change the color. So let me click on this and say custom. Now as soon as I do this, see, here it is having blue, but when it is dropping, it is becoming red. Okay, You can change the values from here, by the way, and whatever values you think from this palette, you can give it, and that value will become okay of this color. You can change from here also, and then accordingly you can give the values. I like this color, this is fine for me. Whenever we are moving up, so it is becoming blue. When we are dropping it, it is in orange or red, which is fine. All right, so that was about line chart. I hope you understood how you can change the color and variation. Next we are going to look about area chart. So I will click on this, and once again I will take order date plus plus plus, then sales, show me, and this time I will choose this below one. Click on this. Now the same information, but it is in area format. Let's do the same thing. I will put sales inside the label. I will put sales inside the color. Then maybe edit the color. Okay, custom from the palette. Let's take this brown one. Okay, so this color I like. Now this is my same information but in area chart format. Okay, now let's go to sheet 4, and now we are going to look into the pie chart. Let's see how we can create the pie chart. Okay, so in order to show you the pie chart, I will take this product category, double click on this. So I have this product category, and I want to see the product category wise sales. Okay, so I will double click on this sales. Okay, so these are my sales, and I will click on this pie. Now it is showing in this way. Now let me from the standard view, I will go to the entire view, so it will be a bigger circle. And let's say I will put sales into the label so that it will show, and also I'll put product category inside the label. So now we have these labels, and I want to show this label as a percentage. Okay, so see over in this particular, which have this label, on this sales I'm clicking, and then I will say quick table calculation and say percent of total. So now it is showing the proper percentage. 57 percentage is coming from the technology of the total sales. 39.61 percentage is coming from the furniture, and 2.81 from the office supplies. So this is how you can create the pie chart. Again, if you want to change the color, you can go edit color, and whatever color you think is best for you for this pie chart. For technology, you can change this, right? You can click on technology, maybe you can say this, apply, so it got changed. Okay, so this is how you can change the color also. All right, so that was about pie chart. Now next we are going to look about the tree map chart. So I will go to the next sheet. Now for tree map, let's say I have by the way, this is the tree map chart. Okay, now whenever tree map, if we want to see if we have the various categories and then subcategories, and then we have some numbers, and we want to see them in a map wise format, in that case it is helpful. For example, in our data we have product, so these are the products, and then we have product category. Let's double click on this. So these are the product category. Now let me first put the product category. So product category, and then I will double click on product. Now see, in the furniture we have these many products, in the office supplies these many, and in technology these many are the products. Now I want to see the sales of this product. Double click on this. So we are having this sales. Now I'll click on this tree map, and as soon as I do this, now see, in the technology, laptop, gaming, we have 1500 sales coming from. So this is how you can create the tree map. Again, you go to this color, and you can change the color whatever you think is right for you, but I think it's good one. I like this color, so I'm fine. So this is, we have the tree map. Next we are going to talk about the this thing maps, okay, normal maps. So in our data we have something called as latitude and longitude. Now let me just drag and drop this here. By the way, since it is in measure, it is doing the averaging, so you can drag this. See, Tableau has identified this properly as this is a, when you click on this, go to geographic role, see it is showing it is latitude, which is fine. Tableau is able to identify that yes, it is a latitude or a longitude, but it is in measure. Let me drag and drop it in a dimension, longitude also. Okay, so I have moved upward, so now there are dimensions. Now if I double click on this latitude, so it will show in this way. Let me double click on longitude, and now it has by default understood, okay, this is a map, latitude and longitude, that's why it is showing in this way. Let me click on this minus. We have 4 common latitude and longitude. 2 are for California, one is for Illinois, and another is I think nearby Pennsylvania. So these are the 4 coordinates we have. Okay, now let's say I want to see, you know, the sales as well as profit for these two by, you know, this entire latitude wise and longitude wise. So I'll first double click on sales so that it will come inside the size. And now from this map we can understand that, you know, from this California, this particular longitude and latitude, the sales is highest. Then we have this and this, right? Now let me double click on profit also, and now it will showing me the profit in a color. I have put it in a color. So, and let me just click on this and quick table calculation. I want to see it as a percent of total, so let me click on this. And now if I hover my mouse over here, I can see for this particular latitude and longitude I'm getting 40.70% as my overall profit, and sales is 5175. So 40% profit I am able to make it from this particular sale in this particular region, or in this particular latitude or longitude, or in this particular location. Here my profits are only 16.77%, but sales is also low. Here 26.28 is the profit percentage, and sales is 3063 in this location. Over here we have 16.25% as a profit. So this is how also you can see it. Okay, now in the map we have 2 options. Okay, let me go to the next sheet, and you can choose this particular map also. So let me once again show you. I will double click on latitude, double click on longitude, and this time I will click on this map. Okay, so there is no difference. See, this map almost same, but yes, we have 2 map. One is this field map and another is normal map. Okay, that's the difference only, but same thing you can do whatever we have done inside this map. Okay, now next we are going to understand about the tables. So these are the tables we have: highlight table, text table, okay, normal table, and then heat map. So for example, let's say now this time what I will do, maybe I will put product category. So we have this product category and we have region also. So let me double click on this. So we have 4 region: east, west, north, south. And this product category and region wise, let's say I want to see the sales. So let me double click on this sales. So here I'm getting the sales. Now I will click on this table. So this is showing in a proper table format. Okay, so this is a highlighted table. If you click on this is a normal table, right? And you can go to analysis and let me show you. You can go to the totals and then say so row grand total. Okay, when you click on this, so now see it is showing me the row wise grand total. Let me go to once again analysis, totals, and row totals to left, column totals to top. Okay, and also we have show column grand total. So let me click on this. Now we are having the grand total here, and we are having the, let me little bit drag this grand total here also. So we are having the column wise total, we are having the row wise total. And let me click on this table once again. This is con. Let me go to analysis, totals, show row wise, analysis, totals, column wise. Okay, so this is how we have the overall total, and this is the table. Okay, all right, now let's go to the next sheet, and this time we are going to look about how we can create a pie chart. Sorry, not a pie chart, donut chart, by the way. Now if you see in the in the marks card, let me click on this. You see all the chart option over here, but we don't have any donut chart option available by default in the Tableau. And here also in the show me, you cannot see any donut chart option available. So how we can create that donut chart? Let's see that. So we have something called as dual axis. Okay, dual axis thing. So with the help of dual axis, we can create this donut chart. Okay, and not only donut chart, you can create some more other custom chart. For the time being, we are going to see only the donut chart, but when we go ahead, in the further lectures or further videos, I will show you how you can use this dual axis to create more custom charts. Okay, now in order to create the donut chart, first of all we need to create a calculated value. So I will click here, I will say create calculated field, and maybe I will give the name of this calculated field as dual axis. Okay, you can give any name, by the way. And here you have to create a fixed value. Okay, a fixed value. So you can use minimum function or maximum function, whatever function, but it should be a fixed value. So I will say minimum of 0. And what is minimum of 0, by the way? It is 0, right? You can use minimum of 1 or minimum of 2. Let's go for the minimum of 0, and I will say apply. Okay, all right, now dual axis is created. Now let me I will double click on this. So it has come over here and it is showing me AGG, that means aggregated value. Let me click on this, go to quick table calculation, and yeah, so it's already AGG, that means aggregated. Now when I click on this, can you see this is what it is showing, axis on a 0 value. Okay, now I will click on this and go to entire view. So now it will show me the whole axis. Now once again I will click on dual axis, and I don't want in a column, I want in a row only. So let me drag and drop it over here. So now I have two axes. This is my dual axis. Okay, one axis and two axis, and here we have the separation line. Let me cut this. All right, now in the first marks card, first of all we need to create a pie chart. So pie chart, if you see, we need to create a donut chart. Now if you see the donut chart, basically it's a combination of circle and pie, right? It's a circle and pie. That's what you need to think. So we have, like, since we have dual axis, so we are getting the two marks card. One is here, this one, and then this one, see, and this is all. Okay, this is first one, this is second one, and this is all. So 3 marks card. So I will go to the first marks card, and let's say I will put product category, double click on this. Okay, let me do command Z or control Z. I will click on this. Okay, and what I have to do, I have to put product category, right? So I will take this product category inside the, okay, so I will click on this, and in the first marks card here, I will click on this drop down and change it from automatic to pie. So now it is showing this pie chart. Now I want to create a pie chart of the product category and sales. So I will put product category inside the color. So now we have this particular thing, but still sales is missing. So now I will put sales inside the angle. Okay, So now I have this furniture, sales is 4807 4870, office sub technology 7080, and I will also put the product category inside the labels, so it is showing, and sales also inside the label. So we have this. Okay, now I will click on this second dual axis, and here I will click on drop down and I will change it to circle. So now it is a circle. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to reduce the size of this circle because we want to fit this circle inside this pie chart, so that it will become a donut chart. So this will create a whole effect. Okay, so I will click on this and then size, and let me reduce the size, so this size, and yeah, looks like it will fit inside this pie chart. All right, now what I will do, I will click here and right click. Okay, not here actually. Okay, so I will click here in the second dual axis. I will click, and then we have the option of dual axis. So as soon as I click on this, both the axes will be combined together. So let me click on this, and now can you see both the axes got combined, and we are having now the donut chart. It is giving a effect of donut chart. Now let me click on this center one, and I will go to the second marks card, click on color, and maybe I can take a lighter shade. So now this is white, maybe I can take a little bit this. Okay, that's it. Now see, this is a lighter shade, and now I have the donut chart effect. Okay, and also if you want to remove this axis, so you can right click on this axis, and first we need to also synchronize the axis, because sometimes the axis might not be synchronized. So you can check this synchronize axis, and then you can right click and then say you can uncheck this show header. So let me uncheck this, and now everything is gone, and finally we have this donut chart. Okay, now you can come to dashboard, new dashboard, and here you can drag and drop this floating, and let me remove, drag and drop, and now you can see this is how our donut chart will look like inside the dashboard. So that's it for this video, guys. We have covered all the basic chart. In the next video I'm going to cover intermediate and advanced chart as well. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course. In the previous video we have seen how we can create some basic visualization, and in this video we are going to cover some intermediate level of visualization. So let's get started. For this video I have prepared another CSV file. So let me connect that CSV file. This is called as productsales.csv. So let me click on this and I will say open. And we have these fields like transaction ID, date, region, product category, product, sales, quantity, profit, customer age, and segment. Okay, so we are going to work on this data and we are going to cover some visualization. Now in this class we are going to cover this charts: scatter plot, histogram, box plot, heat map, and dual axis. Now when this scatter plot is used, I have written over here. So if you want to examine some relationship between two variables, then you can use this scatter plot. If you want to see the distribution of any data, then you can use this histogram. If you want to compare distribution of multiple dimension or measures, then you can use this box plot. And if you want to compare categorical values more than 2, we can use this heat map. And then remember previous session I have covered this dual axis, but in this video also I'm going to take another example of dual axis and I will show you another use case of it. Okay, so let's start. First of all, we are going to start with this correlation. Okay, that means scatter plot. So in order to create the scatter plot, you need two numerical values or two measures. Okay, remember these are the measures and these are the like whatever you have upper is dimension. So we need measures to create the scatter plot visualization. So let's say I want to find out the relationship between my sales and maybe quantity. So I will double click on this sales, here it is, and then I will put quantity also. Double click on this. Now can you see it is showing this one single point where quantity is 208 and sale is 12598. So it is summing all the quantity and sales and showing me. Now when you click on this one scatter plot, still it is showing a single point. Scatter plot, we can't able to see the all the points. Now we need to treat all our rows in the entire database as a single point, and we need to plot it over here, right, in this particular chart. So how to do that? In order to do that, you go to analysis tab, and there is something called as aggregate measures. You need to uncheck this so that it will start treating each and every data point as a single data point, and it will show over here. So let me click on this, and as soon as I did this, can you see now I have all the points of sales and quantity. Okay, so it is having this kind of relationship. Now let's say I want to find out the equation between this quantity and sales. That is also possible. You can do that. You go to once again analysis tab, and then go to trend lines, and then click on show trend lines. Now as soon as you do this, see Tableau has created one line. And what is this line? This line is nothing but equation between sales and quantity. Let me hover my mouse over here, and now you read the equation. Quantity equals to minus 0.0073 times sales plus 6.26298. So this is what? This is equation of line y equal to mx plus c, and this is r squared value and p value. So if you have learned machine learning, the linear regression algorithm, over there you can see the r squared value, and this p value is coming from the statistics. Don't worry if you don't know about this r value and p value, this is fine. But this is what the relation between we have quantity and sales, between quantity and sales. All right, now it doesn't have any linear relationship, but using this equation you can find out the relationship. Okay, so when let's suppose if you put the value of sales as 800, so you multiply that 800 by minus 0.007 and then add 6.26, you will get the value of quantity. This is what the Tableau has identified this equation. Okay, let's take one more example. I will go to sheet 2. Let's say this time sales I will put, and then I will put profit. Okay, so again single point, I will go to analysis, this, and once again I will go to analysis, and then trend line, and then show trend line. Now can you see over here we have a very strong linear relationship between profit and sales. Let me hover my mouse, and now see the equation. Sales equal to 4.78 times profit plus minus 17.752. R squared also is almost 0.97. That means we have very less error in this equation, and p value is less than 0.01. Don't worry about this p value. If you want to read about it, you can just go to Google and search p value in statistics. You will get the idea. I'm not going to cover the machine learning part over here, but in the Tableau you can just get the relationship and show the trend lines between the two variables. Okay, so this is how you can compare or get the correlation between two measures. Now let's see, I will take one more example. Let's say I want to see my relationship between sales and customer age. I want to see if customer age is increasing, then my sales are increasing or not. That kind of relationship I want to find it out. So I will double click on sales, customer age, and go to analysis, this one, analysis, trend line, show trend line. Now can you see over here, we don't have any linear relationship between our sales and customer age. The customer age is 30, and those are the people who are buying the highest thing. Here if you see the customer age is 39, that have the maximum sale of 1550, and if the customer are increasing, so we don't have increasing value like that. So this is not a pure linear relationship, but this is kind of it doesn't have any kind of relationship, but yes, it has this equation. Okay, so that we can we can conclude if age is increasing, that doesn't mean your sales are going to increase. Okay, that is not the case over here. Fine, so we have covered our first type of chart, which is scatter plot. Now let's move to the second chart, which is a histogram. So I will go to sheet 4. And when we require this histogram, so histogram chart is required when you want to see the distribution of your data. For example, how many people are having in some certain age, or how many people are having some like buying something. So if you want to see the distribution of your data, in that case you can use this histogram chart. So I will take one use case. Let's say I want to see the customer age, how many of people are having between age 20 to 30, then how many of them are having age between 30 to 40, 40 to 50. That kind of information I want to see. So how I can do that? So I will first put customer age inside the row, so I have this value. Now I want to create the bins. Okay, now what is the meaning of bins? Bins means I want to see the information of ages between 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. So these are called as bins. So in order to create that, I will go over here and click on this, and then go to create and then click on bins. Now Tableau is by default suggesting me the bin size of 3.08. Let's say I will go for the bin size of 5. And in this customer age, we have the minimum value 27, maximum value 59. So the difference is 32 and the unique count is 31. Let me click on this and see, Tableau has created this bin for us. And now if I drag and drop it over here, see, this is how my data is distributed. Okay. Now I want to see the count of people, not the sum of people. So I will click on this and say count. And now this is the distribution. Now let me hover my mouse over here and let's read this information. So we have 4 people between the age 25 or in the bracket of age 25. Then in the bracket of age 30 we have only 7 people. We have 9 people on the bracket of age 35, and so on and so forth. So this is how my distribution of the data is with respect to age. Okay, let's take one more example. This time maybe I want to see how many people are having very high sales, how many people are having medium sales, and then how many people are having low sales. So for sales I want to see that. So again I need to create the bin. So I will go say create bin, and now this time Tableau is suggesting 134 bins. Let's suppose I will go with this size of bin only. Minimum value we have 7, maximum 1550, difference is that's why 1543, and unique count in the data we have 40. So let me create this and double click on this. So we have this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 13 bins we have, and 134 was the step size. Okay, so according to that we have this many number of bin size. Now I want to see the sales. So see how you can read this information. For 0 we have 1068 sales. Now I want to see the count of people. So I will go here and say count. Now you can say 23 people are having in this bin, 0 sales basically. And let me put this inside the column so that it will become a histogram. Do this and click on this. So this is my histogram. It is almost a right skewed histogram. Okay, right skewed histogram. So how you read this information? We have 23 people who are having the 0 sales amount value. We have 9 people who are having the sales value as 134. Then 7 people who are having the sales value as 268. We have only 1 people who is having the sales of 1474. Then we have 1 people for 1206, 1340 we don't have any value. For 938 also we have only 1 value. That means very few people are having very high sales value. All the people mostly are having in the low sales value. So that's why it is a right skewed kind of histogram we have. All right, now next let's cover the box and whisker plot. This is the thing. Okay, so I will go to here, and remember the why we need box and whisker plot. So if you want to compare the distribution of a measure across the categories, in that case box plot or box and whisker plot will be helpful. So let's take one example. I will take the product category, okay, over here, and let's say I want to see the sales. So I will double click on this. So these are my category wise sales, product category wise. Then I also have the product. Let me double click on this. So see, this is my furniture product, and accordingly I have the sales. But now I want to see the distribution of all these things. So for that I can click on this box and whisker plot, and there you go. Can you see we have now three box and whisker plot? This one is for the technology, this one is for the office supply, and this is for the furniture. As you can see, in the technology we have the highest distribution. That means data is spread more towards the upper side. In the box and whisker plot, this is the minimum value, so that is 55. This is 25th percentile value. So this line, as you can see, it is a 25th percentile value, 125. This is, we have 75th percentile value, and this is the maximum value. And after that, whatever value comes, we call it as an outlier. Okay. So in the technology sector, we have the maximum sale, and this is the distribution or spread of the data. In the office supply, the data is like compressed. It is not having high sales, and all the data points are tied together. So distribution is very like it is almost near to minimum value, maximum value, and the maximum value 75th percentile. Then for furniture we have little bit distribution. So this is how you can compare the distribution with the help of box and whisker plot across the category, across the product. Okay. Let me go to the previous sheet, and here let me mention one more thing. I forgot one example over here. See, this is, you can see the basically correlation between customer age and sales. But let's say you want to put another angle to it. Maybe let's say I want to see region wise what is the relation between sales and customer age. So you can take the region and put inside the color. Now as soon as you do this, see, we have now 4 lines. Each line represent one region. We have 4 region: east, west, south, north, and that's why it is showing 4 lines. If I go to this orange one is south region, and for south region we have this line, and we have this equation. If you go to the blue one, this is east, and this is the line for it. Similarly, for green one is the west, and this is the equation of that line. And last one for this pink, we have south, and this is the equation of that line. So you can see multiple lines also, or multiple scatter plots, or multiple equations basically, by dragging that inside the color region. Okay. All right, now let's move forward, and now we are going to see about the heat map. So I will go to sheet 7. Okay. And heat map, why how this is helpful. So heat map is basically when we have to compare two categorical dimensions and see intensity. Okay, so two categorical dimensions, these are the categorical dimensions, right? So let's say I want to see the region, so I will drag and drop here region, and then customer segment. So we have customer segment like consumer, corporate, human, home office, and then region. And then this I want to see, maybe let's say I want to see the maybe profit across this thing. So I will put profit inside the maybe size. Let's say I will put it over here. Now as soon as I do this, can you see this has changed to this particular square? Okay, square. And when you do this, this is kind of heat map, you will get it. Now when you hover your mouse, you will see in a consumer segment east region I have profit of 367, but this doesn't make any sense. Profit is 367, so let's convert this profit into a percentage. So I will go over here and say quick table calculation, and I will say percent of total. And now you read this information. In the consumer east region we have 55.69 percentage of profit. Here if you go, the profit is decreasing, it is only 4.10 percentage. Now let's say I will add one more data point over here. I want to see the quantity, so I want to see the profit if the quantity is high or less. Accordingly I want to check my profit, so I will drag and drop quantity inside the color. Okay, and now you see if I go over here, I have consumer segment, region is east, profit percentage is 55 and quantity is of 6. But if I go over here, I have to sell 29 quantities, but I have a very low profit of 4.10, which is not good, right? So something is going wrong inside the east region and customer segment of corporate. If you go over here, here we have, yes, 40% profit margin, even the quantity is less. So this is good. So all these big boxes you can see, these are good, but all these small boxes, here something wrong, because even after solding this much many quantities, we are getting very low profit. So what is going on, we need to check it over here. So this kind of insight you can get it, when you create this kind of heat map. Of course, if you want to change the color, you can go edit color, and maybe let's say if you want to choose a divergent color, you can do that. Maybe let's say if you choose this one, see, now this is a different color shade it is coming, right? So this is what about heat map we have. Now next we are going to talk about this bubble chart. Okay, so I will click on this. Now bubble chart is very simple. If you want to have some dimension and measure, want to compare it, you can do that. For example, let's say if I want to see the region wise sales, so I will double click on region and then sales. So see, you have the region wise total sales, but if you click on this bubble chart, all right, so this is what we have. North region we have total sales of 4089, east 3109. So this will basically give you a picture. This bubble is big, so we have maximum sales coming from the north region, then from east region, then from south region, and finally west region. So bubble chart gives you that information easily. Okay, next we are going to talk about the dual axis. We have covered it in our previous video, but in this video I'm going to take another example of it. So let's say I want to see the sales, the performance of sales as well as the performance of profit for a given date. Let's say I want to see this information. So it's a time series analysis I want to do. So how I will be able to do this? So for that, that is also on a same chart. Okay, so for that what I will do, we have this transaction date. Let me double click on this, then plus, click on plus, click on plus. Now we have this all the dates from quarter 1 to, okay, and month wise. Now I will drag and drop sales over here, double click on this, and we have the sales data. Now let me click on this line chart. Now as soon as I do this, can you see this is the line chart of date wise sales I have. So on 2nd January 2025, 1300 was the sales, on 12th January 370, and so on and so forth. Okay, now if you want to, on the label you can put sales inside the label. So now it is showing the labels also. Now let's say on this same graph I want to see the my basically profit also. So I can double click on this profit, and so this is the profit, but still this is not actually profit. It is showing profit as well as sales. I only want to see the profit here. So I go to the second card, I will remove the sales and I will put profit inside the label, and there you go. Now it is showing the profit value over here, and here we have the sales value. Okay, from here if you want to remove the profit, you can do that. You go to this. Okay, we have only some sales only, so that's fine. Okay, that is fine. Now this is, let me change the color also for this second one. For this second one, what I will do, We'll go to color and maybe choose this color. So now we have different colors. Okay, for sales we have this color, for profit pink color. Now I want to superimpose both of them so that I can see my sales and profit simultaneously. So I will go to analysis. Oh, sorry, not analysis. I will click on this profit, and here we have the dual axis. So let me click on this and now see the magic. As soon as I click on this, see the both chart got superimposed, and this is almost superimposed. And I think you are able to guess the why it is getting superimposed, because remember, from this chart we have a very strong correlation between this sales and profit, and that's why this is getting superimposed. Now one more thing, right click here and just say synchronize the axis so that you can get on a same scale. So click on this. See, now we have the scale for sales as well as for the scale for the profit. So this is how this kind of charts you must have seen somewhere in the real world scenarios also. They use this kind of chart. On a single chart they can see their sales as well as their profit, and how it is running with respect to time. So this is what time series analysis we have done. That's it for this video. In the next video we are going to cover some more advanced chart and some miscellaneous visualization. Alright, welcome everyone. In the previous video we have seen how we can create some intermediate level of visualization. In this video we are going to talk about some advanced level of visualization and some miscellaneous visualization. So let's get started. I have prepared 3 different files, and in this video we are going to talk about the radar chart, Sankey chart, and then also the Gantt chart. Okay, so let me connect one CSV file which I have prepared. So I will connect with this. These are the 3 CSV files: salaries.csv, user journey.csv, and product sales.csv. First of all, I will connect with this user journey.csv file, and the very first we are going to see how we can create the this Gantt chart. Okay, now for this data we have these many fields. We have user ID, sign up date, stage, event date, project ID, task date, and some like matrix, landing page users, home page users, product page users, and you can see how the data looks like. Okay, now let me come to sheet 1. All right, now if you click on this show more, and okay, here we don't have the Gantt chart option, but when you click on this marks card, can you see here we have this Gantt bar. Now this is similar to bar chart, but we use this Gantt chart when we when we have to see some steps. In that way we use this Gantt bar chart. So I will take one example over here to show you. Let's say I will put design. We have design, not design, actually we have this sign up date. Okay, or maybe task start date. So let's consider this. I will copy this here and put it over here. So we have one task date, on the date which task has started, and let's say I want to see all the task project wise, what was the start date and what was the end date. Okay, so basically I want to see the number of days to execute that particular task. Okay, so let's say I want to track this. So I have this start date, also I have this end date. Okay, so I have drag and drop this start date over here. All right, and now let's say I will take the task, I will put it over here, and similarly let's say I will take project ID over here, and let me swap this. So I can see now task wise project IDs and their start date. Okay, now what I have to do, I also want to track the like duration, number of days. So how I can do that? In order to do that, I need to create the calculated field. The calculated field will have the difference between start date and end date. Okay, so let's do that. I will click here and say create calculated field, and I will say I'm going to use this particular equation. Let me copy this and come over here. So this is the equation I'm going to use. I will use this function called as date diff, which will calculate the difference between the start date and end date, and I only want days, okay, and not whole, the year as well as month. That's why I'm saying only day. And I will just remove this and give this name as maybe duration. So this is a simple date diff function we have. I'm using it. Let's say apply, okay. And now what I will do, I will take this duration and put it over here, okay, maybe inside the size. So you need to put it inside the size. Now as soon as you do this, can you see this is the chart I can see. Now one thing I have to do, I need to click over here and I need to make this year as a continuous year, okay. So let me click on this, and now I can see in the marks card this Gantt bar got selected, right? And here I can see. Now how I can interpret this data. So when you hover your mouse, see for project 1, design was the task and the duration was 5 days. That means it is started and then end within the 5 days. This one it took 6 days. This one it took 8 days. Similarly in the development, this took 9 days. So likewise you can track your number of days to complete one task, and then with respect to project ID. Okay, now next we are going to cover the radar chart. Okay, so in order to create the radar chart, if you see, we don't have any radar chart available inside here, okay, inside the Tableau. So by default Tableau doesn't provide this option. So how we can create it? So in the Tableau now this thing got added with using this like extension. You can add extra visualization. So when you click on this, so it is saying add an extension, and here if you see, you can add a Sankey chart, Tableau table, tree diagram, donut chart, super table free, Gauss chart. So Gauss chart is basically we use, let's say if you want to track something, like how you in the motorcycle, if you have seen this kind of indicator, okay, and maybe if you are running a sales company, so over there let's suppose your target is X but you have only reached till point Y, so that also can be used, can be created with respect to Gauss chart. Then we have the option of radar charts, Sankey diagram, waterfall chart, everything we have, right? So what I will do, I will take this radar chart, okay, I will use this and I will say open, and so it is asking me to allow the extension. I will say okay. Now remember, this required internet connection, so that's why you need to have this. Now here, as soon as you add this extension, here in the marks card you can see radar chart got selected, okay, radar chart got selected. Now let's take one example of radar chart. So what I want to do, maybe I want to see my all task and project ID, and we have this home page users. So how many, or maybe landing page users, or any measure you can take. So I want to see my task wise, project ID wise, what are these metrics, how they look like. So what I will do, I will first double click on this, or maybe drag and drop this task to dimension. Now as soon as you do this, a radar got created. So on the radar we have 3 things which is available inside the task. We have testing task, we have design task, we have development task. If you add a kind of a dimension which have more than 3 fields, so on the radar it will show more than 3 fields also. Now what I will do, here we have spokes. So spokes are basically going to connect the radar. So I will take the project ID and put inside the spokes. Now see, I have got one color, right? So these are all my projects, project number 1, project number 9, okay, project number 10, 5, 6, 7, 4, 3, 2, all of this are available over here. Now what I will do, I will take this home page users maybe, and I will put this inside the measure. Now as soon as I did this, can you see now if I hover my mouse, so this green radar which you can see, orange radar which you can see, so I'm just hovering my mouse over here. So this is the radar for the let's hover our mouse. This is for project number 9. Task is design. Homepage users are total 65. Okay, when you go over here, homepage users are 70. This is project number 1 and design task. Okay, this is 9. This is for 8. Similarly, when you hover your mouse to over here, so this is for development. So we have 3 things, right? This orange circle or orange kind of radar you can see, this is for design. This blue one is for the development, and then we have last one which is this for testing. It doesn't created boundaries for these blue points. Okay, these blue points. So we have 3 boundaries on the radar. So this is how a fancy radar chart you can create. This is not very useful in business use cases every time. This same information you can present via multiple other charts also, but sometimes it is required, and sometimes you encounter maybe aeronautical data or aerospace engineering data where this kind of chart is required. That's why I have explored this for you. All right, now next we are going to look about the Sankey chart. So in order to have the Sankey chart, once again this is not available inside the Tableau, so we need to go and add a custom extension. But before that, what I will do, I will going to open a new connection to show you that. So I will go here and Tableau, and I will say text file, and this time I will add this product sales data. Okay, so with the help of this I will show you how we can create a Sankey chart. See, in the product sales, once again I have the transaction ID, transaction date, region, product category, sales quantity, and customer age and segment. We have seen this data earlier also. I will go to sheet 3. Okay, so let me select on this product sales. Okay, so I have product sales. Now in this sheet 3 I'm going to create this Sankey chart. So for that, once again I will click on this add extension, and now I am going to use this first Sankey chart. So let's download this, open it. Now in the marks card, can you see Sankey is available? So Sankey chart is basically it has some labels, then links, and once again label. Let me explain you by drawing this. So let's say I want to drag and drop region inside the labels. Okay, now in the region we have 4 options: east, north, south, west. So that's why it is showing all the region label wise. Let's suppose if you drag and drop maybe transaction product category. Let me remove this and I will say product category inside the label. So now we have 3: technology, office supplies, and furniture. So it is showing level wise, so that is comes under the level. Now I will put region once again over here. Okay, and now I want to see the information of, let's say, sales, which will have this region, and then now I want to see from with respect to product category. So once again I will take this product category and put inside the labels only. Okay, and as soon as I did this, let me close this. Can you see it has created some connections? Okay, and these are called as Sankeys. So we have Sankeys between east to furniture, and here it is just a connection. Okay, now if you put measure between these two, it will start showing the values that between east and furniture, if the region is east and product category is furniture, what is the value of sales or something else, maybe whatever you want to add. So what I will do, I will add maybe sales inside the link, and as soon as I did this, now if I hover my mouse, can you see for the product category furniture, region is east and sales is 1080. Okay, so this is how you create Sankey charts. Let's say I want to see the sales once again, but now I will add the product also. So I will drag and drop product inside the levels, and now see these connections. So east, so this all blue connections which you are seeing over here, these blue connections are going over here for furniture, blue connections are going for the technology. Similarly, all the orange connection are for north, it is going over here. So these are Sankey's. Okay, and now if I hover your mouse, see, product is desk, region is east, product category is furniture, and sale is 370. So this is how the Sankey chart works. You can represent this similar information with the help of another chart, maybe table, or maybe dual axis chart. Those kind of thing you can do, but Sankey chart sometimes it is helpful by seeing this kind of relation and easy to interpret. All right, now next I will take one more example of radar, so that radar will fit into your mind. So for this, let me use again this product sales table only, and what I will do this time, I will take the product category. So let me click over here, click on this, and once you have added this, even you don't need to go over here. From here also, see this in the visualization extensions, this radar and Sankey chart is coming. So I can click on this radar chart, and now this marks card got changed to radar. Okay, now what I will do, I will take this product category inside the dimension. Let me put it over here. Okay, so radar will be created in just few seconds. It requires some internet. Yeah, so now see, it is showing furniture, technology, and office supplies. Now I will take the region inside the spokes. So now can you see, I have the regions. Region is region, it is not showing. It is showing technology, furniture, office supplies. But as soon as now I will do the value of sales, then it will start connecting the region also. So now what I will do, I will take the sales inside the measure, and now you see we have west, east, north, south, and this orange is for furniture category, and this blue one is for technology category, right? And then can you see, for office supplies we have another third one, which is very inner. See this one in a sky blue color. When you hover your mouse to end, you can see this value. So we have 3 radars for 3 different product categories. So this is another example. I will take one more example. I will go to sheet 5, but this time I need one more data. So I will go to data source, and here I will say this, and this time I will show you different salaries of data professionals with the help of radar chart. So I will click on this, open, and now this data set is very small data set. We have role, skills score, and typical annual salary. Okay, I will go to sheet 5 and use this salaries data set, and once again let's select the here radar chart, and now I will put skill inside the dimension, and let's wait to load the radar. Okay, now see we have multiple skills. If you go to data source and see, these are the skills: stats and maths, machine learning, programming. These are for data scientists. For data engineer, these are our skills, and for data analyst, below are the skills. Now if I go to sheet 5, see, so I have drag and drop skills inside the dimension, so it is showing everything, all the skills on this radar chart. Okay, now what I will do, I will take role, and I will put role inside the spokes. Okay, and as soon as I did this, see, for these 3 roles, data scientist, data analyst, and data engineer, it is showing. Okay, all the spokes. You can do the reverse also. Okay, maybe if you do this and put a role inside the dimension, so we have these 3, and then skill you can put inside the spokes, so it will show you all the specs, this thing. Now let me connect this. Maybe now you can take a measure, one measure you required, so maybe you can put skill score, or maybe you can put typical annual salary. So if I put typical annual salary inside the measure, so now see it is showing this. Now here no radar got formed because we have all the unique values on the radar. Okay, so this kind of radar chart also can be scene where all the points are unique. That's why it is not forming any like kind of web. So radar is like what, it is a combination of points. So on the radar we can see, for let's suppose for this example, role is data analyst, skill required is basic programming, and annual salary is whatever 8 lakh is available. Similarly here we have different value. So no common values are there, since all the points are different. That's why it is shown in the radar in this way. If I go to sheet 6, and once again let me check the radar, and now this time what I will do, I'll put skill inside the dimension, okay, and then a role inside the spoke. So now we have these 3 roles, and now this time I will take skill score inside the measure. And see, now we are only having this one blue web. Now if you hover your mouse over here, see, skill is communications and storytelling, role is data scientist, and skill score is 6 for this communication and storytelling. But if you go to the data analyst, communication and presentation is having skill score of 8, and for data engineer, is also 6. If I take this one, skill is programming, Python and R, the skill score is 8. Here we don't have that particular skill. Do we have the same skill over here? Yes. So this is basic Python, okay. So yeah, we have since different skill, that's why we have different score also. So for data scientist, these are the skills, 4 skills. For data engineer, 1 2 3 4 skills. But for data analyst, 1 2 3 4, these are the skills, okay. So that is how you can see another radar chart. All right, that's it for this video. I hope you are able to understand these different charts, and we have these many charts inside the Tableau. If you want to explore more charts, you can click on this extension and add charts from your end as well. But I think for most of your visualization, these many charts which we have covered is more than enough. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course. In this video we are going to start with the analytics part inside the Tableau. In the previous video we have seen how to create visualization, intermediate, advanced level, and then basic levels. Those part we have already covered. From this video onwards we will talk about analytics. We are going to talk about the basic functions like the sum, average, count, min, max. These are aggregation functions we have in Tableau. We are also going to look into some intermediate level of functions like index, rank, first. And then we are also going to look about what is forecasting and trend lines in Tableau. We will talk about level of details and their expressions. We have 3 types of LODs, so we are going to talk about that. We are also going to talk about cohort analysis as well. So let's get started. I will open the Tableau public, and I have created this different data set for this entire exercise. These are 2 data set. One is we have car inventory.csv file, and we have car sales.csv file. Let me connect this data to Tableau, then I will show you what this data is having. So you can choose any file. Let me select car inventory.csv. I will say open. So now I can see both the files. So since I have car inventory, you can see in the car inventory we have fields like car ID, model, body style, manufacturer, the year of manufacturer, engine size, on-road price, and dealer ID. You can have a look of the data over here. See, now I'm going to drag and drop this car sales.csv file inside the data model, and I'm going to connect these 2 tables. So from car inventory.csv, I'm going to select car ID, and from here also car ID. And now the relationship got established. Okay, so this is what the data of this car sales CSV look like. We have sales ID, sales date, car ID, dealer ID, sale price, discount, customer ID, region, and sale quantity. Sorry. All right. Now we have connected our data. We can start exploring by going inside this sheet 1. So we have done this, basic aggregation multiple times earlier also. Okay, this sum average count, but I will show you here once again. So what I will do, let me put this, we have something called a sales price. So I will drag and drop this sales price over here. Okay, and maybe let's say I will put, okay, let me remove this. I will put this time. So see, for measures, so this is measures, remember, and these are basically you have the dimensions. Similarly for car inventory, this is the measure and above things are dimensions. So if you drag and drop this sales price, Tableau by default aggregate this with respect to sum on the measures, and you can click on this, and if you want to change it, the measure from sum to average, median, count, whatever, you can do that. But this is for the measure. What if I talk about the dimensions? So how I can do that? So in order to do that, let me put engine size inside the rows, and we have these engine size, 1000 cc, 1100 cc, 1200 cc, and so on and so forth. Let's say I want to change and I want to find out the minimum of this engine size. So how is it possible by Tableau to do it? Yes, it is possible. You can apply these aggregation functions on these dimensions as well. How to do that? You just simply click on this, go to measure, and see you have minimum, maximum count, and distinct count. If you see, say, minimum of it, see, Tableau is able to identify this. Yes, 1000 cc is the minimum engine size. If you want to go for maximum, you can go here and just change the maximum, and it is saying electric because we don't have let me remove all this aggregation, and see, after 4200 it has electric. That's why it is showing as electric. Okay, you can choose count also. It will show you how many total number of count it has. So that is one thing. Let me change it to once again minimum. So we have minimum of this. Now I will go to another sheet, and I will show you this average, count, min, max. You have already seen, right? Count, sales, and average sales you already know. Yes, you can apply this on the measures. So for example, let's say if you put this sales price inside the rows, see, you can see it by sum. If you want to change it to average, that is possible. Count is also possible. Let's say this time I will choose a median. If you select the median value, now if you hover your mouse, see, our median sale price is 29,100. Okay, that is the median price we have. Median is different than average. Okay, so that is those functions. These are basic aggregate functions you can apply. Now if you go to analysis and you remove this aggregate measures, then it will show you for each and every data point what is the median sale price. Okay, now if you want to see the median sale price, let's say I have this something called as manufacturer. I want to see the median sale price with respect to manufacturer. So let me drag and drop this as well over here. Yeah, now see, this is the median sale price of Ashok Leland. This is for Aston Martin, this is for Audi, this is for Bentley, this is for BMW, and so on and so forth. All right, now let's explore how we can calculate this index, rank, and first. Okay, so let's do that. Now in order to understand what is this index, rank, and first, what I will do, first I will create this. Okay, so I'll say create this calculated field. So you can click anywhere and then go to create and say calculated field. I will give this name as index and put it over here, index. So index is the function we have. Okay, and I will say apply. Okay, so we have this index field available over here, and I will drag and drop this index inside these rows. So now we have this index. Okay, now I will tell you what exactly is this. Let's say I will now drag and drop this manufacturer inside the columns, and as soon as I do this, can you see it has created an index for all these manufacturers, meaning Ashok Leland will come at first rank, Aston Martin will come at second rank, Audi will come at third rank, Bentley will come at fourth rank, and so on and so forth. Okay, we have Volvo at 29th index. Okay, so these are the indexes, meaning based upon the values of maybe anything, maybe they are performing sales, but we haven't have sales over here, but we have index for all these manufacturers. Maybe their sales is high, that's why it has at this index. So this is what you can do it. The formula, if you see in the edit, if I go, we have only used this index, and by default Tableau will run this index on a multiple maybe with respect to sales, maybe with respect to region. So that's why it is showing in this particular index. Now if I put let's say this sales price inside over here, and now if you see, we see Ashok Leyland is having this sales price. If you see, the highest sales price is of what? Aston Martin 696, Bentley, then we have Rolls Royce. So Rolls Royce is at the topmost sales price. But here if you see, let me put inside the index, I can put the manufacturer inside the labels so that I can know which label is which one. So we have Rolls Royce over here, and we have Rolls Royce over here. See, so Rolls Royce is at which index? It is at index number 24. So maybe with respect to this naming, okay, with respect to the naming, they have created this index. So this is one use case of index. This is with respect to naming convention, or basically you can say alphabetical order. We have a Rolls Royce at 24th index. This is not with respect to sales, but if you want to create the index with respect to sales, that is also possible. Okay, now let me do this. I will go to here and quick table calculation, and now I will show you rank. So if I click on this rank, now this calculation, whatever you can see over here, this below graph, it will change the rank. Okay, we will get the rank with respect to sales. So let me click on this rank, and now as soon as I did this, see my Ashok Leyland is having on 22nd rank. And if you go over here, here we have the index as 1. Ashok Leyland is at rank number 22. Okay, here if you go, Maruti is on rank number 29. Let me go for Rolls Royce. Where is that? Here. See, Rolls Royce is coming at rank number 1. And why is that so? Because it is having the maximum sales, and we are doing the sales wise ranking. That's why this is coming at rank number 1. Now if you want to change this from increasing order from rank 1 to maybe last rank, you can simply do this. Let me select this graph, sorry, this graph, not this one, and then I will do this. Okay, I can't change the ranking, because if you see over here, see we have the indexes in this way, Ashok Leyland, Aston Martin, Audi. So in the same way, ranking will also show Ashok Leyland, Martin. But yes, ranking at rank 1 we have the Rolls Royce, and the Volvo is on 29th index. So here if you go Volvo, here it is at rank 11. But this naming convention is like rank is also following, since we have Ashok Leyland at index 1. So that's why Ashok Leyland here also rank is different, but it will show first only. So we can't change over here. Fine. Now let's talk about the first. Okay, so for first, what I will do, I will go and create the calculated field once again. Calculated field, and this time I'm going to use this formula, first equal to this. Let me put it over here, remove this and put first over here. Now what this formula is saying, sum of sales price minus lookup sum sales price minus first. So what this first will do, this first is basically going to get the value of first value. And with this formula, what I'm trying to achieve, see, I'm doing, you take the sales price minus lookup of sum of sales price, comma, minus first. So let's suppose this, what is the first value of over here of sales price? This is Ashok Leland. So whatever the sales price of Ashok Leland we have, it is 141.70. So it will get that value with respect to this first formula. And then what I'm trying to achieve, I'm subtracting it, say whatever the first sales price we have, you subtract it with the remaining values. So next value we have Aston Martin, so it will subtract it from Ashok Leyland, and whatever the value it will show. Then it will subtract Audi value from Ashok Leyland, BMW value from Ashok Leyland, and so on and so forth. So all the values will be going to compared with this first value of Ashok Leyland, and that is what we will see over here. So let me apply, okay, and now we have this first. Now let me drag and drop it over here, and as soon as I do this, see, this for the Ashok Leyland, the first value it is 0. Why? Because if you do the difference of 140.170 with its own value, obviously you will get the value of 0. Then we have Aston Martin. So Aston Martin sales value is 696.00. When you subtract it from this Ashok Leyland value, you will get this difference, 468.200, right? Then for this, obviously the difference is very low. For this, again the difference is high, so it is a high bar. For this, difference is negative, so that's why the bar is going inside the negative one. For this, again if you see, for Maruti, the difference is -1. So the first value is basically we are subtracting these values. So that was the concept of index, rank, and first. Now we are going to talk about the LODs. So we have 3 type of LODs inside the Tableau. Let's first understand what is LOD and why it is required. Okay, so I have prepared this presentation. Okay, so what are LODs in Tableau? LODs are nothing but level of details expression. We have seen this in our earlier videos, but now we are going to cover it in more detail. Now they tell Tableau compute this value at exactly this level of detail, no matter what the view shows. Okay, so for example, you have created some kind of view or some kind of visualization in your dashboard or in your visualization, but you are not able to see some particular value. So at that case, LOD will come and it will say Tableau that compute this value exactly at this level of detail. That means if you want to drill down the details and you want to see only that data point irrespective of your visualization, LOD will help you to do that. In another word, you can say LOD control the granularity of aggregation. So if you have a more granular level data, you can go and drill down and look into that data. So that is when LOD will come into the picture. Now, so like some examples I have written over here to when we require these LODs to perform calculation at different granularity level that you have already understand. One example I have written, you are looking at a sales by manufacturer, okay, for example, but we want to compare each manufacturer to overall average sales price per car model. At that case, we can use this. So without LOD, Tableau calculates only what is visible in the view. With LOD, it can override the levels. Okay, we will see some examples. Now, another examples is to create matrix independent of filters. Okay, so for example, you want a benchmark total sales per manufacturer for the entire year, but in our view, we can view is filtered to only SUV cars. Okay, so let's say in the view we have dragged this sales manufacturer and then we have applied a filter where it is only showing for SUV cars. But what we can do with the help of LOD, you can still go and see this total sales per manufacturer for the entire year. Okay, per sales for the entire year, but even our view is only showing the sales for SUV for the entire year. So that is how LOD will be helpful. Another use case is you can do cohort analysis, customer lifetime matrix analysis, multi-level aggregation. Okay, so those kind of things you can do with respect to LODs. Now the 3 types of LOD we have. fixed LOD, include LOD and exclude LOD. Let's see them one by one. In the fixed LOD, this is the syntax. You write this keyword fixed and then you provide one dimension and then you use aggregate function and then its expression, whatever aggregation you want to apply, that you can use. So what this fixed LOD will do, it meaning of the fixed LOD is compute this value at exactly the dimension regardless of the view. That is the fixed LOD meaning. Okay, so when we want the stable value unaffected by filter or view structure, we use this fixed LOD. Then we have include LOD. This is the syntax. You use this keyword include and then rest of the things will be remain same. So whenever we want to add more detail in our current view, in that case we use this. Example, like when you want to compute a low level matrix and then average aggregate it at a higher level, in this case we use this include LOD. Don't worry, we are going to see this in just a moment. Then we have exclude LOD. Exclude LOD, we use this exclude keyword. Now as this keyword says, you are going to remove some kind of information. In the include LOD, you are going to add some kind of information, and in the fixed LOD, you want some fixed value at given point of given at given point. In the exclude LOD, we remove details from the current view granularity. Okay, when you drill down too much and want a higher level matrix, at that time this exclude LOD is helpful. Now let's see them in the Tableau. So I will create a new sheet. Okay, now we will see how fixed LOD work. So for that, I have created a business question. Let's say we want to know how much revenue did each manufacturer generate overall. Okay, so this is my business question. I want to understand this. So in order to answer this, see, we can answer this with respect to this. If I drag and drop this manufacturer over here, and my question is, I want to know revenue did each manufacturer generate overall. Okay, so revenue means sales. Now I put sales price. Let me double click on this. So we have some null values, see over here, and then we have these values. So Ashok Leland has done this sales price of 141,700 total. Aston Martin has done 696, 000, like that. And we have one null category also, which has the total sales price of 562. So this is my whole, like manufacturer wise we have sum of sales, okay, or revenue. But now I will create one you can say calculated field. So I will go to create and say calculated field, and I will use this fixed LOD. Okay, now you see the differences. So I'm going to use this formula and let's give the name as fixed LOD manufacturer. Okay, manufacturer. You can copy this, paste it over here. All right, apply. So what this LOD says, I'm going to keep the manufacturer as fixed value and I want to see their sales price. Okay, so I will say apply and okay. Now if I drag and drop this fixed LOD manufacturer, let me double click on this, and now you see for the fixed LOD, can you see it has first of all removed the null values. So fixed LOD don't work for it automatically remove the null values. So that is the first advantage we have. Okay, now what I will do, let me remove this fixed LOD from here, and I will put maybe this into the columns, and then this, okay, and maybe this. So now we have, see, let me cut this. So we have Maruti, then we have Datsun, then we have Skoda, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we have this kind of things. Now these are the you can say manufacturer wise sales we have. Now let me put this maybe engine size, let me put this inside the filter. So I will put it over here, and now let's only select the engine size which is having more than maybe 4,000. So more than 4000 we have 4200, and maybe let's select electric as well. So these two filters I'm applying, and I will say apply. Okay. Now based upon these two filters, we have only Tata, Hyundai, Honda, Kia and Rolls-Royce. These are the engine size which is having more than 4000. Now see what I will do. Now this time I will put this uh, fixed LOD over here. Okay, and as soon as I do this, now you see this difference. See, this first one is for, we have Tata. What is the sales price? 29,700. But when I drag my mouse over here, manufacturer is Tata. In the fixed LOD manufacturing, what we are getting? We are getting 4,33,300. And why is that so? Even though we have applied a filter of engine size, why we are getting the total sales as 4,33,000? So let me remove this. I will remove it. And now for Tata, okay, where we have this Tata one, let me go to that directly. We have Jeep, Audi, Honda, Lexus. See Tata. Now here you see the for fixed LOD we have sales of 433, and if I hover my mouse over here, see for Tata 4,33,000. So what you understand? Even if you apply a filter, fixed LOD don't change, and that's what we have learned, right? With respect to, with the help of fixed LOD, you know, even without what your view is saying, you can fix to some particular value. In our case it was sales value. So with respect to manufacturing, we are always getting the fixed sales value even without or with applying the filters. That is what the fixed LOD use case. All right, I hope this is clear. Now let's go and create the sheet file, and we will understand how include LOD works. So for that, once again I have taken a business use case. Let's say I want to see within each manufacturer what is the average price model. Okay, what is the average price model? So we want to see that. So for this, once again I will create one calculated field. So I will go, I can click anywhere, and then let's create a calculated field, and let's copy this include LOD. I will paste it over here, and now let's give the name include LOD model. Okay, include LOD model. So include LOD models I have created. Now give me apply. Okay, and once again I will go to the question and see what is the question. With each manufacturer, what is average price per model? So we need to get the average price. That's why this average price I have created, and this time I'm saying include the model. Now you will see the difference. First I will say drag and drop this model. So double click on model. We have these models, and let me put the sales price for each of them. So sales price, and I want to see the average sales price. So let me just do and go ahead and say average. Now see, for null it is fine. For EV1 we have average price 14,850. For EV2 we have 27,650. And let me put manufacturer also. Double click on this. Now see, EV1 is from Tata 1, EV2 is from Hyundai. So these are their average sales price, right? We have all the list till here. Okay, now we have also created the include LOD, meaning it is going to have, you know, some information inside it. So now what I will do, I will create a new sheet, and here I will once again take this model. So these are the models, and now I will put my include LOD. Okay, so this is my include LOD. So double click on this, and you see, first of all, we don't have null value. So that is the first benefit you will get. It will remove null automatically. And then second, see, it is showing 14,850, 27,650. But if you go over here, yes, 14,850 we are having. But if I put, let's suppose this, if I remove this model, and if I put manufacturer, let me do it over here. Now you see, For Ashok Leland, it is showing the average price as 70,850. Now let's go back to sheet 5, and here let's go for Ashok Leland, which is showing over here. So we have two instances of Ashok Leland, which is having the model truck G1 and truck G2. Manufacturer is Ashok Leland. We have the truck G1 and truck G2. For truck G1 we have 34,650. For truck G2 we have 36,200. Now if you add these two and divide by 2, that is what we have 70,850 over here as an average Ashok Leland. Now if you see, we have only put manufacturer and then price, this include LOD. Did we put model over here? But still it is showing the average price based upon the model. Okay, so for Ashok Leland we have these two models, right? Truck G1 and truck G2, and based upon that it is showing the average price of that. Why? Because we have included this include LOD. And if you see the formula for include LOD, let me go over here and click on edit. So if you see over here, we have included the model. That's why model is included this inside this view. That's why it is called as include LOD. It is adding extra information over here, and we are finding out the average sales price. So that is what we have include LOD. Okay, now let me go to sheet 7, and now we will see how exclude LOD works. Okay, so for that, once again I have taken one business example. So we want to show the manufacturer level total. Okay, manufacturer level total sales for comparison. So what I will do, I will once again create one more calculated field for this, and I will say this create calculated field, Control V. Now what I'm saying, now I'm saying exclude the model, don't show the model, and get the sales price, all the sales price. And this time I will say exclude LOD model. Okay, exclude, apply. Okay, now let's say if I put model over here, okay, and then maybe sales price, and let me put sales price over here, and then do this, and then maybe do this. You see, we have all these models. Okay, all these models and their sales price, right? Now if I put this time our exclude LOD over here, now can you see what it is showing? Just see for this comparison, it is showing this is our sales price, this is exclude LOD, this is having it, so it is removing the model and it is getting all the sales price. Now when you combine all this sales, it is coming as 104,75900, and since we are excluding the model, we are only getting the sales price, so it is doing total addition. So see, for each and every model, it is having the same basically sales price, so which is a overall sales price. So here in the below bar graph, you see all the bar graph are common, but here sales wise it is changing. So that is a exclude LOD. It is excluding the model, only taking consideration of sales price, and we are adding all the sales price. That's why price is coming as 104,75900. All right, I hope this is clear. Now let's take one more example. Okay, let's say we want to calculate first purchase month per customer. So how we can do that? Let's see that in action. So for that, once again we will create one calculated field. I will say create calculated field, and let's use this formula. So what this formula is saying, fix the customer ID and get the minimum of sale date. Okay, so customer ID wise you need to fix it. Okay, and you get the minimum of sales date. So I will say fixed customer LOD, this is the name I'm giving, apply. Okay, all right, and now let's say if I put this customer ID, double click on this, so we have all these customer IDs, and with respect to them, let me put the sales price, or maybe the date sales date on which they have purchased. So double click on this, and let me will only require month, so I will click on this and then remove the year, remove the quarter, and we have this information. So we have customer wise, these are the dates on which they have done some purchase. And if you want to see the purchase amount, you can put sales price, double click on this, and now sales price will come. So customer ID 1, it has done some purchasing on 43,500 in month of January. Then same customer have done the purchase in month of March and June also of 15,000, and so on and so forth. This information is there. Now what I have done, we have created our this LOD, fixed LOD customer, right, in which we have fixed the customer, and based upon that we have get the minimum of sales date. Okay, so now I will drag and drop this information also, maybe over here or over here. Let me click on plus, and I will remove year, I will remove quarter. Okay, and let's put this information in the rows. All right, now you see this information, how you can interpret it, and let me try to put it over here and see if I'm getting some different view or not. Let me do in this way, this way. I think this is good one. I can put this over here only. Yeah, so see what this saying, this is month of fixed customer LOD. So this is month of January, so that is the first purchase month of that customer. This customer one has done the purchase in January, in month of March, and in month of June also. But what was its first purchase month? It was January. So we are able to identify that. See, our use case was this only. Calculate first purchase month per customer, right? So with respect to that, we are able to do it. So this is the January, and this customer has done the purchase in Jan, March as well as June. Similarly, this also has Jan. If I go down, so here this customer number 20, it has only purchased in March, and we are able to grab that information, right? So this is how. Similarly, this customer has only purchased in September, and we are able to get it. So this is kind of information also you can get with respect to fixed LOD. Next we are going to look into some percentage of total and those analysis tab. So let me, what I will do, I will put sales date, I will click on plus, and then once again plus, and I will put sales price and go for line chart. So this is what I have my trend. Okay, this is my sales. Now what I will do, I want to see this, first of all sales, I will go to quick table calculation, and I want to see percent of total. So I will say percent of total, and let me put also this sales price inside the label. And as soon as I do this, you see on 5 January 2023 my sale price was 21,500, and in the overall sales it was only 0.205%. Then here it was 0.220%, here it was 0.301%. The maximum we have is 3.246% of the entire overall sales. Okay, so this information you can grab it from this chart. Let me add some more information. Once again I will put this sum of sales, so sales price, maybe inside the color also, and now I'm getting the color. Now what I will do, I will click on this and I will say quick table calculation, and I will also say running total. Let's say you want to encounter the running total, so maybe I can create a new chart, and here once again I will take this sales date, this, let's say I will only go till month now, and then sales price, convert to line chart. Oops, this needs to be put it over here. Yeah, And now this time, let's say I want to show, so maybe I will now drag and drop this sales price over here, and I will say quick table calculation, and I will say now running total. So I'll click on this running total. Okay, all right. And if I click on this, we are having in this format. Let me do this. Let me remove this quick table calculation. Maybe I will put this inside the sales price, inside the, not here, but inside the color. Yes, and now quick table calculation, yeah, running total is fine. Okay, now if you see what is the meaning of running calculation, so initially my sales price was 4,70,000, then it was 717, but see actual sales price was 246. Running total means 246 added on 470, it becomes 717, then added by 720, it becomes 1437. So we are adding the previous two values to show this is the running total. Okay, so that is how you can add this running total also. Now if I do one more thing, I will say moving average. Okay, let's say if I calculate the moving average, let me click on this. Now you see the graph suddenly changes. So let me now remove this, or what I will do, once again I will create one more thing, and here I will add the moving average. So sales date, this and this, let me remove this, and then sale price over here, and this time I will put sales price inside the color, and from here I will say quick table calculation and moving average, and this will go inside the labels. Okay, now you see we have this 470, then we have 246, and if you see the moving average, it is 358. Now I will go to analysis, and I will say trend lines, show trend lines, and say this is my trend line. Okay, I will click on this trend line and say edit, and okay, for now this is fine, I can go with this. So see, this is my moving average, so it has taken the average of this and this 2 points. So average is 358, 650, so it is showing between these two we have this average value, then this is the average of previous two, then this is the average of previous three, and so on and so forth. So this is how you can also do the moving average calculation as well. All right, next we are going to do some cohort analysis. So for that, let me create a new sheet, and then let me check my notes. Yes, so we have this. So whenever we say cohort analysis, so maybe in some month you have sold some kind of products, and then you want to do some analysis. So that is what we call as a cohort analysis. Okay, month wise analysis of sales and customers, if you want to do that, comes under this cohort analysis. So let's say we want to do, first of all, we want to understand the first purchase month of any customer, or so if customers are buying on our website, what was their first month, and first month like purchase, and what is the amount they have purchased from our website, or maybe from this data. So for that, actually we have already have this field, fixed LOD customers. So if you go and edit and understand this, see we are getting the minimum of sale date. That means the month on which the customer has bought, or we have done some sales for the customer ID, and that is going to be its first month. So we with this information we are able to capture, okay, what was the first month of the any customer. So this is also called as customer, this first purchase month. So you can rename this LOD as purchased first month, because it's same. So you can say first purchase month or date, whatever you think is good option. I will say month. Okay, apply. Okay, so we already have this information, and now maybe let's say from this I want to derive the cohort month. So basically cohort month means the month on which you want to do analysis. So even if you calculate this or don't calculate it, this, it's going to be the same. Let me show you. If I copy this and show you the cohort month, so once again I will create calculated field. I will go to create calculated field and I will copy this. Now what this function is doing, we are taking the first purchase date. Okay, this is month actually, first purchase month, and we are converting that information in month and then string, and then from string we are just getting in the format of and then again using this date parse function we are converting it inside the date. That's it, and we are calling it as a cohort month. So let me give the name cohort month. Okay, apply. Okay, so now we have the cohort month, and let's say I will first use this normal sales date. So double click plus remove this, we have month Jan, Feb, March till December. Now I will use cohort month. Double click on this, plus remove the year, remove this. So now this, see, this January, in which we have this January. Okay, now if you let me put this over here, or maybe here only, let's say. See, so this first January we have month, sales date month is January and cohort month is January. But if you go over here, we have the sales date month as February, but the cohort month is January. But here cohort month is February, meaning, so in this cohort month means the month in which we have some sales, and this is this normal sales date. Okay, then we have January, February, March, January, April, January, February, May. So these are the basically customer wise we have some dates on which we have done some kind of selling, or some customer has bought some kind of product. So that is why it is showing in this way. So that's why this is called as cohort month. Okay, now let's say I want to see all the unique customers and their purchase, what amount they have purchased, this cohort month wise. So now what information I have to put over here is customer ID basically, so unique customer IDs. So what I will do, I will double click on this, sorry, let me do this, and I will put customer ID maybe here, let's say in the label. So let me put it over here. Now you see in the January we have customer 1 2 till 20. So these are all the customers we have in our cohort month January. Then in cohort month, you see over here, January cohort month we have customer 2, customer 6 and customer 10, but they have the actual sales in the February. Then in the February we have these customers, actual customers. Again in the January, February and March, these are the customers. So in the January we have 1 3 9 12 in the February, and these many customers in the March. So we are mixing actually. See, if I remove this actual sales date, now these are the information we have from the cohort month. So in the January we have these customers who have bought some products. In the February these, in the March these, and so on and so forth. Now we also want to see the sales, so I can double click on this and it is going inside the color. Now you see this customer 1 in the month of January, he has done the sales of 76,500. Okay, that is the thing. Now we want to only see the unique customers, let's say. So now what I will do, I will click on this, and okay, Tableau once again has crashed, so let me restart this. This might happen. I will go here and save. Okay, I will stop recording and once again come back. So I have restarted the Tableau, and see, this is what we have, the all the customer wise In the cohort month January we have these customers, February these customers, March these customers. Now let's say I will go and say this, and uh, I will say I want to see the unique customers. So maybe let's say if I put customer ID over here, so these are all the unique customers we have. Sorry, not unique. And now I will say um, I'm not able to see the unique count of customers. Okay, edit alias, find in data pane, attribute measure. Okay, sorry. So measure, and then I will say count distinct, and maybe once again I will put this over here. And now you see we have 17 unique customers in the month of January, right? This was our goal. Now if you want to convert this inside the heat map, you can click on the square, and these are the heat map. So this is the cohort month January. We have 17 unique customers in that. In the February, 9 unique customers. If you do this, measure and then say nothing. Okay, so in that case it will show you all the basically customers, right, in the month of January and other things. So cohort month wise we can find out all our unique customers and their sales price also. That is one analysis we have done. Next, let's say we will do this another analysis. Let's say we will calculate this metric average number of transaction per unique customer. So we want to see how many average number of transactions are happening by every unique customer. So in order to do that, this is the formula. We need a count of sales ID, and we need to divide that unique count of customers ID. So we need to divide it by unique customer ID. So let me do and go ahead and create this calculated field. Create calculated field. This is the formula. We need a sales ID we have over here. So we need a count of it, and we need to divide it by the unique customer count. And what this will give, this will give the average number of transactions per unique customer. So let me get that and put it over here. Apply. Okay, so now we have the average number of transactions per unique customer. Okay, now let me go to sheet 13, and what I will do, I will take the sales date maybe, or maybe cohort month, let's say. So we have the cohort month. Click, remove the year, remove the quarter over here. So we have month. Okay, all the cohort month, and we can put the sales price in that cohort month. These are the cohort month sales price. And now what the name we have given, average number of transactions. Okay, so we'll take this, double click on this, and you see average number of transactions per unique customer. So in the month of January we have 2. So that means one customer has bought 2 times in the month of January. But in the February, March, April, this is all 1. So that means no repeat customers in the month of February, March. I have written the significance also. If the value is 1, so in the month of Feb, March it is 1, that means no repeat purchase with the same month. Okay, no customers made multiple sales ID transaction within the same month. But if it is a greater than 1, that means you are having more than one repeat customers in that month. So in the month of January, yes, we have the repeat customers. So this is the kind of analysis you can do. Last, we are going to see trend lines and forecasting as well. So let's see that. In order to see the forecasting, what I will do, let's say if I put sales price over here, and then I will put sales date and put click month wise. Let's say I want to see, or maybe day wise also. I can remove this, I can remove this, I can remove this. So this is our day wise we have this sales price. Okay, and let me put this sales price inside the label, and there we go. We have the day 1, this was the sales price, day 2, this was the sales price, and so on and so forth. Okay, if you want to see it in month wise, let me go and say month wise only. So yes, in the month of January this was the sales price, February this was the sales price. Now I want to, let's suppose, forecast the, for upcoming month what should be the sales price. So I will go to analysis, and first I will go to trend line, and I will say show trend line. Okay, see, this is my trend line. You can click on this and edit it for, logarithmic or exponential. Let me go, if I go to logarithmic, click OK, it will show in a logarithmic value. This is it. Let me once again go and edit this, and this time I will say a polynomial with the degree 3, 4, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, highest is 8. Let's say if I go for 5 degree, see, it is trying to capture the patterns. Okay, this is what we have. Okay, let's say I will go with this. Now I want to forecast for the upcoming month. So once again, go to analysis, you have forecast. Okay, analysis, forecast. Okay, no forecast is showing. Let me see if I remove this, and this time maybe I will go for day wise. This is what we have. And now analysis, forecast. Okay, and here no forecast is showing, so let me see how I can change it. If this tab will be visible, that means you can do the forecasting. Okay, but if this is not visible, you can't do the forecasting. So let me see how we can do that. Okay, so I have once again made the connections, and now we have, see, this year, quarter, month, and we have this sales. And now when I go to analysis and say forecast, it is able to now give me the option of show forecast. And remember, I didn't have removed this year and quarter, and that's why it is showing me. So now I will click on analysis, forecast, and click on show forecast, and from here I will click on line graph. And now you see we have this, for the January 2023 we have this sales, and let me put sales price into the labels as well, and there we go. So till here we have the actual data, so it is saying forecast indicator as actual, and here it is estimated, right? Till here we have the actual price here, and from here it is estimated price, right? So this is the forecasting. And let me also put into the analysis tab, I will go and say trend lines, so the trend lines. And can you see, and this is the value of this upper value and lower value, it is, you are seeing it is called as 95% confidence interval. So this model is confident with this value with 95% confidence interval. So see, for all this November, December, it is showing the 90,492 is the sales price. If you want, more confident model, then you can basically, if you have the more and more data, the demand forecasting will be more accurate. And this is what we have is trend line. Okay, if you want to edit the trend line, let's go to the exponential, and maybe, yes, let's go for 6 degree, and now see, this got changed, and this is what we have the our forecasting line trend. Okay, so this is how you can also do the forecasting inside the Tableau. Alright, so with this we have covered all the analytics part in the Tableau. From the next video we are going to cover the new topic. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course. In the previous video we have covered all the analytics part in the Tableau. In this video we are going to start with the LODs. We have already seen LODs, the 3 type of LODs in the previous video: fixed LOD, include LOD, and exclude LOD. But in this video we are going to take some more business use cases, and we will apply all these 3 LODs along with some calculated fields, so that this concept will be cleared in our head. So for that, again I'm going to use this same car inventory and car sales data, which I have already loaded and made the connection in the data model. Now I will go to sheet 1, and from here you can see all the data is and all the field is present over here. Now we will take one by one questions and solve it. So I have already prepared the questions. The first question is, what is the first purchase date for each customer? Let's say we want to find it out. Okay, so first purchase date. Now in order to do that, again we need a calculated field. So this is the LOD for it. From the sales date we will get the minimum of it, and we are fixing it with respect to customer ID. So no matter what you are seeing in the view, we have fixed this with respect to customer ID. So even if you change something, you will get the minimum of sales date. So let's calculate this field first in order to answer this question. So you can click anywhere and say create calculated field, first purchase date, and this is the formula. Apply. Okay. All right. Now if we are able to do this, first purchase date, what business inside we will be able to get, or what use cases, like we will be able to identify when a customer first entered into the system, and this will basically help us to understand customer acquisition pattern, right? So let's see how we can do this. Now I will bring this customer ID over here. So we have all these customer IDs, and we have already created our first purchase date. Okay, so I will pull this over here and maybe say this, remove the quarter, remove the year. Okay, so as you can see, these are the month where this user entered. Now let's fill this information. You can put this first purchase date inside the text also. You can click on plus and then remove quarter and then year. So these are the months. See, customer 1 has entered in the month of January, customer 2 also in the month of January, and so on and so forth. Customer 11 in the month of February, customer 20 in the month of March, and so on and so forth. So these are the dates on which customer has entered into the system. This is we are able to identify, right? Now go to the next question. We want to find out month over month revenue per customer. Okay, let's say this is, we want to find out month over month what was the revenue per customer, right? So for that, see, this question can be answered in two ways. You can go to sheet 2 and first we want month on month revenue. So I will say revenue means sales price. So this is the sales price, and month on month, that means sales date. And when you click on plus, we are having the month wise sales over here. See, in the month of January, there is the sales price month on month, but our question is we want month on month revenue per customer. We want to see it by customer. So for that, we have this customer ID. So if I put customer ID, double click on this, now you see customer ID in the month of January, we have the sale price 43,500. When you go over here in the March, we have this much, 18,000. In the month of June, we have 15,000. So this is one way using which you can calculate the customer wise month on month revenue. But same thing you can also do with respect to LOD as well. So with respect to LOD, how we can do it? So we will create this first, revenue per customer. Okay, we will create this field. Okay, revenue per customer, and this is nothing but just addition of the sales price, and we are creating this calculated field. Okay, and now what we will do, we will say customer monthly revenue, and let me go to sheet 3. Here once again create calculated field, this time customer monthly revenue, and I will use this fixed LOD. Okay, so put it over here. Now see what we are doing. We are saying fixed So it is going to fixed with respect to customer ID, and then we are getting the sum of sales price, and from sale date we are getting the month with the help of this date truncate function. Okay, so from the sale date we are only getting the month, so this will automatically give you customer monthly revenue. Apply, okay. All right, now let's say if I drag and drop this, so I will say customer monthly revenue over here. Okay, and then sale date we have over here, sale date, and then plus, remove this, so see, we have 4,70,700 in the month of January. So this is same as this one, right? 43,000 is per customer wise. Now if you put, let's say, customer ID over here, maybe inside the color, and let's say add all the members, or maybe if I do let's say top 10 members I will add. Okay, so customer ID, go to color, filter, and then add, let's say I will go to top by field. Okay, top 10 customer monthly revenue, apply, okay. Now you see we have this customer number 86 who is having the 198,000 the monthly revenue in the month of June. Similarly, customer 90 also having this much monthly revenue. So this is how you can see only top 10 customers, and these are those top 10 customers, right? In the month of June and July we have these customers. Also, if you want to see for all the customers, again you can put that as well. Let me remove this from the filter, and maybe inside the label also. Now you see all the customers profiling coming over here. If you put inside the color, everything will be available inside the color. So this is also one information. Now if you ask me the difference, here we are able to see the customer wise monthly revenue, here also customer wise monthly revenue. See, customer 200 in the month of January having 11,900 revenue, right? So in the month of January, customer, see here we have a lot of data points. See, customer number 200 in the month of January, 11,900 is the revenue. So you see the same information is present over here, but here we are only using this direct LOD, right? Here you have to put this customer ID, month, and sales. Here also like customer ID, month, and sales. But here the, like, since we have this fixed LOD already available, so this won't change with respect to filter. If you come over here and put any filter, let's say you put the maybe engine size inside the filter, and let's say we go for engine size this 3, and then say okay. Now see the value got changed, right? But here if you come and you put the engine size in the filter, and let's say 4,000 to an electric, apply, okay. Now you see in the month of February we have customer 18 who is having the customer monthly revenue 14,800. Here if you go 14,800, right? Same 14,800, and customer 19 is having 27,500. Customer 19, 27,500, right? So yes, filter is working, but as we can see, we have February, the same amount for February for customer 18 over here, and same over here. So you might ask why we are getting the same value if fixed LOD doesn't change with respect to filter, and the answer is, see, we are only having the single point. Okay, so we have all the unique customers when we apply this filter. So those unique customers are shown, and for the fixed LOD what we have done, if you open this customer monthly revenue and edit it, see we have this fixed LOD, we are fixing with respect to customer ID, and then we are getting the sales price. So if we get multiple customers, if not unique customer, in that case this won't change, okay. But since we are having only one customer, which is customer number 18, only having the revenue of 14,800, so even if you apply filter or doesn't apply filter, since they are unique, it will show the same value, right? Let me give you this example. If you remember from the previous example, we have this particular fixed LOD, fixed manufacturer sales, right? When you go edit, see, we have fixed LOD with respect to manufacturer, and we are having the sales price. We are calculating the sales price, right? So I have drag and drop this. So we have these manufacturer, and these are the normal sales price, and these are the fixed with respect to LOD, okay. Now if you see for Honda, we are having the sales price of 1,07,000 in the view. But if you go over here, Honda, we have total of 2,96,000 because we have fixed the manufacturer. So it is showing with respect to all the data point. But here, whatever we have filter applied for the engine size, with respect to that, this Honda value got changed. Similarly for others also. Right? So same thing I have done over here. But since we are having all the unique points, that's why it is not showing. Right? Now let's go to the sheet 4. And we will go to the next question now. What is the each customer lifetime value? So there is something called as LTV, lifetime value of a customer. We want to find it out. So let's do that. I can create a calculated field. Go to create and give the name as customer LTV. And this is the formula, guys. You have a sale price, you have a discount. When you remove the discount from the sales price and you get the value from the customer with respect to customer, that is the actual sales you have generated from that customer, and that is the lifetime value that customer has provided to your company. So that is the LTV. So I will calculate it by keeping the customer ID as fixed. I'll say apply, okay. So now what I will do, I will go to customer ID, put it this, and then customer lifetime value. See, this is my customer, and I want to know average customer lifetime value, let's say. So I will go and say average because that is my question. Each customer lifetime value, right? So it's 72,700 for customer 1, 58,600 for customer 2, and so on and so forth, right? Now let's say I will put this same thing, sales price maybe, okay, over here and make it average. So you see the difference is or maybe sale price only, let's not by the sum only. So you see, this is the difference. We have the sales price of 76,000, but average, you can say, lifetime value we have got from the customer is only 72,700. So even though we have done the sales of 76,000, we are only able to get the value from that customer 72,700. Why? Because we have given the additional discount. The difference is the discount that we have given to our customers. Okay, so that is about the fixed LOD. Now let's check once again over here. If I go to sheet 5, and maybe I will once again put customer ID and then customer lifetime value, right? So this is my customer lifetime value. Now I have created this field, right? This fixed customer ID and then sum of sales price minus discount. I will create one more calculated field, create calculated field, and then I will say normal LTV. So I'm not using any LOD over here, okay, just a normal this thing. So I will use only this difference, I will get it, okay, apply, okay, and I have put normal LTV. You see, I'm getting the same value for the normal LTV and for the this customer LTV value. So I'm getting the same value, see, 39, 39, 43, right? This is fine. But the difference will come if these values are repeating, right now still we have the same customer id, unique customer ids. So let's say if I put again, maybe this thing, let's say if I put model inside the filters, and let's say I want to go for these models. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, I'll say okay. And now you see for customer number 5 still we are having the LTV value as 71,000, but on the normal LTV where we didn't have applied the fixed LOD, we can see the difference. Now the it has applied the filter, so for customer 5 we have only the normal LTV as 26,300, right? But the actual value is 71,000 with respect to all the customers. Okay, now if I do command Z, let me do control Z, you see now for customer 5, can you see, right, earlier we have the value 71,000, right? But as soon as I put this model inside the filter, on our LOD there was no effect of filter because we have used the fixed LOD. But here for the normal calculated field, the filter got applied. So that was the difference. Okay, so yes, we are able to get the customer's lifetime value as well from this. Now let's go to the next question. Next we want to find out total vehicles sold per model adjusted for multiple transactions. Okay, adjusted for multiple transactions. So how we can do that? So for that, again I will go ahead and create this calculated field. What that field is doing, it is including the model inside the view. Now this time I am using the include LOD, and remember from the previous videos, include LOD is going to include some information into your view. And yes, so that is let's create this. I will go here and say create calculated field. Okay, over here, and we want to know the total vehicles sold per model adjusted for multiple transactions, right? So that's right, I can say the name I can give is vehicles sold per model, include LOD model wise sales quantity. Okay, model wise sales quantity. Okay, apply. So this is my LOD I have created. Let's go to the sheet 6, and I will now drag and drop. So we want to understand the model adjusted vehicle sold, right? So we have the sales quantity. Let's drag and drop this. We have the model. Let's drag and drop this. And okay, I will do in this way. First put model, and then we have the sales. So this is the normal sales. Okay, model wise normal sales we have, and we have calculated this include LOD. Okay, so model wise sales I have done. Now include LOD I have created. Let me double click on this. Now you see, okay, and we don't want a sale price. Let me remove, and I will put sales quantity. Okay, now you see, so we have this EV, E1, EV, E2, these are my models, and we have include LOD of total sales quantity, right? So we have two sales of this particular model, two sales for two quantities sold for this particular model with respect to include LOD which we have done. Similarly, now that is we can calculate with respect to this sales quantity also. See, we are getting same value, right? 1 1 2 2, same value. But the first thing, in the LOD, whenever you use LOD, you will not get the value for null value, so this is excluded over here. Second thing, Since this is an include LOD, now if you apply any filter, it will act on both the things. Okay, so in the exclude and include LOD, filter won't work. For only fixed LOD, filter works. That is the key point to remember. So now you ask, then why LOD is required over here? So if you see the LOD wise, what we have done in the include LOD, we are saying model wise, let's include it. So even though if you don't put model over here, right now we have put model over here, right? But let's say if I put manufacturer, now you see, and this is the Tata, manufacturer is Tata, and we have EV1, and these are the things. For Ashok Leyland, we have this two thing, truck G1 and truck G2, and we have two quantity. Now if I go to, let's say, sheet 7, and what I will do, this time I don't put model ID, model explicitly, okay, because we have already included that in our LOD, so it will be included in the view. So what I will do, I will directly put this manufacturer, okay, and then I will put this my LOD. And now you see, can you see, for Ashok Leyland we have 4 quantities sold. And how it is able to know? If you go over here, so see, for Ashok Leyland we have 2 instances of model, truck G1 and truck G2, and the quantity was 2 and 2. So it is directly able to get the 4 quantities, right? So that is how you can directly include the model. Now if you put model, let's say, here if you go to sales quantity and drag and drop this, okay, for this also see Ashok Leyland, you are able to see the 4 directly by the help of this sales quantity, 4 4 4 6. So the values are same, right? But with respect to include LOD, you can include that inside the view directly if you don't want, by explicitly taking that field into the consideration. So that is the include LOD. It is adding some extra information into your view. Okay, so that is how we can able to calculate this. Now let's go to the next sheet and next question. We want to compare a dealer's sales price against the average sales price of that car model. Okay, meaning we want to compare dealer sale price. So we have multiple dealers in our data set. These are their IDs, dealer ID, and what we want to do, we want to understand, okay, what is the dealer price, sales price against the average sales price of that car model. So let's do this. I will go and say here, and first I will put dealer ID. So these are my dealer from dealer 1 to dealer 29. Okay, and now I will create this calculated field where I will exclude the dealer ID and get the average sales price. So this is my average price, okay, and I will say per model. Now here I am using the exclude LOD where I am excluding the dealer. So from the view it will exclude the dealer ID, okay, with respect to calculation, internal calculation. It will not consider the dealer ID when it will do the average of sales price average. Okay, so with respect to this, I will get what, a dealer sales price against the average sales price of that car model. So with respect to that model, I want to see it. Okay, I will first create this average price per model. Okay, calculated field. So let's go and create this average price per model, and what I'm doing, I'm using a exclude LOD where I'm excluding the dealer ID and getting the sales price. Okay, so let's get this, apply. Okay, now if you put this dealer ID over here, double click on this, and if you check the average price per model, put it over here. So see, this is our average price per model, and if you put the normal sales price and take the average of it, you see we have difference, right? For all the dealer ID, this is same. Why? Because we are removing the dealer ID and we are just focusing on, with the help of fixed LOD, that our average price, what is the average price. So that is this on the whole data set. but this is with respect to dealer wise, this is what we have, the average sales price. Okay, but now our goal is not this. Our goal is we need to get the dealer sales price, right? So let me remove this everything, and I will say dealer sales price. So we have the first average price per model, and then we have sales price, and I want a scatter chart. So let me go to analysis and click on this non-aggregate. Okay, so we have this average price versus sales price. Now I will put what I want to see, dealers sales price and then of that model. So I will put model now and say okay. Now you see, for this model, this is my average price and this is my sale price. Now I'll put dealer ID also, double click on this, and there we go. Now you see, for the dealer ID 8, this is the model, and the average price of that model is 9850 and the sale price is 19,700. So you see the difference, right? Average sales price is very high, whereas the dealer's average price per model is only 9850, right? For this dealer number 7, average price per model is 14,800, but average sales price is 29,700. So whenever you see the very huge difference, right, between the average price per model and the sale price, that means you can conclude that, you know, the for that dealer is undervalue or overvalue. If the difference is high, that means it's overvalued. If the difference is negative, it is undervalue. So that insight you can get it, okay, per specific car model from the dealer side. So that's was this particular question. Now let's go to question number 6. Let's identify the repeat customers from our data set. Okay, so how we can do that? So for that, once again I will create this calculated field called as purchase count. Okay, so I will say create calculated field purchase count, and once again I will use this fixed LOD only, where I want to get this count of sales ID and I will put customer ID as fixed. So this will give me the count of sales ID. Okay, I can go to sheet 9 and put the count of sales ID, where it is purchase count. So we have overall of 225 counts. Fine. And now we want to see if customer is repeating or not. So I can create another calculated field. Go over here, create calculated field, and this time I will use this if else condition. So what I'm saying, if purchase count is greater than 1, then repeat, else new. Now why you say 1? Because for let me apply and show you why 1. Because this purchase count, remember what we have done, we have made the customer ID fixed. That's why for each and every customer ID we are getting the sales count, and if the customer ID sales count is purchase count is, you know, greater than 1, that means it is a repeat customer, right? So that is why this is showing. Now we have this purchase count, and first purchase is purchase repeat. Let me do double click on this, and now you see we have 37 repeat customers and 188 new customers. If you want to change it to pie, you can click on this standard entire view. See, now you can, you know, run some kind of this analysis, loyalty program or retention campaign program for this repeat customers and new customers, right? So this kind of analysis also you can do. Next, let's go to this question. We want to find out a region wise discount rate analysis. Okay, region wise we want to find out the discounts. So again I will calculate first the effective discount %. Okay, region wise discount percentage we want to find it out. So how we can do that? I can go and say calculated field, this thing, and the discount formula is discount divided by sales price. That will give you the discount percentage. Apply. Okay, right. Now we can go to region. We have 4 region and we have created this effective discount percentage. Double click on this. So this is the, and let me go for bubble chart. You see, for north region we have 2% discount effective, for south 2.1, for west 1.72, east 1.9. So almost in every region we are giving equal kind of discount, not more not less. So we can get this idea, like in some regions are we doing some over discounting due to which we are killing the margins. So no, that is not the case. We are giving equal kind of discounts in all the region. That is one a business analysis, or you can say outcome you can get from this chart. Now let's go to the next question. We want to see average on-road price versus actual sales price to detect undepricing. Okay, so how we can do that? Very simple. You can just say a calculated field of price gap, which is having on-road price minus sales price. Both the columns are available. So let's create it. Price gap, and this is the formula. Apply. Okay, so we have this price gap and we want this on actual versus this thing, right? I will do manufacturing and then model. Okay, I think I can say now this value price gap. Yeah, you see this. All right, so you see we have now manufacturer wise, model wise, the price gap, right? Now if you go down, see we have some negative price gap and some positive price gap and some zero price gap, meaning see what we have done, we have for the price gap we have get the difference of on road price minus sales price. So meaning if let's suppose on road price is 1 lakh but we have done the sale in maybe 1,10,000, so in that case you will get the negative, right? So that means you have made a gap of 10,000, but that is your, you have like sell with respect more than with respect to market price, because if on road price is 1 lakh and you are selling it on 1,10,000, you are making an additional 10,000 profit, so it is higher than market rate, right? So those negative numbers you can see for BMW we have one negative number for sedan L1 model. That means BMW has made additional 2,300 sales. Okay, it is selling more than the market price, and this positive value means it is less than that market price. That means if 1 lakh was the market price, we have sold in only 95,000. That's why this positive. The formula, if you do the reverse, sales price minus on road price, then the positive will become the positive one and negative will become the negative one, but here it is opposite. Okay, now let's go to the next question. We will see how we can say calculate the dealer performance index using calculated field plus LOD. So we want to get the dealer performance. So maybe you have multiple dealers and you want to segregate them into high performance dealer, medium performance dealer and low performance dealer, so that next time you focus on these high performance dealers, something like that. So for that you can create total dealer revenue. This calculated field we can create. So let me go to create this field, total revenue dealer, and what I'm trying to do, I'm fixing the dealer ID and I'm multiplying sales price multiplied by quantity, which will give the revenue, right? So I'll say apply. Okay, so we have this total dealer revenue. Now where is that gone? Yeah, total dealer revenue. Let me create a new sheet, and now I will calculate this dealer performance tier. So I want to segregate them. So let me create this new calculated field, dealer performance tier, and I will use this if else ladder. So I will say if total dealer revenue is greater than 50,000, it is a high performance. If it is greater than 20,000, it is a medium performance. Else it is a low performer dealer, right? So apply, okay. And now let's visualize this. So we will say dealer performance tier. We have high, low, medium, and we will put dealer ID as well. So these are the dealer IDs, and let's say I will put total dealer revenue now. So these are the total dealer revenue. So as you can see, these dealers from dealer number 1, 23, 24, these are the high performance dealer, these are the low performance dealer, and these are the medium performer dealers. If you want to change the graph, let's say I want to see them in this wise. Yeah, so this is, you can give the color coding to the dealer 1, this is the all high performer dealer, low performer and medium performer dealer, right? And with respect to their revenue we can see them. All right, now let's go to the last question. We want to identify the best selling year of manufacturer for each body style. Okay, so we have this manufacturer and body style. If you put manufacturer, these are the manufacturers and their body style. If you put this, see, we have hatchback, sedan, SUV, truck, these are the body style of the car. So we want to find it out for each manufacturer what was their best manufacturing year, meaning in which year they have done the maximum manufacturing, right, of all these body style vehicles. So let's do that. In order to get that, I can create once again this particular LOD, sales by, or I can say sales quantity by year manufacturer. So I will create this sales quantity by year manufacturer year, and I will use this formula. What it is saying, we need to include the manufacturer year and body style. So now we are including two fields, okay, inside our view or inside our LOD. Include this manufacturer year, body style both, and get the sales quantity and summation of it. Apply, okay. So we have this, and now what I want to do, I want to create the get the manufacturer year, best manufacturer year. So I will put manufacturer, we have manufacturer year as well. So these are the years, we have manufacturers and years. So we have 2020, 21, 2, 3 and 4. Let me remove this, okay. So we have these 4 years. In 2020 we have only a Destin and Ford, those were the only manufacturer who was manufacturing the car. Now let me put all this manufacturing which we have created, like sales by year manufacturer, this one. Double click on this, or maybe let me do Control C, and I will put inside the label. And as soon as I do this, now you see in 2020 we have Datsun and Ferrari who has created a 3 and 2 quantity only. Then we have 2021, these many things. Now we want to identify the best year for all these manufacturers. So how we can do that? Best year means they have created more than like manufacturing units they have manufactured. For example, here if you go, manufacturer is Kia. In 2024 they have created 8 total units, right? They have manufactured total 8 units. So this is their winning year, right? No one has created more than this like Kia in the month of in the year of 2024. So what I can do, I can bring this, I can highlight this highest numbers by getting this sales quantity inside the color, and I can go to color, edit color. Let's say I will go to this, and yeah, now you see for this we have blue line which is shown by this blue color. You can increase the size if you can. Yeah, now see all these blue color marking, right? This 6 6 here, 6 9 8, these are the wins, okay, for each and every manufacturer. So here if you go 6 and 9, these are the wins for Tata and Toyota in 2023. So this is their celebrating year, or you can say a big year, because they have manufactured huge number of vehicles in this year. Here also 6 6 for again Toyota and Tata 2024. Here Kia also has 8. So that is all their winning numbers, right? Alright, that's it for this video. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course, and this video is the most important video of the entire course, because in this video we are going to talk about Tableau and how we can connect the Tableau with the other softwares like Python. So we are going to talk about Tableau integration. In the previous videos we have covered the LOD part, the analytics part in the Tableau, but in this video I will show you, if you are a Python developer, if you write the script in Python, then how you can connect your Tableau with respect to Python and do whatever things you can do in Python, but that will be reflected inside the Tableau. That is not the end of this video. We are also going to see how we can write some custom SQL queries. So if you are a SQL developer, then how you can write SQL script, and those things will be reflected into the Tableau. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. So first of all, we will start with the SQL part. So for that, I have prepared some columns in my some tables like manufacturer, market, this tables, different tables inside my PG admin 4. Okay, so this is my PostgreSQL, and I have created this with the help of this script, and this entire script I will give you so into the description box from where you can download it. So this is the script. Okay, let me show you. The script is this one, Postgre new data.sql, and this is the entire script. This will basically help you to create the tables as well as to insert the data. Okay, now I'm going to connect this particular data with my PostgreSQL to Tableau. So let's do that. I will going to open the Tableau desktop. Okay, and let me connect to first PostgreSQL. So I will click on this. I have this my server port, Tableau is my database in which all my tables are there. I will choose username and password. So username is this. I will provide my password, and I will try to connect. And there we go. I have connected with my localhost PostgreSQL, where I have all the tables from the Tableau database. Okay, now I am going to use this models table. So let me drag and drop it over here, and I will say update now. So see, I have these tables. Okay, now since I have made the connection live, so whatever changes if you do in your database, that will be automatically reflected over here. If you go for extract, it will take some time. I will go with the live so that I can see it. Now let's say you are creating some project into the Tableau, and you have connected your data from the your database to Tableau. Now the thing is, you don't want to maybe change anything in the data which you have, which is residing inside the PostgreSQL. and here you want to write some custom SQL script only. So whenever you connect to databases, there is something called as new custom SQL. Can you see this? When you drag and drop this component over here, so you can write your custom SQL. That is the facility provided by the Tableau. Now we will take one use case. Let's say for this table I only want to select the fuel type gasoline. Okay, this is my simple use case. It can be more complex also, so you can write any kind of complex SQL, but right now I'm just taking a simple example that I only want to take the data into the consideration where fuel type is gasoline, and I don't want to take the consideration of hybrid or diesel or electric also. Okay, so and I only want to create the visualization for that data only. Okay, let's say this is the business requirement manager has given to us. So how I can achieve this? By writing the custom SQL. See, one thing is you can go over here, you can apply the filter or create the calculated field and just say fuel type is gasoline. That is one way you can do it, not a problem. But the thing is, even in the Tableau I don't want to see the data for hybrid and other things. I only want to read the data for gasoline. That is my requirement. So for that I will bring this over here, and let me write now my SQL query for this. So I have already prepared the SQL query. I'm going to copy this and paste it. Now if you are a SQL developer, you can understand that from the models table, which is this, we are reading all this information, but we are saying where fuel type is gasoline. That's it, and we are just converting it into a lower, so that if gasoline is available in uppercase or lower case, it can handle both. That's it. Now I will say OK, and as soon as I did this, see my custom SQL query is here. Now I can safely remove these models, but see, when I'm removing the models, it is removing both the things. So first of all, what you have to do, you need to remove this. You just need to put custom SQL, and let me paste this. Now I will say OK, and see, now my custom SQL query is available. If you want to rename this, you can double click and then double click and then change it. So maybe let's say I will say custom models table. Okay, and then when you click on update, now you will get the data. Now you see in the data pane you can only see the fuel type of gasoline. That's it, and now you have this thing available, and then you can go to sheet and maybe fuel type, you can see gasoline, and now whatever visualization you want to create, you can do that. So that is the custom SQL we have. And here I have shown you one simple SQL query, but you can write you can customize your query. You can write even very hard queries or even a very moderate level queries. Each and every SQL query is going to work if you have connected it properly. Now we have covered the custom SQL part. Now we'll come to tab by part. We'll see how we can connect our Tableau with respect to Python. Okay, so in order to first of all connect your Tableau with Python, what you have to do, you need to install first of all Python. So I think I have already shown you in the previous videos how you can do this. If you don't know, you can just have a check on Google, or with the help of ChatGPT you can just install it. Now once you have this Python and VS Code installed in your system, then you can do and go ahead and just install the UV also. Now in order to install the UV, you will say, you can go to this documentation, you can say UV documentation, and this is the documentation, and from here you will go to installation, and based upon your system, I have Mac OS, so I can run this command. If you have the Windows, you can run this command. So in the VS Code or in the any terminal, so it will install the UV. Now what is UV? UV is same as pip. If you are a Python developer, you should know this. Okay, so with the help of UV or pip, you can install the different Python libraries. Okay, now I have the UV available. Now what I will do, I will say I'm going to install the one library called as tab pi. Now tab pi stands for Tableau and Pi. This is a library from the Tableau using which you can connect your Tableau with Python. So first of all you have to activate your environment. So I have already created this with the help of this. You will say uv init. I have already this particular you can say virtual environment created. Now you can activate it. I have already activated it, Euron Tableau masters, but if you want to activate it, then you can also say this v scripts activate. Okay, then you can go and install that library. You will say uv add tab pi, or you can also say pip install tab pi. I have already installed, so it is showing me resolved for in my system. So you have to install this. Now once you install tab pi, we have to start the server of the tab pi. So in order to do that, you will say tab tab pi, hit enter. Now this will start the server. It is asking me to proceed the authentication. I will say yes, and that's it. See, web service listening on port 9004. Now if I show you, my tab pi server got started. If I go to this particular local host :9004 and hit enter, can you see this is a tab pi server info. So description, it is giving state path, it is giving that we have started the server from this particular path, this is the version, and this is from the Tableau, okay, official Tableau. So now our server is up and running, meaning we have configured our tab pi server. Now we have to connect this tab pi server to the Tableau. So let's go inside the Tableau. Now we are in the Tableau. You have to go to the help section, and then you have to go to the settings and preferences, and then you have to go manage analytics extension connection. Click on this, and now see it is saying edit tab pi connection. For first time if you are doing it, it can show you for Python, R, and multiple things. Now here you have to provide the host name. Our host name is localhost, and on which port this tab pi server is running. So it is running on 9004. That's it. Then you can click on test connection, and see it is saying successfully connected to analytics extension. I will say okay. I will save this and cut this. Now I am able to successfully connect my Tableau with Python. So what is the proof of it? Let's see what is the proof. Now what I will do, I have created this simple script which I will show you. Here it is. So this is the simple script. Okay, I am going to apply this script on one particular database. So I will go to Tableau, and we have something called as sales, right? Now let me remove this, and we have sales table. Let me put it over here. Update now. So we have this sales quantity and order date. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this sales amount and I'm going to normalize this sales amount. Okay, now if you know the normalization, meaning you need to find out the Z score. Now if you don't understand the Z score concept, so you can go and search it out on a Google. Basically you will take the maximum value, minimum value, and you divide it by the minimum value. So in that way you are going to normalize the values between 0 and 1. So for example, right now if you see sales quantities are 10, 5 to 1, but I want to create a range of 1 to 0 for this sales quantity. So that is called as normalization. So for that I have already written a script inside the Python. I will copy this, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a calculated field. Okay, and I'm going to put this. So you have to use this script real. This will tell that okay, now you are going to write the Python code, and here in the double quotation mark you will write all your Python code. So what I'm saying import scipy.stat.as states. So I'm using the scipy library. With the help of scipy library I can directly find out the Z score, and Z score of what I have to find, I have to find the Z score of sales amount this particular okay, so not sales quantities, for sales amount we are going to do this for sales amount. Okay, so for this sales amount I need to do the I need to find the z score. So here I am passing the argument 1, and that argument is nothing but this is the argument. So that's it, this is the code. You will say apply. Okay, and as soon as you do this, when you go to sheet 1, you will be able to see this field available. Okay, I didn't given any name, so let me click sorry, this one, calculation one. So let me click edit, and maybe I can say normalize sales amount. Okay, apply. Okay, so now I have my normalized sales amount. So now let's drag and drop this. See, I have this normalized sales amount. This is the normal sales amount. Okay, and when I put normalized sales amount, let me remove this one, and maybe let's say product code. So we have normalized sales amount 0 value only. Okay, what I can do, maybe I can put yeah, market code, and market code versus normalized sales amount. Now when I do this, see, I'm getting the values. So minus 0.555 minus 0.59. So this is why. Okay, so the range of this z score is going to be from -1 to 1. Okay, so this is what my normalized sales amount. If you put the sales amount, see, this is the actual sales amount. See, yeah, and now you have this normalized sales amount. So actual value, it is from -1 to 1. Okay, from 1 to -1, that is the range, and this is the actual sales amount. Now earlier, why it was showing 0.0 something? Because it was like decimal places was set to that place. If you want to change it, you can go to here and say format. Do we have that? Rename, duplicate. Okay, I can't see the format over here, but fine. I mean, you can change it from here also, or maybe if you put another big number for comparison, it will show you the proper exact number. So we are having this normalized sales amount. This is one use case. Let's take another use case. Now this time, let's say for example, I want to build a sentiment score classification. Okay, I want to build this particular thing. Okay, sentiment classifier. So I already have the data in for that as well. Let me show you that data. So this data again I'm going to provide you inside the description. You can download it from there. So this is my, when you go to the data folder, I have this tab5 folder, and I have this data.py script. Now this is the Python script with the help of which I am creating this data set called as smartphone reviews.csv. Now when you open this data set, so this is how this data looks like. Okay, so what I have to do, this is my review ID, product name, and review text. I will connect this CSV file with the Tableau, and then I will write a Python code to basically identify whether this review text are positive, negative, or neutral. I want to do this. So in order to do this, what is required basically, we need to install there is one dependency for this, and the dependency is this one, text blob. So you can go and inside the Visual Studio Code, you can in this terminal see our this tab5 is running, that server is running. So you can open a new terminal, and from here you can say uv add and then text blob. For me it is already being done, so that's fine. So you need to install this particular Python library. Now once we have this, what I'm going to do, I'm connect the data with, so I will click on add and more, and see this is smartphone review.csv. Let's open it. I will remove the sales one, I have going to put this one. Okay, I can go to here and remove this earlier one, or maybe delete the sheet entirely. Okay, it is not fine. So we have this. Great. Product ID, product name, and review text. Now what I want to do, I want to create a sentiment score for this all the text. So for that I have already written a Python script in with the help of this text blob. So from text blob we need to import text blob, and then with the help of text blob, this is a library which can do automatically sentiment. So it has some NLTK libraries involved in that which can do some natural language understanding. Okay, so I will copy this script and I will go ahead and create a calculated field, and I will put this, and I will give the name also sentiment score. All right, so we are passing this review text, and for that we are getting the sentiment score. I will say apply. Okay, let's come to sheet 1. Can you see now we have the sentiment score? Now let's say I will put this review text. Okay, and for that I will put sentiment score, and maybe I will go to here and click on this, and I will put this review text inside the label and do this, or not review text, let's say maybe I will put product name inside the labels. Okay, this is not coming properly. Let me remove it, and maybe review text product name. Okay, let's put this product name only. These are the products and these are the review text. Okay, so let's go for the review text. I will remove the product name and I will put the sentiment score over here. Okay, yeah, this looks good. Now you see, for this particular sentence or text I have the review score of 0.5, and for this we have 0, for this we have minus 0.10, for this we have minus 0.6, and for this we have minus 0.39. Okay, now I want to categorize this point, so maybe I will put sentiment score inside the color, and as you can see now we have the blue points as some kind of response which is kind of positive. So if you read this, see, this is positive, this is also battery could be better, right? Battery could be better, this is positive. But if you read this one, camera is disappointing, this is negative, not worth the price, negative. It works as expected, so actually this should be sentiment, it works as expected, meaning it's a good one. But by it has, like, blob text has done some mistake and it is saying it is in a negative. Similarly, this very slow charging, yes, it is negative. So yes, we are able to identify it. But and these points, if you see, phone lags often, so this is kind of neutral. And this say user friendly interface, this is also, it has identified as a neutral. But there is no label, I am giving this label, so let's calculate this label also. So what I will do, I will create another field. I will say if sentiment score is greater than 0.1, I will say positive. If it is bit less than 0.1, I will say negative, else neutral. So let's go ahead and create this calculated field as well. I will click here and say create calculated field, this thing, and let's give the name as categorization. Okay, apply. Okay, now I will put categorization inside the color. Now as soon as I do this, you see Okay, let me remove this and put categorization inside the labels, and there we go. Now you see this, from 0 point 0 all the points it is showing as a positive. These points are neutral points. See, not worth the price, I'm taking it as a neutral. Sorry, negative. Not worth the price is negative, but this one, it works as expected, it's a neutral one. So see, this is going into the neutral, and these three are going into the negative. All right, so this is what we have. Fine, so this is how you can create a sentiment classification as well. Now let's take one more example. This is going to be a little bit sophisticated example. Let's say, you want to write some machine learning code in Python, and then you have to run that maybe into your Tableau. So how you can do that? This is very interesting one. So let's understand this. So the example which I'm going to take over here is, I'm going to take the example of profit model. Now profit is the model. With the help of that you can do some demand forecasting, meaning you can forecast the sales or maybe any number. So profit is the another library, we have to install it. So I will go here and just say uv add profit, and I already have it. If you don't have it, it will take some time and you will get it. Now for this also I have written another Python file, forecastdata.py. Now again here I'm creating this smartphone sales forecast data.csv. If you open this CSV file, it looks like this. So we have date, we have product name, and we have sales unit. Okay, we have almost 120 rows with the date and sales unit. Now my task is, I want to forecast this sales. It's like, if you don't have this a target label or maybe sales unit, so by just looking is this date, how you will be able to basically forecast this. So let's see that in action. First of all, I'm going to connect this data. So I already have this data, so I will remove it. I will put this and go here and remove all these things from here. Okay, then remove this, once again put this. So we have this date, product name, and sales unit. I will go to sheet 1. Now I will first do forecast with the help of pure Tableau. So let's do that. I will put date, and then I will click on plus. So we have month data, and we have sales unit. Double click on this, select a line chart. So this is how we have the entire sales unit, you can say monthly wise sales unit. Now I'm going to click on analysis, forecast, and there is option called as show forecast. Let's click on this. Now as soon as I did this, can you see it is creating this line? And what is this above line and below line? This is 95% confidence interval. So it is showing forecast for, we have the real data till November 2024. So for December 2024, it has forecasted 14,289 sales unit. Here we have 13,000. Then it is a straight line. For March it is going 15,000. For May it is going 16,000. July 16,700, and so on and so forth. So till October 2025, it has forecasted the data. Now I'm going to stop this. I will go to once again forecast and uncheck this show forecast. Now let's say I want to use my Python to forecast this same data. So how I can do that? Okay, so for that, once again I have written the script. I'm going to simply copy this, and I'm going to create a new calculated field and just paste this. And now I will explain you the entire code. See, I can give the name also. So let's say I will give the name profit PHET forecast, or maybe ML forecast, machine learning forecast. Now if you understand this whole code, see what we are doing. We are first importing the profit and pandas. In the pandas data frame, I'm passing the argument 1 and argument 2. Okay, I will explain you what is this. And then if any NA values is there, drop it. Okay, this is the condition I'm checking. If length of the DF is less than 2, return none or length of argument, because I want to pass all the data point. Then I'm going to use this profit and I will put this year seasonality true. Now this is the core machine learning part. If you haven't learned profit, you need to learn this. But for this Tableau example, you can understand that this is the class, Python class or a function where you pass the data and it will give you the model, and then I'm passing my data frame to fit my model, basically train my model. Now once I have this, I'm going to do the model.make future data frame. I will pass my periods and frequency as month, and it is going to give me the next 12-month forecast. Okay, and then I'm going to return it. So I will say result equal to forecast of y hat dot tail length of argument 1 dot value dot to list. Here I'm converting my numpy array to normal Python list, and then I'm returning the result. And this argument 1 and argument 2 is what? It is date, minimum of date and minimum of sales unit, that what I'm passing. Okay, so on these two values it is going to do the forecast. Now let's come back to Tableau. I have already written the script. I will say apply. Okay, now it has no error. Now let me drag and drop this side by side to the same row. So I will put it over here. Now let's wait for some time. So basically it is sending the data to TabPy. If you go to your VS Code and here see it say 200 post requests. So see we have this all the warning also, and the code got successfully run. Okay, now see this was our actual sales thing, basically sales data which we have, sales unit data, and see this is the model has predicted. See we have actual of 6079, but ML is saying, our model is saying 1238 in the month of January 2023. Similarly in the February, actual was 6609, ML says 1218. So you can see like there is a difference. We are not able to fit the good model because there is a lot of thing you need to take care, and this is a very small data set. If you tweak the parameters and if you give the more data, it will be able to predict it very well. But even though see it is having the same trend line, it is going up, this is also going up. Okay, now if I go and say dual axis, you can combine the axis. It will take some time, let's wait. And now you see, so this orange one we have the actual one, and this one is the forecasted one. See, so this is how we have, right? And let me click over here and say synchronize axis. So now you can see the difference. This one is the sales one, and this is the forecasted one. Now if you go to analysis tab and forecast, see now you won't be able to see this show forecast option because we are doing it with the help of ML. Now here if you see, we have the original data till December 2024 and the forecast is also for December 2024. But the thing is, you can go for the next prediction also because your model has learned it, so it will be able to predict it, but you won't be able to show it in this chart. But you can print it in the Python function itself by adding the print statement. All right, so I think that's it for this video. I hope this was amazing for you. You have understood how you can write your custom SQL queries, as well as how you can write your custom Python code, and then you can connect to Tableau and do whatever you want to do. All right, from next video we are going to do the visualization. We are going to start creating our dashboard. We will start with end-to-end project. We'll connect our data set and we'll start seeing how the dashboard works, basically how you can create stories, small charts, and then how you can integrate into the big dashboard. So see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course. In the previous video, we have seen how we can integrate our Tableau with the custom SQL as well as Python. From this video onwards, we are going to talk about dashboard designing. We are going to see how we can design the dashboard, and not only design the dashboard, we are also going to talk about with respect to business use cases how we can design the Tableau dashboard, how we can publish it to the public Tableau public online server. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. So first of all, let me explain you this concept called as Ames grid. Now this video is in this video we are going to cover end-to-end project. Okay, so whenever we start with any end-to-end project in Tableau, it always starts with this Ames grid. Now what this Ames grid? It has four tiles. One is purpose, second is stakeholders, third is end result, and fourth is success criteria. Now you go to any organization, it's not like you will sit on a project and you will start designing directly Tableau dashboard. That is not going to be the case. First of all, there will be a business problem, right? So people will sit and decide, okay, what kind of problem they are facing. In a data analytics industry, this is how the things will happen, and not only in the data analytics sector, it will happen in any other sector. So first of all, let's say the purpose is like they want to unlock the sales insight that are not visible before sales team for decision support and automate them to reduce manual time spent in data gathering. So let's say this is the business problem your organization is facing. Now to solve this business problem, they decided like they are going to create first of all going to create a team which is data analytics team, and that team is going to create the dashboard to solve this particular problem. Now in order to solve this problem, the data analytics team definitely they are going to design the dashboard, but first of all they need a data, and not only data, it's going to be a clean data. So there will be another team also involved. Okay, so that's why we have second thing is called as stakeholders. So the people who are involved to execute this entire process. So maybe we will have sales director who is going to look into this entire process. They need this decision support. Then you will have marketing team, customer service team, data and analytics team, and then finally IT team. Data and analytics team is going to design the dashboard. I have not written one more team over here, but we can count it inside the IT team only. We will require data engineers also, because we need this particular data. If we are talking about this create the basically dashboard, so for that we need a sales data as well. So for that we need data engineers who are responsible for curating the data. Then we define something called as end result and success criteria. So it's not like you design the dashboard and now people are using it and you will say, hooray, you have created a Tableau dashboard. No, that is not going to be the case. You will have some success criteria, and these are defined by all the stakeholders in multiple meetings. So let's read this. Of the first success criteria is dashboard uncovering sales order insight with latest data available. So I'm taking here an example of sales insight. Your dashboard can be of anything. Maybe you are creating a dashboard for HR analytics. Maybe you are doing for sales analytics. Maybe different domain. Here I have just written example of sales. So it should uncover the sales insight with the latest data available. Now whenever we talk about latest data, meaning now data engineer will come into picture, who will avail this information, avail this data to the data analytics team, so that they can go ahead and create this dashboard. Next we have sales team that is able to take better decision and prove 10% cost saving of total spend. So right now maybe sales team are doing some sales and they are spending some budget, and what we want to reduce their entire budget by 10%. So by creating this dashboard, and like once we create this sales dashboard, maybe sales team earlier they were not able to take better decision because some insights were hiding, but since we will create this dashboard, then sales team might be able to achieve this percentage 10% cost saving, because now they will take better data driven informed decision. Third point, we have sales analyst stop data gathering manually in order to save 20% of their business time and reinvent its value added activity. Okay, so sales analysts stop data gathering manually. They do for taking the decision, any business decision, they go and gather data manually. So we want to reduce their effort, manual effort, by 20%. So these are the success criteria. Now you have question, who has defined the success criteria? So this success criteria, all these people will sit together and they will decide all the success criteria. If anyone want to change this, they can speak up in the meeting. That is how the real world scenarios happen. Then finally we will have the end result of this entire process. What is the end result? We will get an automated dashboard providing quick and latest sales insight in order to support data driven decision making for all these stakeholders, right? So this is what we have, something called as Ames grid, and any project, any data analytics project start from here. I hope this is clear. Now let's go ahead. Now let's talk about how we will get the data first. So remember, in order to create the dashboard we need data, clean data. So consider an example, maybe you can consider an example of Flipkart. So whatever customers are coming to the website, they are doing purchase, how much time they are spending. So those each and every information we collect inside something called as OLTP systems. Now what is OLTP systems? OLTP stands for online transaction processing system. Remember this very carefully, online transaction processing system. Now in the OLTP system, this might be your MySQL database where you are storing all the data, and there is something called a sales management system, or maybe CRM system, customer relationship management system, right? So whenever a user will come to the Flipkart, they will maybe search something, then they will add that particular product inside the cart, and then maybe finally they will purchase it. So and billions and millions of users are coming on their website. So they are recording each and every information into the MySQL database, and this system is called as OLTP system. And here I am just giving a name called as Falcons. So you can say this Falcon teams, and here I have written software engineer team. I am just given the alias for that team. Let's say these are software engineers who are maintaining this entire OLTP system. Okay, so they have built it and now they are maintaining it. We are calling it as a Falcons team. Now what we want this data, this particular data, to be stored somewhere, so that data analyst team will come and then they can start creating this dashboard. Now you can directly, this data analyst team, which I'm saying it as data masters, so they will come directly to this MySQL or OLTP system. They will directly hook their Tableau with this MySQL system, and then they can start using it, right? But the thing is, here you have the MySQL system, and this is a real-time system, OLTP system. The thing is, if you directly hook your Tableau to this system will go down, right? Because your Tableau is also connected, you are doing the data querying, data fetching over there, and millions of users are also storing the data into the MySQL. So if this system will go slow, then consider the scenarios what can happen. Maybe if let's suppose you are on a Flipkart website, and if the website goes down, or maybe if the response is slow from the website, what will happen? Customer will start churning from the website, right? They will leave the website. We call it as a churn, but that is not desirable, right? We don't want that kind of system. And that's where data miners, or this is called as data engineers team, will come into the picture. And what they will do, they will take this MySQL database, they will write some ETL scripts. ETL stand for extract, transform and load, meaning they are going to extract the data from MySQL as it is. And in the OLTP system we will have some you can say some minor bugs, or you can say not minor bugs actually, but some metadata around it, and then maybe some different data which is not going to be useful for the data visualization basically. So they will do some transformation on this particular data, and then finally they are going to load this data inside the data warehouse. Now what is data warehouse? So data warehouse, you can consider kind of database only, where you keep the clean data once you have this extracted data. So this there are multiple companies which provide this kind of solution. We have something called as Teradata, Informatica, Nifi. These are the companies who provide you the data warehouse. Now if you ask me what is data warehouse, you can consider it is a database only, similar to MySQL, but this is useful for data analytics purpose. Okay, so that's where we dump our all the data. Now who will do this entire process? Data miners or data engineers will do the entire process. And this particular system where now the cleaned data is residing, we call it as a OLAP system, online analytical processing system, OLAP system. So this is a very important interview question. What is the difference between OLTP and OLAP system? Please explain. So you should know this. In online transaction processing system, we have the real-time data from the sales management system, or maybe from CRM, customer relationship management system. And when we do ETL on this particular OLTP system, extract, transform and load, and we move the data, or maybe you can copy this data into the data warehouse, and this particular data is now going to be useful for the dashboard designing or data analytics. Basically that system is called as OLAP system, online analytical processing system. As name suggests, on this data you are going to do the analytics. Okay, now once you have this data available inside the data warehouse, now data analyst will come and they can hook this data. Okay, they can hook the Tableau to this particular data, and now they can start creating the dashboard, whatever they needed. In this way we are not going to slow down our main database, and we will be able to successfully create the data, our dashboard as well. So this is the entire process. Now to do this ETL process, most of the time data engineers are going to do it, but sometimes if you are a skilled data analyst or a senior data analyst, you can also do this particular process. Okay, so we have already seen we have connected our Tableau to MySQL directly. Now you can consider that let's say from the MySQL you have extracted the data, and maybe you have dumped the data, and then finally from this data warehouse maybe you have downloaded the clean data. So now we are going to take an example of HR analytics. Okay, we are going to have some HR data, and we are going to build the dashboard on top of it. So you consider this situation that from MySQL your data engineer has come, they have written the script ETL, and they have dumped the data into the data warehouse, and then they have downloaded a Excel report, or you can say Excel file from this data warehouse. So all the data in a tabular format, and they have given you the Excel file, and now you have the Excel file which you can directly hook or connect to Tableau, and from here you can start making the basically dashboard or reports inside the Tableau. So we will start from there. Now I will go to my Tableau, and I will connect to my Microsoft Excel, and I have this hrdata.xlsx file. I will open this, and you see this data is connected. Now you can consider like that this data is the extraction from the this data warehouse. Okay, we are not directly connecting to our data warehouse, but I can show you this example also, like how you can connect to the data warehouse. But right now you can consider that you have got the data into the Excel file from this data warehouse only, after doing all this process. So finally you have this HR data. Okay, now if you see, we have the columns called as attrition meaning. So whenever you get the data, first of all you have to read the data. So what is the meaning of attrition? That people are leaving the company or not. So if it is yes, that means the that particular employee has already left the company. No means they are still working in that. Business travel, travel rarely, travel frequently. So these are the people who they travel rarely. This particular employee travel frequently, so that is business travel. CF, age band. So what is their age band? So we in the company we have something called as age group or age band. So this particular employee is in this particular age band, then this age band, and so on and so forth. Then we have CF, attrition label. So it is a ex-employee, current employee, ex-employee, and yes, because if attrition is yes, then definitely the employee had leave the company, so it is ex-employee. If the attrition is no, that means the employee is working, so it is going to be the current employee. Then we have department of that employee, education level of that employee, employee number, right? So in any company you go, you get the employee number. Then we have this employee number, so this is just a counting from 1 to 3, so it is in order. Okay, if you go down, we have almost around more than 1400 rows basically. Now we have gender also, then job role, what is the role of the employee. We have marital status, if the employee does overtime or not. We have over 18, meaning how many employees are greater than age 18, because that is a necessary criteria we have. If you want, you can drop this column, because anyhow in companies people are greater than 18 age only. Training time last year, so how much time they have spent in training in the last year. So this employee has spent 0 hours, this employee has spent 3 hours, and so on and so forth. Then we have the actual age of the employee. We have current CF current employee. So this column is same as attrition or attrition. 0 means that is not the current employee. 1 means yes, this is the current employee. Then we have daily rate. What is the daily rate of that employee? Okay, so in one day how much rupees they make, 1102, 279 rupees, and so on and so forth. Then we have distance from home. So this is like 1 kilometer from the distance this employee leaves from the company to home, distance is 8 kilometer, and so on and so forth. So we have gathered this information as well. Then we have the education. So earlier we have this education field, and this is the actual education degree, what kind of degree they have. And this is the employee count. This is going to be 111 for all the employees. Then we have environment satisfaction. So whatever company environment I'm providing in my current organization, how they are satisfied with this environment, out of 5. So we have 2, 3, 4, these are the ratings. Hourly rate of that employee, so hourly rate is 94 rupees, 61 rupees, 92 rupees, and so on and so forth. We have job involvement. So out of 5, how involvement they feel into your job, into their job basically. So this employee feel, out of 5 they feel they are involved in their job, 3 out of 5. Similarly this is 2, 2. So we have this rating. Job level. What is the job level? So when you go into any organization, you have some bands or levels. You are on a L1 level, L2 level, L3 level. So that is what we have captured over here. Then we have job satisfaction. How much satisfied the employee is with the job out of 5, that rating is available. Monthly income of that employee, and then monthly rate of that employee. Now here if you see the monthly rate is for 19,479, but the monthly income of that employee, if you see this is very less, 5,993. And why this is? See, if you are coming from the HR domain, you might know this. If some client is paying monthly rate to our employee which is higher, we take the profit, company take the profit out of it, and then whatever they will give to the employee, that is going to be less only. That's why monthly rate of that employee is very high, but their monthly income is less. Okay, because company take the profit out of it. Then we have number of companies worked. So previously this employee has worked in 8 companies, this has worked in 1 company, and so on and so forth. We have percentage salary hike. So how much percentage hike we have given? 11%, 23% when they have joined from the last company to our company. Then we have performance rating out of 5. We have a relationship satisfaction with the manager out of 5. What is the standard hours employee work in a month? We have 80 hours. Then we have stock option level. So if stock option level is 0, that means we haven't given any stock option to employee, and if it is 1, that means we have given the stock option to employee. If it is 3 or more than that, meaning we have given more stock options. So here for this employee we have given 3 stock option level basically. So this particular employee will have the more stocks, because we have this is stock option level. 3 means more stocks, 1 means less stock. This is the levels. Then we have total working years of that employee, 8 years, 10 years. Work life balance, 1 3, so they are giving the rating on work life balance out of 5. Okay, then we have years at company. So in the current company, how many years they have spent? 6 years, 10 years. Okay, and then they have years in current role. So now let's suppose, within the organization you also change the role. So their current role, what is the years in the current role? This is 4 years, 7 years, like that. So if you take this example, this particular employee has spent total 6 years in the current company, but their current role is only having 4 years. That means 2 years they have spent in a different role. Then they have years since last promotion. So they have zero promotion, and then this particular employee got promotion in the last year only. Then years with current manager. So current manager, your manager also changes. So this employee has the current manager, this particular manager from the last 5 years. So same manager from the last 5 years. Sometimes your manager also get changed. So this is how our whole data is. Whenever you get the data, this is the real data. See, we have many columns, almost 39 fields and 1470 rows. Okay, so whenever you get the data, first of all you familiarize yourself with the data so that you can understand the crux of it. You need to think as a data analyst, right? You need to think as an analyst that, okay, these are the things, then what kind of the relationship you can build it out of the data. And now once you have the data, we can start thinking of the business problem, and accordingly we can start designing the dashboard. All right, so next, first of all we will see the business problem, and then accordingly we will start designing the dashboard. All right, so this is the business problem and objective we have. And the business problem is build an HR analytics system that provides real-time insight into workforce demographics, what is the attrition pattern, employee satisfaction, and departmental performance. So we want this entire things to be tracked, and the goal is to help the HR leaders reduce employee attrition strategically. So HR is basically, your company is facing the problem of many people are leaving the organization. So they wanted to reduce the employee attrition strategically. They want to identify high risk departments, age groups, job roles, and educational fields. They want to improve hiring, retention, workforce planning, and employee satisfaction. They also want to enable data driven decision making instead of assumption based decisions. So this is the whole problem we have, okay, together. Then solution is what we need to create the dashboard out of it. Now the dashboard shows you which we are going to create. It has the multiple HR data attributes, and what they want is basically they want employee demographics into the dashboard. They want employee status metrics. They want performance and satisfaction. They also want some derived fields. Okay, so these are the input required to build our dashboard basically. Now this I'm showing you in just 1 or 2 slides, but this doesn't happen in just 1 or 2 meeting. You require multiple iteration of meeting before you reach to the conclusion. Then we have these methods, like how we are going to perform this. In the visualization, what we want to include, we want the KPI charts of this everything like will be decided into the meeting only. That we want a KPI card for active employees, average age, total attrition count, attrition percentage. We want a pie chart of which can be shown department wise attrition, education field wise attrition. Now this higher level visualization will be given by your managers or maybe higher level stakeholders. But what exactly card or which chart you will be using, that your maybe senior data analyst will instruct you, or you can also collaborate with the senior data analyst, and you can decide which particular chart you want. So let's say you have come up with all this particular chart which you want to show, right? And then finally you will have the analytical methods, which methods you are going to do. You will find the attrition segmentation by department, education, gender, and age. You will find the trend analysis to find high risk groups. All these things which is going to be aligned with your business use case, right? All those analysis you will do. And then finally you will have the deliverables, like you will give the interactive HR analytics dashboard, obviously in the Tableau, but it can be in Power BI also. Here we are learning Tableau, so it's going to be in Tableau. Then you will also give the attrition insight report. You not only going to we are not only going to design the dashboard. Finally we have to write our report as well, and then we have to give the recommendation for HR interventions. So those things we are going to do it. And then finally the success criteria, remember. So if business success matrix is reduction in attrition by 10 to 20% within the next quarter through target interventions. Identify the top 3 causes of attrition for HR action. Early identification of high risk age groups, departments or education fields. Improve retention strategy decisions backed by data. So all this, if we are able to achieve it, then we can call it, yes, it's a success criteria. This project is success for us. Okay, it's not like you just design the dashboard, you write the report and you are done. No, if you are able to achieve, like here it is written 10 to 20%. Even if you are able to achieve 7 to 8%, you can consider it as a success criteria. You are not going to hit all the points, that is impractically impossible. But yes, every organization have some you can say some pointers, and they have some targets they want to achieve. But yes, even if you able to achieve 2 or 3 points, it's going to be the success criteria for you. Now let me show you, once you build the entire dashboard, how it looks like. Okay, so see, this is the entire dashboard we are going to create. I have already prepared it, and I have integrated with this stream read, so that see, you can already see this professional looking dashboard. We have the HR analytics dashboard where all these are KPIs. We have active employees, average age of the employees, attrition count. See, 237 have leave the company. We have attrition rate 16%. So maybe they want to reduce this attrition rate. We have employee count, right? Department wise attrition we have also. And then we have number of employees by age group. So all these things we are going to build inside the Tableau. Okay, this is the final dashboard I'm showing you. All right, so let's I will go to the Tableau once again, and now we have this particular data, and I will go to sheet 1. We have already familiarized with ourselves with the data, and now let's start building this entire dashboard into the Tableau. So I have created the sheet 1. In the sheet 1, first of all, I'm going to design this KPIs. Okay, the KPIs are active employees, average age, these things. Now I'm going to refer this, and based upon this only I'm going to create it. But initially you will not have this dashboard, you will have this your report, basically your initial, you can say, requirement document. In the requirement document, all these things you have already discussed. See, in the KPI cards we will have these things. So by referring this, you are going to design, you are also going to check the colors and those things. So let me go and I can give the name of this sheet. So double click on this and I will say KPI or maybe KPIs. So I'm going to build the KPIs first. Okay, so let's start designing. The very first is we need to see the active employees, right? So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag and drop the employee count. We have that particular field. Here we have the employee count. I will double click on this and see, we have overall 1470 employees, right? And that is for sure because we have overall 1470 rows as well. So in the company we have total of 1470 employee count. Okay, now I can drag and drop this inside the text of the here, and see, this is the first API. I'm getting 1470. Now for attrition count, next is we need to see the attrition count. So for that I'm going to create the maybe calculated field. So I will click over here and maybe go create calculated field. Okay, and second KPI was attrition. So I will say if I will use this if, and we have something called as attrition column already available. Okay, let me show you that attrition. See here, attrition. So I'll say if attrition, okay, is equal to yes. So remember, if attrition has yes or no value. So if it is yes, so I can say 1. I will use then and 1. else, okay, 0, else 0, and then I will end this. I will say apply, okay, and let me give the proper name, edit, and I will give the name as attrition count, okay. This is my calculated field. Apply, okay. Now double click on this and you see we have overall of 1470 employees, out of which 237 employees have already leave the company. So this is my attrition count, right? Let me do in this way. So I have, and maybe I can go here and say entire view. So see, we have the attrition count here and then employee count over here. Okay, now what I want the attrition rate as well. So I want to see the, in terms of percentage, how many people have left it. Okay, so for that, once again I'm going to create another calculated field, create calculated field, and this time I will say attrition rate. Okay, and for attrition rate, the formula is going to be the simple what you need to take the attrition count, sum of all the attrition count, and divide it by all the employees. You will get the rate. So let me do that, sum of attrition count divided by sum of total employees. So employee count, apply, okay. Now we have attrition rate. Double click on this and you see right now it is showing as 0, right? So we need to change it from we need to change it into the percentage. Right now it is not showing properly, so you can go to this attrition rate over here and then quick table calculation, and then you will say percent, okay, not this, okay, you can do, I did the Control Z and then go here and then say format, and here it is number. From here we can convert it into the percentage, and now you see we are getting 16.12%. Fine. So now we have the third KPI also. Let me close this. So we have third KPI. Now if you see in the actually this was closed, let me close it. Now we have another KPI for fourth KPI, which is the we need to see the average age of the employees, right? So for that, what I'm going to do, we already have the age column, right? Yeah, here age column. Now what I can do, I can double click on this as well. So here it is showing all the age by adding it, but I want to see average, so I can go here, quick table calculation, and do it. From sum I will make it average. So we have the average age of the employees, right? Fine. Now we have designed our KPIs. Now I'm going to do little bit formatting over here. Okay, so for formatting, what I want to do, so I want to first of all see the employee count. So I will drag and drop it at the first place. So here employee count will come. Then I want to see the average age, so which is this. Then we have attrition count, and then we have attrition rate. Now another formatting I will do, I will click here and then I will say I will click here and then say format, and go here and then go to number custom, and I will make the decimal places as 0. Okay, so that is done. Same for this one also, format number custom, make the decimal place as 0. Similarly for attrition count as well, format here number custom, decimal 0, so that now it will show as 237. And for attrition rate, this is fine. Okay, That is the first thing. Another thing, I will put one filter as well. So let me close this, and now I will take the education and right click on this. I will say show filter. So you see all the filters are coming over here in the education, and I will also right click on this and say apply to worksheet, and I will say all using this data source. I need to check this. Okay, so let me click on here, and there you go. Now this filter will be applied for each and every instances. Whatever sheet we are going to create, all those sheet will be interconnected with this particular filter. Okay, so this is our first sheet we have created. Now I will go and design my sheet 2. So I will click here, and now in this sheet I want to see the attrition by gender. So I want to see how many males or how many females are leaving the company. So let me give the name attrition by gender, and here I will create a custom chart. This is going to be a lollipop chart. Okay, custom lollipop chart. Now let's see how we can do this. So for that I will go and put gender first of all. Where is that? We have gender. So I will put this into the columns. So we have male and female, and then we have attrition count already calculated. So let me put this inside the rows. Okay, so now I have this. See, for female 87 female has left the company and 150 male has left the company. Now what I will do, I will just press Ctrl and click and on this, or this one, and I will just create the instance of it. You can drag and drop the attrition count once again, that is also possible, but you can do like click on Ctrl and then drag and drop this, so that it will create the instance of it. Now we want a custom chart. So for that what I will do, see, now we have the 2 marks card. Now I'm going to click on this and say dual axis. Okay, and I'm going to revert this over here, or okay, and then finally for this one I'm going to change it. So for second one this is circle, but for first one I want to make it bar graph only. So I will click on bar. Now you see we have this custom thing. Now let me revert this. Cool. And now what I will do, I will go to the second one, and I will go to size and increase the circle size, and little bit decrease. Okay, and also from here first marks card I'm going to decrease the size of the bars. Okay, let me just do this way. Now you see it is kind of looking like a lollipop chart only. Also now let me do one thing. I will put this thing count 1 attrition count inside the color, and see this is kind of we are getting you can say this lollipop chart, right? And also I need to synchronize the axis. So I can click over here, right click over here and here, and I will say synchronize the axis, so that they will both come on a same axis. Okay, great. And maybe if you want to see the entire view, you can do this. And now from here let me increase the size one more time. Size I need to increase, and let me decrease the size of the bars. Okay, this is the first one here. Yes, okay, fine. So this looks perfectly fine. Now I need to change the color of this bars also. So what I will do, uh, I will take the gender column and put it inside the color. Alright, and now you see we have the blue color for this female and this orange color for this male, and we have this attrition count. Okay, and maybe you can do the color change as well. So you can click on this color, edit color, and for male female you can give your own color also. So for example, let's say for female you double click on this, or you can also provide from palette. I think for this timing it looks fine, so I can say apply, okay. But yeah, from here you can choose whatever color you want. Okay, great. And next you see I have this 87 for attrition count for female and 150 for male. I want to show this information inside this circle. So for that I need to put basically for this thing first. So I will take this attrition count and put it inside the second label, second card of label, and then I will go to labels, and then go to here. Actually I will from here I will choose the Tableau semi bold. So font is, I will choose Tableau semi bold, and in the alignment I will click and then say center. All right, now you see we have 87 and 150 available inside this. So that was the formatting, and let me decrease the size of the bars also a little bit. So I will go into the first and size and decrease the bars a little bit. Yep, now this looks perfectly lollipop chart. Okay, now side by side we will start designing our dashboard as well. So we have till now KPI and attrition by gender, but before if you see this thing, this is our final chart, right? So before creating all these charts side by side, we also want to start working on the dashboard. So for that I will create a new dashboard, and I will from here I will give the size, let's say for now 1000 into 800 pixel is fine. Okay, now if you see here in the chart, this is at the back end I have used this kind of some image. Okay, so on top of that I'm putting all this chart. Right now Tableau doesn't provide you this kind of background. By default it is a white canvas. Okay, but we want this kind of image on top of which we want to put our chart. So for that what you can do, you can go to here image. Okay, let me click on floating, and then you drag and drop this image over here inside the Tableau, and then from here you can insert the image. So to insert the image, you first click on this insert image file, and then from here you choose allow, and I have already downloaded this PNG file. I'm going to put you this inside the description also. So this PNG file I have created, I will click on open, and you have to check both the option fit image and center image so that it will be centered and fitted inside the Tableau. Then say apply, okay, and now I'm going to increase this image, okay, to my whole canvas. All right, and let me just change the width and height from here. Maybe I will go for 1050, and height I am going to use 900 pixels. Okay, and now see this is our design is available. Okay, and let me go for 1200 for the width. See, so this is my entire image is available. Okay, and here we are going to create our whole in this we are going to put all our these charts. So I will do it one by one. Let me close this, and first what I will do, I will drag and drop the KPIs over here. So let me put this, and make sure you have selected the floating, then only this can float it out. Okay, these cards can float it out. And now let me decrease the size and we have this filter which I can put it over here, and I will drag and drop this expansion, and maybe let's say for the time being I will put my filter over here. Okay, and I will increase this. Now I will start formatting this. So first of all I will click on the KPI. Okay, and I want to give the Tableau semi bold, and I will bold it, and also I want to change the color to white. Okay, I will say apply. Okay, still this KPI is the black only. Let's provide the different color, Tableau semi bold, apply. Okay, all right, now let me close my camera so that you can see the whole picture. Okay, so actually this color is not changing, so what we can do, we can in fact hide this title itself. So I will right click and say hide the title. Now title is gone. Now we have this employee count, average sales, attrition count, and rate. So now I will start formatting this. So I will right click and say format, and now what I will do, I will first put the font as Tableau semi bold, and I will check the color. So see, it is in orange, so let's make it in orange. Alignment I will make it in center, and then shading is fine, I am not going to do that. And then this is fine. Then in the pane or for header, let me go the color for orange. Okay, and let me increase the size also to 15 so that it is clearly visible. Okay, now let me click on this. See, this looks good. Okay, if 15 is I can go for 14, or maybe, yeah, 14 looks fine to me. All right, and then what I have to do, I will go to this shading pane, and from here I will go to worksheet, and then from here I will choose none so that this will become transparent. Okay, and then I will, everything is none, I will select from here, and I will go to this, so that now I have to remove these lines also. So these are already set to none, so line also I will remove and set it as none. Okay, header also none, pane also none. All right, so these things are set to none, and now I will click on this and say format, and this I am once again going to take the Tableau semi bold, and I'm going to increase the size to 12, and I'm going to give the color as white. Okay, and let's make it bold. Now you see, this looks good, right? We have the employee count, average age, and also I will make the alignment for this. So format, and let's do the alignment properly. So I will say here, and for alignment maybe I can go to these things are fine. Yeah, whenever there is line you need to make it none. Okay, so that each and every line should go from here. Now I'm just checking for the alignment part, or maybe if I go to format for this, and yeah, here we can see the alignment is in center, but for this thing I'm not able to see the alignment. Yeah, here I will go and I will make it center and center. Okay, now this is coming fine. I have the employee count, average age, attrition count and attrition rate. Okay, I also want to see the another thing like we haven't included, which is active employee. I also want to see the active employee. So let's go to the sheet 1 KPI sheet and let's add that over here. Now see, from here, since we have changed the color to white, that's why these numbers is not shown over here, but it is visible inside the dashboard. Now I will go to KPI and I will cut this and add this thing. Okay, active employee, right? So in order to have the active employee, what I can do, I can take the employee count. So I can create a calculated field and I will have the sum of active employee. So sum of total employees we have, which is shown by employee count, and from here I will going to subtract the attrition count. So sum of attrition count, this will give me the active employees count, right? Active employees. All right, I will say apply. Okay, and I will double click on this active employees and it is visible over here. Now I will put this active employees on very top, right? Then we have average age, so I will put average age on second. Then we have, now we don't need now this employee count, total employee count, right? So maybe I can remove this employee count from here. Okay, so we have 1 2 3 4, that's it. 1 2 3 4 attrition count and attrition rate. Great. Now the thing is, if whenever you are changing over here, the dashboard will also get changed. See, we have total active employees 1 2 3 3 out of total employees. So you can put the total employees also if you want. Let me put the total employees as well, employee count. So where is that? I can do Control Z and we have the employee count. And the dashboard, see, these are the total employees, out of which these are the active employees. Okay, and these are the attrition rates. Cool. And since we have done the formatting one time, you don't have to do it multiple times. That's why you just drag and drop and Tableau is able to identify, okay, this particular formatting you have already applied, right? Cool. Now let me just put this filter over here for the time being, and here I will show you the lollipop chart. See, so now I'm going to drag and drop this attrition by gender over here. Okay, and see, this is showing the filter. Let me put filter side and I will first do this. Now let me first of all remove this attrition by gender. So right click and hide the title, and also I'm going to hide this gender and attrition count. So right click and say show header, so you uncheck the header, and similarly here you right click and just say show header, uncheck this. So we will only have this thing. Okay, and now let me just compress this and I will go and put it over here. Now you see it is not fitting properly, so what I can do, I can go to the sheet and decrease the size as well. So I will click on this and size I am going to reduce it, and this circle size also I'm going to reduce it even more. Okay, and I come to dashboard. You see now they are kind of visible. I also want to hide this attrition count, so let me right click and click on this, and see now they are gone. I will come to once again the sheet and reduce the size of the bar once again little bit. Okay, now come to dashboard and these are reduced too much, so let me increase a little bit even more here. Let me even further increase it, and now come to dashboard and see this is fine. Now I also want to remove this background, so right click and then format, and here from the worksheet, first of all I will say the Tableau semi bold I want to select. Okay, and color is, I think I'm going to take the size as 12. And you see we have this filter also, attrition count, so I don't want to see this, so let me remove it. And we have this male female filter, again I don't want to see this filter as well, so I can remove it. You see. Now once again I will say format, and then this is fine. I will go to this, and here I will say none, and as soon as I did this, see something got breaked. Okay, let me do Command Z. Once again Command Z. Let me click on this. Okay, we'll remove this. Yeah, now this is fine. Once again I will format it. So say this is couple of times iteration it will take, right? You need to do it. Let me go here and then say none, so that is gone. Now this vertical lines is still there, so for each and every pane you just have to select none. Column blending I will say none, and then from here borders, right, these are the borders, you will say none. Row divider you will say none. See now, and column divider also you will say none. Okay, and then you go to this lines and you have to remove the grid lines, you will say none. And now since you remove, see this is gone, all gone. Okay, see this is the filter. Okay, it's working fine. Okay, both the things are showing fine. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to format this as well, so let me see the filters. So I have this education filter over here, I will going to put this filter over here, and what I'm going to do, see from here I will go to more option and I will say edit filter. Okay, so here I have all the fields, so I will say okay, this is fine, but I want to format it. So first of all title I want to see, which is fine. Apart from that, I will make this as a drop down filter, so I will say here if I say customize, and I'm just checking, yeah, see here we have multiple value drop down, so let me click on this, and as soon as I do this, see when you click on this you are getting the drop down. Okay, now you just have to format this, that's it. So see all your things are there. Now you just right click and then we need to format this properly. So I will go and say format filter and set control, and from here also once again I'm going to take the font Tableau semi bold, which is fine. Color is also white, which is already set, right? And I'm going to make this shading as none, border as none, which is already set. Okay, so somehow it is not able to change it, but let me click on this. And okay, what I will do, I will go to font and choose the color as white for this education, and for body once again click on this and say click on font, and for body I will choose the black color. Okay, Here it got changed, so for title it should be white. Okay, cool. Now when you click on this, you see we are able to see all the filters, and then their color is in black. Now just click over here and click over here. See, we have the education filter also here. Or what we can do, we can change the color for education in the different color also. Maybe orange is fine, because we have all the orange theme. Now see, we have this. And also let's make the alignment as center for education. All right, cool. Now we have designed our KPI and attrition by gender. Now let me create another sheet. So I will click on sheet 3 and drag and drop over here. And now I want to see, department wise attrition. So if you see this, we have third column, which is department wise attrition, third chart basically. So let's rename this and say department wise attrition, right? Attrition, enter. So what I will do, I will take department column. So we have department over here and put it inside the columns. Okay, so I have the department column, and I have 3 department: HR, R&D and sales. Okay, or maybe I can put it inside the color also over here. So see, we have these 3 colors, and let me change this to pie chart. Let me click on this pie, or from here also I can click on the pie chart. Now I have this pie chart. Let me click on entire view. So I have this sales department, R&D department and HR department. Now I will take attrition count and I will put it inside the angle, so that it will angle it properly. All right, and then I will edit the color, or this color is also fine. Okay, and now I will drag and drop attrition count inside the labels, so that the labels will be shown properly. Okay, and if you want to show this label inside this pie chart, so you click on the label and then go to alignment, and then you can say center. Okay, center. Is it showing? You click over here, and from here you can choose this Tableau semi bold and color as white. Apply. Okay. All right, so we have this, and I will now go check on this attrition count. Okay, sorry, here, this one, and I will go to quick table calculation, and I want to see it as the percent of total. So I will make it as percent of total. So we have, see, from sales department 38.82% people have lived, from HR department 5% people have lived, and from R&D department 56% are leaving the company. So maybe company need to invest. Why from R&D how so many people are leaving? So we need to, maybe HR can take a decision. This is a insight we are getting it. Okay, now what I will do, I'm going to put attrition count inside the label, which I have, I think, already done, and I will click on the label. Okay, and I'm going to put this here. I will go and see, I can see this percentage of total, right? Okay, and from here I'm going to make it as, again, Tableau semi bold, and color I'm going to put as white. Apply. Okay. Okay, so we have done, we have created our third chart as well. Now I'm going to once again go to dashboard and going to put this over here. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, and I'm going to first of all right click and say hide the title, and we have this thing department, so I'm going to put the department. And now what I will do, you see, I also want to see this, basically numbers as well as percentage. So for that, what I can do, once again I will go over here and then put the numbers also. So again I'm going to put the attrition count inside the labels only, and now I have the numbers as well as percentage. So let me click on this here, and I will copy this, Control X, and I'm going to put it on the above, Control V. Let me take it here. Okay, apply. Okay, all right, let me do Command Z. This is not coming properly. Apply. Okay, so on the air it is going in a different way. So I can do in this way. This formatting takes some extra effort, so you have to make sure you do this properly. I do this, and then we have percentage of total. I am going to do Control X, going to enter, and Control V, apply. Okay, and now we have this 92 above, and then we have percentage. If you want to put bracket around it, you can go here and then say in the bracket you do this. Okay, and then yes, you choose the Tableau maybe medium or whatever font you want, and then color as white. But you have to select this entire thing and then it will work. So Tableau medium and then color as white, apply. Okay, now see, now this is got applied, and from here it is gone. When you come to dashboard, now let me click and then say format, and let me quickly remove all this thing. Okay, so first I will go here, and then from here I will say none, and see, now these numbers are appearing over here. See, we have the department filter. So let me right click and then say format legend. I will go over here, I'll select font as Tableau semi bold. I'm going to choose the again orange color, right? And for body, again I'm going to choose the Tableau medium, and I'm going to give the different color, maybe white color, right? So these are my legends. Let me put it over here. You can put anywhere the legends. Okay, okay, here also it is fine. And now I need to increase the size of the circle from this. So what I can do, I can click on this and maybe go to the sheet, and I will increase the size little bit. When you come to dashboard, see, the size got increased too much, so I can reduce it even a little bit less. Okay, but now these things are coming inside the circle, so I think earlier it was like that, so this is fine. Okay, let me put the department from here to here only. Okay, we have the department wise all this attrition. Now let's say I want to add the extra information, so you can put HR, but since right now we have already the legends, this is fine. Okay, we can go ahead with this sheet. All right, now we are going to create another sheet. So let me create this sheet 4. I will drag and drop it over here, And now I want to see, the number of employees by age group. See, this is the thing, number of employees by age group. Okay, so let me double click on this, say number of employees. Okay, number of employees by age group, age group, enter. So for that, what I need first of all age column. So, and also I want to see number of employees by age group, so I need to create the histogram chart for it. So for that, I want to create first of all bins. So what I will do, I will click on right click on this age column, I will go to create, and then I will go to bins. And now see, bin size, I'm going to set it as 3 over here. Okay, and I will click here and say create a new parameter. Okay, and let's give the parameter name as bin size. Not name, it should be bin size. And I will give the display format as 3 is fine for us. Current value is also 3. Minimum I will choose 2 instead of 2.1. Max I will choose 10. Step size I will choose 1. Okay, now if you don't understand what is this, let me just create this. You will get in just 1 second. I will say okay, and then okay. So I have this bin age bin available. Now I am going to drag and drop this into the column. So we have this all our bins, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag and drop the employee count. Where is that? Yes, employee count inside the rows. And now you see, I'm getting the histogram. See what this says. In the 18 age we have 17 employees. In the age of 20 we have 24 employees. Till the age of 22 we have 30 employees, and so on and so forth. We have 155 employees aging between 34. So in the age group 34 we have 155 employees. This is what it tells us. Okay, now let me just do the from here I will make it as entire view so that I can see everything. And now I'm going to drag and drop the employee count inside the labels. So where is the employee count? Employee count inside the labels. So we see all the employee count. Okay, and then I'm going to right click on this bin, and okay, and I will say show parameter. Where is that bin size we have created? Here, so sorry, here it is, bin size. So I will right click on this and I will say show parameter. Now as soon as I do this, so now it is showing the parameter. See, okay, let me remove this. So here it is showing the parameter. So now we have the bin size of 2. Okay, you can increase it. So when you click on this, see bin size got 3, and now see, since we have given the step size as 1 when we were designing this parameter, so that's why it is increasing by 1. But as soon as you do this, see something got changed over here. Let me click once again, and now it is showing for 18 age we have 28 employees, for 21 age we have 43 employees. But when you click on this, see, so from 18 we are getting 20, that means bin size of 2. But when you click on this, from 18 we are getting 21, that means bin size of 3, and so on and so forth, right? So this is what this particular parameter is. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag and drop employee count in the color as well. So let's put employee count inside the color so that you have this color. Okay, now if you see, we have chosen this color. So let me click on the color, edit color, and now I'm going to choose it from the palette. So palette, maybe I can choose this orange, or maybe I can see this yellowish and reddish color. So I can go over here and then orange gold also. Yeah, this looks fine. See, we have the 230 employee in the age bin of 33. So this is fine. This looks good. Okay. Now let's come to the dashboard. And again, I'm going to drag and drop this over here. And we have this bin size also over here, which we can change it. But I can remove this bin size, or maybe reduce the size. First of all, let me do hide the title. So that is gone, and let me put it here. Reduce the size little bit. I'm going to remove this header, and also this header I'm going to remove. Each bin, hide field label for columns. Cool. And let me do this. And now I will put the bin size, and this is employee count. I think I can remove this. Only this bin size is required. Okay, so let me decrease this and put it over here. Okay, and also I can increase the size till here. I will right click and say format. From worksheet, I'm going to choose the Tableau semi-bold my font, so that all this font will become Tableau semi-bold. And then the color is, I'm going to select as, here I'm going to select as white, so white color. And now I'm going to click on this shading, and here I will say none. So see, all this is gone. And now we have horizontal lines, so we need to remove those lines as well. So you go to borders, we need to set it everything as none. Okay, I go to lines, grid lines, I will say none. So these are gone. Now see, these lines also I need to remove it, so I will say none. Zero lines, trend lines, none. Okay, axis ruler, I will say none. Okay, so these things will be gone, and axis sticks as also none. So I have removed axis sticks as well. Cool. And we have this thing. So let me format this parameter as well. We'll go to format, this parameter. I will choose the font Tableau semi-bold. Color, I'm going to give the orange one, which is bin size, right? And I will make it center alignment. Now body font, I'm going to give Tableau medium bold, and then color I'm going to give, again, sorry, here I can give white color. Okay, and let me increase the font size to 12. Shading, I will say none. Font size, I need 12 for this thing. Okay, so see, this is what I have bin size. When you click on this, see, it is changing. Let me do in this way, little bit this. All right, now this is fine. You click on this, the bin got changed. See, 2 is the minimum bin size we have set it, and 10 is the maximum bin size we have set it. Okay, see, so this is how you can change it properly. Isn't it cool, right? All right, I will set it by default for 3 only. So this is our bin size. Now let's create another sheet, next sheet, which is a job satisfaction rating. All right, so here this is the job satisfaction rating. I'm going to create it. So again I will click on new sheet, drag and drop over here, and let's give the name job satisfaction rating. Okay. Okay, so let's start building this. I will put the job rule. Okay, we have the job rule inside the rows, and then I'm going to take the job satisfaction inside the columns. So we have this bar graph, but we don't want this. So what I can do, I can right click on this and say discrete, so it will show in this way. Okay, and what but this job satisfaction, if you see over here, we want this to be to be considered as dimension. So I can drag and drop it over here. Okay, so this is the job satisfaction, right? And then what I can do, I can drag and drop this inside the columns. I can remove this one, first one. So now we have this 1 2 3 4, this is as job satisfaction. So basically I'm converting this job satisfaction from basically this measure to dimension. Okay, and then what I will do, I'm going to take the employee count and I'm going to put inside the text. So we have this employee count, and I can click on this so that I will get in this format, and let me do this. So these are the job roles and these are the job satisfaction levels. If you want to change the color, you can go and click here and then say edit color, and you can choose it from here, right? For me, I think this looks fine. If you see our graph as well, the previous graph, see we are using the same thing, so this is fine. Okay, now I'm going to use this inside my dashboard. So I will go over here and take this job satisfaction here. Let me do this. I will remove title. Right, and if you see, we have this job satisfaction and this thing is available job role, and this is the data. Now what I will do, I will just right click and say, or maybe here I will say right click, show filter format. I will go to format and say Tableau semi bold, 9 is fine. I will bold it. I will give the color as white. Control Z, black. So for black this is visible. Okay, shading I'm going to say none. All right, format, and here none is fine. Shading for rows it is already fine. Tableau semi bold 9. Okay, and I want to remove this thing, so I will click and say format, and I will go here. I'll say none. So these are gone, right? All right, now I want to change the color as well. So let's make the color as here I can right click and say format, and from here I can change the color to white. Tableau semi bold, and same for this one, right click, format, Tableau semi bold, white. All right, and then we have this job satisfaction, so just right click and then again say format, and this also Tableau semi bold, white color. All right, so now this looks perfectly fine. We have this thing. Now let me just click on this and increase the size so that it can fit on the canvas. and I will increase this thing. Okay, all right. Let me increase this as well little bit. Oops, Control Z. Okay, so yeah, this looks fine, we are good. Okay, so we have prepared our this thing. Now I'm going to create a new sheet. Let me click on this and drag here. This is going to be education wise attrition. Okay, education field wise attrition. So I will say education field wise attrition. Okay, now I'm going to first put the education field inside the rows and then attrition count inside the columns. Okay, and I will change from increasing to decreasing, and let's change this. Let me see. Okay, so this is fine. I need a horizontal only, so maybe I can do decreasing order, and then let's make it entire view. So we have life sciences total attrition 89, from medical 63 people have lived, similarly for marketing 35, and so on and so forth. So in life science, which comes under the department of R&D, people are leaving more. Okay, now what I will do, I will click on this text. Okay, just above column, so this one, or let me see the color. Okay, this is fine. Okay, let me just change the color. Okay, so I will click on color and then maybe, or what you can do for all this thing, education field, you can put that inside the color as well. So let's put the education field inside the color, and now we have different colors. Okay, fine. Now let me come to the dashboard, drag and drop this over here, right click and hide the title. Okay, education wise field attrition, or maybe let's say I want this time, I won't remove it, so I can go to dashboard and do Control Z, and we have this. Now I will come over here and then double click on this, and from here I will choose Tableau semi bold, and I will make the color as white, apply, okay, and let me see if that is done or not. Okay, it is not applied. Let me see why. I need to go with the white color. Okay, I need to select this, and then I will say Tableau semi bold, and then white color, apply, okay. Now it is applied. We'll come to dashboard and see, I can see this. Okay, now I want to do the formatting. I will go here and say Tableau semi bold, 9 is fine. I will choose white color. All right, same for this thing, but first let me do format and remove these shadings and everything. For sheet I will say none, so this is gone, and I don't want to see this education live file, so I will right click, format, and what I can do, I can remove this by saying none. Font, I'm going to use this. Maybe I can come over here, and from here I will say this, I can right click and then say show header. This will be gone. Okay, I want the headers back. I only want to remove this, so I can say education field, right? Since this is present inside the color, that's why it is showing over here, but let's see if I can hide this or not. Let me click on color. Borders, I will say none. Okay. This was fine. Data source order alphabetic field nested. Okay, I can't remove this, so that is fine, not a problem. Let me do the formatting for this. Okay, I will say Tableau semi bold 9, color is going to be white, and I want to, yeah, this is fine. Let's do the alignment in the center. Okay, and these are the education fields we have, and we don't want to see them filter legends, so I can remove it. All right, and one more thing, I want to remove this, so I will say show header. I will remove it, and then I can put this over here. Now still this grid lines is coming, so what I can do, so what is happening, format, shading none, font this, this is fine. Let me remove this. I will right click and format, go to this, everything is set to none, go to this, remove the grid lines, and there we go. Now the grid lines are not coming. Okay, and this looks fine. We have the this thing for life sciences, and also I want to see these numbers, so I can go to education wise field. Let me cut this, and I will put attrition count inside the labels, so that it will be shown properly over here. And also I can put, and then alignment, I can say center, so it will be shown inside this graph. Now when you come see 89, 63, 35, 32, 11 and 7 from the human resources. Fine. So we have prepared this education wise attrition as well. Now let me just go and select this and say 12, apply, okay. So education wise attrition, we have this. Oops, control set. I'm going to decrease the size little bit. Okay, cool. So these are the education wise field attrition. Now we have our last sheet remaining, so let's design this attrition rate by gender for different age group. Okay, so what I'm going to do, okay, by the way, this bin size is coming over here. I don't want this apply count, let me remove it. Great. Now let's design this. Okay, so again I'm going to click on new sheet, I can drop it over here, and this is the I want attrition rate, so let me give the name attrition rate by gender for different age group, for different age group. Okay, so if you see, this is how it going to be look like. We will have different age groups, and this is going to be a custom pie chart. Okay, I have already shown you in my lectures how you can create this pie chart, so we are going to do that. And this is the under age 5, these are the attrition count. Between age number 25 to 34, these are the attrition count. So we are going to do this. So let's start creating it. First of all, I will go and drag and drop this CF band age. Remember this column we have CF band age. So let me just check this. CF current employee, CF band age. So I'm going to drag and drop this inside the column. See, these are the band age. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to change it to pi. So this is the circle we are getting, see. Okay, and let me make it entire view. So these are the different age group. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put gender in color. So gender inside the color. So I have this male female like this. Okay, and I'm going to put attrition count inside the angle. So now we have this proper pie chart, right? Now what is required, I'm going to double click on rows. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a minimum of 1. So basically I'm going to create a dual axis, simple. So remember this, we have already done minimum of 1 for dual axis. I will enter, and this will create the double axis for us. And I will see this aggregate minimum of 1. So I'm going to create the copy for this. So command and then control over here. See, dual axis got created. Okay, simple. So this is a different method of creating the dual axis. I have shown you with the minimum of 0 also you can create it. Here I am showing you with the minimum of 1. Okay, now what is required, I am going to go inside the second marks card. Okay, here, and I am going to remove all the elements from this. Okay, so I'm going to remove this, so that I will get the blank circle. Okay, and then I'm going to click on this and then say dual axis, and as soon as I do this, everything will be combined. Now I have to increase the size for here. Okay, so what I can do, I can click on the size and I can increase or decrease the size. So let me decrease it so that it will be fitted inside this circle. So this is what I have my pie chart available. So you can say donut chart available. So this is a custom donut chart we have. Okay, now I will click on the first one. Okay, and I will going to put attrition count. So maybe I can put attrition count in the labels also. So let me do that, or I can put okay, so labels is fine. So we have 43 and 69, right? If you see it, see, we have this attrition count, right? So this is what we have. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this attrition count, which is available inside this. I'm going to go into quick table calculation, and I will say percent of total. So see, we have percentage number 18% from the male candidate, female candidate, and then from male candidate it is 29.11%. all right, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to now let's say I'm going to drag and drop filter at right place, and for that what is required actually, I think this is fine, but if you refer this diagram, see, we need this values 5, 18, 11, 8, 2, these values to be present inside this circle, right? So we need to do the changes accordingly. So what I can do, I can go to the second marks card, and I'm going to put the attrition count inside the labels. and now you see the values are showing over here properly. Okay, so for CF band age 25 to 34 we have attrition count as 1112. For this we have 51 and so on and so forth. Okay, so this looks good. Now I can come to my dashboard here, and I'm going to drag and drop this. Okay, let me do here, and this thing I will put it over here, legends. Now I want to put this attrition rate by gender, so I can come over here and double click on this, select this. I will say Tableau semi bold for this font. Sorry, Tableau semi bold I need. So why it is not showing? Let me cancel it. Okay, Tableau semi bold. First select it and then Tableau semi bold will come. Sorry, why it is not selecting that? All right, let me decrease the size to 12 and then change the color to white. Apply. Okay, now when I come to dashboard, see it is showing properly. Now let me click on this and expand it a little bit, and I will right click here and I will first of all synchronize the axis, and secondly I will don't show the header, and then I'm going to right click and say format. I will go here and say none, so all gone, and I want to now change this color to white colors. Okay, so I will go to this and here Tableau semi bold 9 color is white, and now you see it is started showing this thing. Okay, and also I want to remove this CF bandage, so right click format, or maybe if I go here this CF bandage, right, hide field labels from column. When you click on this, so that is also gone. Cool. And we have the gender over here as my legend. I can keep it there itself, and I can put this and increase the size of this bar graph, this donut chart. So go here and size, increase it little bit. Go to this pie size, increase it little bit even more. Okay, now when I come to dashboard, see the size looks good now. Okay, now I also need to remove this borders and everything, so right click format, go to borders, set everything as none, and from here also grid lines I need to remove it. Zero lines needs to be removed, trend lines needs to be removed, everything need to be set as none only. Okay, drop line needs to be removed, axis ruler none, and axis tick also I want none, but still this 2 horizontal line is coming, so I can go to border and I can set this as none. Row divider also none, and column divider also as none. Okay, so now they are gone. Now we have this data, right? Now let me do this. I can put over here and drag and drop this sheet even further till here. All right, so now we are able to see this data properly. Okay, and what I can do, even I can do this. I can take this here and increase this even further till here and make this copy available over here for the legends, right? Cool, this looks good, right? I can change this color also. Instead of right, by the way, this is attrition rate. This should be, let me double click and just say attrition rate, and I can double click over here, select this and change the color to orange. Apply. Okay, come over here and see, this is fine. All right, now let me also change the color inside of this color, this circle. So I can go over here, go to the second marks card, click on color, more color, and I can choose the color according to our theme. Okay, now see, this is a little bit it is aligning with our theme. Okay, so this is how we have created our dashboard. Now one last thing is remaining. We are going to give the title of our dashboard, so let's do that. I will take this text and drag and drop it over here, and let me give the title HR Analytics dashboard. Okay, dashboard. Let's select this and give the Tableau semi-bold, title heading 15, and then make it bold. Color I'm going to give it as white. Okay, so this is my HR Analytics dashboard title I have given. And if you want to align it, so alignment, you can click on center, and this is what we have, right? And then remember, this filter was there, so you can drag and drop this over here, HR Analytics dashboard. All right, and you can put your filter over here. So we have this entire dashboard ready. See, so this is how you create the professional looking dashboard. Okay, now let me turn on my camera. Great, so we have done the whole effort and created this dashboard, right? Now you go and read your business problem, right, which we have defined. So this was our all the business problem, and according to this we have designed our dashboard, which looks like this. Okay, now what you have to do, we have created this dashboard. Now we have to learn also how we can publish this dashboard and how we can create the you can say report out of this dashboard. And also we need to present this dashboard to our stakeholders. So I will go here, and then there is something called as this new story. Let me click on this new story, and this is the story. Okay, so first of all I will put this KPI sheet over here. So this is my active employees, average employees, and the number it is showing over here. You can add a caption. Okay, it is asking me to allow the access. Let me give the access. All right, now let me give the story one, which is KPIs. Okay, so now you can create another story 2. So let me give the story 1 as name, double click and say KPIs. Okay, KPIs already exist, so I can say HR KPIs. Okay, HR KPIs. Cool. So then you can represent this information to your stakeholders. Then maybe you can put this attrition by gender over here, so not here, in the new story. So you go and take this attrition by gender. Okay, and then here you will give the caption, let's say attrition by gender. Then you take another new story and you put department wise this attrition. So here you will put department wise attrition. Okay, so basically you will take all these sheets and you will put it inside the story. and then finally you will have your dashboard. So let me put the dashboard at the very end. Okay, and then what you will do, you will click on this presentation, and so this is how you will start telling your story. Okay, we have the blank sheet in between. Let me remove it, delete this. Okay, so we have HR KPI story, story number 2, story number 3, and let's put complete all these stories. Okay, I will create another story for this thing, number of employees by age group, drag and drop, age group wise attrition. Okay, and then you will create another sheet where you will put job satisfaction, right? So job satisfaction level, right? And you will create another story, you will put education field wise attrition, right? So education field wise attrition. Another story, attrition by this CF age band, attrition by age band. Okay, and at the end you will have your dashboard. Now you will click on this presentation, and you start your presentation to your stakeholders. So you go to the meeting, right? And then you are going to present this information one by one. So this is your first sheet you have created. You will say you have total active employees as 1233, you have average as age as 37, employee count as 1470, and so on and so forth. Then you will make this entire story, you will club this everything, you will show the attrition by gender. So you will tell this entire story to your stakeholder, and then finally you will demonstrate this entire dashboard. Okay, you will also show that you have applied a filter. So when you click on this filter, see all the data got changed. See, the data is changing according to this filter, right? And these are all hooked one. If you click on this, so see this, when you change this, and let me do Control Z. So this is not changing other data. So that means this remaining sheets, they are not connected by each other. So they have but this filter is a universal filter. If you change this filter, it will change all the data. But when you, let's say, click on this is not changing all the data. And let's say if you want to make these changes, you want to make all the this field these sheets to be interconnected. So in that case, you click on this, any sheet you can click on this. For example, let's say you click on this sheet, and then you have to keep run this filter on. So you make this filter on. Similarly, you click here. Okay, you make this filter on, you click here, make the filter on. For each and every sheet you have to do the same thing. And once you do this, all your sheets will be connected to each other. So let me do that. See, now all the sheets got connected to each other. Now when you click on this, see, now everything is changing. See, when you click on here, see, everything is changing. So you will tell the entire story to your stakeholders according to your business use case, and then this is how you have solved this particular business. Okay, now next we are also going to see how you can create the report once you have created this dashboard, and also how you can publish it. So let me first show you. In order to give this sheet to your stakeholders, one way is you can go to file, and then you can export this, right, as a package workbook, or maybe you can print this. Let me show you some of the options. Like when you click on save as, so here you can save it as TWB or TWBX. The difference is when you save it as TWB, it will only store this dashboard but not the data. But when you save it as a TWBX, then it will store the whole dashboard with the data as well. So let me go ahead, save it with this. I will choose a folder, proper folder, so Tableau masters, and here I will give the name HR analytics dashboard. Okay, and then you save it. Now when you go to file and then, or maybe let me go to the proper location, Tableau masters. You see this is HR analytics.twpx. Now also what you can do, you can go to file and then you can say export as PowerPoint. So you can export this as a PowerPoint. See, it is saying this view, specific sheet for this view, specific sheet for this workbook. So I will say this view, export, and once again I will go to this same Tableau masters, save, and now you see you have this on desktop, Tableau masters. Okay, see you have this pptx. Let me open this. So if you want to save this, you can save this, and it is opening, and see you have this particular ppt, and you can present this information to your stakeholders, right? Also another thing, you can go file and save it as a PDF or whatever thing you want. And another thing, like if you want to maybe host this entire thing, dashboard, to somewhere else, that is also possible. You can do that. So for that, what you can do, you can click on save as, and maybe you can go file and say save. Okay, and press Ctrl S, and you go to server and then publish data source, publish workbook, and all these things you can do it. When you go into the server, you can sign in and you can publish your work over there. You can publish your work to Tableau public also. So let's say for server thing, you have to buy the server from the Tableau side, and then there you can save it. But let's say if I go to Tableau public and I can say save to Tableau public, so that anybody can go and check this, your entire dashboard. So save to Tableau public as, I will click over here, and you have to create your account on Tableau public. So let's wait, it is sending our whole data to the Tableau public server. Okay, see this error is coming, internet communication error, so maybe internet is not there. So I will connect come back once again with the fresh connection. Okay, so now when I click on server and then Tableau public, so it is asking me to do the login when I am publishing my work to Tableau public. So let me provide my email ID and password. Now before you put this, you need to go to Tableau public, okay, and there you can create your account. So you can just search Tableau public, and you can create your Tableau public account login. So here you can go and then first sign up, and then you can do the sign in. So the same information I am providing over here, Tableau sign in. Okay, so it says okay, data extracted required. Okay, I will say okay. Let me once again go here and then say save to Tableau public, create data extract, data storage, logical table, filter, add filter and everything. So this is required, all rows, incremental refresh, I will say yes. So these are settings you have to do. Basically increment refresh meaning whenever you change locally, it will be reflected to your server also. I will say save changes. Right, now once again go to save to public as, and now this is sending my data to server. So let's wait for a couple of seconds and see. Now it is asking me for the workbook title. I will say HR Analytics. Save, and now it is sending my whole data as well as this dashboard to the Tableau Public. It will take some time. Let's wait and see. Now it is going to show you over here. And there we go. See, now I'm able to go to this particular link where I can see this entire my dashboard. And this is, by the way, interactive dashboard. When you click on this and say filter, any of the filter, it is going to apply. See, this got applied. Click on this, click on this. Here you can see some discrepancies because this is a different thing with respect to our Tableau desktop local version. But yes, you can sign in over here and you can do the changes as well here also. All right, so this is how we have published our dashboard to Tableau Public. Now also, let's say you want to see this in a different view format. So you can click on this device preview. Now device type, you have see on the desktop and you have the phone view. See, on the phone, this is how it is going to look like. See, let me go to the default one, and we have the HR KPIs, attrition by gender, story 7, and then final dashboard. When you change it from desktop to tablet, maybe, see, this is the tablet view. So tablet view is little bit weird. Now again you have to what you need to do, basically you need to make the changes according to your tablet view. So you need to drag and drop this entire, okay, let me do Control C. You need to make it compatible for tablet view. Similarly, you can change it here from phone view. So in the phone, this is how it is going to look like. See, all right. So these are different device supported by the Tableau as well. Now let me go to default one, and this is the desktop view we have. Okay, default view. So that was it. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how you can create the report with the help of this dashboard. So let's see that. All right, so you see I have created this report. This is a very simple report, and you can say a sample report. This report can be wide as well. Here I have given the title HR Analytics Stakeholder Reports and written this information, what it consumes. It has workforce overview, total active employees, average age of the employees, total attrition count, and the KPI wise. Then we have department wise, these are the attritions, education field wise, these are the attritions, and so on and so forth. So, and I have also written the conclusion. The analytics strongly indicates that attrition is concentrated within the specific segment, sales employees aged between 25 to 34. So this is my, you can say, recommendation that HR need to focus on these employees and individuals from life science or medical education background. Addressing these areas with strategic HR initiative will drive measurable improvement in retention, employee satisfaction, and organizational stability. So this is just a 1-2 page report I have created. You can put more information, more insights, and then this information you need to present to your stakeholder along with your this entire dashboard. So the next thing, like, you can take it as a takeaway or homework, that you build this and you create the report, and then you create a nice presentation by explaining each and everything, and then maybe share with me, and you can tag me on LinkedIn. I will be able to see this, and I can provide you the feedback. So that's it for this video. We have covered our first project end to end. In the next video, again, we are going to take another problem statement, and again, we are going to create another dashboard, and I will show you the entire process end to end. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to Tableau Masters course. In the previous video, we have covered our, the first project that was under the HR analytics domain. So we have covered our end-to-end first project, and in this video, we are going to cover our second end-to-end project inside the Tableau, and this is the final dashboard which we are going to create. So this is a sales analytics project. There is a imaginary company called as Quantum, and we are going to do the sales analytics of this Quantum company. What this company does, so it sells their hardware and software products in different countries and regions. So we are going to take this data from their database, and we are going to connect this with respect to our Tableau, and then we will start building this entire project end to end. So let's get started. Now you can consider, this particular company, they are storing their data into the database. We have considered the pgadmin4 so as a PostgreSQL database, and as you can see, this is the script with the help of which I was able to create the this entire database. So this script I'm going to provide you inside the description. You can just run this script inside your PostgreSQL in the pgadmin tool, and you will be able to create not only the database, you will also able to create the tables along with the data. So we have the customer data, date data, then we have market data, then we have product data, and then we have sales data. So we have almost 5 tables along available inside this database called as Tableau. Okay, so let me go to the Tableau and start connecting this. So I will open Tableau desktop and say this. I will go to PostgreSQL. This is my server port, database name I have provided, username I have provided. Now I will provide my password and say sign in. So let's wait. It will take couple of seconds to connect to this particular pgadmin4 database. Alright, so it got connected, and as you can see from the Tableau database, whatever tables are present, it Tableau is able to fetch all the tables. But we are not going to require all this table for this particular end-to-end project. We will require only certain tables, so we are going to pick that only. Now in this particular project, we are having multiple tables, and those multiple tables we are going to combine into a star schema fashion. Now this is a good time to understand what is star schema and what is snowflake schema. So in general, you have these two types of schema. Let me search this snowflake schema. Okay, so these two terms are there. You can search these two terms. So in star schema, what we do, let me connect these tables first, and then I will show you. So this is my main table. I will put this sales table into the middle, and we have made a live connection. Let me update the data. So you see in the sales table, we have these fields: product code, customer code, market code, order date, sales quantity, sales amount, and currency. Okay, great. Now I'm going to put the product table, and I'm going to connect it. So I'm not dropping this inside a new base table, but this is a connection table with respect to sales. So let's connect it. And you see Tableau is able to identify in the sales we have product code, and in the product also we have product code, and with that key it is forming a radiation. Let me click on update now. So in the products table we have only product code, product type, and product name. Now I'm going to bring markets table. So let me once again made a connection with markets, and see market table also have market code with the sales. In the sales table we have market code, so it is able to connect them. Let me update this as well. So we have market code, market name and zone. All right, now also I'm going to bring the dates column, dates table. Let me bring this, and here see Tableau is not able to identify. Now I have gone through this data, so let me go ahead and select order date from the sales table. And when you expand the field, you find two date column, one is CY date and one is date key. We are required this CY date because this date key is just an extraction of the same CY date, so we will require this. So I will click on this and say update. Now you see we have date key, CY date, year, month, name and date, year, month. So this is the actual CY date we need. That's it. Then one more table is required, that is we have product, it is done. Market we have already connected. We have customers table, so let me bring the customers also over here. See we have customer code and customer code. Okay, and in the customers table we have customer code, name and type. That's it. So these are our four, you can say, supporting tables with sales tables. So this connection we have made connected in the star schema fashion, where this is our fact table and these are called as dimension table. This is the star schema. Now when you talk about snowflake schema, yes, you will have the same connection. In the middle you will have your fact table surrounded by dimension table, but the difference is in the snowflake schema you break all the dimension table into further dimensions. So that is called as snowflake schema. So if you go to the sales table, let me click on this. You see here we have only product code, customer code, market code. So all the brief overview of all the tables, right? And then for example, if you are going into the customer table, so with this customer code you will get all the information. So if I go to customer, see with that customer code I have the name, customer type, maybe all the information I will put inside this customer table only. But let's say if you are making a snowflake schema, so you will have one more table. Let's say for customer you are storing their name, their email ID, their business profile, something like that. Then you may have one more supported table, which is again called as dimension table. So a dimension table will consist another dimension table that comes under the snowflake schema. You can search it on internet and then read about it. It's a beautiful concept we have. But right now we are going ahead with only star schema. All right, so we have made our connection properly. We have sales table and these are the basically dimension tables, and this sales table is the fact table. Let's go ahead. Now I will go to sheet 1 and I have, see these are all my connections now coming over here. Now I have already shown you our final dashboard, which is going to look something like this. So I'm going to refer this only, and accordingly I'm going to design it. Okay, all right. So first of all we want this KPIs. Okay, count of product, sales amount and sales quantity. So let's start building this. I'm going to rename this sheet and call it as KPIs. Okay, and let me just, yeah, so we have count of product, how many products we are selling, that is the first thing. So this quantum company, how much basically product they are selling, let's see that. So we have product code, product name and product type, and then we have product count. Let me double click on this. So we have total product of 33 and I want to convert it into a KPI, so I will put it inside the label. See, we got this. Next we have sales amount. So let's take the sales amount, double click on this. See, we have sales amount also, and then we have sales quantity. So let me put this sales quantity, see 692. Now you see this is a very simple dashboard, But this, it's not like you need to always create a complicated dashboard only. uh, what is, let's first understand the theory behind it. Remember, whenever we start a project, we start with the problem statement, right? So let me go ahead and show you that problem statement, why this a dashboard is simple. You will understand it. Okay, so let me share that with you. Okay, so you see, this is the entire report which I have created for our quantum, company. So this is what the Ames grid plan. So sometimes we need to put this Ames grid plan into our report as well. So say this is our aim. We need to optimize sales effectiveness and resource allocation to maximize overall sales revenue and quantity by identifying high growth product, customer, and market segments. We have like lack of clarity on which market zone, customer type, or product type are the primary drivers of growth, leading to generalized sales strategies and inefficient resource distribution. Now if you pay attention, we are not having the clarity on which market zone or customer type or product type are the primary drivers for growth. And if you see our dashboard, so they focuses on these things. See, we have created our dashboard in which we have zone wise sales, then we have product wise sales, and then also we have customer wise sales, and then market wise sales as well. So these was, since they were discussed into the business meetings, and we have decided, okay, we need this, we are lagging on this. Okay, and then we have decided our KPIs that, okay, this is going to be the sales amount by market zone, average deal size, right? And then we need to know sales amount by customer type. And this is what the plan also we have proposed. So sometimes you need to put this plan. See, in the first project I have shown you a different report. This is a different report, right? Based upon requirement, business requirement, you need to create different reports for your stakeholders. So maybe sometime your stakeholder not only ask for this Ames grid plan, but they also want what is your plan, visualization plan in terms of Tableau. So you are going to create this monthly sales trend with the help of line chart. You need to also put which measure and dimension you will use. Then so that if that measure or dimension is not available, in that case maybe remember the Falcon team, and then you have data engineer team. So data engineer team will work with data, basically software engineers, and they will get this fields available to you. So all these things, like this kind of visualization we are going to create, is written inside this, right, after multiple meetings with your senior data analyst and those things. And then we have decided this. Okay, we will come to this stakeholder report and recommendation. Yeah, but these are the things which is already been discussed, and that's why this dashboard is simple, but it is yet powerful, because it is going to give you your executives and your stakeholders to idea like where to focus and where not to focus. Now let's come back to our KPIs. So we have now this all the three things: count of product, sales amount, and sales quantity. Now let's start formatting them. So first of all, I will click on this, then I will say I need to see entire view. So I have this thing, and now let me start formatting this. So first of all, I will right click on count, say this number custom. I will remove the decimal places to 0. That's it. Then I will go to sales amount. Now since this is a sales amount, this time I'm going to show you in terms of millions or something like that. So it is a currency custom, no decimal places, and unit I'm going to set it as 1000. So 580k, this is how it will show. And then finally I will come to sales quantity, format it, it's a number custom, no decimal values. That's it. So our first KPI page is ready. All right, now side by side, let's start designing the dashboard also. So I will click on the new dashboard, click on floating, and then once again I'm going to put a image first. So I will drag and drop this, and click on center fit, choose the image. So I'm going to provide you this image inside the description, you can download it from there. Okay, apply, okay, and there we go. See, our image got loaded. So this time, we don't have to design this quantum sales analytics dashboard because that is already been available to us. Let's take the width as 1200 and height as 800 pixel. This looks good. Okay, now I will put our first KPI over here and let's start designing this. So I will say here I'm going to do select Tableau semi bold, and then bold and color I'm going to make it as white. Apply, okay, KPIs, right? And then once again edit title, I need this inside the center, so select it and make it center. Apply, okay. Now right click, format. First of all I will go here in the shading and then say none, so that it will be background will be removed. Now I will go here, let's say Tableau semi bold. From 9 I will make it as 12, white color, and there we go. We have count of product, sales quantity and sales amount and sales quantity. Now let me increase the size till here and till here. Okay, this looks good, and we are able to design our very first component, okay, from this image. Let me open that as well side by side so that we can have the comparison going on. All right, so this is ready. Now next we have is this thing. We need to see, market code wise, currency wise, what is the sales amount going on. So let's build this. I will go over here and say new sheet, bring it over here. I will say market code wise sales. So this time we need first this thing, currency. So we have already currency available. Double click on this. So see, this particular company, they deal in different countries, so in India as well as outside the India. So that's why we have INR and USD. By the way, to show you this, let me go to the data source, and if you see, we have this thing inside the market and maybe sales. So you see INR, USD, these are our currencies. Now right now we have 32. Let me add some more data. What I will do, so I have prepared that script also. I'm going to select everything from here and go to PG admin. By the way, this script, entire script I will provide you, so don't worry about it. And I need to run this. Okay, I'm going to select all these things. And then I'm going to run the query. So it will take some time. And yeah, finally query returned successfully. Now we come over here inside the Tableau, and you see right now we have 32 products. I'm going to click on the refresh and then say update now. And as soon as I did this, see now I have 42 products. So since we have made a live connection, Tableau is able to get, fetch the live data from the uh, this thing PostgreSQL. Let me add more 10 more rows. This is for specifically India region. So I'm going to copy this entire data and then paste it over here. Okay, once again I will execute this query. Now it will take some time, so let's just wait. Okay, we got some error near line 1. Okay, so this time it runs successfully and we have this result. Now when you come to your Tableau once again, and let me refresh this time we have inserted only 9 record. So I will click on refresh and then update now, and see now we have 51 product code, which is good. Okay, so I will come to KPIs and market code and dashboard. You see it is reflected inside the dashboard also. Now we have count of product as 53, sales amount 1604k, and sales quantity as 1254. Now let's start designing the market code wise sales. So I will come over here. We have market code. Next we required something called as this market code. We have market currency, so I will double click on this. So you see we have different market codes for India region as well as for USD currency. Okay, so now I will put sales amount as well. So double click on this and there we go. So these are the sales amount. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this market code and I'm going to put it inside the filter as well. And I'm going to use top. So this is the filter and I want to set it by field top 10. I want to see top 10 market code by sales amount. I will say okay, and there you go. We have these many only top 10 market code. So market number 50, market number 54, 13, 19, 27, 31, which is having highest sales amount. Okay, also if you want to change this filter, so once again I will go and edit filter. Let's say you want to see top 15 market code, you can say click and apply. So you can change it your filter. All right, now let's come to okay, and also let me go here and I want to do this filter, sorry, this change it to table. So this tabular format is fine. See, in this format we have designed it, right? Cool. And then I can come to dashboard. I will drag and drop this over here and like this, right? And okay, go here. Now let me first edit the title. So I will give it 10 size, bold, white. Okay, apply. Okay, so this is a market code wise sales. Okay, what I will do, I will say format the title and shading none. Also I will give a proper name, I will say market code wise sales. Sure. Here, and edit the title, select and center it, apply. Okay, you see we have this. And also I need to right click, format, go here, Tableau semi bold, white color, sorry, a black color I want to give, and that's it. Now you see we have this top 15 market code, right? And see, if you want you can remove this, hide the title. I think we can do that, hide the title. And this is also giving a good idea, because by seeing it you can understand, yes, this is for market code only. Okay, great. And let me do this. All right, this looks good. And also what I will do, right click and format and go to this, and I will say none, so that all this will be gone. And now I have to remove these lines also. So into the rows, sorry, format, borders all set to none, right? Header is none, row divider is none, and that's it. We have this. Now this color is in the black, so let's change it to, and let me remove this first. Let me change this color to white color. So right click, once again format it, go here and select white, and same goes with this white. All right, and also I will say format, Tableau semi bold, and then make it little bit bold as well. This one, currency and market code. So right click, format, wait, this is not going properly. Let me once again say format, Tableau semi bold, white bold. Okay, this looks fine. We have currency and market code wise this thing, and I can do this little bit of another formatting. Let me go to sheet, and then okay, this is not happening. Fine, till this we have good thing. Okay, so you see this is the winner, market number 51. It has highest sales, and this is in the US dollar, which is fine. Now next is we need this thing, customer name wise also we need a sales. Okay, so once again I'm going to go to dashboard, and now I'll create this and say customer name wise sales. Okay, or you can say customer name wise sales. And for that I'm going to refer this customer table. So we have customer name, so these are top customers, and then I want to see the sales, so put sales amount. This time I need a bar chart, so I will do this, and then from increasing to decreasing order I will do this. So see, we have Darko Digital, which is having a sales of 3,20,000. So this is our main customer, right? We need to focus it on. Then we have Pulse Ecom, and this particular customer is coming from which market? It is coming from the market number 51. Okay, All right, now let's do little bit of formatting. So what I will do, if you see, the colors are in this way, right? So I will do the coloring over here. So I will put sales amount inside the color. Okay, and yeah, this looks good. Now let's come back to the, and also I will put the same sales amount inside the labels, because I want to show this labels. And click on the label alignment, and it should be in center so that it will be shown in the inside the bar. And then I also want to make them bold and maybe different color, let's say white color. Apply, okay, and you see this looks good, right? Now let's come to dashboard and start adding this over here. So we don't require this title, so I can hide it. Then right click and then say format. First of all, I will go and say inside this sheet, and then this, and then this, and here I'll say none. So all this is gone now. And then I need to only see this customer name, which is fine, but I don't want to see this sales amount and all these things. So I can say right click, format, and or I can say show header, don't show it. Cool. And what is this sales amount? Let me remove this. All right, and now can start formatting this thing. So Tableau semi bold, white color, right? Similarly here, format, Tableau semi bold, white color, right? And then let's start formatting this. Right click, format, and then go to borders. This is going to make it none. Row divider is none. Similarly, column divider is set to none, right? Fine. Inside the rows it is none. Inside the columns, okay, let me make this also as none header, and column as well, the header should be none. Inside the lines, let's make it none. 0 lines none. Reference line nones. All right. Okay, this looks fine. I can bring here. All right, so this looks good. We have one null values, which is fine, we can ignore it. If you see and say filter data, so it will remove that null also. So we have filtered that none value. Fine. Now this color we need to make it little bit change. See, we need this sand color, so I can go over here and come to the customer and color, edit color, this thing, and see, you can go to custom palette and select the pixel value. But let's say what I will do, I will remove this sum of sales from the color, and we'll go to color, more color. Okay, this is not exactly what we are looking for. Maybe what I can do, I can put this customer name inside the color. Okay, this is different. Let's put sales amount only then inside the color, and then edit color. Okay, and let's search what we have for sign, right? This thing, and then blue green special. See, we have this thing coming, this color. Now I will remove it. Okay, and go to dashboard, customer name by 2 times. Okay, here it is coming 2 times. Removed it, and you see now we are getting this color. Okay, fine. So we are able, but this is, if you see, this is little bit even more darker, so I can give that same color as well. Let me go once again over here, color, more colors, and maybe little bit a darker shade of it. Apply dashboard. Now you see it is matching. See over here, for this color it is still little bit more lighter, brighter color actually. So you can give it, go over here, and once again, for edit it, and then you can do it. It's up to you, right, which color you wanted to put. Let me say this. Yeah, this looks good for me. I will go ahead with this one. This is my finalized one. Fine. Now let's start the next one, which is we have this country map. Okay, and this is like we want to see the different country wise or zone wise. Basically zone wise we have this sales here, but we want to see the country wise. So for that, once again, let me go to the data source and identify where we have the country. So when you go to the market update, now you see we have market name. We have Atlanta, Boston, Detroit. These are the name of the cities, right? And we want our data according to these cities. So let's do that. I will go to dashboard and create a new sheet, and I will say city wise sales. Okay, now you see we have this market code and market name. Let me put market name, and you see we have these as our city, right? So we want to put this city. So how we can deal with this? First of all, if you see, these cities are not in the form of latitude or longitude, so that Tableau is able to identify that it is going to fit on the map, and neither the data type is set it as a geographic. So first of all, we need to change the data type of it. So I will click over here and say geographic rule, and then I'm going to change it to city. So let me click on this, and as soon as I did this, see, Tableau has created this latitude and longitude automatically. Now when you double click on this market name, so Tableau is by default it is going to put it on the map only, and you see we have only one value on the map, which is called as Mumbai. So Tableau is only able to identify the Mumbai. And let me just zoom out a little bit from the entire map. Okay, so we have only Mumbai identified, and we have 51 unknown values, right? You see, now when you click on edit location, you see all these values are not recognized, right? So we need to recognize all these things. So how we can do that? Let's quickly um identify this properly. So first of all, let's say we have this Albuquerque and Atlanta, Aurora, Austin, all these things we have. When you click on this and you have this, all these locations, so you can put it from here. You can say or let's say if I go here and I need to search for Atlanta, right? You see we are so many options we are having. I will once again search Atlanta. It is not coming over here, so I need to search it manually. So I will go to AT, which is for Atlanta. Okay, AT Atlanta. So see, do we have the Atlanta option? No, we don't have Atlanta over here, which is fine. Now what we can do, if we are not able to recognize in this way, we can enter a latitude and longitude also. So we can put latitude and longitude of Atlanta. In order to get this, you can simply search on Google, right? I have searched with the help of this Gemini, or you can search for Atlanta latitude and longitude. You will get it, and then you can fill that information over there. Okay, it's taking little bit time, so just wait. See, we have this 33.749 north and then 84.388 west. We don't have to take this minus, or if you want you can take it, not a problem. Okay, now you see, as soon as we did this, see, unknown, now it is say 50 unknowns. Earlier it was 51 unknowns. Now let me click on minus, and you see we have Atlanta over here. See, inside the United States we have Atlanta. In the Mumbai region we have already, like, it is able to identify. So in this way we have to fill all these 50 unknowns by entering their latitude and longitude. So I will do this one by one, and then I will show you this entire map. Okay, so let's go over here and then so you see I have filled some of the information for maybe Aurora, then we have Albuquerque, and then we have Austin, we have Atlanta, we have Boston, and then we have Mumbai. But still we have 46 unknowns. So you can go and edit location, and then you just go to this website, right, where you can find out the proper latitude and longitude, and then you can start filling this, and then it will start showing you the data. But for now, just for our dashboard purpose, I will keep these 4-5 points only. All right, I will go to dashboard now, and I'm going to bring this. Okay, so city wise sales, I'm going to bring it over here. This, I'm going to remove the title. All right, and this and this. So you see we have this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm right click, and you see this, we have background. Let's say you click on this, and from here you can change the style of it. So you can click on this and say normal or dark. So see, when you see dark, all these points will show in this way. See, dark in this way, right? When you click on, and these things are coming. Let's say a satellite view. So see, this is the satellite view we have. And also I will right click and say format and go to shading and sheet and say none. Okay. Also I will right click and say background layers, and I need to select all this. Okay, wash out, I will not wash out, I will do this, and I will say repeat background. Okay, and there we go. See, now we have this clean this satellite map view where we can see the city wise sales, but still sales I have not added. See here in the India region, then we have United States, we have these different cities. Now let me put sales also here. So we'll double click on sales amount, and that is gone under the size, but let's put it inside the labels. And now we have this different sales amount. When you come to dashboard, see, these are the things. Let me go to here and let's format it little bit. Okay, that is already been none, which is fine. What I can do, I can put this sales inside the labels. Yeah, and this looks good actually. I can move ahead with this. Okay, yeah, this is cool, this is good. All right, now I will move towards the designing of this region wise sales. So let's do that. Let's go here and create another sheet, and let's say give it name region wise sales. Okay, now I'm going to put all the regions over here. So in the market, we have the zone. So these are our zone or region: Asia, Central, East, North, South and West. And let's put sales amount, and from here I will convert it into a bubble chart. So you see we have this region wise sales, and I will come to dashboard and drag and drop it over here. Okay, and I will go here. From here I will say entire view, and when you come to dashboard, let me hide the title and I will make it proper view, and I can format it here. I will say none, and there we go. Now we have a region wise sales. See, and that was the one of the pain point we have inside our Ames grid problem when we had defined it. Cool. Next we are going to create this line bar where we will show the date wise how our sales is performing. So once again, for that I'm going to create another sheet and say date wise sales. So let's do that. I'm going to take this CY date into the consideration. Okay, so we have year, quarter, month, and let's take it for month only. So for 2017 and 2018 we have this data, right? June, July and Jan, Feb. You can go for day wise sales as well. And let me put sales amount, and this time I need a line chart. Okay, so you see we have this kind of flat sales till from 1 June 2017. It is only 1200, 801, almost flat line, and then we have sudden spike. Okay, fine, We can also go to analysis and then say forecast and then click on show forecast. And okay, for this data it is not able to do any forecasting, which is fine. We can remove this forecast. Okay, analysis, forecast, we can click off and then we have one null value. You can click on see and filter data. Okay, cool. All right, and now this is time to put the color as well. So I will go here and then say more color, or maybe what you can do with respect to sales amount also, we can vary the color. Okay, see, color is changing with respect to sales amount, and then go to color, edit color, and let's see what we can have. We have this blue green divergence. See this blue teal we have, which is already been selected. So let's go for this one, and also put, let's say, sales amount inside the label so that we can see. All right, looks good. So this 3,20,000, which is our highest sale, that is coming on 12 February 2018. So that was the day on which we have made our highest sales, which is good. Now what we can do, we can come to dashboard and put this over here, right? Let me fit this. I will say hide title. Okay, I don't want to see the sales amount, so I will say this, so only this thing will be there. And then let's remove this header as well. Great. And I will say right click, format, go over here, say it as none. So that is also gone. Also I need to remove the grid lines, so that is none, it is gone. And we have one null value, I will say filter data, so that will also gone. Okay, so now we have all this data properly. And see, the color is kind of overlapping on this, so maybe you can change this color. And let me remove this. So what I will do, I will go to sheet, okay, color, edit color, and then instead of blue teal, let's take a purple and go to dashboard and see if that makes sense or not. Yeah, see, this makes sense, looks good to me, so I will move with this one only. Okay, fine. All right, so we have this thing, and now I also want another graph which is going to have this product name wise sales amount. So we need to see that. Let's go ahead and create this sheet, product wise sales. Okay, so in the product table we have this product name, so I'm going to double click on this, and these are our products. Let's put sales amount. Okay, these are our sales. Great. And I want to show them as a bar graph, so click this thing and this thing. Okay, and I need this bar, and I only want to show top 10. Okay, product. So what I can do, I can put this product name inside the filter. Sorry, once again, product name inside the filter, go to top, by field, sales amount, I will say okay. Yeah, so these are my top 10 products. So one is like cloud migration SW, another is digital assessment tool, management tool, another is BI tool. So these are my tools or products which are making higher profits for me. Okay, cool. So now what I can do, I can go to Also let me give the color. So for color, same color I'm going to give, so I can color and maybe take this. Okay, and let's put this sales amount inside the labels. Now let's come to this dashboard. Okay, let it put over here, hide the title, no need to show the header. Right click, format, go to shading, say none. Okay, now format, Tableau semi bold, white, that's it. And also this format, Tableau semi bold, white color, format. Okay, format, let's select bold, and I need to remove this, so right click, format, go to border lines, all the things should be none. Here it should be none. These are the normal linings only, so let me go to columns and make this none. All right, now these are the labels only. Let's change the color of this label. So for that you can go here, and here you go to labels, this thing, select them, change the color to white, apply. Okay, come to dashboard. Now these are white color. Let's make them even bold, apply, and okay, that's it. So now we have product name wise sales as well available to us. Great. Now we have only left with two things, so let's quickly finish them. Now we also need this e-commerce, and then basically your sales wise, sorry, this thing, let me show you. So you have a product where you have this thing, and in the market we have this, in the sales actually we have this, and in the customers we have this. So let's say this time I want to see the customer wise data, so customer type, and then let me go to another sheet, and you see we have this, first of all when I go here we have e-commerce, enter sales. So that was our this thing, customer name. These are different customer names, and when you see customer code or customer type, so customer type we have this. Let me remove the customer code. So we have major customer type, and within the customer type I want to see the customer name. So we have only two type of customer, bricks and mortar and then e-commerce, and then I want to see customer name wise sales. So see, we have already prepared this product name, and then we have customer name, but within the customer, like we have only two type of customer, bricks and mortar and then e-commerce. So we need to see those details as well. So let me go ahead and create that. I will go to Tableau, and this another sheet we have, put it over here, and I will say customer type and name wise sales. Okay, and I want to see them as a heat map. So I can go ahead and from here I can say uh, okay, but what is this? So this should be sales first, so let me double click on this, and then from here I can say yeah, from here I can say heat map. So you see, for e-commerce we have this particular customer Darko Digital, which is giving the sales of 3,20,000. So see, we are able to identify this particular customer is Darko Digital. Okay, it is into this. When you go to dashboard, see, the customer name is Darko Digital. It is coming inside the, you know it is coming inside the bricks and mortar, or if I'm not wrong, you see, sorry, e-commerce. It is not inside the bricks and mortar. It is inside the e-commerce. Then we have the cloud migration SW, this particular product which is of this, for this customer, which is giving us a very highest sale. So this is the product we are selling. Okay, and it is in which region, that is also we can see it, right? So if you see the South region 274, and Asia region is giving the highest sale 3,65,000. I think within this Asia region this particular customer is available. If you want to see that information, so you can go to this sheet, and let's say if you put the customer type, double click on this, you see you have bricks and mortar, you have e-commerce, and let's say within the e-commerce, you see e-commerce Asia sales zone, we have 3,20,000, right? And here 45,000. When you remove this, so only within the Asia we have 3,65,000. Now let me put, the customer name inside the label, let's say. Now you see, in the Asia region we have Darko Digital, which is making a overall of 3,20,000 sales. So yes, we were right. So this kind of information or insight you can get it. All right, cool. So now let's go to the customer type here, and we will put this information over here. We will remove this title, drag and drop it properly, make this little less. Okay, yeah, this looks good. We have one null value. You click on this, you say filter data, null will be removed. Okay, great. So now we can see the customer name and customer type wise sales amount as well. See, we have a customer which is over here, which is a Pioneer Hub. It is a bricks and mortar customer, and which is generating a very low sales amount for us, which is 1,250. So maybe we need to focus on this area, why this particular customer is only paying very less for us, why it is generating a less revenue. So this kind of focus area we can put it inside the basically our report which we will create. Okay, now the last part which we left with, this is the pie chart, how much we are selling inside the hardware and how much selling inside the software. Let's build this. Okay, so I will create a new sheet and say hardware and software sales amount. Okay, so for that we have the product type. So when you click on this, see, you have hardware, software, and then sales amount. There if you go, let's select a pie chart, let's say entire view, and let's put the sales amount inside the labels as well as this product type inside the labels. Okay, great. So also you can click over here and alignment, you you can say this. Okay, this looks already good. Now I can come to dashboard and put this over here. Let me hide the title. Right click, format this, I will say none. Okay, and also we need to increase the size, so I will come to the here size. I'm going to increase it little bit. Go to dashboard, and yeah, it looks good. And also color wise, let's say if I go ahead and change the color to some matching color, edit color. Color, edit color, and let's say if I take for software, if I take this, okay, go to dashboard and see we have this. Okay, and also let me go and change the label colors. Okay, select this white color, Tableau, semi bold, bold, apply. Okay, come to dashboard and we have the final results with us. See, hardware 3,12,752, software 12,90,947. And let me remove this thing as well as this thing. Cool. And let me finally add one final filter over here. So what I can do, I can go to market code, and in any sheet, maybe customer wise sales. Okay, I can go and put the currency inside the filter. So I will right click and say show filter, and then this, and I will say add to apply to worksheet, all using related data sources. Okay, and now when I come to dashboard, so I need to put this filter anyhow. So this filter, okay, customer wise, so this was the thing, and let me on the filter for each and every data point. Okay, filter is on, filter is on. Let's on the filter for each and every sheet. Okay, great. So there we go. So now we have entire dashboard ready, and this filter I have applied. Okay, INR and this, so I can say selected worksheets. Okay, cancel, fine. Now you come to dashboard and see this is all the things are good. Cool. Okay, this one thing is coming. Let me remove this legend from here. Fine. So now we have the entire dashboard ready. You can go ahead and once again publish this by going to server, and then Tableau public, and then you can say save to Tableau public. Okay, click on this. Now this will, in this way you will be able to send your entire data along with this dashboard to Tableau public. If you want to see, it is asking for Tableau sign in. You can provide your credentials and you can do that. This I have already shown you in the last video. Now till the time this is happening, I can go ahead and I can show you this entire report. So this was the entire report which I have created. So you see key insights from the data analysis. I have put it over here. So see, this was on some data. If you are seeing some different pattern, you can put that over what is overall trend, what is product mix, software, and where we were making the high margin inside the software products. So that was this. Then in the customer channel, the e-commerce channel, while possibly having fewer transaction, then bricks and mortar often generates a higher average deal size, right? This was we were able to identify. In the geographic region, we can say which region is giving high sales versus which region is giving less sales. Then we are having some strategic recommendation, right? For target market penetration, South and East zone, we can have an action plan of launching a 60-day accelerated growth program focusing exclusively on the low performing South and East zones. So see, whatever observation you have made inside this data analysis, all the information along with the recommendation, you need to write it inside the report. I will recommend you to go through this report and you will get more and more idea. Okay, cool. Now I can come over here, I can say accept all. So it is asking me to put the information I have shown you, so I'm not going to show you this once again, but yes, you can fill this information and this will be published to your Tableau public, and you can share that work with anyone. Now as a takeaway, as a homework, you have to do two things. You have to prepare this dashboard, prepare the report, and then create a presentation. So maybe you can start, click on this, and then you can start explaining this entire thing to me, and then create a very good presentation in the video format, put it inside the LinkedIn, tag me, I will give you the feedback. That is your takeaway. Then only you will be able to present it into your stakeholder if you want a real experience. So that is what I need from your end as an input if you are learning this. Alright, so we can end this video over here. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to Power BI course. My name is Sachin Mishra and I am going to be the instructor for this entire course. In this course, I am going to teach you the ecosystem of Power BI and how Power BI is helpful inside the business analytics or data analytics industry. We are also going to look at how we can create the dashboard with the help of Power BI, which is its main useful advantage. So let's get started. This is the very first lecture. So first let's understand the ecosystem of Power BI. Now if you pay attention over here, we have in the ecosystem three things. One is Power BI desktop, another is Power BI service which is available on the cloud infrastructure, and third one is Power BI mobile, which is a mobile application. Now Power BI desktop is the primary tool with the help of which we prepare our data, we do data modeling, we do DAX analysis, and then we create the visuals. So that is the main purpose of the Power BI desktop application. Don't worry if you are not able to understand the meaning of modeling, DAX, visuals. I'm going to cover each and everything in a great detail. But this is a main tool, you can say, with the help of which you can create your analysis, you can prepare your data, and then finally you can create your dashboard, final dashboard. Okay, so that is the Power BI desktop. Then comes Power BI service. Now this is used for sharing, scheduling, refresh, and collaboration. So let's say once you are in any organization, you have created the entire dashboard in Power BI and you want to publish it somewhere, so that when new data will come, your data will be reflected. So for that you will use their Power BI service, which is available on the cloud. This is a paid service in the whole Power BI ecosystem. Then we have something called as Power BI mobile application. So Power BI gives you this advantage, like whenever you create a dashboard, the same dashboard you can use it in mobile as well. So if you create a dashboard for a desktop view, the same view you can without doing any extra effort, you can see it in the mobile view as well. So that is this is Power BI mobile service. Okay, so this is the whole ecosystem of Power BI. We are going to cover this Power BI desktop in a very great detail. Then we are also see how we are going to publish it on the Power BI cloud, and then we are also going to download the mobile app, and then we will see how we can see our dashboard inside the Power BI mobile application. So don't worry, we will cover each and everything. This is just a first video, so I'm giving you overview. Now this is what we have, end-to-end data journey. So whenever you are going to work inside the Power BI, you are going to do this thing. Okay, this is your end-to-end data journey. By the way, this is only with respect to the project which you are going to work. There are multiple other things like stakeholder meetings and multiple discussions, but I'm not including that. I'm just including with respect to Power BI what you are going to do whenever you are going to work on any project. So first of all, you are going to find out your data source, and then you are going to hook or connect your Power BI with that data source. That is the first thing you will do in your Power BI journey. Then if required, you are going to do the ETL process, and this is done with the help of Power Query tool. Now Power Query tool is not a different tool, it is available inside the Power BI only. So you will do that with the help of Power Query. Now what is ETL process? It is called as extract, transform and load. This is just jargon, guys. You can in simple words you can say if you want to do any data cleaning, so that is comes under the ETL. So that you do with the help of Power Query. Then we have something called as model, or you can also say modeling. Now let's say if you have connected to multiple data sources and you have multiple tables, okay, in that case data modeling comes into the picture. So in the data modeling you establish the relationship between multiple table. Okay, maybe the relationship can be one to one, one to many. So that is you are going to do inside the data model or modeling. Then and if you are not able to understand what is one to one, one to many relationship, don't worry, each and every step I'm going to cover in a step by step lectures. Then you are going to do DEX analysis. So DEX is nothing but it's a language of Power BI. If you have learned about Python, or if you have learned about Tableau, so in Tableau we write calculated fields, right? We write LODs, level of details. Similarly here we write DEX queries, okay, inside the Power BI. And once you have all these things, you are going to create your visuals. So let's say you have cleaned the data, you have prepared the model, you have created the DEX formulas or DEX queries. Now you are going to create your visuals, and with the help of visuals you are going to create a dashboard. So there is one more term should come, dashboard, but actually that also comes under the visual, so that's why I have combined it. But you take small visuals and then you combine it to create the whole dashboard, and then finally you are going to publish it. Remember, publishing we are going to do with the help of Power BI service, right? So you are going to publish it, and then finally you are going to share that report maybe with your manager, or maybe open world, wherever you want to share it. So that is your end-to-end data journey you will have inside your Power BI tool. Now we have three main views inside the Power BI. Now I'm not going to waste much time over here. Let's first see how the installation process of Power BI is, and then I'm going to show you all the three views. Okay, so in order to install Power BI, what you have to do, see, if you are using a Mac machine or a Linux machine, over there Power BI installation is not possible. Because that is the product of you can say Microsoft. So if you have the Windows machine available, you can directly go to your Windows search and you go to your Microsoft store, okay, and make sure you have signed in, or even if you don't log in or sign in, you go here and then search Power BI desktop, and then you just click on install. Okay, right now my network is not available, so that's why I'm not able to see it, but I have already done the installation. So let me show you. See, this is how it looks like. Okay, this is how it looks like once you install it properly. Power BI desktop. Okay, so this is what you have to do it. Now if you ask me, I am using the Mac machine, and within that how I am able to show you. So I am using a parallel desktop, so with the help of that I am able to run the, you can say, Windows machine inside my Mac. But if you have the Mac, this is you can say kind of a hack you have to do. But by default Power BI comes only with the Windows machine, so that is the first restriction you have. All right, now once you install the Power BI, you can open it. So I'm going to click on this, and this will launch the Power BI. So see, this is how it looks like. Let's wait for it. And voila, we are able to launch our Power BI. Now if you launch it fresh, you will see this kind of screen. Okay, by default I have made it for dark mode. You might see for this screen as a white screen, because if you don't choose the dark mode, it will show you in a light mode. Okay, I like the dark mode, that's why I have set it up in this way. Okay, now what you can see over here, you have multiple options. You have blank report, open lake, catalog, Excel workbook, SQL server. So you can load your data wherever your data resides. You can load the data inside Power BI from multiple sources. What I'm going to do, I'm going to click on the blank report, and as soon as I did this, can you see, this is the home screen, or you can say the internal screen of my Power BI. Let me go for the full screen. I can say full screen. Yeah, so I have selected a new blank report, and this is how it looks like. All right, now if you see in the home here, in the main page, you can see we have the data. You can import it from the Excel. If you have the Excel file, you can read it. If you have a data on a SQL server, you can also import it from there, and multiple other things, options are available. Now let's explore this thing. The first tab you see for this is for the get data. Let me click on this, and I will click on more. Okay, and now you see how many options we have. See, you can connect your Power BI if you have the data in Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, even in any folder or PDF. There is something called as Parquet file. You can connect with that. If you have a data on your SharePoint folder, you can connect with this. Then you can connect to SQL server. You can access database. If you have Oracle database, IBM database, and so many options are there. You just name it, each and every. If you have the data on Azure, just name it, Azure Cosmos, everything, everywhere. See, all the connections are available, right? If you have the data in the Google Analytics, from there also, if you have some you want to load some data from the web page, that is also available. You just name it, Spark, R script. Even if you can load the data with the help of your Python script as well. Okay, so that's not a problem. I'm going to show you each and every option. This not everything, but at least I'm trying to cover some 5 to 10 options. See, if you have the account on the Databricks, which is for big data analytics, you can load the data from there as well. See, multiple options we have, right? Now for the time being, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you one CSV file. I have one CSV file, so I'm going to connect that CSV file, and then I'm going to show you how those different tabs work. So let me click on this text/CSV file. I will say connect. Now it is asking me for my file, so I'm going to give you this particular CSV file inside the description. You can check it. I'm going to select this and say open. And now it is trying to connect my Power BI with that CSV file. So within a second, okay, now see, this is my CSV file. I have order ID, order date, country, segment, category, subcategory, sales, quantity, and profit. And it has almost, you can say, 50 records. Okay. and now it is saying three options: load, transform data, and cancel. Now I'm going to simply load this data. We will, in the further lectures we will see what is transform data and cancel. So cancel, I mean simply cancel, but we will see transform data in the future. Let me click on load, and this is going to load the entire data inside the Power BI. Okay, so just wait. See, it is started loading everything. We have 50 records in this data set. So this is a small data set we have. See, it says all 50 rows loaded. Okay, and voila, it is loaded. Now if you want to confirm where it is, so in the right hand side you see there is a data pane. Okay, if it is hidden you can click on this and the data pane will be shown to you. Here it has created a sample sales 50 rows. This is a table which Power BI automatically created. So Power BI always works in a tabular format. Okay, remember this. Now when you click on this arrow, small arrow, it will expand it, and you see all the columns which I have in my CSV file. It is showing over here. So we have category, we have country, order date, order ID, profit, quantity, sales, segment, subcategory. So all these fields Power BI is able to read it properly. Now another thing Power BI did, see, this is order date, and when you see over here, before order date, Power BI has understood, okay, this is a date column, so it has applied a calendar type of icon. So not only Power BI able to read the data, but also it is able to identify which type of column it is. If it is a order, it has put in this. If you pay attention to this profit, quantity, and sales, these are numeric columns, and Power BI by default provide a summation on numeric columns. If you see segment, subcategory, country, and category, these are string columns. So that's why Power BI is not doing anything over there. Okay, so these are, you can say, categories, or you can say string columns. All right, so this is our data pane. Now remember I was talking about the three views. We have report view, we have data view, and we have model view. Okay, so this is called as report view. You see, this is the report view where we create our whole, visuals, or you can say report, or you can say also dashboard. So this is the report view we have. Next we have something called as table view. Let me click on this, and you see now all the data which we have read, see, this is available over here inside a table format. And if you expand this thing, same data is present over here. So this is what we call it as a table view. If you read multiple columns, multiple tables will be shown over here. See, over here. Okay, and when you click on that table, corresponding data will be shown to table view. Then so this is very kind of similar to your Excel only, nothing more than that. Then we have something called as model view. Let me click on this, and you see in the model view we have this data in this format. Okay, see, all with all the columns. Now what is the benefit, or why we have this model view? So let's say if you have multiple tables, and you want to combine those tables, join those tables, in that case this model view comes into the picture. Okay, so where you can build a relationship as we have talked earlier, right? So relationship you can build, and that is why we need this model view. Then we have DEX query view. When you click on this, I will not take a tour, so close this. So here you can write your DEX query and you can run it directly. Okay, so that is, we have DEX query. Now if you don't worry about DEX query, don't worry, I'm going to cover it, but we have this view. And then we have TMDL view, where this again you can this is not very useful, but these four panes are useful. I have never used this TMDL view, but we are going to explore this four view. Out of these four views also, these three views are very important. DEX query, you can run it over here. Also, if you are in a let's say table view, here also you can click on this new measure, and that same DEX query you can run it from here also. So not a problem, right? But these three views are important: model view, table view, and report view. Okay, so same information I have written over here. In the report view we create our visuals. In data view we see our data into tabular format. In the model view, we see the relationship, we create the fact and dimension tables, and we do the cardinality, that is one to one mapping or one to many mapping, right? All right, so let's do one thing. I have already loaded one data, so let's create a sample visual inside the report view. Now, in order to create a simple visualization, you see we have the visualization available over here. Now, inside the you can say Power BI, we have multiple type of charts which you can create, and you see there are tremendous amount of option is given. When you hover your mouse, you can read about it. This is called as stack bar chart, this is called as stack column chart, this is called as clustered bar chart, this is clustered column chart, right? And so on and so on. You have donut chart, you have pie chart, you have funnel chart, right? You have this waterfall chart, you have ribbon chart. This ribbon chart is also called as Shanky chart in Tableau world. Okay, we have tree map, we have map on geographical map, right? This is field map, we have Azure maps as well, right? We have God chart. So there are tremendous amount of options available. We are going to cover each and every element one by one in upcoming lectures. Okay, for now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you one example how you can create the charts. So for that, what I'm going to do, I will click on this data so that I can see my columns. Now let's say I want to see, maybe let's say I want to see segment wise sale. So first of all, let me go to the table view, and you see we have segment called as consumer, corporate, home office. So three type of segment. Now I want to see consumer wise how many total sales are there. Okay, so consumer wise one record is here, then we have another consumer which is sales is this, another consumer sales is this. So I want to see consumer wise how many total sales, corporate wise how many total sales, home office wise how many total sales, right? So I want to see inside a visual so that I can get a inference. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and let's say this I want to see in a bar graph. You can choose any visual. Okay, so let's say I will take this or maybe this one, or let's take this one only. I will click on this. All right, now as soon as I click on this, you see I can see x-axis, y-axis. If you click over here and say remove, see this is gone, right? This is gone. When you click on this, see x-axis, y-axis are coming. All right, now I can drag and drop it in the middle. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this segment and I'm going to put it inside the x-axis. And as soon as I did this, see segment, it is showing nothing, just it is writing segment. Now if you drag and drop this segment inside the y-axis, you see it is saying count of segment. So in x-axis if you put, it is going to treat it as a string or category, but same thing if you are going to put it inside the y-axis, it is going to treat it as a a numeric count. I don't want a count, so I will put it inside the x-axis only once again. Now we have sales, and by default Power BI has provided this aggregation called as summation, because it's a numeric column, and Power BI by default apply this. Same goes with Tableau. If you are working with Tableau or have worked with Tableau also does this by default. Okay, if you want to remove it, you can do it, but right now I don't want to remove it. Let's keep it. So what I will do, I will say sales into the x-axis, y-axis. And as soon as I do this, let me expand this little bit. You see I have home office, consumer and corporate with the values. When you hover your mouse, you see for the home office you have sum of sales 21,169.55. So 21,169. For consumer I can see 17,800. For corporate I can see 15,646. Now this is how you create a simple visual, right? Let me do one more thing. What I can do now, I can show you how you can format this chart also a little bit. So this option is there, format your visual. When you click on this, you see you can format with respect to x-axis, y-axis, grid line, zoom slider, columns, data labels, plot area. Let's explore this data labels little bit. You see this is off. When you turn it on, automatically see these data labels are showing over here, right? Now this is very easy to inference. For home office I have total sum of sales as 21.2k, right? Let's say you want to change the color of this bar, so that is also possible. You go to this, where is the option? I go to data labels, and okay, nothing available here. Let's go to y axis and then maybe columns. Yeah, now I come inside the columns. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, so I am inside the columns, and you see columns means this sales. So for sales, which color? By default Power BI has given blue color. You click on this and you can change whatever color you think is good for you, right? Let's say if I choose this pink color, you can do this. Not only this, you can do much more things, inside this formatting. I'm going to unleash each and everything one by one, and you can click on this button to go inside the focus mode. When you click on this, you can only focus on your chart, so that whatever formatting, visualization you want to add, you can do this. And once if you click on this back to report, you will come over here, right? So this is how we are going to, one by one we are going to take one business scenario, business problem, and we are going to learn how we can create visualization inside the Power BI. And we are also going to cover some theory behind connection and all those things, so that you can explore each and every feature of the Power BI. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to second lecture of Power BI. In the first lecture we have seen the overall broad perspective of Power BI, the ecosystem of Power BI. In the second lecture we are going to see how many data connectors are present inside the Power BI, and we will try to connect with some of the connectors, and I will also show you how we can create visualization on top of that. So let's get started. So I have launched my Power BI, and when you click on this get data, and when you click on more, so you see there are a lot of options available over here, right? So first of all, like we have already seen how we can connect to text or CSV file. Similarly, if you have any Excel file, JSON file, XML file, or any folder available, any PDF file available inside your local system, you can directly connect with them very easily, right? Now I'm going to show you how we can connect to databases. So I will take an example of MySQL database over here. If you have the PostgreSQL database or any other database, you can connect with that easily. So in order to connect to MySQL database, you can first need to install MySQL. If you already have it, well and good. If you don't have, you can just go to Google or any YouTube video, and you can check how you can install MySQL database. But for now, I will assume that you already have this MySQL database setup at your end. So I will directly show you how you can connect it. So, and by the way, don't worry if you are not having this SQL database. I will give you the link in the description box of one video. You can follow through that. You will be able to get it properly. So let me click on this MySQL database and I will say connect. Okay. So it is asking me for the some details, server and database. So server means where my database is running and what is the name of that database. So if you see, I have this particular database called as Power BI, in which I have some tables. We have physics constant, physics forces, and physics parties. Okay, sorry, physics paradise. Okay, something like that. Whatever table we have, 3 tables we have. Now to create this table as well as this database, I have given this script also in the description box. You can check it out. Okay, so this script will be present to you. Now what I'm going to do, this database is running on my local instance, right? So I'm going to provide that information. Server is nothing but it's a local host server, so I will say local host, and name of the database is Power BI. Okay, I will hit enter and okay. Now I'm making this connection second time, so that's why it was not asked me for the password. But when you install this MySQL Workbench or MySQL in your system, you require to set the username and password. So I have already provided this multiple times, so that's why it is not asking me. But if you're doing it for the first time, it is going to definitely ask you for the username and password, so you have to provide that, and you will get that username and password at the time of MySQL installation. All right, now as you can see, we are able to connect to our database called as Power BI, and we have these three tables. Now what I can do, I can select all these three tables, okay, and I'm going to load all these tables. Okay, you see this in physics particles, okay, that was particles. In here we have particle ID, particle name, category, charge and mass in kilogram. In the physics forces table, here we have force name, description, strength level and range meters, right? Similarly we have physics constant. So let's load this table. See, it is loading all the tables. I can go to Power BI and wait for some time. Okay, all the data is loaded, and now as you can see here in the right hand side, I can see all the three tables. When you expand this is table number 1, table number 2 and table number 3, right? Let's say if you want to create some visualization on top of it, for example, if you take, maybe you can say I want to see the charge, so let's put charge over here. See, you have these charges and their mass accordingly. Okay, so sum of mass, right? Or if you want, go to this table view, and from here if you select this particles table, you need to click on this. See, you have this charges and masses, right? Now this is in 10 to the power of minus 31, 10 to the power of minus 27. The masses of charges are obviously going to be in that range, so that's why it is showing 0 over here. If you click on this and mass in kgs, just go over here, and we basically need to edit this. So I will show you in future how you can edit this, but for example, let me remove this. I will take another example. Let's say if I take the name of the force, right, these are the forces and their ranges in meter. Okay, let me drag and drop this over here. See, we have this ranges, right? You can see this information in this format, or maybe in the bar format also, but bar format is going to work on the this number data only. So yeah, this is in a tabular format. You have this. See, so now this is how you can connect to your SQL database, and you can fetch the data from there. As you know, most of the company keep their data into the so SQL databases or maybe NoSQL databases, so you can connect to those databases and grab that data. Now next I will show you one more interesting thing. Let's suppose if you want to load some data from the web, so I will click on this web. Okay, and I will take one example. Let's say you are visiting on a Flipkart, so I will say flipkart.com. let's say this is the website. I will click on OK. All right, and in just 1 or 2 seconds you will see it is going to show some data from the Flipkart. See, we are not going to hit the internal databases of Flipkart. When you say web, this is just going to show you the data with respect to the scraping pattern which is available on the Flipkart website, and not the internal database. Okay, So let's just give a wait um, and see what happens. Okay, so you see it is saying it is making a connection to flipkart.com website, and let's wait for some more time. Okay, and you see it has made some connection to flipkart.com. Now if I'm going to connect this website https flipkart.com anonymously. There are multiple options: Windows, Basic, Web API. I'm going to choose anonymous and I'm going to click connect. Okay, so for some reason Flipkart was not working and I was not able to get the data. But I will take another example. So once again I'm going to click on the web. Okay, and this time I'm going to provide this particular URL. Now this is the free API URL. With this URL you can see the space X launches date. Okay, so I'm going to provide this URL inside the box over here. I will say okay. And now what this is going to do, it is going to connect to that website, the link which I have given, and it is going to fetch all the tables or whatever data that URL is going to give. So let's just wait. And now you see we have this launches table, and in the launches we have all this data. We have fairings, link patch small, so this is a PNG link, right? If you copy one of the link and just go to Google and just search about it, so you see this is the going to be the link. Let's just wait to open this. Okay, what is going here? Let me do this, and yeah, and you see this image got loaded. So that is about this image. See this image I have opened, and that was this. Similarly you have another PNG image. This is a Reddit campaign. So right, all this information whatever we have available in the launches table, it is able to show all this different data, right? And by the way, it has opened a Power Query editor. So what you can do, you can click on close and apply. That's it. So it has, when we are connecting to web, it is applying some transformation, and we will come to that part. Don't worry, we will understand what is transformation in Power BI, what is Power Query. But when you connect to web, it has by default doing this. So I was not doing anything, I just loaded it. So what we can do, you can click on this and we can say close and apply. And once we will say that, so I will click on this apply changes and see it is applying the changes. Okay, it will take some time, so let's just wait. And now you see we have this launches available over here with all the data. When you go to this table view and select this launches table, see now we have all this data available with us, right? Okay, let me take one more example. So what I can do, I can go to this particular website. So this is dummyjson.com/product, which is a website which will provide you some dummy data, right? So let's go to the Power BI, go over here, click this, click web, and let's provide this, and this is going to give us the information of some product, okay, some dummy product. So I will click OK and just wait. Okay, and you see once again it has able to connect, and it is showing this product table. And you see we have product IDs, product title, description, category, price, ratings, and all those information. See, we have bunch of columns, their QR code, thumbnail, total, skip, limit, all this information we can see it, right? Once again it has opened the Power Query editor, so I will say close and apply. Okay, and now this is going to load all this data. I will say apply changes, and it is applying all those changes to product table. Okay, now I can see this product table over here. Let me go to the this view and click on the products. See, we have all the product table available over here. Similarly, you can check it out with some of this website. These are some users are going to give user data, card data, right? I can put this information or website link inside the description. You can check it out. Let's explore another part of it. So once again, I will go to report view, and this time I will show you how you can connect to Databricks. So let's say if you have some data inside available into your Databricks account. Now those who don't know what is Databricks, so let me show you. So Databricks is this platform. You can go and sign in or log in over here for the free. First you need to sign up and then you can log in for the free. Now Databricks is the platform where you can do some SQL query, you can run Python code, you can do big data things over here. Okay, big data engineering things also you can do. So here what you need to do, once you are going to sign in, you will see this kind of screen, right? Now you go over here and then you need to go click on this SQL warehouse. When you click on this SQL warehouse, so it is going to load some connection strings, so just wait for it. Okay, so it has launched our SQL warehouse. So this is by default warehouse created by your Databricks when you log into your account. Okay, so we need to go inside this warehouse and then we need to click on this connection details. When you click on this connection details, see, so you can connect your Databricks with Tableau, Power BI, DBT, Python, Java and many more things, right? Now let me go to the Power BI and show you. See, when you go over here and just let me search about Databricks. Okay, Databricks. So we have Azure Databricks and normal Databricks. We are not going to connect with the Azure because for that you need to create a Azure account, but we are going to go with the normal Databricks account. So let me click on this and say connect. So when I do this, see, it is asking me, let me do this, server hostname, HTTP path, default catalog, database name, query tag and bunch of other parameters. So one way how you can get this all parameters. So see, these, when you go to connection details, these are your server hostname, HTTP path, JDBC URL, OAuth URL, all this information you can provide it over here. But the easiest way is you click on this Power BI. You see there are bunch of options available over here and we want to connect our Databricks with Power BI. So I will click on this Power BI and I will click this download connection file. When you click on this, a connection file will be downloaded and it is going to show, let me show you how it looks like. Okay, so I will go to my Windows machine, File Explorer, and inside the downloads you see this is how it looks like, database serverless starter warehouse. So we need to open this particular file. Okay, now you just double click on this file, it will automatically going to hook this with your Power BI so that you don't have to write any manual connection. So I will double click on this and this is going to automatically connect my Databricks account with the Power BI. So let's just wait. Okay, and you see all this processing is happening. I can cancel on this because I don't have to provide, it is doing automatically. And say it is saying loading the file. Now meanwhile it is, when it is showing loading the file, what you have to do, you have to go to Databricks. Okay, and then you go here and then you need to go to workspaces, and within the workspace Tableau this Databricks will provide you by default your workspace, but you can create a new workspace. So this is also loading. Let's wait till the time I can come over here and see if it is able to load this or not. Okay, so you see in the Databricks, I'm able to load all my folders. So what I have done in the workspaces, I have created a folder called as Power BI, and within this folder, I have uploaded a file. Okay, which is right now it is not showing over here, but when I go over here and see, this is the folder, and within this folder, I have one table created. Okay, now if I come to my this thing Power BI, see it is able to detect all those files, and within the workspace I have this Power BI folder. When I expand this Power BI folder, you will see there is one table available inside this Power BI, and I'm going to connect my that particular table to Power BI. And in order to like create that table, what you can do, you can go to your created folder, and let me also go here, and then maybe you can go to first this home, and then you can upload a file, right? Maybe any file. So this file I'm going to give you inside the description, and this file, once it is being uploaded, you need to create a table out of this file. Okay, then only you will be able to connect over here. So you see this is showing a customer raw inside the Power BI, right? So how it is showing this table? Because I have uploaded that table inside the Databricks, okay, that file inside the Databricks, and then I converted that file into a table. Okay, that is how it is being able to show it over here. So let me show you. See, this file is uploading, and once this is being uploaded, you see this create table option is coming. So let me select the catalog. So let's say if I select the catalog as workspace, and schema you can select it as default or Power BI, any other schema, and then let me give the name as customer raw 1. Now once you have selected this, right, this create table option will come automatically, see, and when you click on this create table, so what will happen inside the catalog workspace, inside the Power BI schema, this table will be created. Okay, so let me click on this, and while this is in this manner, I have created this table, customer raw table as well, and that's why, since it was earlier created, it is able to show over here. When you create the, see, this is how once you create it, the table is going to show like this. See, in the Power BI now we have customer raw 1 table as well, but for the time being I'm going to connect with customer raw table only. When you click on see refresh, it is going to show you another table as well. Okay, so I have done the refresh button. Let me show you if it will load. So you see I have done the refresh, and now customer raw 1 table is also coming. Now I will select customer raw 1 this first table only and not 1, and you see we have all the details: customer ID, full name, email, phone, sign up, and state. I will say load this data. Okay, so now it is going to load this. I will say apply changes. So yes, it will take some time, and finally it is going to load the data inside the Power BI. Okay, all right, so this is done, and now this data models, this is refreshing, so it will show us in second. So you see now we have this customer raw table available. When you go to the data model, see this customer raw is available, right? So this is how you can connect to multiple connectors wherever your data resides. You just go and connect to your Power BI. I have shown you 2-3 ways. In the upcoming future videos, we are mostly going to work with the MySQL database and then CSV or Excel file. But yeah, there are multiple options available if you're working in any organization, and if that organization is working, maybe in Snowflake, or maybe in Azure, or maybe in the this AWS ecosystem. So you can connect to multiple databases. Wherever your data is available, you can just grab it and then put it. Okay, so this is how you can connect it. So that's it for the lecture number 2. In the lecture number 3, we are going to look for the transformation tab, the Power Query tab, and we will understand that in detail. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is 7th chapter and we are continuing our deck series. So from previous past sessions we are doing the decks. We have learned about basics and intermediate level concepts of decks. In this chapter we are going to do some practice on a different data set. This is called as financial data set. So I'm going to load this data set, or I can say I have already loaded this data set. We have accounts, branches, calendar, and transaction. Let me show you. So you see we have the account table where we have account ID, customer name, account type, and customer segment. Then we have branches, branch ID, branch name, and region. We have calendar dates. Okay, and then we have transactions. So which transaction has done, deposit, withdraw, something like that, with respect to branch ID, account ID, and this is our transaction ID. Now as you see, we need to do some data cleaning a little bit. That is, first row it's not identified properly, so let me go to transform data and just do it quickly. For transactions we are fine, for calendar also we are fine, for branches we need to do this. Same for accounts. Okay, close and apply. So it is applying the changes. It will take some time. All right, now this is gone. Cool. So now I will come to data model view and I need to connect all this. So I need to create a star schema. So transaction is my middle connection. You can read it. All the tables are going to be connected with the transaction table, right? So let me first connect this branch ID. Okay, then calendar, and then account as well. All right, so this schema got connected. Now we can come to data and analyze it in the report view. So these are my questions. First of all, and these are little bit advanced questions. We have already seen basics, intermediate. In this we are going to see little bit advanced questions. So question number 1 is, I want to find out net balance. Okay, so net balance, when I say net balance, that means how many withdrawals have done, how many deposit has done. So deposit minus withdrawal, we are going to get the net balance of all the accounts. So this is what I want to find it out. Now in order to find it out, all those things, I mean net balance, we first have to have total amount, total deposits, and total withdrawals, right? So let's have this base measure first saved. So for total amount, all the amounts we need to sum it up. That's it. When you go here and go to transactions, you see you have the amount, right? Summed amount. When you drag and drop over here, you see we have all the amount as 652000, right? Let me remove this, but the same information I want it inside the measure. So let me create the measure. total amount. I will save this. This is also going to give you the same value, by the way, because this is just we are summing up all the things, right? You see. Then I want to see total deposits. Let me create this. So total deposits, how I'm going to get? I need to check transaction type is deposit or withdrawal. On top of that, I want to see total amount with the help of calculate. So this calculator is going to act as a filter. First, I'm going to get the total amount, but I only want to see the total amount by deposit. So transaction type should be deposit, right? And then for withdrawal, transaction type should be withdrawal. That's the difference. All right. Now let's compare all of this thing together. Let me say total amount, total deposits, and total withdrawals. Okay. So you see we have total amount 65,200, total deposit is 55,300, and total withdrawal 99,000, right? Now let's come to our first business question. So we wanted to find it out the net balance, right? So we have to find out net balance. Now you see the solution I have written over here. I am using variables, so I'm saying net balance equals to, this is my measure name. Then I have variable deposit, so this is going to give my deposit, all the deposit. This is going to give my all the withdrawals, right? And then finally I need to return deposit minus withdrawals. This is one way, but since you have already calculated the total deposit and total withdrawals, right? You have done that, so you can directly say net balance equal to what? Net balance equal to total deposit minus total withdrawals, right? So let's do that. This is like I have shown you. For if you haven't calculated this, then you can go in this way also. This is not going to harm you, but we are going to go in this way. Okay, so let's do that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new measure. I am going to copy this and I'm going to make a difference over here. Deposit and withdrawals, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to directly say net balance equal to total deposits minus total withdrawals. Okay, now if I'm going to put this net balance over here, you see 45,400. Let me put this, remove here, net balance here only. So you see this is our net balance 45,400. Now let's say if you want to see this net balance account wise, so maybe you can put account ID. Then let's say for this many accounts, I want to see their, first of all, total amount. So you see we have, okay, earlier we have 15 accounts, but I'm only able to see the total amount for 6 accounts. And why is that so? Again, the answer is in your data. Let me come over here, go to transactions. So you see we have this amount with the which we are able to get the total amount. Now these are the account IDs. You see we have A01, A02, we doesn't have A15, A13, A14. So we have only data of these many accounts from A1 to A6, and that's why this is this. Now let me put total deposits in this accounts. So you see total amount is this 12,40,000, 10,50,000 was total deposits. So meaning some 2,000, around 2,000 they have removed it. So total withdrawals, let me put it over here. So you see 19,000 is the total withdrawal, right? So when you sum it up, 10,000, oh sorry, 1,50,000, 1,05,000 and 1,24,000. Yes, answer is 19,000. We can verify this also. I'm a little bit slow in maths, so let's do in this way. I will say 12,4,000 minus 10,5,000, 10,5,000, and yes, we are getting 19,000. So this is right. Now let's see the net balance. So final, this is withdrawal, this is deposit, this is total amount, right? Wait. So what we have done over here, 1240 and 1050. So total amount is this, total deposit is this, and total withdrawal is this. So 10 total deposit and total withdrawals. Okay, let me see the net balance. Put it over here. Remove this. Let me click on this. Total withdrawals. Okay, sorry, net balance. Okay, so this is the net balance we have. And how is that coming? Total deposit minus total withdrawals. So okay, if I do 10,5 this minus 19,000, so yes, 86,000 we have remaining, which is our net balance, which is right. But total amount is, why it is showing 1,24,000. So this is discrepancy. We need to change the data actually. See, this is not a real data, right, on a real account. That's why there is a discrepancy. But yes, this is the net balance, and this should match actually, total deposit minus total withdrawals, because this is, we have calculated formula wise. And to tally actually this total amount in the balance and the net balance, this should be same, right? This should be same, but this is not same because it is not a actual data set we have taken. But fine, no problem. This you can consider like in future date they have increased the amount, but right now this is what the case. Net balance is actually nothing but their current account balance, which is nothing but their total amount. Or so maybe what this total amount is, till now whatever transaction they have done, that is called as total amount, right? Till now they have whatever transaction has done this particular account has done, this is their current balance. This is another way you can understand it. But in reality, this total amount basically their current amount, and net balance should match. But for our case, you can consider this as their whole lifelong, how many amount they have in their balance. So whatever they add, they subtract, whatever, after all that things, they have this amount. Okay, fine. Now our question was, we need to see the net balance, right? So we are able to see the net balance account wise, account ID wise, we can see it. And if you pay attention, these are the two balance, account number 3 and account number 5, having the highest net balance remaining in their account, right? Cool. Now let's go to the next question. We need to find it out, a rolling 30-day net cash flow, meaning last previous 30-day, what was the net cash flow, right? So when you say cash flow, so you can just Google it out. Cash flow meaning in simple words. Okay, so cash flow is nothing but at the end what is going to remain, the movement of money into into and out of a business as goods are thought and sold. So how many you are selling, right? The movement of money into and out of the business as goods bought and sold, that is what is cash flow. So we need to find it out, the cash flow basically. So again, rolling 30-day cash flow. So I'm going to use the calculate. we have the net balance already. Now I'm going to use this date sign period. Why? Because date sign period is going to create the rolling window for me, and the rolling date I want is the max 30 days, last previous 30 day. When I say minus 30 days, so it is going to take the previous 30 day from the current day, and I'm passing the date with the which it is going to take this create this period, right? And I only want day, not month, so last 30 day. If you pass month, you will get last 30 month basically, right? So let me copy this and create a new measure. Okay, save this, and now you see we have this, we can say date versus rolling 30 day on the line chart. So let's select the line chart and then say date from the calendars. I'm going to put the date over here, and then rolling 30 day, put it over here. But as soon as you see, we are getting only one value. Why? Because we have a date of 2025 only. Let's say if you want to see month wise, you can put month also, and let me put it over here. Okay, this also, let's remove it. And you see, so for the month of this blank month, we don't have any month. Rolling 30 day net cash flow was 50,000. And how did we created this net cash flow? It is nothing but the net balance. We call it as a net cash flow as well. Net balance is nothing but your net cash flow. Then we have in the month of March 14,40,000, right? So you see over here, let me show you this thing. If I take the month versus net amount or net balance, see, I can see all these things over here. Now let's compare this. So this is 50,000, right? And here in the month of March 40,04,000. So month of March 40,04,000 is basically 1,44,000. 1,44,000 in the month of March. Here if you see net balance month wise, we have 1,18,000, but this is for last 30 days, right? So till from the current date, all the March data and then current data, it has added it. Similarly, when we go over here, it is coming as, see, 1,75,000 in the month of January, right? So since the data started from the January, it is 1,75,000. Now in the month of February, if I come over here, in the month of February, it is saying 1,46,000. Why is that so? Because it has added the January and February, right? Then in the month of March, it is showing 1,44,000. Why? Because it has added the Jan, Feb and March data, right? Sorry, not Jan, Feb, March data, previous 30 day data. So only March, current date of March, and then previous 30 days of February. So only previous 30 days it is adding and showing us the result. Okay, so that is how net cash flow of previous 30 days, right? Cool. Now let's come to the next question. We want to see branch ranking by net deposits, okay, and ignoring the region. So we want to see branch wise ranking by net deposit. So in which branch how many deposits are happening, I want to rank them. So again, I'm going to use this rank X. I'm going to use this all branches branch name. So I'm removing the filter from the branch name. Then I'm saying calculate. So this is going to act as a filter. I want to see the branches region wise, but what I want to rank them region, but I want to see by the net balance. So this is going to give me branch name. This is going to give me the remove the region from the branch and going to give me the net balance, but it is not going to apply this region filter. I don't want to see the region, so that's why I'm saying all branch regions, so I'm ignoring the region filter. And then this is going to give me the branches name net balance wise in the descending order, and then is going to give the ranking. Cool. Let me copy this, come over here, I will create a new page, new measure, paste it, and branch by ranking, put it over here. Let me put branch IDs or branch name. If we have branches, branch name. So you see we have one blank row which we can ignore it. See, these are the things, and what I have put branch rank, branch name by net balance. Let me put the net balance as well. And as soon as I do this, you see we have Mumbai Central, which is having a net balance of this much, 26. I think by net balance only we need to check, right? Oh, sorry, by net deposit we need to check. So not net balance, net deposit. So I can say total deposits. And when I do this, you see we have for Mumbai Central almost 2,80,000 deposits branch, and the position is not showing. Let me first of all remove this, and you see Mumbai Central is at first branch, and the reason, as we can see, once we are going to put this this total deposits, why it is coming on top one, because total deposit of the Mumbai Central is highest. Then we have Delhi, then we have Bangalore, and then these are all at fourth location because their deposits are almost same. Now let me put the deposits, and you see for this we don't have the deposits. And now you know the data wise, right? Because in the data you will not have these branches, but here you see this is at the rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and their net deposits. Cool. This was easy. Let's go to the next question. We want to find it out, premium customer contribution. That's it, premium customer contribution. Very simple. If you have the total deposits, you will divide the deposits of premium customer and you will get the premium deposits. So you will use this divide, and again, if you want, you can use the variables, right? Homework, you can take it, write this same formula with the help of variables. It's very simple. You are going to use this, this entire function, this calculate inside a variable called as maybe numerator, and then this is a denominator. You are going to use this divide. Simple. Or you can say this variable as a premium customer contribution, total contribution. That's it. Let me use this. Create a new measure, premium deposit percentage, premium deposit percentage. You see from premium we are getting 0.61, meaning 61% of deposits are coming from the premium customers. If you want to see by customer type, customer segment, let me put it over here. See, from regular we are getting 61%, from premium also it is okay. No, here it is not showing for premium one. Here from premium one, regular also it is showing. Okay, so for regular we don't have data because we have calculated this. Okay, so what you can do, let me do Control Z. Here we only have premium deposit. Now in order to check this, you put this customer segment and you put this deposit, total deposit, right? Total deposit, and here from here you can get the percentage, right? Here you can get the percentage. Fine. So you see 61% data is coming from premium, and here if you see premium we have 3,35,000 and only 2,80,000 from this. So only 40% or you know 39% data is coming from the regular customers, or 39% of deposits are coming from the regular customers, right? Let's go next. So now we need to find out top two accounts per branch. Okay, so this is a question of ranking inside the groups. We have seen how to solve this kind of question is basically we need to find out top two accounts per branch. So first we need to find it out per branch what is the branch, and then within that branch what is the top two accounts. So yes, rank X is required. I'm going to use filter. I will say all accounts. So from accounts I'm going to remove the filter, but this filter is going to work within the account ID of accounts table, and then we are going to use the transactions account ID. So what I'm saying, this filter is going to work of account ID in and then values I'm passing as transaction ID, transaction of account ID. So we have account ID in both the tables, accounts and transaction, but the filter is going to work. So from accounts table, get the account ID and check if that is present inside this transaction account ID or not. So apply the filter on that. The filter is going to apply it with respect to net balance. So with respect to that I'm going to get only top accounts per branch. Okay, top accounts per branch. And for in order to see top two, again we can have a visual filter. So let me just copy this and put here, and I will show you how you can get it. Okay, so we have account rank per branch. Let me put it over here. Let me put the branch name over here, and as soon as I do this, you see we have all the branches, and the formula we have used net balance, right? Now for all branches the net balance is net balance. Let me put it over here. You see for Mumbai Central we have the highest net balance, right? And this is at branch rank 1. When I go to Delhi, this is also showing branch rank 1 only, and for Bangalore again this is showing branch rank 1. So why is that so? Why all the branches are coming at rank 1 only? And we wanted to find it out top 2 branch, right? So first of all we need to understand this. This is not a we are not finding the within the branch who is the highest. We want to find within the branch which account is at rank 1 and rank 2 and rank 3. So branch and then account. Okay, so here we have taken the branch. Now let me take the account ID as well. So I have this account ID. If I put over here, so you see now for Ahmedabad West A02 account. Okay, so sorry, for all this branch name we have account name called as A02. Okay, and here if you go, this is at rank 1, right? This is at rank 1, and remaining we don't have data. So within this branch A02 account have no data, so only have the data for Delhi North branch. So it is showing, right? This is at rank 1. Similarly if you go over here, and this is again is going to show at rank 1. Let me hover my mouse properly. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it not. Or what I can do, let me convert this into a table so that every time it is available. You see, so all this is at rank 1. Why? Because you can consider for each and every branch the account is unique, and since account is unique, it has the net balance in there itself it's unique, and that's why it is at branch 1. Let me do command Z. So for example, here if you see Mumbai Central, account ID is A03, branch name is Kolkata Central, not Mumbai Central, account rank per branch. So for this A03 account in this particular branch, it is at rank 1. So we don't have any, because all the account IDs are unique, right? If you come over here, this is Bangalore East, this is at branch rank 1, A01 is the branch for Bangalore East. But if you come over here, this is Mumbai Central, account number 1, and this is also going to be on rank 1 only. Let me show you. See, rank 1. So why is that coming? Because within each branch we have account ID as a unique account ID, and that's why they are all going to be at rank 1 only, and we can't have duplicate accounts. So in this way, like, this is kind of question where we wanted to find out top 2 accounts per branch. But the thing is, these top 2 accounts are like, even though if you say the net balance is 5 here 50,000 and here 36,000, they are coming at top because they are unique. But let's say if the question is, if you want to find it out by this net balance, your ranking should change. So how you can do that? Let's explore this part. So the main reason was, like, we have multiple blank values, and the rank X, when it is going to compare it, so this rank X is seeing these null values, and that's why it is providing all this rank as 1. Also this account IDs, right? These account IDs are also somewhere blank. So here we are using which account ID? We are using account ID of the account, right? Sorry, not this one. Yeah, if you remove this and put this account ID, so right, and that's why it is showing this thing. Now 2 things we need to do if we want to see the proper ranking. One is we need to remove this blank row from our measure. So right now we are using this account per branch, right? Account ranking per branch. So let me go to that account ranking per branch. Here it is. So you see here we are getting this account ID and all those things, but we are not removing anywhere the blank rows. So for that I have created new, actually, this account rank per branch 2. Here you see what I'm doing. I'm saying filter calculate table. So calculate table is going to do the calculation, where again I'm passing the account ID, and this is going to, I'm saying remove the filters from the account ID, and I'm removing all the null values. So this calculate table again is going to give me a virtual table kind of thing, where I'm not going to consider the blank values. Now rank X is if you're not going to provide this blank value, now rank X will work. Okay, it is not going to consider the rank value. If rank X will see the rank value, so it is going to compare one row with other rows, and wherever it finds null, it will treat each and everything as null, and that's why every row is getting ranking as 1. So we are removing this null row mainly. Now if I come over here and show you, so here I have used, see, this account ranking 2, we have branch name. Here see this null row is there, because in the view obviously if we are going to put branch name and this, it is going to there, but calculation wise this is not going to treat it. For example, if you see, come over here, you see for this Bangalore, let's talk about the Bangalore branch. We have Bangalore East till here, right? So you see this is at 3. So null rows are treated as 3. Now null is going at 3. So this is 3, this is at 2, and this is at 1 because net balance is high. So this is at 1, account ID is A06, account ID A01 is at number 2, and rest of them which are blank, now it is treated as 3, right? So this is how you can get the branch wise and then account wise ranking, right? Let's go to the final question, we want to see the high value account flag. So meaning wherever the value is high, we want to flag that account. So how we can do that? In order to get the high value account flag, this is the measure I'm using. Then I'm creating a variable called as account deposit. Remember, we have already created it. Total deposits, right? So here I'm saying get the total deposit. Then I'm calculating another variable called as branch average deposit. So for each and every branch, what is the average deposit? I want the high value account for per branch. And then what I will do, I will see, I'm going to return if, so this is see if else condition I'm writing. If the account deposit is greater than branch average deposit, we call it as a high value. So this is, in the entire branch, the average deposits are 5,000, but some person came, he is depositing 1 lakh or maybe 10,000 more than your average branch deposit. That means that person is, little bit kind of premium customer. So otherwise we will say it as a normal if it is not a high value, right? So this is how you can flag the high value account per branch. So let me copy this and put it inside the new measure, paste it, okay. And now you see we can create a table with account ID, net balance and high value flag, right? So let me create a new page. I will go and check our account ID. So these are my account IDs. Then I can go for net balance. These are my net balance. And then high value flag, right? High value account flag. Let me remove this here. I'll say high value account flag C. Now here account 01, it is 8,06,000. It is coming inside a normal. A02 normal. Why every account is coming in normal? Because, okay, let me put the branch also. I will put branch. All right. Now we have all the branches also. So you see, for Bangalore East, or maybe what I can do, let me remove this. I will first put branch, then I will put account ID, and then maybe put a high value flag. Okay. So now you see this. For Ahmedabad West, this is all the normal. We haven't get any high value flag. Why? Because, for example, if I talk about Ahmedabad West, so for this, we first need to find out this all account wise average, average deposit. And when you compare average deposit with the deposit of individual, it is not coming as, the account wise, it is not coming as high. I mean, it is not greater. That's why it is saying normal. But if some account will have, more value than average of the entire branch, it is going to give you the high. But right now it is not giving. So that's why we are getting normal, right? So I hope you are able to understand it. You can grab these questions. I am going to provide it to you in the description. I want you to try from your end so that the DAX will be fixed in your mind properly. From next video onwards, we are going to talk about the visualization. We are going to start with mini projects. We are going to create the dashboard. We are going to see how we can publish it. All right. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture 3. In the previous lectures, that is lecture number 1 and 2, we have seen the overview of Power BI, the ecosystem. We have also seen how we can connect to different data sources. In this lecture, I am going to talk about the Power Query Editor. So we are going to load one sample data set and we are going to start with the ETL process, that is extract, transform and load. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. I'm going to launch my Power BI desktop. So let's launch this. And while that is launching, I will show you the data set which I will be using. So I have prepared this data set. Let me open this. So you see we have this data: order id, order date, customer name. So this is kind of sales data we have with region, country, city, right? Sales amount, discount, and all those things, right? But if you pay attention to this data, we have some empty rows, so null values, right? For order id, for region as well, for remarks as well. So we are going to deal with this data, and I will show you some basic data cleaning stuff inside our Power Query editor within the Power BI environment. So let me close this and see this Power BI desktop is now loaded. I'm going to start with the blank report, and I will say get data. This data is in CSV format. You can put it in Excel format or whatever format you want. So I'm going to connect this data directly. This is the data. Okay. So you see we have this data loaded over here, right? Now this time I'm not directly going to say load, instead I'm going to say transform data, and when you click on this, it is going to launch a Power Query editor where you can clean or transform your data. Okay, so this is not very difficult, guys, if you have learned Excel. So in Excel also we do the same thing, right? So that is the same thing we are going to do it over here. If you watch my Tableau series, so over there also, like, we have Tableau Prep Flow Builder for doing the same kind of task. Okay, so let me click on transform data and see Power Query editor got launched, and this is the table, and now we have all this data available over here. Okay, now I'm going to follow sequence by sequence steps to do something. So first of all, I'm going to show you how we can rename columns. So for example, I'm going to rename these 3 columns with this new name. Okay, so let's find this sales amount where we have. So we have this sales amount. So in order to rename it, you just double click on this and then rename whatever you want to rename, sales, and then hit enter. As soon as I do this, you see something happened over here. So there is something called as applied step. Now in Power Query editor, whatever you do, all the steps are being recorded over here. So if you have learned Excel macros, it is same as this. And even if you have learned about Tableau, so in Tableau Flow Builder, whatever you do, all the steps are being recorded. So same thing in Power Query editor, whatever you do, it is all been recorded over here. Now these 3 steps, change type, promoted header, and source, these are automatically applied by the Power BI query editor automatically itself. Okay, so that's why we are getting the steps from here. So I just rename this column sales. Okay, let's do one more subcategory and for discount as well. So if I scroll left, we have something called as see subcategory. So I want to rename it like sub and remove this dash. See one now we are only renaming the columns. So within the same step, all the renaming of the columns will come. Let's take one more example. If I say percentage discount, so I will remove this and say discount PCT, which means percentage only. So you see we are able to do it. Now let's go to the next step. I'm going to show you how we can check data type correction. See, this change type is nothing but the data type changes only. Tableau has Power BI has automatically applied this, but in order to check this, what you can do, you can go and see order ID. It's kind of it's not date, right? It's order ID, but Power BI has identified this. When you click on this, see ABC. So yes, it is ABC. That means it's a alphanumeric text kind of thing. So Power BI is able to identify the data type of it. And how it is able to identify? By applying this change type step automatically. If you check this order ID, you see a calendar icon is coming over here. When you click on this, you see calendar icon is nothing but date. So Power BI is able to identify, okay, this is the date kind of column. Similarly, you check customer name ABC, region is ABC, country is ABC. If I show you, you see we have sales, which is 1.2. When you click on this, 1.2 means it's a decimal number, and yes, we are right, sales is in decimal number. If you check quantity, it is showing 1 to 3. When you click on this, what is this 1 to 3? It's a whole number, right? So yeah, that's right. You said discount percentage, it is 1 to 3. If you want to change it into the percentage, yes, that is possible, you can do that. But right now we have null values, So I will show you. First we will remove the null values and then we will try to convert it into the percentage. Okay, so these are the things. Now let's do one another data cleaning. What I want to do is, let's say now I want to remove rows with missing order IDs. So let's say I want to do this. You see we have some missing order IDs, and missing order ID means it's a incomplete transaction. So I want to remove this maybe null values directly. So you can do it directly, just go here and then apply the filter remove empty, or you can unselect this blank and then say okay. And as soon as you do this, here you see filter rows are captured over here. So it is same as your Excel macros only. So you see now we have only 138 rows left with, because we have removed the null order IDs, right? Next we can also remove okay, this is done. Now I'm going to show you how we can replace the values. Okay, so for replacing the values, you see we have one remark column at the very end, and here the remark column is urgent, delayed, okay, all these things kind of remark, and we have some null rows as well. So for null rows I want to replace that with no remark, something like that. So how I can do that? If you click on this and go to filter, you see now you can't do this. You can only remove the empty filter from empty rows from here, but I don't want to remove those empty rows, but instead I want to fill it. So how I can do that? So you click on this column and then there is something called as transform. So I will go to this transform, and within the transform you see we have something called as replace values, right? So I will click on this and I will click replace values and not replace errors. Okay, so click replace values. So it is going to open this value to find and which value to replace with. In the advanced option, if you see, you can put more advanced thing, like you can match the entire cell content. For example, I want to replace this urgent with something, or maybe if you find pattern like where DEL is written, so you can do all this pattern matching and then replace that thing as well in the advanced option. I'm not going to show you advanced option as of now, but in any future videos, if we do any project, so over there I will show you this advanced option as well. Right now what I want to do, I want to replace the null value, so I will keep this as null only, and then I want to replace this null value with what? I want to replace this empty values with, let's say no remarks. All right, I will say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see all the empty cells or empty rows are now replaced with this, and this step is got also captured over here. We have no remarks, and then here that step is getting captured. Cool. So this is how you replace the null values. Next, let's say we in the discount we have, you see over here in the discount we have some null values. So now I want to replace this null values with 0. Okay, so once again I will click on this percent discount column, then I will say replace values, and this time I will not keep it as empty because now I want to replace the null values with zeros. So I will put null and here 0, and I will click OK. And also now I want to convert this percent discount into the percentage, so I will click on this and then I will say percentage, and as soon as I do this, you see now we have this percentage, right? And if you click the whole number once again here, or you delete this step, also you can delete this step also. Let me delete it. You see we have this 10, so it is already in percentage, 10 is already in percentage, but again I am trying to convert it in a different percentage. So what this calculation will happen, it will find the highest number. So if you see highest number we have 10, so it will treat 10 as 100% and 5 as a 50% of that discount. If you have 1, 2 or 0, it will be treated like that only. So let me show you. If you click and then once again click on percentage, you see okay, 5 got converted into 500%, 10 got converted into 1000%, right? So this is how the calculation is happening, but we don't want that. Actually that number was already in percentage, but percentage sign was missing. So let's not go into this thing. I will only but if you want to change it, you can do this. But let's say I want to whole number only, so I can click on whole number, or you can delete this step also. All right, so we have this number properly. Cool. Now let's go to the next step. Okay, so let's say in the business requirement is they only want to load this data. Okay, you can consider that this data is coming from the database or somewhere, and they only want to load the country for some specific country. So again, they want to apply filter. So you go over here, and let's say I only want to see three countries: USA, UK and India. I don't want to include Canada and Australia, so I can uncheck them and say okay. And now see, we have only data for USA, UK and India. Now the thing is, you are not changing your actual data in the Power Query editor. Whatever transformation you are applying, it is being applied, and then when you load it, you will only going to see this much data, but your actual data will remain same. So that is the benefit of Power Query editor as well, right? Now let's go for the next step. Let's say I want to remove unnecessary columns from my data. For example, I want to remove this sales representative. So right now, the sales representative columns tells us that which representative has done this sales. So this is for this row is representing representative 1, representative 5 and so on and so forth. But I don't want this information maybe. Okay, so what I can do, you just right click and then you have the option of remove column. Okay, so you can click on remove and this column will be removed. All right, now next, let's say you want to see some columns on first place and then remaining column in the last. So you can drag those columns first and drop other columns at the end. For example, I want to see this sales quantity and discount percentage as well as profit to be very first. So what you can do, you select this, you drag and drop this sales over here, and as soon as you do this, see reordered columns is coming over here. And for reordering, like you will have option here also. Let me show you in the home tab or transform tab. If you see move option is there. You can move the column to left, right, beginning and whatever you think. Okay, also let's say you want to drag and drop profit over here at whatever position, you can put it. You see profit is now showing before the sales. If you want to make it over here, you can put here. So sales and profit, right? So this is what happened inside the reordering columns. You can do it with the help of this move option also. Let me show you one example with move. Let's say I want to move the country. So I will select country, I will say move, and I will say to the beginning. So when you click on this, you see now country is now available at the very starting, right? Now let's see next points. Okay, so now let's say we want to okay, we have left with all the basic steps we have done. Now you see we have one more column called as region, and in the region also we have some null values, and I want to fill these null values. Now this time I don't want to fill with any random values, right? Because here if you see in real use cases, if region is empty, you don't want to put region with all the east. That is not going to make sense. And let's say you have done the meeting with your business stakeholder, and they are saying what you can do, you can instead fill with if this is east, you can fill rest of the value as east. If this is north, you can fill this as north. If this is west, you can fill this as west. If this is east, you can fill this with east. So basically whatever is coming on top of the null values, you can replace those null values with like that. Okay, so that is what the discussion have done. So how I can do that? So again, let me click on region, and you see we have something called as fill value. When you drop down this, you have fill values like down fill or up fill. Let me select the down fill. See, I selected the down fill. The step is getting recorded, but nothing is showing over here. Okay, now let's take one more example. I will delete this step, and once again now I will select the region, I will say fill, and this time I will say up. So when I say up, so here west is available, so all this here in the null values west will come. Okay, let me click on up. You see I have applied the step, but still nothing is showing. And why is that so? So remember this is very critical step. Whenever you are going to apply this fill, you need to replace first empty value with some different value, maybe null value or blank value, because fill only works with non-empty values. It is not going to work with the empty values. So how to do that? Let me remove this step first. Now first what I will do, I will replace all this empty cell maybe with null. Okay, so I will select this, I will say replace value, replace values. So empty and empty I want to replace with null. I will say okay. So you see now we have null, null, null everywhere. Now when you are going to apply this fill step, it is going to work. So we have selected region. Let's go click on fill. And now I will first show you down and then I will show you up. So for example, if you see this null value, here we have east. So all these three will be replaced with east. This will be replaced by north. So let me show you. You click and you see now we have 3 east over here. Here we have north, right? That was blank earlier. So this is how you do it. Now let me change it once again. I will going to delete this step and we have null values. And now I'm going to use up value. So here you will see 3 west. Okay, so let's select this, say fill, and I will say up. Now you see west is coming, right? So this is how you can fill the values with up and down value. Now let's suppose I don't want to fill with up and down. So I have taken the help of ChatGPT, where I have created this DAX query. Okay, so let me go over there and show you. So let's say this is your DAX query. Now I want to, let me put it over here, the DAX query. Now don't worry about DAX query if you don't know right now. I'm going to explain this. We will come. So you right now you can understand DAX query is nothing but your Excel formula. Okay, so see what I'm going to do. I'm going to apply this formula. Okay, so this is going to fill the values randomly. Okay, randomly. So let me show you. I will once again delete this fill step, delete. So we have seen null values over here, right? And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new column. So I will say go to add column and I will say column from example or custom column. So I will say custom column. Okay, and I'm going to give the name of this column as new region, and I'm going to provide the formula over here. Okay, and this is the formula. You see what formula is saying: if region equals to null, then put any one of this value north, south, east, west by the random between 0 and 3, else you whatever region is available you put that. So this is what this formula is saying. So it is going to generate a number between 0 to 3 with the help of this number dot random between function, and 0 will be assigned to north, 1 will be assigned to south, 2 will be assigned to east, and 3 will be assigned to west. And then we are going to replace any one of them if it is null. So let me copy this and go over here and put it. Now there is no syntax error. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I am going to say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see now I have the new region available over here. And let me drag and drop the old region at the last. So I click on this, I go to transform, I say move to the last. Okay, so that we can compare. So you see we have null over here, so it is showing error for that null, right? So for null it is showing error. Now what I want to do, first of all, from this region I want to remove all the null values. Okay, because this formula which I have applied for the new region, you double click on this. Okay, for new region you click on this I want to see the query parameter, right? So for that, what you can do, uh, yeah, we have this. So from right click and we will say edit settings. Yes, and now we have this formula, you see. Now here we are saying, see, if this is equal to null, so null means it is going to have the null values, okay, and not the actually null, but we have the actual null. So either you can remove those null values from the old region column, or what you can do, you can wrap this inside a string format, okay, double quotes null. And now when you say okay, so you see now for region where we have this null, so this is also showing null only. Why it is that? Okay, let's do this. Okay, so I took some debugging steps, and now you see we have region with these null values, and then new region with randomly generated region values. So how I removed the error, let me show you the step-by-step process. So if you go to this added columns, first of all, this region, I have removed all the empty values with null values, okay. So this is only going to work with the null values. Why? Because whenever you write this, okay, in the Power BI, when you write is null, so it should be equal to actually written null, because empty value and null values are different. When you say empty, it is nothing, but when you say null, so you have to compare this. And that's why when we were saying if region equal to null, it was going into the else condition, and in else we have null values or blank values, so same blank values for repeating, because that was never null, it was empty, and we cannot check emptiness, we can only check the nullness, okay. So that is the first thing. Now we were also writing this thing, see, we were writing if region equal to null, then this thing. So even if you replace this first null and then use this same formula, this is not going to work. Why? So let me show you. I will copy this formula and I will go over here and I will say edit setting, and I'm going to paste this formula, and you see what the error we are going to get. So I will click OK, and as soon as I did this, can you see now in the new region we have the errors. When you click on the error, okay, I will say continue, you see what this error is saying. It is saying the number is out of range of a 32-bit integer value. Now this is the learning curve, learning step. When you put this kind of formula and you are going to get the error, so you maybe take the help of ChatGPT. Right now this error is simple. I can explain you that what is happening. Let me say go to error, and I will once again say edit setting, and you see what is the error. We are trying to give the value of all this north, south, east, west as 0, 1, 2, 3 in a number format. But if you check this, I will say okay, if you check this region is nothing but it's a it's a text column. So when you are trying to convert internally, it is converting into a floating point number, and we want to avoid that, so that's why this error is coming. When I put this error in ChatGPT, you see the same error I put, and what it says, it is out of range because it only accepts a whole number, but Power Query is passing a decimal number, right? So it is trying to convert it into a floating number. So this is kind of learning we want to understand. Okay, we want to have, I'm not spoon feeding over here to you guys, so that you can at least understand how to write this kind of queries. These are DEX queries. We are going to cover this in much more detail. I will start with very scratch, but these are very simple terms, you can understand it now. So then what I did, I take ask the ChatGPT how we can remove this error. So it has given me this solution, multiple solution it has given me. I tried with this solution and then this solution, so both solutions are working. You see here what we are doing, here we are using this round down function, which is going to convert it into a round integer number, or you can use this int 64 dot from, so that is also going to convert it into a integer number. Now if you use any one of this formula, but first you have to convert this into a null value. That is for sure you have to do, right? This region you need to replace the null values, right, with the empty values. So now if you put this value, let me show you. I will copy this one and say edit setting, and I'm going to put this. I will say okay, and now you see all these errors are gone and we are having the random values, right? So this is how you can do it. Similarly, if you use this formula, this is also going to work, right? So that's it for this video. We are done with our ETL1 video. In the second part of the same ETL process or Power Query Editor, I'm going to show you some more advanced techniques, some more advanced data cleaning stuff. All right, hi everyone, welcome to the next part of this Power BI series. In the previous video we have seen how we can do some basic data cleaning inside the Power Query Editor. In this video I'm going to show you how we can do some advanced data cleaning stuff inside the Power Query Editor. So let's get started. I'm going to load a data set which I have prepared. So let me go and load that data set. So we have two CSV file. One is employee masters.csv and second one is employee salary.csv. So I'm going to load both of these tables or data set. So let's first load the masters table. So you see this is how it looks like. We have employee ID, full name, department, design, age, experience and region, from which region that employee belongs to. I'm going to load this data and I'm once again going to connect and going to load another data set as well. Okay. So you see all the 60 records being loaded. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to once again go to CSV file and this time I will load the another CSV file. Now the reason why I have loaded it separately because I wanted to merge these two two basically data sets. Okay, so here we have employee ID, salary, HRA, allowance and branch. So you see we have common employee ID on which we are going to merge this both the data sets. So I'm going to load this as well. Okay, so you see now we have both the tables, employee salary as well as employee master. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the model view. Okay, and you see inside the model view both the tables are getting attached. Okay, so they both are combined, and when you hover your mouse over here, you see Power BI is able to identify which is the common field using which this data model needs to be aligned. So it is connected with the employee ID. So this is a relationship we have built. Now the relationship which we have built, it's a simple relationship, but let's say if you have multiple tables, so you can build the relationship in multiple ways. Okay, so you see these are the two ways using which we can connect multiple tables. One is we call it as a star schema and another we have something called a snowflake schema. So in the star schema what we do, we have something called as fact table which is going to remain in the middle, and then we will have dimension tables which is going to surrounded by that fact table. Okay, so in the fact table you will have higher level columns and then in the dimension table you have lower level columns. So this is called as star schema. I'm just covering this part as of now, but in the future videos I'm going to take multiple tables and then I will show you how you can connect into the star schema your tables. And then you will have snowflake schema in which once again you will have the fact table in between, and then you will have dimension table surrounded by that fact surrounded by all those things, all the dimension tables. Basically you will have in the middle fact table and then dimension table is going to surround it. And what we will have like the difference between this snowflake schema and star schema is, in this snowflake schema you will not only have the dimension table but you will have dimension of dimensions. So basically multiple dimension tables you will have. If you simply Google it, let me show you star versus snowflake schema. So you will understand. See this diagram. You can open any diagram. You see this. See, this is the, we have fact table and then these are the dimension tables. But here we have the fact table, then these are the dimension table, and then their respective dimension table also. So we are breaking down the tables with multiple dimension tables. So that is called a snowflake schema. But in the star schema you will have only fact table and then corresponding dimension tables, right? We are going to cover this in detail, but right now I just made a connection inside the Tableau, in Power BI. So I wanted to show you this, how this relationship is being. Also, if you click on this, double click on this, you will see both the tables have cardinality, and cardinality right now, if you see, it is selected as many to one, but you can select as one-on-one relationship also, or you can change it, let's say many to one relationship also you can have. So what this cardinality also, right now I'm not going to talk about in great detail, but when I'm going to combine multiple tables, at that time I will talk about this cardinality as well. But for now this is fine. I will save this, and we have now connected both the tables in the data model view. Now what I'm going to do, I will go to the report view and I will click on this transform data, because today we are not going to deep down into the data model view. Our target is how we can clean the data first, and then we will go inside the data model view. So let's click on the transform data. Okay, so it has launched the Power Query editor. Now here we have already seen some basic stuff. Now I'm going to cover these things in the today's lesson. So I have already prepared the PDF for it, and let me show you that. So yeah, see here we have the PDF. So let's do it one by one. First of all, I'm going to add a new column. So if you go to the here and not here, into your Power Query editor, and you see your master table have this information, and then salary table have this information. So our first column, what we are going to do, first thing, we are going to add a column called as experience level, and we are going to check if experience is greater than equal to 10, we call it as a senior. So where we have the experience, we have the experience inside the employee masters. So see here we have experience column, and I want to add this particular feature over there, right? So let's copy this, and I'm going to see, this is a conditional thing, right? So you go to add column, either you can use this conditional column formula, right? So here you can put all the things, if name of the column, and if the your experience years is greater than equal to something, then you do this. If it is something, you can add another clause, you can do this, right? But I prefer mostly the formula one, so I will directly use this custom column, and I can directly paste my formula over here. See, I will put this, right? And I can give a name as well. So let me give the proper name. I can say experience level. So let's go to Power BI and add it. Oops, here it is. I will say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see I have the experience level column available over here with this formula. So this is how you can add the new columns. Though we have seen this in our previous lecture, I'm just showing you because we have this conditional column also, so you can add the same thing with the help of this. Now next we are going to see how we can do some group by operation. So when I say group by, so let's say I want to see maybe department wise number of employees, or maybe department wise number of ages. So this is how you group the things, data. So let's take one use case. I want to say count of employees per department. I want to see this. Okay, per department I want to see count of employees. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do grouping by department, right? So let's see how we can do that. So here we have department, right? Now I will select the department. I will go to home or transform basically, and then you see we have group by. So let's click on this group by, and you see it has selected a department. Now new column name I want to give as employee count, and operation I want to do, yes, I want to count the rows, right? And when you say okay, so you see now we have in the sales department only 10 employees, finance department 10 employees, HR department 10 employees. So we have 60 records, and this is evenly distributed. So this is one group by you can do, right? Let's take another example. Let's say this time I want to see the average age per designation. Okay, or before showing that, what you can do, let me right click on this grouped rows, or you can click on settings. Now you can go to advanced tab, and you can do the group by even further. So let's say department wise I have done the grouping. Also I want to do the grouping by maybe let's say region wise. Okay, you can only do the group by on non-numeric columns, not on numeric columns. Now for this time, again I want to add an aggregation. Now this time for department I want to see employee count and count of rows, and this time I'm going to give another name. Let's say this time aggregation wise I will say I want to see their average age. Okay, so average age. So I will select average over here, and for which column I want to apply this average on age column, right? So this is what I want to see. I will say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see now I have a different view of my data. I have department, these are the departments, these are the region, these are the employee count, right? So in sales department, for north region I have only 3 employee, for west region I have 2 employee, for south 3, likewise. And in the north region for sales department average age is 29. So this is how you can do multi-level group by as well. So you can see your data in a different way. You can even add more group by, and then you can see more granularity of the data, right? Now let's take this another example. Let's say I want to see average age per designation. Okay, so now I will remove these steps. So I will right click. Yeah, so let's add this, delete this, right click and delete it. Okay, and now we can take example of this one. So we wanted to see the this thing average age per designation, right? So I will go to designation, and I will say group by, right? And I will say average age. Okay, so this time I don't want to count it, I want to see the average age, right? So I will say average avg age, and instead of count I will say average, and I will select the age of the employee. But the group by I'm going to do with respect to designation. So I'll say okay, and now you see we have executive, senior executive and manager, and these are their respective ages, right? Average ages. Cool. Now let me remove this particular step as well. So we have seen how we can do the group by operation as well. Now next is we are going to see this pivot and unpivot example. Okay, so for pivoting what I'm going to show you, so let's say we have this we wanted to see the things like this: branch, total basic salary, total HRA and total allowance. Okay, so this is what we want to see. Now if I go to my master's employee salary, we have basic salary, HRA, allowance and branch. So first of all let's add this total salary, okay, inside it. So how we can do that? we can simply add this, and that is total salary is nothing but the basic salary plus HRA plus allowance, also called as CTC, cost to company, right? So let's create a column, add column, and then custom column, and I will give the name as CTC. And what is going to be the CTC? It is going to be nothing but basic underscore salary. So you can choose it from here also, see, and then plus you will have HRA, right? So you double click, it will be inserted, okay? Plus we'll have allowance, insert, right? Okay. And now we have, you see, we have this CTC available over here, right? Now I want to see the information in this way: branch wise, total basic salary, right? Total HR and total allowance. So this is what I want to see. So how I can see this information? So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this employee ID because that is not required. So you right click and then you say remove. So employee ID is gone. Now I'm going to select these four columns, okay? These four columns now we have, along with this CTC as well, right? Where we have this even if you remove this CTC also, I have just kept it for so that we can have a view of entire CTC also. But even if you don't have it, it's completely fine. Now what I'm going to do, first I'm going to show you unpivoting, and then I'm going to show you pivoting. Okay, so let's select these three columns. Okay, I can select this. So you have to press Control Shift or Command Shift, this, okay, these three things. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the transform, and I will say unpivot column, unpivot columns. And as soon as I do this, you see we have this data Mumbai. For all the Mumbai, these are the basic HRA allowance, okay? And CTC is still there, okay? We don't want to, you can remove or hide this column for now. You can ignore this column, okay? So we have this value. Now what I want to do, see, I'm going to transform the data, and now I'm going to unpivot it, okay? So this is how it looks like. We have this unpivoting done, and now after unpivoting, I'm going to do the pivoting. Now for pivoting, see, these are my attributes. I'm going to select the attribute. I have written the steps also, and then we have to go and transform the values, right? So I selected this. I will go to pivot column, right? And here you need to say using what you want to see. So using CTC or values, I will say CTC, sorry, values, right? Using values, I want to unpivot it, and then in advanced option you can select sum, average, whatever you want to see. So this will give the information in a different view. See, as soon as I did this, now I can see my branches over here. Cities is there. Now basic salary is coming over here, HRA and allowance. So now for Bangalore, I have all this basic salary, HRA and allowance. For Delhi, these are the basic salary, HRA and allowance, right? So you can see all the information. Now we have 58 rows total, right? So this is how you see the information. You will have branch, your basic salary, HRA and final allowance, right? Basic salary, HRA and final. CTC, you can ignore it. So this is same as your Excel formula. If you have learned Excel, like how to do pivoting and unpivoting in Excel. So pivoting meaning you want to take particular data point and you want to change the angle so that you can see the same data point but in a different view. So that is called as pivoting and unpivoting, right? Cool. Now let's take another example. Now I will show you how we can transpose the data. Okay, so what is the meaning of transpose? If you have learned about in your schools, row becomes columns and column becomes rows in the transform. So what I will do, I will remove the previous steps first. I will delete this, and I will also going to delete this step as well. Okay, now let's take the example of this transpose. So in transpose, what we have to do, we need to select all the data. So you say control A, okay, and then this option we have, see, transpose. When you click on this transpose, so you see what happened, your entire row become column and column becomes row. So now you see we have employee 1, employee 0. So now we wanted to see the data, employee wise. Now still here you are getting column 1, column 2. So but I want to see, I want to make employees as my headers. So what I can do, you see here we have use first row as header. So I will select this and select the first option. And as soon as I do this, you see we have now employees as our headers. Now in which scenarios this transpose is helpful? So let's say you are getting data on a monthly basis by your client, and their columns are going to be the same in this way. So you can add this data, you can get the data, transpose it, and you can just start adding this inside the this particular field, right? You can just go here and then say, in home you can say enter data, and then you can paste that data, whatever data you are getting over here. So in that way you don't have to manually do much of the things. So this is the transpose operation. Next we have merge queries. Now I will show you how we can actually join these two tables, employee master and salary. Now you may ask, in the data model view we have already joined it. So that is not joining, we have made only the relationship between these two tables. But when I say joining, that means you are going to actually take the rows from two tables or multiple tables, and then you are going to join it. So let me remove this, delete this, and transpose step also, let me delete it. Now these are my fresh tables, okay. So let's start see how we can join it. So I have written the steps over here, okay. We need to select any of the table and then we can join it. So let's say if I click over here, now you have merge queries option. You click over here, you go to merge queries, right? And you see first we have employee salary, but on which we have to join it, we need a second table as well. So you right click over here for you drop down, click on this drop down, you will see the second table, okay. So I want to join employee salary, I have already taken, I want to join it with employee master. So I will select this, and now you select employee ID from here and employee ID from here, and as soon as you do this, see this is joined. Now if you have learned SQL or any kind of join, we have multiple types of join: inner join, outer join, right outer join, left outer join, full outer join. So let's understand what kind of join we want. So when you click on this drop down, you see all the options are coming over here. So left outer means all from first matching from second. See, it is written in the hint also. So when you say left outer join, meaning you will get all the data from your left table. So when I say left table, the above one is the left table and below one is the right table, but only you are going to get matching rows from the second table. So depending upon your requirement, you can choose. For the time being, I am going to select full outer, meaning all the rows from the left table, all the rows from the right table. If I do this and say okay, so you see we have all the data points from the left table, and here we have the right table, that is our employee master. And you see it is showing a table and it is a link. When you click on this table, you go to your employee master table, where you have the employee table, full name, experience, all those things. See, so this is how it is showing only one row. Why? Because for each and every employee we have only one record, we have all the unique rows, okay. So let me go to back, okay, not from here, from here. See, these are your tables, right? So each and every table represent one single row, and in single row we have all the columns, or basically all the data from the employee master. If you want to change this, so you can edit settings, and you can change, you can select from left outer, right outer. Let's say if I choose only left outer, and I will say okay. And now when you go to the table, see continue, you see you have this particular record. Now you may ask, why I'm not seeing any difference? Because we have, both the tables have the unique values. That's why you are not able to see the difference. If your table will not have the, all the unique values, maybe your employee IDs are repeating or something is repeating, then you will see the differences. But right now we don't have that kind of data. That's why it is not visible. Okay, so this is how you can select it. So that was about like how you can do the merge query operation, right? Now we will see how we can do append query. Okay, so for append query, what we can do, let me remove this merge query first. Okay, now you see we have append query. So I click on this and I will say append queries, and you see we have two tables first. So what it is say, concatenate rows from two tables into a single table. So what it is going to do, it is going to take the rows and combine it in a single table. So let's say if I say I am in the employee salary, but I want to combine it from employee master, and when you say okay, you see what is now happening. So all the columns from the employee salary till here we have, and then we have the all the columns from the employee master, and that is all being present inside a single column. That is called as append queries. But now you ask why we are seeing these null values. So see, you have 60 employees in the, in the employee master table, and 60 employees in the employee salary. So see, for first 60 till here, see we have the data till here for all the employees till 60, but we don't have their full name. So it has appended it in this way that after 60 you will start seeing, see, this table will become null, this entire table, the first table, and you will have, this thing, Amit Sharma and their full name and their department. So here if you go in the right hand side, here above is null but below is the value. So it has combined both the tables, okay, in this way. Now let's say, if I go and do edit settings, and this time if I say 3 or more tables, so concatenate row from two tables into a single table, and earlier I have selected two tables. Let's say if I select 3 or more tables, okay, now what I will do, I will say, I have employee salary, employee master already added, right, both the tables. Let's say if I add, one more employee master and say add it, so I have now this 2 times double. Okay, now I'll say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see now how many rows I have. I have 180 rows, 60, 60, and then again 60, right? So that is also you can do it. So second times, the this employee master is nothing but it's a duplicate rows only, right? So this is how you can append the rows, or append, two or more than two tables in a single table. That was the append thing. Now next we are going to look how we can see this, some column quality, column distribution, and column profile. So for that, let me first remove this as well. Okay, so we have now fresh these two tables. Now you can click on any table, and then you need to go to view, and as soon as you come to view, you see you have three options like column distribution, column profile, and column quality. Let me click on this column distribution, and as soon as I do this, you see I have the distribution of column. See here it is saying 60 distinct, 60 unique. So distribution is evenly distributed. We have all the rows as a unique values. Here see the distribution in this way. We have 24 distinct value and 9 unique values. For HRA 19 distinct and 5 unique values. Allowance 25 this, and similarly for branch. Now if I click on this column profile, let me click on this column profile, and as soon as I do this, you see same information you can see over here. Let me select this basic salary, and you see you have bunch of other information along with your distribution. What is the count of the entire column, if you have any error, right, if you have unique values, nan values, min, max, average. So this is kind of, you are seeing all these statistics around your column. Okay, and why we do it because if we want to do any data transformation, so this is a quality check, right? before doing data transformation, we do the quality check of our data, and with this simple trick you can do it. Now let's say if I click on this column quality also, let me click on this. So say same column quality, now these errors and all those things are showing over here as well. So this is how you can do your quality check in very simple manner. Now let me uncheck all these things. All right, and let's go to the next point. Next, we want to remove the duplicates. Let's suppose if you have the duplicates in your data. For example, what I'm going to do, I will go to transform, and then let's say I will say, or maybe home, I will say append queries, append query, 3 or more. So I have employee salary, employee master I will add, and once again I will add employee master. I'll say okay. So you see we have now definitely we have in our entire data we will have duplicate values. So you say control A, right click, and okay, not from here. Let's suppose from allowance I want to, from this column I want to remove the duplicate values. So you right click and you see you have this remove duplicates. When you click on this, so now you see all duplicates are gone and we are only left with 26 rows, right? So this is how you can remove the duplicates from your data directly, right? I'm going to remove these steps and this step as well. So now we have fresh 2 data. Now next is we are going to see about let's say this we have already seen, right? How we can create this CTC column, which is fine. Now let's say one more example I will take, this thing salary band column. So again this is if else condition. I think no need to show this, you can try it out and maybe you can take it as a homework. So your task is you need to check your basic salary, and if it is greater than 50,000 you make a high band. If it is below 35,000 and I mean greater than 35,000 and less than 50,000 you make it as a medium band, and less than that you say it as a low band. So you can create a salary band for employees, right? So you can take it as a homework. Now let's say I will go to another thing. I'm going to talk about parameter now. So what is this parameter? So parameters are used for dynamic filtering. Okay, let's see how we can create some dynamic filter. Right now if you see, for example, if you go over here, employee ID, so you have some filters, right? You can select any one of them and accordingly you will see the data. But let's say I want to create a dynamic filter. So how I can do that, and what is the meaning of dynamic filter? So dynamic filter meaning you will not go inside your data and then select this filter and do it manually. What you will have, you will have a filter available outside of your data, and whatever changes you will do into that filter, that is going to automatically apply to all the sheets or the sheets which you have connected to that particular dynamic filter. Okay, so let's do that. So for that I have prepared one use case. So what I'm going to do, I will go inside the there is something called as manage parameter. So let's click on this and we need to create a new parameter. So let me click on this and let's start giving the name. I will give this as a region parameter name. I will say dynamic filtering for region. Now you see region, if you check your employee master, so region is nothing but it's a text field. So that's why you need to select your type of your filter also or parameter also. I will say it as a text. Okay, it is asking me for value. So in the region we have only 4 regions: north, south, east, west. This can be the values. So I will drop down this and say list of values. Now it is asking me to add those list. So I will start adding it. I will say north, then we have south. You need to click on this plus to add the values. Then we have west, and we have east. All right, and it is asking me the default value. So let's suppose default value I will provide north, and it is asking me for the current value. So current value also I will put north. I will say okay. Now as soon as I do this, you see we have one parameter coming over here. Its current value is north. If you want to manage it, you can click on this and you can change its behavior, right? Now what I'm going to do, I will go to employee masters where we have this region, right? Now let's say you only want to see the data for north region employees. So what you can do, you click on this filter, you can unselect, you can select this north, you say okay. Now it is gone, you are only able to see the north. So this is how your filter works. But let's say, that's what my point was. You don't want to go inside your data and do the filtering from your data, but outside of your data by just changing this parameter. So that is called as dynamic filtering. So how we can do that? So in order to do that, you click on this. There is something called as text filters. So you go in here and then you click on equals to. Okay, and here you select parameters. So you click on parameter and we have created this region parameter. So it is automatically coming over here. Now I will click OK. Now what I have done, I have connected my region parameter with this particular sheet. Now you see it is only showing me for the north region, okay, not for others. And if I go to my region parameter and from here if I change from north to south and go to my employee masters, you see this is got changed automatically from north to south. So I've hooked my parameter to this sheet. Now once again, if I go to my region, you select south to east maybe and come here. See, this is for east. So this is how you create the parameter inside the Power BI desktop query editor. So yeah, that's it. I think you can take some homework also. Let's suppose you let me give you one homework. You can create another parameter, query parameter for maybe let's suppose this thing department. Okay, so department, when you change the department, you need to see accordingly. Similarly, let's say you create another parameter for basic salary. Now this time this is not going to be a simple list. You can have the basic salary of anything, right? So think how you can create that parameter as a filter. So that's it in this video. We have covered some advanced topics also. In the next part we are going to see some more advanced data cleaning stuff, and then we will start with some new topic. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture 5. In the previous lecture we have seen some advanced data analytics in Power Query Editor. In this video, that is lecture number 5, we are going to talk about DAX. Okay, we will talk what is DAX. We are going to mainly cover these 4 topics: measure versus calculated columns, row context, filter context, and we'll see some functions like all and percentage of total, which we are going to remove for the filters. Okay, so let's get started. So in order to create this video, I have connected these data sources. So I have 4 tables total: sales, product, customer, and calendar. I have already loaded them inside the Power BI. Let me go and show you this. Okay, so when I go to table view, you see this is my calendar table and we have this date, year, month, and quarter. Okay, when you go to customers table, we have this thing: customer ID, customer name, region, and segment, right? And you see like headers are not coming properly. We have this customer ID, customer name, region, and segment, and above that we have columns. So maybe we can go inside the Power Query and use first row as header so that we can get proper headers. Let's check other tables. We have product tables. Here we are getting the product ID, name, category, and unit price properly, and in the sales also this is proper. Now what I'm going to do, I will go to once again here and I will say transform data and I will click on this. Okay, so it's going to load the Power Query editor, so just wait for it. Alright, so now we are inside the Power Query editor. Now the problem was in the customer table, so I will select it and here I will go to transform and I will say use first row as header. I will select this, and as soon as I did this, see customer ID, name, region and segment now becomes this. Now I will go to home and I will say close and apply. Okay, that's it. We don't require any other transformation or any other data cleaning stuff over here. That's it. Now these four tables, they have relationship, and when I go to this model view, let's come to the model view, and now you see what relationship we have. Okay, so this is our main table, that is called a sales table. In the sales table we have all the unique keys which are present in different other tables. For example, sales table have this customer ID which is available inside the customers table as well, the customer ID. So we are going to map this table, both this table, connect these tables with the help of this customer ID key. Similarly, when you see products table, we have something called as product ID which is also available inside the sales table, and same goes with calendar. We have order date and date. Okay, now these two tables are already being identified by Power BI and they have connected it, but this calendar table is yet not connected. So let me connect this. In order to do it, you need to first identify which columns are or which fields are common. So this date and order dates are common, so I will drag this date inside the sales order date, and that's it. When I do this, see it is now able to identify this date and order date properly. And when you see cardinality, it is saying 1 to 1. Now we will come to this point, what is cardinality. Okay, and if you see this cross filter direction, it is saying both, meaning you can do filtering from one table to another table, also from another table to first table. So I will save this, and hooray, now we have all the tables connected to the sales table. Now what kind of schema this is? In the previous session only I have shown you, this is called as star schema. So this is our main fact table and these are the dimension tables we have. Let's suppose if you connect your product table to another dimension table, right? For example, if you miss any information in the product and you create another helper table basically for this product table, so that will becomes the snowflake schema. So in the snowflake schema you will have dimension table of dimension table, right? But right now we have connected into the star schema fashion. Now what I will show you, I will go to the table view, or before I go to table view, let's talk about this. When you double click on this relationship, you see 1-to-1 relationship is here between sales and calendar. Cancel it. When you see click over here, you see here also you have many to one relation between product and sale, and when you click over here you have 1-to-1 relation. So let's talk about what is this 1-to-1 and 1-to-many relationship. For that I have already prepared one PPT, so let me show you. Okay, so you see we have cardinality, right? Now what is meaning of 1-to-1? So 1-to-1 meaning one row in table A matches exactly one row in table B. There are no duplicates on both the sides or both the table. Example, if I give you, you see we have this table employee ID name, employee ID as E001, E002 and names. And we have another table called as employee payroll with the employee ID and bank account. Here also you have employee ID E001 and E002. Now both the tables have unique employee ID. There is no repetition, and that's why when you are going to connect these two tables into the Power BI into the data model view, you will see a 1-to-1 relationship because they have unique values in the employee ID, and we are going to connect them with respect to employee ID field only. So this is going to make 1-to-1 relationship, right? So this relationship is one to one. When we use it, when let's suppose if you split sensitive data, for example HR versus payroll, or if you want to perform the optimization, in that case we use this one to one relationship. Okay, so in many scenarios you can see your all the tables will have some unique records, but this is very rare in real world scenario. In the dimension tables you will have a unique key, but in the fact table you will have repeating thing, right? So that is how the real world scenario looks like. But yes, if fact table and dimension table both are having unique, in that case one to one relationship is followed. Next we have something called as one to many relationship. So as name suggests, one row in table A relates to many rows in table B. Okay, this is default and recommended. Example, if I give you, see we have this table customers, we have the customer ID 01 and 02. Then we have sales table where we have sales ID as the primary key and then customer ID as a foreign key, right? So when you say foreign key means this field is going to refer in this particular table, and this is the primary key. When you say primary key, so that is the unique identifier for that particular table. Okay, now here if you see customer ID, we have 001, 001 and 002. So here we have customer ID repeating. So that's why this many customer, right? One customer can appear many times. So that's why this is called as many, and that's why relation is one to many, right? Now when we use fact and dimension modeling inside it with we use this kind of thing, and in the real world scenario also this kind of tables actually appears. Okay, now this one of the rule I have written over here: dimension are always on the one side, facts are always on the many side. What is the meaning of it? For example, if you go to here and let's talk about this product and sale, let me click on this. You see we have many to one relation. So which side we have many? You see small star over here written and one written over here. What is sales table? This is our fact table. What is product table? This is our dimension table. So on the fact side this many always comes, and in the dimension side one always comes. So that's why we call it as many to one. Now, or one to many also, if you see one to many, it's just opposite of many to one. Now when I come over here, see this is the thumb rule. Dimension are always one side as I shown, facts are always on the many side. Now if we talk about third option, which is many to one, this is going to be same as one to many, but in Power BI you see this option only, many to one. Okay, so it's just the opposite of it, but Power BI by default shows you many to one relationship only. Okay, so you can just consider a vice versa, nothing more. Now last we have something called as many to many relationship, right? So here we have this many to one, and yeah, this one is many to many. Now in many to many, if you see we have this table student ID course, and then we have teacher and course. Okay, and so basically what will happen, many fields or many, here I have taken a wrong example, but you can consider this as many students are enrolling in many courses. Similarly, many teachers are teaching many subjects. So this relationship we call it as a many to many. Same information can appear multiple times, but this is dangerous. We don't use this in real world scenarios. This is kind of going to create a duplicate data more and more, so we avoid this kind of table creation. I have written you can say overview of it in one-on-one or one-to-one. This is very rarely used. One to many is best, many to one is normal. So you can use one to many or many to one, that's not a problem. This is how real world scenarios happen. And many to many is complex mapping, we avoid this kind of mapping, right? In real world scenarios we don't we rarely have this data, but all these scenarios exist, and in some cases you can get one to one or many to many as well. So that's why it was necessary to teach all these 4 concepts to you. So now you understood we have all this relationship established in the data model view, and this is what we do inside the data modeling, right? We create our fact table and dimension table with respect to different cardinalities, right? And we have 4 types of cardinality. Great. Now if you have understood this properly, so what I can do now, I can come to report view, and now we can talk about DEX. Now what is DEX? Let's start exploring this. So first of all, DEX is nothing but it's just a formula, or you can say a programming language with the help of which you can write, create some measure or create some calculated fields inside the Power BI. Now what is measure and what is calculated column or fields? We will come to it. Now let me just zoom this little more. Okay. Now here, as you can see, or we can do in this way. All right, fine. This is fine. So you see, whenever we start DEX inside the Power BI, student always thinks that DEX is it's all about formula. If they understood the formula, DEX is done. No, that is not how DEX is done actually. DEX is about controlling the context. Okay, it's not about controlling the formula or knowing the formula, it's about controlling the context. What is the meaning of it? Context, let's understand it. So in the Power BI, we have 2 type of context. We have something called as raw context, and then second is something called as filter context. Now let's understand first what is context. So you can understand or imagine this like you are seeing the data. Okay, now let me just take this. What I can do, I can maybe take an example of table. So you see, we have this table, okay, for example, and right now let's suppose you are seeing only these 2 rows. So whatever you are seeing right now, we call it as a context. Okay, so basically, for example, context meaning is what? For example, if you take example from the English. So let's say if I say, hey, I watched the movie Chris 3, so and then finally I loved it. So when I say then finally I loved it, so it was referring to what? It was referring to Chris 3 movie. Similarly, context is what? Context is nothing but in the Power BI, in terms of Power BI, whatever data you are seeing, that is called as context. Whatever you are talking about the data, current data, we call it as a context, right? Context of the data. So we have 2 types of context, raw context and filter context. In raw context, current row being evaluated, meaning, for example, if you have a table and you are seeing the row context. So row context means now you are not seeing the whole table, but you are focusing on a single row. Okay, one single row. But when I say filter context, meaning which rows are visible due to slicer, filter or visual. So filter context means, so you can understand this, filters means you have a table, you applied a filter. So let's suppose earlier you have 100 rows and now you have 50 rows. So filter context means now you are only seeing or talking about those 50 rows. So that comes under the filter context. Now these 2 terms are backbone of understanding the DEX. That's why I given more stress on this. What is row context and what is filter context? Let's summarize it once again. Row context is nothing but row wise evaluation. Filter context means you have applied some filter and now you are only seeing the filtered rows. That's it. Okay, so now let's talk about this measure versus calculated columns, row context, filter context and all. We have already understood the theoretical meaning of row context and filter context, but now let's understand what is measure and calculated columns. So I will first show you inside the UI what is measures and what is calculated columns. So you see, you have something called as new measure over here, right? So what is this measure? Let's understand it. So okay, and even before understanding the measures, I have written the first calculated column. So let's go and show you what is calculated column. So whenever you go to this table view, you will be able to see this new column feature also, right? See, we have new column. So what is this new column meaning? So whenever you create a new column, what will happen, that column will be stored in the physical layer. First let's understand this. It will be stored in a physical layer of Power BI. That means it is going to occupy some memory inside the RAM. Okay, that is the first thing about new column. So whenever we create new column, it will hold the data, it will have some physical space in the entire memory stack. So now let's come over here. So what is calculated column? It evaluate row by row. First of all, that is also true. It takes some space in the RAM, that is also true. Calculate at data refresh. So for example, you have created a calculated column and you have changed your actual column, actual data for example, but if you haven't refreshed that data, it will not be reflected into your calculated column. You have to refresh your original data, then only it will be show. It's stored in memory. So as I already talked about it, it is going to take some storage inside the RAM, and it does not react to slicers. Okay, now what is the meaning of slicers? Slicers are nothing but filters. It does not react to slicers. This point is not completely true. I will show you. Now what are measures? So let's talk about them. So as I shown you here, you have this new measure or quick measure, both are same. Now you see measures are nothing but these are also kind of calculated column or field only, but they are not going to take any storage inside the RAM. They are evaluated at runtime. So for example, you create a measure, you close your Power BI, so it is not going to hold any space in your memory. When you load your Power BI, and at that time when you are going to drag and drop the measure, let's suppose you created a measure, it will appear over here. Now it is not going to take any memory, it is not going to hold any data until and unless you are going to drag and drop it inside the report view. So it is going to be evaluated at a runtime. So when I say runtime meaning you drag and drop it over here, then only whatever formula or whatever DAX query you have written, at that time it is going to be executed. But when you create a new column, it is going to execute it at that time only. It is not going to be executed at runtime. So that is the difference between measure and column. Okay, now let's come over here. So same thing I have written, evaluated at query time, respond to filter and slicer, not stored in memory, and prefer for analytics. Okay, now let's take some example so that we can clarify this properly. Now for example, I need to create a calculated column called as product revenue. Okay, and for that I'm going to use this formula. Let's say I will say row sales amount. Okay, I'm going to create this. So I'm copy this formula and I will go here. I will create a new column. So just click on this. So see one bar come over here where you can write your DAX query. So you just paste this. Now what this say, row sales amount, this is my going to be the name of the column, equals to what I want from the sales table. So I have written sales and unit sold. So from the sales table, select the unit sold, this thing, unit sold, what unit sold column, and multiply it to product. So go inside the product table, we have this product table, see. So go inside the product table, and inside the product table we are grabbing the unit price. So we have this unit price. So multiply unit sold by unit price. Now when you multiply unit sold and unit price, what you are going to get? Obviously you are going to get the sales amount, right? So but if you see, I have written a related function also over here. Now what is related? I will talk about this in later video also, but just for a overview, I will say that related is nothing but it's going to do the calculation at each and every row level. Okay, this formula, entire formula which we are using, this and this, they don't have power that they can work on a row level, but related have this power. For now you can just understand in this way. I will talk it about later. And since we are using this related, now you see we are able to see this new field row sales amount, and in each and every row we are able to see the data, right? So for sales id is S001, row sales amount is 225. How we are getting it? We have unit sold 5, and from here we will have some unit price, we are multiplying it, and due to which we are able to see this number 225. And this is happening for each and every row, right? So we have created one calculated column, and this is taking memory inside your RAM. It is occupying some memory. All right, let me click OK. So this is we created. Okay, now let's take one more example. I will this time I will create a measure. Okay, so let's say I want to see the total sales, overall sales. Okay, here if you see, if you are going to add all these things, right, add all these things, you will be able to get the overall sales, right? That is the first thing you can do it. So in order to do it, I will go over here. Now total sales, you know this, why this should be a measure and not calculated column? Just think about it. Calculated column, why? Because see, if you change your data, right, if you change, for example, if you add more rows, so obviously your total sales is going to, you know, differ. So in that case, do you want to store it in your memory, or do you want to calculate it at runtime? Obviously runtime, right? Because you can add, or you know, change these numbers may change, or you can add some extra rows also. So in that's why this should be a measure. So in order to create a measure, you can click here also, or if you go to table view, from here also you will have the option. When you go to home, you will have the this new measure. So let me click here and say new measure. Now let's say I will give the name as total sales, and that is going to be equal to, now this is measure I am creating. Okay, now you know we have already created this row sales, right? Row wise sales we have already calculated, right? What's the name we have given? Let me just track this. Row sales amount. So what if I say directly, there is a formula called as sum formula. So I will say sum of, and here I will directly put this row sales amount. So I will say row sales amount, and this is available inside this sales. Okay, so this particular column which we have calculated, it is available inside this sales table. So that's why it is sales of row sales amount. Let me click OK, and as soon as I do this, you see I got this total sales, which is, you see the difference here. We have like this is coming as a calculator option, that because it is a you know, new measure, this is not a column, right? So now if I drag and drop it over here in the visual and hover my mouse, you see we have total sales of 5640, right? So this is how you create your measure inside the Power BI. Okay, now I will show you the another example, or you can say another way with which you can, you know, again see the total sales, and that example is this. So this time I'm going to, instead of, you know, using the sum formula, I'm going to use something called as sum x. Okay, so let's use this particular formula, sum x, and let's create one more new measure, and this time I will use this different formula, and let's give the name as total sales equals to, okay, I have written, okay, let me give in this format, total sales. Okay, now you see this time I'm using sum x formula, and I will explain you what is the difference between sum and sum x. Okay, now here in the sum x I am writing first the table name, that is sales, and then within that table name I am taking the unit sold, and then I'm writing related, which is again going to, you know, iterate and going to, you know, since we have made the connection between product table and sales table, related function is going to help me to, you know, iterate through each and every unit price of the product table and going to multiply with this. So that's why I'm using related. and then we have this unit price, so I'm multiplying this. Okay, now when I say okay, and this is available, when I drag and drop it over here, you see this is the same value. We have tot sales same as total sales. Now you might ask, okay, then what is the difference between these two formula, sum x and sum? Now let me give you one more example. Now this time what I will do, I'm going to create a new measure once again, and this time I'm going to use this, let's say I will say this total sales of 1 equals to, and this time I'm going to use this sum formula. Now you just think whatever we have done in this total sales, this particular measure, right? Let me click on this, and you see we have this total sales. Let me double click on this. You see this formula, we have total sales equal to summation of sales of row sales amount, and in the row sales amount we have individual amounts. And if you go to this row sales amount, double click on this, you see what we have done, we have taken this unit sold multiplied with the unit price, right? So if I go to this once again, this formula, see what I'm going to do in this summation, I'm going to take from the sales table, I'm going to take unit sold, and I'm going to multiply it with, from the product table, I'm going to take the unit price, right? So I'm multiplying it, and that is how I'm going to get the total sales, right? And I'm applying the sales formula, and as soon as I do this, I will say okay, and you see what error I'm seeing. It is saying the sum function only accept a column reference as an argument. Okay, so you might argue, okay, let's provide here, into I will say related function, and within the related, let's pass this. Okay, and I will say okay. Now even if I do this, it is giving the same error, the sum function only accept a column reference as an argument. But as soon as I change this formula with sum x, okay, and here I just provide a sales comma this, it is going to start working. See, this is same formula we have used earlier. You see, I can show you. See, sum x sales and then this. Now you may argue, okay, let's remove this x and then use sum over here, and let me do this once again. You see, now it is saying too many argument. That means sum doesn't take this sales argument, it only takes this one. So let me remove this. That was the error, but still there is error. So what this error is saying, let me click on right click. Now the error will change. So this is saying that sum only accept a column reference as an argument. What is the meaning of it? Meaning is sum cannot work on a row level, right? Even though related is going to first go and relate our sales with the product and going to work individually on a row level, sum function doesn't work on a row level, and that's why we need sum x. Okay, but let's suppose if you have this row sales amount, for each and every row you have calculated the amount, then you can do the normal summation of all the amounts, it will work. But if you have from multiple tables, if you want to do the aggregation on a row wise level, sum won't work. That's why we need sum x. So how this was working, see here in this first way, we have used some formula, but we are saying sales of row sale amount. So it is going inside this calculated field, and it is doing summation of entire field. It is not going row by row and then doing it. It is taking all the things and adding it in just one go. So that is how sum work. But sum x can iterate, so it is a iterator, it can iterate through each and every row. Okay, and that's why sum x was working. I hope this is now clear, right? All right, So here is the, you can say, summary I have written. Calculated column do not recalculate. That is the first thing. Calculated column, we have created one calculated column which is this row sales amount. So it doesn't recalculate unless and until we refresh the data, right? Once you have calculated field, you store the data, that's it, done. But you know, Power BI can still filter row where these value exist, whereas measure recalculate at logic itself. So if you apply filter, it is going to work on the calculated column as well as the measure, if you apply the filter. But the difference is measure recalculates the logic, as we have discussed. Whenever you create a measure inside the Power BI, it is going to work on a runtime, so it will recalculate again and again whenever you drag and drop that field inside the view, else it is going to keep ideal. All right, so that was the measure versus calculated columns. Now let's move toward the next topic, which is row context and iterators. So we have already seen this sum x. Similarly, we have average x, min x, max x. These are the formulas. Now what is row context? Let's understand this. Row context means DEX is evaluating one row at a time. The definition we have already seen. So you can think of it as a current row pointer, right? For example, if you have this table, now when DEX is in row context, it evaluates row 1, then row 2, then row 3. If it is in a row context, meaning row wise row calculation is going on, right? So you understood why here our sum failed and we have to use sum x formula. And if you are using the sum formula, then you need to have one calculated column where already sums are present, right? Then only you can use this sum formula. So that we have already understood, right? Now we need to also understand what are iterators. So iterators, when I say iterators, are nothing but they can create row context automatically. Remember, we have only two contexts, row context and filter context. So whenever you want a row context, meaning you are looking just one row, in that case you need a iterator. Okay, so iterators are basically can create a row context automatically. Okay, and they can go row by row, they can evaluate an expression, and then they can aggregate the result like sum x. So these are some iterators we have: sum x, average x, max x, min x, the example which I was talking about, right? All right, now if you see how this works, this example which we have taken, this sum x sales one example, right? How this works basically, see, so sum x basically nothing but it's an iterator. So it is going to iterate over each row of sales, because we have written sum x of sales. So we have sales table. On the entire sales table, sum x is going to iterate one by one, right? Then we have something called as sales of units sold, right? This one, sales of units sold. So from the sales table, we have one column called as units sold. So it is going to refer the unit sold of a current row, right? Because sum x can iterate through row by row, we can grab each and every row. So from this particular column, we are going to grab the first row, and then we are using this related. So remember, I said I'm going to talk it about later. So this is what we are doing. Related is basically going to fetch price from the product table. And why we have to use related? Because we have a relationship between sales and product table, right? Remember, in the modeling view, we have connected these two tables. So what is happening? Basically, we are connecting this sales table with product table, and related is going to grab the data from this product table. And within the product table, what data we are grabbing? We are grabbing the unit price, right? And unit price, since we have used sum x, it is going to take row by row, and then we are multiplying it simply and returning the result, right? And sum x also going to aggregate the data finally, so you are going to see the whole data, right? So basically, related works only when row context exists. Remember this, related, this particular formula which we have used, related, this is only going to work when we have the row context available and not the filter context. This is very important. Okay, remember guys, whenever we this point is you need to remember, because this you are going to make this kind of mistakes when you write DAX queries. So whenever you have row context available, then only this related function or related formula works. Else, if you have the filter context, meaning you are seeing the, let's suppose 10 rows at a time, then this related function you can't use it. So that's why related was not working with sum, but it is working with sum x. All right, now, and also, yeah, there are some things are written over here. It works in the calculated column, it works inside sum x, right? It fails in the plain measure without iterators. So since sum doesn't have the iterator, sum x is iterator, that's why it was failing, right? So yeah, and this is the summary of row context and filter context, right? Now let's talk about this filter context and calculate little bit. Okay, now what is filter context? We have already seen filter context is nothing but set of rows that are visible because of, maybe slicers, filters, row column individuals, or page report filters, right? Any kind of filters or slicers. So right now you understood what is filters, but if you're not able to understood slicers, so let me first explain you the slicers. So when you go to your visual, and in the visual you see this is the visual, you hover your mouse, this is called as slicer. So slicers are also nothing but filter only. Let me show you one example. I click on this, so this kind of slicer will appear over here. Now let's say I want to create a slicer or maybe filter for, if I go inside the product, we have categories. So I drag and drop category over here. You see now how many categories we have: accessory, devices, gadget, gizmos, and tool. Let's say if I click on tools, now as soon as I click on these tools, you see the data for this and this also got changed. We have 660 total sales for tools, right? And when I uncheck this, you see we have total sales of 5640. So this is called as slicers. They are nothing same as filters only. Okay, that is the simple concept, but you can create this slicer with the help of this particular icon. Cool. Now let's come over here. So that is the filter context we understood. Now let's take an example of I have already given the example as well. All right, now what is calculate? Okay, let's understand this function, calculate function. So calculate is a function we have inside the Power BI which can modify the filter context. Okay, remember this. This can modify the filter context, meaning if you are in the row filter, it can go to if you are into the row filter, it can go into the if you are into the row context, you can go to the filter context with the help of calculate, and if you are inside the filter context, you can come back to row context with the help of calculate. So it is this. So you can think of it as a recalculate this expression under a different filter rules. Let's take an example. Let's say I want to see the enterprise sales. Okay, so show me sales only for enterprise customers. So if you go over here, you see we have different type of customers. Here we have the segment. If I drag and drop it over here, you see we have two segment, enterprise segment and SMB segment. So I only want to see the sales of sales of enterprise customer. For example, I have already drag and drop this. Now let's say if I put total sales, I have this here, total sales. You can drag and drop it over here. Now you see for enterprise we have 2565 as a sales. For SMB we have 3075 as a sales, and I only want to see the sales for enterprise. Okay, so one thing, like you can apply a filter over here, right? This is one way you can do it. So for example, you go over here and then take this segment, maybe let's say create a slicer and then put segment inside it, drag and drop it over here, and let's click on enterprise, and see now it is, you are able to see it for enterprise. But same thing I'm going to show you with the help of DEX query. So let's write it. So I have written over here, calculate is going to work in this way. The syntax is this: it will take one expression followed by filters. So you can not only give one filter, you can provide multiple filters also. So let's use this particular formula. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to create a new measure. Now see why this again going to be measure, because I don't want to save this into my disk. I want to be calculated at runtime, so that if any data will change, this enterprise or SMB, it will change, right? So that's why it is going to be the new measure. So let's click on this and put the formula. So see what it say: enterprise sales equal to calculate, and inside the calculate, what we are passing total sales first. So we have already calculated this measure which is called as total sales. So this is another measure, we are using another measure which is total sales inside it. So that was the expression, right? You can not only pass the measure, you can pass any expression. So this is expression we are passing for total sales, and then we are passing a filter. And what is the filter? We are saying customer segment should be equal to enterprise. That's it. And we are saying calculate. Now I will talk in a bit later how it is going to work internally, but let me commit this. And you see we have enterprise sales. Let me drag and drop it over here. Okay, enterprise sales maybe here, and as soon as I do this, just hover my mouse, you see I have 2565. I can clearly see it, right? So same thing I have done with the help of DEX query. Now let's go and understand how it internally works. See, so we have this visualization created, right? Now let me show you. Yeah, okay, let's take one more example number 2 with the multiple filters, and then maybe I can show you how it works. So let's say region is south, but we want always show north region sales. Okay, so what I will do, I'm going to copy this query. This is not a multiple filter example, this is normal example. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to create another new measure. Okay, Control V. So see, I want to only see the north sales. Okay, so that's why I created this measure where I'm saying total sales we have, and from the customer I just wanted to see the total sales of north region. Let's click on this. So this north sales got created. Now let me create another page. This page was full. Now I'm going to drag and drop this over here. Hover my mouse, you see for north I have only 1 2 2 5 sales. Now let's say if I want to see sales for each and every region, so what I can do, I can drag and drop region over here. So we have 4 region, and let's put this total sales over here. So you see I can verify this for north 1 2 2 5, right? So for north 1 2 2 5 we have. Now let's say if I put a slicer or filter, I click on slicer or filter, both are same actually, and I'm going to put this region inside this. And now you see if I select east, do you see from here it is only showing me for east, but when I hover my mouse over here, see it is still showing me for the north, even though in the slicer I have selected east. And why is that? Let's understand this. Because we are using this calculate, and inside the calculate we have set our filter as north, so this can override the slicer selection. So calculate has this option, it can override the slicer selection. Even though in the slicer we are selecting east region, it is overriding it, because we have already fixed that we are only want to see the customer region equal to north, right? So basically calculate replaces existing filter on region. It has higher priority than slicers, right? Now let's take one more example. I'm going to only see the enterprise north sales. So this time I'm going to copy this. Now I'm going to apply two filters. One filters for the segment enterprise, another region north. So let's calculate this once again, a new measure. Let's put it. So this time I'm saying total sales is my thing, and I want to see, and I want to apply a filter on customer segment and then customer region. Let's click OK. Okay, so we have this enterprise north sales. Let me put it over here. So you see it is only 345. How we can confirm it? Very simple. You take this first region. Let me put region over here. Okay, and I'm going to unfilter this. So we have all the regions. Now I'm going to take the segment, drag and drop it over here. So you see we have all the segment, but wait, we want enterprise only, right? Yeah, so that is fine. And then what I need total sales. So I'm going to put this total sales over here. All right, now you see for enterprise north, right? So for enterprise north it is 345. When I hover my mouse over here, see it is coming as 345. So this is how I can see it and verify it. Now, so this visualization we have created. Now this is what we need to understand. Slicer sets context, calculate changes the context, and measure reacts to that context. So since we are using the calculate over here, see for this north sales or for enterprise north sales, even though if you change, let's say slicer to maybe east, see all the things are gone, but here since we were using the calculate, it is not changing because calculate changes the context. So it change the context. Slicer set the context, so slicer said east, but calculate changes the context, so it changes to north, and measures react to the context. So whatever measure you have created, it is going to work accordingly. Okay, so that was the case over here. So you understood how this calculate is working. Calculate is working on the entire data set, right? And it is changing the context. If you are in a filter context, it is changing to row context. If you are in a row context, it can change to filter context, right? Now let's come to the next topic, that is all and filter removal. So till now we have talked about filters, how we can change the context, what is row context, what is filter context. But now let's suppose if you want to remove some filters from your data, sometimes we require this, right? So that's why we need this all and filter removal. So let's talk about this, why filter removal is needed. So by default, let's suppose if you have slicers, visuals, row columns, or filter the data, but sometimes business questions need ignore some filters but keep others. So for example, if you have 10 filters but business requires you need to remove 5 filters and keep 5 filters, in that case this things is required. Okay, so what does all do? All remove filters from specified column or table. So in the all, let's suppose if you have 5 filters, if you apply all to 2 filters, so it is going to remove the 2 filters from the 2 column or 2 tables, right? So this is how syntax. When you say all table, it is going to remove all filters from the table. If you say all column, so it is going to remove the filter only from that column. When you say all except, it remove but keep some filters. When you say all except, so here you pass which thing you need to accept, right? When you say all selected, that means it is going to keep slicer context, right? So it is going to keep slicer context, but it is going to remove all the filters, but slicer context will be remain, right? When you say all selected, right? Cool. Now let's take some of the example. Let's say I want to see percentage of total sales. Percentage of total sales coming from different region. So this is the question, what percent of company sales comes from each region? And for that we have this particular DEX formula. So let me copy this and put it over, create a new measure. I can paste it over here. Now you see, I want to see the region wise total percentage sales, and for that I have used this formula. Now let's understand how this formula works. See, we have this sales for current region, right? So we are saying the total sales, this is for the current region, whatever region you set. Okay, for example, if you haven't set any region, it will show you for all the regions. So that first of all we are getting this total sales. We are using a function called as divide because we want to see the percentage. Now divide is going to do like what we are going to divide. We are going to divide this total sales with this second value, and let's evaluate what is this second value. So first we will have the sales, and the denominator, you see, we are using the calculate. So this is comma, after comma we have the denominator, whole is denominator. Now what we are doing inside the denominator, we are saying calculate what, total sales, comma, I'm saying all customer region, right? So when you say all, and what you are passing, you are passing a column. So what it will do, it is going to remove filters only from that column, right? So I'm saying from the region column you need to remove all the filters. That means all the regions should be present, right? And you are going to calculate the total sales on top of that. And then what we are going to do, we are going to divide by the total sales. So first we will have the total sales, and then with the help of calculate we are going to calculate what, region wise total sales, right? And then total sales, we are dividing it by the region wise sales. So for example, total sale is 100, but for north region the sale is 30. So 100 divided by 30 is going to give you the percentage. You can multiply this by 100 to get it in an actual percentage, right? Cool. So this is what the formula is. Now if I go over here and you commit this, and let me go to a new page. So what name we have given? We have given the name region percentage total sales, right? So you have this. Let me drag and drop it over here, or what I can do, I'm going to create a donut chart, and in this donut I'm going to put region. So we have region inside the legends, so east, north, southwest, and region percentage sales I'm going to put inside the values. So now you see, let me expand this and go to the focus mode. So you see we have 29.79% of total sales coming from the west region, which is our biggest region. Then we have east region, 24.56% sales coming from here. Then we have south region, 23.94% sales coming from that region, and then from north region 21.72% sales are coming. So this is how you can interpret this. Now here what we have learned, like if you have some filters already applied, with the help of this calculate and all, see we are using all, so you can remove the filters, and then calculate is going to change the context so that you can grab the total sales without having any filter. Now point to remember is all and calculate always are going to work together. Okay, so see I have written here why calculate is required. So without calculate all cannot modify the context. So right, if you want to go and see on a row level wise, right, why row level wise, remember we need a total sales, right? So in order to get the total sales you need to go on each and every row. By the way, we have already calculated this total sales, so that's why it is not required, but even though if you need it you can do it, right? So that's why we require both these things. Without calculate all cannot modify the context, calculate is required to modify the context, right? and filter removal won't apply. All always works with calculate, right? So whenever there is going to be all, you need to use the calculate also. Let's take one more example. Okay, it will be then more clear. Let's say for example global ranking I want to calculate. Now what is this global ranking? I want to rank my product by total sales across all the regions. So I'm going to use this product sales ranking. Let me copy this and go over here, and maybe I can do this. Okay, just give me a second. All right, so now I'm going to create a new measure, and I'm going to copy paste this. So now this time see what I'm using rank X, and remember whenever you write X, that means it can work on a row level wise. It is nothing but this thing which we have learned. See over here, so it is a iterator. It can go and iterate on a row level wise, right? So let's come here once again. Right, so we have created product sales rank. So we are saying we need to do the ranking, that's why this rank is required. Now we are saying rank X, that means we need to do ranking row wise. Now here what I'm saying all products product name. So whenever I am going to use all, that means it is going to remove all the filters from the product name. So I don't want any filter on the product name, and I need a total sales, which is I already have, and I want a descending order, and this dense I have used. So dense is going to give you the ranking, right? Since you are using this rank X, dense is going to give you unique ranking 1 2 3 dense, right? So dense ranking we are using. So this is how it works. It is going to create a ranking. Now let me commit this. If you come over here, how it works, you can read this. See, all is going to remove product filter and then makes ranking global. Then we have total sales, which is going to evaluate per product, and then we have descending highest sales rank 1, and then dense means no gaps in ranking. So this is how it's going to work. Let me cut this, and we have this product sales rank. Let me drag and drop it over here. So you see right now it is only showing one rank, but we want to see product wise ranking. So let's put product also, where we have product. Inside the product, here we have product name. So let me drag and drop it over here, and I can go to focus mode. And now you see we have product number accessory B product name, which is on a 18th rank, and from left to right this is on the first rank. What is the first rank? We have widget D as our product name, which is on a first rank, right? Now let's say if I want to see the sales value also, so I can put total sales in this, and you see now this widget D is having highest sales, and that's why it is on rank 1. See, this is still on rank 1. See, it has the highest sales, and that's why it is on rank 1, and that's what we wanted, right? If you see this measure properly, let me click on this. You see we are removing the filters from the product name. We are grabbing the total sales wise ranking, right? That's what we wanted to see. So this is clear. Now this is, we have the global filter. Now when I let me put this thing, what I will do, I will take the region as a slicer or anything. Let's say if I click on slicer, this is filter, and I'm going to put region inside it. Now let me put region inside it. Okay, now right now we have widget D on the first rank. Now let me select any filter. If I select East, and as soon as I do this, do you see now on my rank 1 I have tech basics, because this East has already removed that previous, like what we have, me click on this. Yeah, widget B, that product is not available inside the east region. So when you click east, tech basic is available and that is on the rank 1. So this slicer or filter is changing the overall your ranking if you are applying this. Now let's say if I create this, okay, I will say global product sales rank, and this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to use calculate also with all. So let me create once again this new measure. Okay, I'm going to paste this. Now you see the difference is here I'm saying remove the filters from product, but this time I'm saying calculate. So when you are going to use this calculate, so remember calculate, why it is used, it can remove the, see here we have seen calculate cannot work on slicers, so calculate can change the, see we have written calculate can change the context, right? It can change the context. So even though if you are going to apply the context from here, since you are going to use this calculate, it is not going to work now. Okay, so let me show you. We are using the calculate over here, and then here we are saying all customer region. So we are saying remove all the filters from the region, and now once we apply this region, it is not going to work. So let me check this. Okay, and this time first I will uncheck it. So this was the first earlier one, this one global product sales ranking, and this time what we have created this global product sales rank, right? Global product sales rank. Earlier what we have, earlier we have product sales rank only. So this one was, this is the product sales rank. Now let me drag and drop global product sales rank, and then we have this products. So let me put product name also here. So we have this, and then also sales amount, total sales, right? Let me put it over here. So now you see, let me do in this way. Alright, so now you see here we have widget D 620 is the total sales. Here also we have widget D 620 is the total sales. This is on a rank 1, right? So we have same data, but the difference is here we have used the calculate function, here we haven't used the calculate function. So now when you say east, you say, see here it got changed to tech basics, but here still widget B is on on the first rank. Now the data for which sales is not available inside the east region, they are gone, they are not displayed, but the ranking haven't changed. Ranking wise we are still the same, but here it is got changed. Why? Because here we haven't used calculate. So whenever you are changing the context, see from here what you are doing, you are changing the context, right? Earlier it was the whole context. When you say row wise context, earlier it was there, but when you click on east, you are setting the filter context, right? So when you click on east, it is set as filter context, but since here you have set the filter context, since you have used calculate over here, it is changing once again to row wise context or row context. So calculate can change the context. That was the overall theme we have, right? So that's it. I hope you are able to understand little bit about DAX. If you are not able to understand, I recommend to repeat this lecture once again so that you will get the idea. These are our foundation of DAX. If you master this, you are not going to suffer for the business scenario questions, which we are going to take in the further lectures. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture number 6. In the previous lecture, we have seen the row context, filter context. We have also seen the difference between measure versus calculated columns, and then we have also seen the all and percentage of total to remove the filters. In this video, we are going to continue this DAX series. This is part 2, where we are going to learn about the time intelligence, variables, ranking inside the groups, and then virtual tables. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. What I have done, on the same data set we are going to perform this. So this data set I have already connected, and you are aware of this data set, right? We have calendar, customer, product and sales table. I have already done the data modeling part, and now we will continue with the same thing. So first of all, let's start with the time intelligence. What is time intelligence type of DAX we have inside the Power BI? So it's a very simple concept, though the name looks very scary. Don't worry. Time intelligence is nothing but it allows you to compare values across the time. So let's say you want to find out, the sales per month wise, or maybe, per year wise, per quarter wise. So at that time intelligence comes into the picture. For example, if I want to find out sales with respect to year, okay, till the date, whatever I have sales, I need to find it out till year date, okay. So that is my question. Now in order to do that, how I can do this, I will use this particular expression where I'm saying sales YTD equals to calculate total sales, date as YTD and calendar of date. Now how it works basically, so this dates YTD, this is a function with the help of which we can create a virtual date range. Now virtual date range, I want in my calendar, I have already date columns, right? This. So with respect to that, I need a virtual, or basically you can say dates. So that's why I have used in this function, I have passed this date column. So this function is going to help me to create the virtual date range. Then I have used calculate over here, that is my main function, and within this calculate function I have given this total sales. So remember, calculate, it is going to apply it as a filter, right? Remember, calculate is going to use as a filter. So it is going to get the total sales on this particular date range only, nothing more than that, nothing less than that, right? Only on this particular dates I want to see my total sales, right? So that's the simple formula. Let me copy this and we will go inside our Power BI and I will create a new measure. And let me paste this. So this is sales YTD, meaning year to date, and let me commit this. Okay, now the type of visualization we can make is, let me pull this first, sales YTD, let me put it over here. So you see, till the date we have overall sales of 5640, and even though if you don't put it, if you only take the total sales, here we have, it is going to give you the same value 5640. So why this is also giving the same value? Because this is sales till the date, right? So if you add all the date, all the sales, it is going to give you the same value. But if I put date inside this, and now you see I have this Friday January 3 2025 sales was 225. On January 14 sales was 385, then we have 585, and till the date means till the time we have 26 June 2025 till the date, and this is 5640. So it is adding all the sales and it is giving the result, aggregated result. So this is how you can find it out. You can show this information with the help of line chart also. Let me click on this line chart, and now you see you have this sales, then this sales, and finally aggregating the final sales is 5640, right? So this is how you calculate this thing. Let's go to the next example. Let's say now I want to find out a rolling 3-month sales, meaning the last 3 months, what is the rolling sales. This information is needed sometime by businesses, because they want to see, okay, in past 3 month or past quarter how they are performing. So that's why they want a rolling 3-month sales. So every 3 month, every back 3 month, they want to check the sales. So again, how we can do this? Again, I'm going to use this calculate. I need total sales. Then this time I'm going to use this date sign period. Now this particular function is going to take this date first of all, and then this takes other arguments also. So I'm going to give you the max of calendar date. So I wanted to find out max of calendar date first of all. So whatever the maximum date we have inside our date, I'm going to get that, and I only want 3 maximum dates, that's it. So for example, if this month is, let's say this is December, so it is going to give me December, November and October, right? So that is the 3 max month I want, and I want only month, that's why month is passed. Simple. Now let me copy this and I will go to new measure and paste this. So we have sales last 3 months, enter it, and in terms of chart, I can show you the chart, right, for with the help of line chart. So let's take this once again. I have this sales last 3 months. Okay, what else I can take? I can take maybe date here is fine, total sales, sales YTD and sales last 3 months, right? Let's compare all the value. Let's first put the date, convert it to line chart. Now I'm going to put total sales also here, and I'm going to put this sales YTD as well, and there you go. Now we are going to compare all these parameters, sales last 3 months, total sales and sales YTD. So this sky blue color, this one, see, this is our sales last 3 months. Then we have total sales, which is this. You see, we have total sales, it is a fixed value, right? If you see the blue one, we have total sales 160, 200, right? For each and every month it is changing, right? And finally you will have, values for sales YTD 5640, total sales, we have, why total sales is saying 360. Okay, so for that month we have the total sales as 360. And then finally if you compare this one, sales last 3 months, so it is 3065. Why? Because it has taken the April, May, June sales, adding it up, and then it is showing 3056. When you go one step down, and also let's verify this. So what I can do, I can put this date over here, and I can put total sales over here. Okay, and maybe inside the date let's put only month, we don't require whole date. So you see we have month wise sales. Now let's verify this. At the very end we have last 3 months sales, which is 3065. So last 3 months meaning June, May and April. So June, May and April, right? So when you add this, let me open the calculator, right? So we have this June, May and April, right? So June 1285 plus May 1120 plus we have April 660. So see, it is coming as 3065, and that's what value we are seeing inside this last 3 months, 3065. Similarly, when you go 1 month back, for example here, so now you have sales 2955 because it is adding March, April and May, right? So this is how we are able to see previous 3 months sales, right? Cool. Now that was clear to us. So the takeaway over here is like time intelligence is like filtering date range dynamically, and always use calculate, because calculate is going to act as a filter, right? Now let's come to the variables part. What is variable? So if you have learned any programming language or even SQL, you know what is variable. So variables are nothing but it's a kind of space inside the memory with the help of which you can just store some information, right? So here also, like we are writing dex, which is nothing but a kind of programming only. Now dex are kind of, if you use the variables, you can make them more look good. For example, if I take this, if I use without any variable and I want to find it out product sales percentage, Okay, so different products, how much they are contributing in sales as a percentage, I want to, let's find it out. So what is the formula for it? See, the formula is simple. You need total sales, and then you need to divide that total sales by sales of individual products. So in for individual products, I'm going to use this calculate total sales, and when I say all products, so I see this calculate is going to create a iterator, so I can go and iterate through all these products and I can get their total sales, right? So when I say total sales, so product wise sales, right? And total sales I will be dividing with this. Why? Because I'm using this divide function, in which I have this first parameter total sales and then second parameter as individual sales price, product sales price, right? So I will get this product sales percentage. Now this looks good, right? This is not a wrong, this looks good. Let me just copy this and show you. I will go here and create maybe new measure. So yeah, let's put this. We have total sales percentage. Let me enter it. And total sales percentage, I'm going to put it over here. Now I want to see product wise. So we have product table, and from product I'm going to take the product name over here, and you see now widget D is contributing 0.11% in the total sales, widget B same 0.11, whereas device 2 it is giving 0.10, 0.08 tech plus, and so on and so forth, right? You have for all. The last product is only contributing 0.03% of the total sales, right? We get this. But same information you can write in this way also with the help of variable. Now with the help of variable, what I'm doing, I'm saying, see, product sales percentage with variable, this is the measure name I'm giving, equals to, now I'm saying VAR current sales. So that is VAR stands for variable. Now I want to store some information inside the variable, so I will use this variable syntax. Then I will write the name of the variable, which is current sales. So in the current sales I'm going to store the total sales. Okay, and then I have another variable called as all sales, and in all sales I'm going to calculate the sales of the individual product. And then it's simple, I'm going to divide my current sales and all sales. So that's why I'm saying return divide current sales comma all sales. So this is right now, see, this example is very, you can say easy example, but when you write a complex dex query, at that time when you are going to use the variables, it makes your life easier, right? For this example you might see, oh, with the help of variables it is going, like looks like complicated than this, but no, it's not actually. You are using the variables to store different information. So for example, you see you have this big expression. Now this expression can be even more bigger, but you will store that entire information in just one variable, and then finally you use that variable to return anything or do any operation if you want to do it, right? So with the help of this also you will get the same information. Let me go over here. I will delete this one, remove. I will create a new measure, and this time you see I'm saying giving the name product sales percentage with variable. Let me enter this. All right, and we have that information over here with variable. Let me put it over here, and then also product name, and you see 0.11, 0.11, 0.10, and so on and so forth, right? We have same information. Last one is we have accessory A 0.02%, accessory A 0.02%. So same information but in a different way. With the help of variable you will change your syntax like this. Without variable it will look like this. So that was the concept of variables. Let's move forward. Now we have ranking inside the groups. Now what does this mean? So for example, if you have some group and You want to, let's suppose, rank it. For example, let's say if I give you, you want to rank your product category wise. Okay, product, if you have multiple products, you want to, rank them category wise. So first of all, you have to rank the product, and then you have to rank them category wise. So it becomes basically ranking inside the group, right? So this is the, let's suppose, question: rank products within each category and not globally, right? So sales wise, we don't have to say, okay, product number 1 is coming on 1, product number 2 is coming on 2, because sales of the product number is high, sales of product 2 is on second number. We don't want to do this ranking globally. But what we have to do, let's suppose, say, first of all, we have to identify the category. So let's suppose categories are 3, ABC. Now within the ABC, if you have products, so within that category, or I want to rank them sales wise. So this is what I want to do, let's suppose. So how I can do that? Again, you first have to use this rank X. Why rank not and why rank X? Because this X is going to give you the flexibility so that you can iterate on each and every row. This is going to create a iterator or iterator. Then I am using this filter where I'm saying, see this all products. So I need first all products, and then inside the product I have the category where I need to find it out the maxed product category. Okay, so first I will filter the max product category, and then I want to rank them by sales wise in descending order, and dense I'm using so that it will give the ranking. So how it works, basically, all products remove product filter. When you say all products, it is going to remove the filter. But here if you see, we are adding the filter. So filter, why we are adding? Because we want to see only the current category, right? That's why we are adding this filter. When you say all products, it is going to remove the filter. See, all is used to remove the filters. You know this, right? But we are using filters so that whatever the current category we have from this, we can have this particular category. For example, if category is A, so filter is going to apply on category A, and within category A, what are the different products at which position, we will get to know sales wise, right? So let me copy this and let me create a new page. I will create a new measure and paste this formula. So we have product rank by category, and now I'm going to take this category and product and total sales and product rank by category to show you, right? And this time I will take a matrix or anything. See, this is the matrix. Actually, it's similar as table, but you will get the values in rows and column format. Same as table. You can choose anything. Let's say click on table only, and what we want to get is, we want to first get the category and products, right? So we have this category. Let me put it over here. So you see, we have this 5-6 categories, and then we have products. So let's put product name. Now in this category we have these many products. All right, and then what we want total sales and product rank by category. So let's put product rank by category first. That is the measure we have created. So I will put this, and now you see we are getting this ranking. So see, inside the category accessory, first of all, how many product we have inside the accessory? We have 3 products, A, B, C. So which one is at top? C, product name C, inside this accessory category, it is on the top. Accessory A product is on the second ranking, and accessory B is on the third ranking. And why is that so? Because accessory C within this accessory category is having highest sales, and in order to prove that, let's put total sales over here. And as soon as I do this, you see we have 200 for accessory B. For accessory C. For accessory B, we are not able to see any sales. Why is that so? So answer is hidden inside your data. When you go to your table view, let me show you. Let's go to the product. So these are our categories, right? So here we have accessories where we have 15, 20, 25 are unit price. When unit price going to combine with unit sales, we are going to get the total sales. Now here we have the category. Now when you go to sales, you see we have unit sold, so that is going to be give us this amount, right? Now once again let's come to visualization where we have product name, right? So for product name, once again we need to go to product table only. So you see we have this product name and category. Now inside the accessories, you see we have accessory A, accessory B, accessory C, and their product IDs are P016, P017 and P018. Now we are not able to see for accessory B because that is inside this product ID P017. Now this product ID, if it is not available inside the sales, you will not be able to see the data for this P017. Let's verify it. So when I go to sales, you see we have this product ID. Do you see P017 over here? P017 is not there, right? P07 is there. Let's come back once again in the products. Do we have P016 and P018? Let's verify. Go to sales. P018 and P016, yes we do have, and that's why we are able to see the data, this 200 and 105. But let's say if that entry will be available over here, so yes, in the visualization you will be able to see this ranking. So since this is not available, Power BI is assuming that this is going to be on rank 3 because the data is not available. So it is assuming kind of 0 or something like that, right? So this is how you can see within each category what is your products and what is their ranking sales wise, total sales wise, right? I hope you are able to understood. Great. Now what is the takeaway? Ranking inside group is equal to nothing but you have to use filter plus all, and this is very common interview problem as well. In interviews, if you go, they ask this kind of question. Now next we have something called as virtual tables. Now this is a concept where you have actual tables. When you connect your data, you will have actual table. Now virtual table sometimes required if you have to do some quick calculation as well as some complex calculation. Now this kind of DAX is becomes SQL when you are going to learn SQL, or if you know about SQL already, in the SQL also we have something called as concept of virtual tables. So these are same in the Power BI also. Don't worry if you don't know about this concept, because when we are going to learn about SQL, there also we will learn. Let's first understand virtual tables with respect to Power BI. So we have the virtual tables, and these are tables created inside the measure. So whenever you create a measure, the table will be created inside the measure and they are not stored in the model. When I say model, meaning you go to the data model, you will not be able to see the tables over here, right? Because these are your physical tables. These are your physical tables. But whenever we create virtual tables, they are only going to be stored inside the measures, right? And not here. So they are not going to take any space inside the ROM, but they are only going to take the space inside the RAM, right? And as soon as you remove them, it is going to removed. Now let's say I want let's take this example. I want to see top 3 product by sales. Okay, so top 3 product by sales. When I say this, how you can see it, let me just drag and drop this over here. Let's put it over here. Now I will say product name, total sales, and let me remove the filter. And you see, I want to see the top 3 product by sales, right? Right now I have this products and the sales. But if you identify the highest sales we are having for widget D 620, then widget B, and maybe something else, this 460, right? Tech Plus. So these are my top 3 products. I only want to see them. One way is you created this and then you put inside the filter. So what I will do, you put this total sales inside the filter. See, you have these filters over here, so let's put it over here, and you select over here, and you will go to is less than, is greater than, or maybe let me put total sales over here. Okay, I will remove this one. Is greater than equal to, let's say, if I see here, I'm not able to directly put the values, like, I'm not able to select the top n filters, right? Though we should have this. Let's say right now, if I say only greater than 400, I will apply filter, and as soon as I do this, okay, all 400s are removed. I want to see is greater than 400, apply filter, and you see we have this. And even though here we have 620, 600, and then 540, these are our device 2, widget B, and widget D. These are our top 3 products. But here you can do this filtering, but I directly want to see this product. So again, I can create a DAX query for that, and it looks like this. So this time you see I'm using the variable so that it will looks more good. Now this is my measure name. I'm saying top 3 product sales equal to, and then I have this variable top products equal to. Now if you're saying why I'm writing this equals to, then this equal to, so the structure is like this. Whenever you are going to use this, variables and then measure names, so this is how you should write it. You will have the measure name followed by variable name, and then you will have return and then expression. So that's why I have written in this way. Let me copy this and then I will explain you. I create a new measure. So remember, my goal is I want to see top 3 products by sales. So I have written top 3 product sales. Then I'm using variable called as top products. So this is where I'm going to get the top products. Now I'm using this top n formula. So top n is going to act as a filter. It is going to give you, now here I have written 3. If you write 5, it is going to return you top 5 products, but I want only to see top 3 products. Then I'm using summarize. So summarize is going to summarize what? It is take the product tables. From product table, it is going to take the product name, and then from product sales it is going to take the total sales, and it is going to summarize what? It is going to take the product name, it is sales, product name, it is corresponding sales, another product name, it is corresponding sales. So it is going to summarize that information, and we will have finally products, and we want to summarize this information with respect to product sales in descending order. So we will have highest product sales, and then that corresponding product name on the top, then second highest sales amount corresponding to that product name, and so on and so forth in descending order. So summarize is going to just give me a virtual table. So remember this, okay? This is going to give me that virtual table, right? And this virtual table is going to be stored inside this measure only. So we will have, with respect using the summarize, we will get our virtual table. And then finally what I'm saying, return. But what I have to return, I have to return sum x of top products comma product sales. Why sum x? Remember, now since we have this virtual table, what I have to do, I have to iterate through all the virtual table and only need to get what? I only need to get top 3. See here, this particular, till here, right, till here we are going to get what? We are going to get the table, virtual table. Now within that virtual table I only want top 3 products in the descending order we have. Now we only want to grab the top 3 products. So that's why inside the top n I'm saying 3, and then sum x what it is. So till here you are going, since you have written top 3, so this top n is now going to filter those top 3 records, and it is going to return that those top 3 records. Now what is, why I have used sum x? So sum x is going to iterate through all these records, because this is not sum, this is sum x, so it can iterate, and it is going to give you the top products with respect to their sales, right? So it is one by one going to return those rows, right? So let's save this, and now if I'm going to use this top 3 product sales over here, and if I put the product name over here, right, you see we have this product 620, then 600, like this, right? Top 3 product sales, top 3 product sales. See, you have this particular in descending order, this one, then this one, then this one, right? So this is how you can get the your top products, right? Now this is clear. So yeah, I have written how it works also. Summarize is going to create the, you know, that group table, or basically virtual table. Top n is going to filter the top 3, and then sum x is going to aggregate the result, right? So this is clear, right? I have written, you know, more explanation also. You see, you can read it about it. So now since this is clear, let's go and solve some more questions so that it will be solidified at your end. So for that, what I'm going to do, let me take another example of this data. First of all, I will save this, okay, and I'm going to cancel this, and let me once again open the Power BI. And this time I'm going to take another data set where I can practice it. So I will say blank report, and let's quickly connect to the data. So if you see, we have this restaurant data, and we are going to load that restaurant data. So yes, we have these 4 data sets. Let me connect all of them one by one. So you see, we have loaded this data: calendar, customers, order, and restaurant. Let's go to the table view and let's verify it once. So in the calendar we have date, year, month, month number, and quarter, which looks good. No need to do any transformation over here. Let's go to customers table. Here you see it is not able to identify the columns properly, and it has given its own name, so we need to change this. And in orders it looks good. In restaurants, same thing, data is correct but headers is not correct. So let's go to home and say transform data. Again, it is going to load the Power Query editor where we can do whatever transformation is required. So yes, in restaurants it is required to change the columns. I will go to transform, I will say use first row as header, and as soon as I do this, you see this is corrected. Order is already fine. Customer, yes, we need to change this, and calendar is already fine. That's it. Let's go to home say close and apply. Okay, so it is applying all those transformations. Cool. Now we can come to our data modeling view. We can first need to connect all this data so that we can start doing the analysis on that. So let's come to model view, and you see as soon as we connected the data, it is kind of able to connect this restaurant with order, customer with order, only calendar is remaining. And yes, we are right. If you see this, the relationship is like this: order to restaurant, order to customers, order to calendar, and these are the dates, I mean columns on which we need to perform this, right? Joining. Cool. So let me connect this order and calendar. We have date and order date. You can drag and drop this over here, or you can drag date to order date also. Now see, it is showing it is going to perform this join on these two columns, and cardinality is 1 on 1, cross filter reduction is both. I will say save, and now our data modeling is done. We are able to perfectly connect the data, right? Let's go to the report view, and now we have all this data. Now let's solve this question one by one for practice. Our question 1 is, I want to find out year to date order value trend. Now you know this, we have already solved this kind of question. How to solve this? We need to find out total year till date. So again, in order to find the total year till date, what you will do, you will take this total order value. First of all, we need to create this total order value, right? So total order value, and then you can have this order value till date. With the help of calculate, you will say total order value, and remember this dates ytd is a function which will create a dates for us, and we are passing this date column. So with the help of this date column, it is going to create this date for us. Simple. But let's first of all have this the total order value. Why we need this? Because if you go over here, we don't have that total order. If I go to orders, you see we have order value with respect to order id, we have customers, we have calendar, but we don't have any total order value. And if you want to solve this problem, to get the order value till date, right? Till date, total order value till date, we need total order value. So let's first create this measure. So it's nothing but just simple, we need to add this order value. See, we have this order value, right? So we need to simply add all of them. So let me go here, say new measure. So for that I'm using this sum, right? So order of order value. Let's commit this, close this. If you drag and drop, you see you have total order value of 9680. Now here you might get confusion that why you have used sum over here instead of sum x. See, you need to understand when sum x is required. Whenever you have to write a complex query where inside the filter or inside somewhere or inside virtual table you want to iterate it. Here why have you used some simple sum? Because I simply want to add all those things. So I don't want to iterate through all row by row. I don't want a row context. I want a filter context where I will have this whole data. I just need to sum it up. That's it, right? So that's why sum is going to help over here. But whenever you want a row filter or a row context, right? Row context, not filter context, where you want to really iterate through each of them. Here, see, it is going to get the orders. It is going to see the column order value and is going to just apply a sum function. It will add it in just one go. But if you want to really iterate through each and every row, in that case sum x is required. Even though if you write sum or sum x over here and just enter it, nothing is going to change, right? But this requires some few more arguments. So that's why there is a difference between sum and sum x. right? Whenever you have some filters and then or virtual tables and then you want to iterate through them, then sum x is required. So right now I will just use sum. Okay, cool. So now I can solve this particular problem. I will say order value ytd. You know the explanation. This is going to create a virtual date range, calculate applied that range as a filter, and then measure recalculates cumulatively, right? So let me go here, say new measure, paste this. I have calculated my total order value. Now I'm going to use my filter calculate, where total order value I want on a date wise basis. Let me commit this and let's put this order value ytd over here. This is our measure, and let's put date inside this. And you see we have only one date, which is 2025, and that's why in that year we have the overall order value of 9680. Let me put month also. If you check this box, now it will show you month wise. So in the month of February we have 6970 total order value till date. In the month of January it is 3630. In the month of March 9680, by combining both of them, right? So in the January 3630, in the February amount, and then January amount added, and then in the March all the three amounts added. Only 3 months data we have, right? If you go here and verify it, you see Jan, Feb and March data, right? Cool. Let's go to the next question. Question number 2 is, it is based on calculate and filter context. What is the total order value from premium customers only? From premium customers only we want to find it out, the total order value, right? So this is kind of, you can say, we need to do filtering, right? So it's simple, but you have this premium customer sales measure. So you use calculate, you have the total order value, but this time you will use customer type equal to premium. It's same as this only. Here we were saying date ystd, calendar date, but here you will just say apply or filter customer type equals to premium. That's it. So let's copy this, come over here, calculate a new measure, put it. Customer type, if you go to the customer table, you have this customer type, right? See, customer type. Let me close this and let's drag and drop this premium customer sales. When you hover your mouse, you see from premium customer we are getting 4700 as our sales. In order to verify it, you can simply take customer type and then you have total order value or total sales. You drag and drop this. See, from premium 4700, from regular 4980, which makes total of 9680, right? So, and this is what we have calculated over here. Let's go to the next question. I think now explanation is already clear to you. Let's go to this question number 3, where we want to do ranking inside the group question. Again, this type of question also we have seen. We need to rank the restaurant within each cuisine by total order value. So here I'm not saying we need to rank the restaurant by the total order value. If the question was that, then only you will have to rank the restaurant and you don't have to use any cuisine. So that is not ranking inside group, it is only ranking by group, and that group was restaurant. But here first we need to identify the restaurant, then within the restaurant each cuisine, and each cuisine wise you have to rank the total order value, right? So again we have seen this. We are going to use the rank x, then we will use filter and all, and this all is going to first remove the filters from the restaurant, but this filter is going to add the filter for restaurant where cuisine is maximum restaurant cuisine. By what? By total order value in the descending order, and then dense is going to apply that ranking, right? We have seen this kind of example earlier also. Let me copy this and go to over here. I'm going a little bit fast because I have already given you the explanation. This is just a practice question I have taken for you guys. So let me put it over here. Yep. So let's take this restaurant rank by cuisine. Now here we need to put first of all a restaurant type. So restaurant, I go here, we have restaurant name. Let me put it over here. So you see barbecue nation, rank 2, rank 2, rank 2, all these are rank 2. Okay, this is on rank 1, rank 1, rank 1. So you see right now we have restaurant wise ranking, right? But we want cuisine as well. So let me put cuisine here. And let's convert this into a table, all right, so that we can see it properly. All right, now you see barbecue nation is at rank number 2 and the cuisine is American. Let me put cuisine over here, or what I can do, ranking I will first remove. I will have cuisine and this, and then I will put this ranking. All right, now you see barbecue nation, cuisine is American, and this is at rank number 2. Okay, so we have this restaurant barbecue nation and they have only one cuisine which is called as American, but we have another cuisine American, but this time restaurant is different, and this particular restaurant is at number 1 in the American cuisine, and this is on second number 2. Why? Simply because if you put total sales, let me total order value or total sales, let me put over here. You see for this we have 1830. For this barbecue nation American cuisine we are not able to see the sales, and again you know the reason. Reason is simple, it is lies inside your data, because for this barbecue nation and American cuisine you will not have this total order value, because that ID is not going to exist. In order to verify, let's go to the table view and let me go to the restaurants. So where you see these are the restaurant IDs, restaurant names, and these are the cuisines, right? Now if I go over here and restaurant name and cuisines, let me go over here. See, these are my restaurant IDs from R1 to R15. Now if I go to order values, you see these are my restaurants where I have these order values. Now I'm able to see this order value, total order value. This is Burger Ban, right? Burger Ban. Now if I come over here, if I go to restaurant, Burger Ban is this one. This is restaurant number 4. This is restaurant number 4. Now if I go to orders, can I see restaurant number 4? Yes, it is available over here. 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 And by adding all these 4 values, I'm able to see the total sales is 1830. But what about barbecue nation? So barbecue nation, when I go over here, restaurant, barbecue nation is here, restaurant number 9. When I go to orders, restaurant number 9 is not present in the entire table, and that's why I'm not able to see the order value of it. But when, let's suppose, sometimes barbecue nation is going to get the highest sales, this ranking going to be dynamically change automatically, because if this is going to get the highest sales, barbecue nation, if you add the rows here for barbecue nation, this is going to automatically change. It will come at 1, this will go to 2. Similarly we have this, see, chest burst Italian, this is on rank number 2. And where is the Italian? Do we have at number 1? Right, cheese burst Italian, this is pasta street Italian. You see we have pizza point Italian at rank 1, right? So this is how the ranking is, you can see it, right? Let's come to the next question. Question number 4 is, all and percentage of total. So let's say I wanted to find out what percentage of total platform revenue comes from each city. So from each city, what is the total platform revenue we are getting? So remember, this is simple. You have city percentage contribution. You need to take the total order value and then you have to divide it the order value of each cities. So again, you are going to use the calculate. You have the total order value. You are going to use this all. So all is going to remove all the filters and it is going to iterate through each and every row of the order city and it is going to give you the value. So total order value of city A, total order value of city B, C, D, and so on and so forth. And then finally you are saying dividing it by the total order value. So total order value divided by total order value of city A, total order value divided by city B, like that you will going to get the city percentage contribution. Very simple, right? Once you understood the concept, it's going to look like very easy, else it is going to be very hard. Okay, let me go over here, create a new measure. And then you have this. Okay, city percentage contribution. Drag and drop it over here. Now let me put city. So city wise, I want to see this. In orders we have city. Let me drag and drop it. And you see, Bangalore is giving 40% sales contribution. Delhi is giving 37% sales contribution. Mumbai is only giving 23% sales contribution. Right? Cool. If you want to see the total sales also, in order to verify it, you can put the total order value over here. And now you see, Bangalore is giving 3910 sales, Delhi is giving 3560, Mumbai is giving 2210. Here is we have the percentage as well, right? It is not showing, but it should show. It is gone in very low. Let me do this. Okay, let me convert it into table. So it is showing, it is there. Okay, even though we do Control Z, this is there. Okay, don't understand that this value is not come. When you hover your mouse properly, it will show you. Now see, it is showing city percentage contribution as 0.23. All right, now let's go to the question number 5 and last question. I want to see what is the total revenue generated by top 3 restaurants. I want to see top 3 restaurants, their revenue. Again, this is a virtual table plus top n. We know this. We need this top n. Summarize is going to create the summary of what? Of restaurant name, total order value, of with respect to restaurant sales. I want to see them in descending order and I want only top 3. And then sum x is going to iterate through all this top 3 and going to return me one by one. Simple. So I can copy this. I go to new measure, put it over here. Okay, let me minimize this. So restaurant rank, top 3 restaurant revenue. When you put restaurant name, you see you get your top 3. Spice Hub is at very top. Then you have Sushi Zen 2210. Then you have Burger Barn 1830. So winner is Spice Hub, right? So this is how you can get your top 3 revenue by restaurant name. Let me do one change and see if I put sum over here instead of sum x. So and top restaurant sales, if I okay, so sum only required one parameter, which is restaurant sales. Okay, if I do this, Okay, this is not going to work because remember we have uh, the virtual table by summarize. So summarize is going to give you the virtual table where you will have a restaurant, sales and their respective name, right? Restaurant name. And we only require top three, so virtual table of all these top three. And then sumx, we want to iterate through each of them, and it is going to iterate through each of them and going to return me the value. That's why sum is not going to work over here. If you have that table created, if you directly have that value, for example, if you have a column called as top restaurant, you already have it, then you can use the sum formula to get it. But sumx is required to iterate through the virtual table. So that I wanted to show you where sum and sumx is required. All right, I hope this is clear for everyone. This is the end of this video. In the next video we are again going to continue with the dex, and that is going to be the last video. We will take 5 to 6 practice questions, whatever we have learned till now, and we are going to do some practice, and then we will jump into the visualization part. All right, hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture number 8, and now we are going to start with our mini project. In the previous videos we have already learned about DAX, we have practiced the DAX, and now this is time to start building the projects inside the Power BI. The first lecture which is on the project is lecture number 8, and we are starting with the mini project of Pitala Brothers e-commerce sales insight. So this is one of the brand which we have inside our country in India, and I have taken this Pitala Brothers example, who is running their e-commerce sales business, and they wanted to build a Power BI dashboard to get their sales insight across the country. So whenever we are going to start with any Power BI project, or kind of any sales insight, or any kind of insight project, what we have to do, first of all, the project always starts with the business requirement and business problem. So what is that business problem and requirement? Pitala Brothers are facing issue to track their basically whole e-commerce sales data. They don't understand which part of the country is failing, which part of the country is getting success. Yes, they are getting bunch of the Excel files on month wise basis from managers of different you can say part of the country, basically from the different states. But they are very it's a tedious process. They have to go through each and every this sales report, or basically you can say excel file, and they have to get their insights manually, and they don't want to do it. They want a centralized dashboard where they can track each and everything, like sales per month, amount sold per month, and all those things. So what we have done, we have created this scenario, and in real world business also this kind of scenario happens. You first have to gather the project requirement, and this is what the requirement is. What I have done, I have created this particular PDF. Let me open this, and you see this is the, you can say this is a project requirement document, or you can say the whole kind of where each and everything is mentioned, what you need to build as a data analyst or business analyst, and what you need to not build, like that. All the business requirement, business problem, and how we are going to solve that business problem. So you see the title is Pitala Brothers Sales Analytics and Performance Dashboard. This is what we need to build. Now there is something called as AIMS grid. Okay, what is this AIMS grid? So whenever we create any BI project, maybe in Tableau, in Power BI, any analytics project, it always starts with AIMS grid, meaning you first need to understand what is the aim, that is business objective. You also have to understand what are the inputs, so from where you are going to get the input to solve that business problem, what is the mechanism to solve that business problem, and what is the success criteria. This is called as AIMS grid. Now if you see over here, our aim is, the primary aim of this project is to provide end-to-end sales performance visibility of for Pitala Brothers by building an interactive Power BI dashboard that enables management to monitor overall sales, profit, quantity, and AOV. AOV stands for average order value. I will talk it about more. Then we have to identify high and low performing categories, subcategories, states, and customers. Analyze monthly and quarterly profit trend, understanding customer payment behavior, support data driven decision to improve profitability and operational efficiency. So basically, they want to track these all matrices. Okay. Now input is uh, now this input won't come in just one single go. It's like, no, you will join the organization and you are going to get this aims grid and then you will start doing it. No, this someone, your senior data analyst or maybe data engineer, they and your business team, they are going to work together and they are going to analyze what are the data sources, meaning input. So in order to achieve this business goal, you need a data, right? Then only you can create this. So from where you are going to get this data? So together, your senior data analyst, business analyst, and maybe someone from business side, they are going to sit together and they will discuss. They multiple meetings will happen, and then only this input data requirement will, you will be able to identify. So let's say, for this time being, this is ready made available for us. We have done the meeting and I'm providing this to you directly. So we have one table in our maybe database. We call it as a sales transaction data, where we are tracking all these things: order date, customer name, state, quantity, sales, payment mode, everything. So see, for example, if I take the example of maybe Flipkart, so they have this something called a CRM, customer relationship management, right? Where, so whenever you go to their website, you purchase anything, so that data, so whatever you have buy, with what amount you have buy, at which time you have buyed anything, so that whole data will be stored inside a CRM. And then CRM, customer relationship management system, that from that data we are going to store it, maybe MySQL database or maybe NoSQL database somewhere, right? So you can consider this is that data only, that we are storing it in MySQL database. Then you have business dimension like time, geography, product, customer, payment mode, right? Now you have tools and technology: Power BI desktop, Power Query Editor, and all those things which you already know, and Power BI services optional for sharing. So once we build the entire dashboard, it's not like you just have to build it and then it's done. No, you need to share this with your Pitala brothers, because they are the founder and CEO of the company, right? And they want to track each and everything. So that's why we need to share this with them. So in order to share this, Power BI service will come into the picture for sharing this dashboard with them. Then we have this mechanism part. So mechanism part, again, how we are going to solve this, how the solution is going to work. Now again, this is not going to come in one meeting. Multiple meetings will happen. Senior data analyst, scientists, and maybe senior business analyst, they will curate the data, and after curation they will think of how they are going to solutioning it. So they are going to prepare this mechanism, that they are going to first do the data preparation, all these things. Then they will do data modeling. Remember, in data modeling we connect multiple tables, right? Then they create the measure and KPIs. Then there is going to be a dashboard and visual with all this requirement which Patala brothers has said, right? Then they are going to see how they can share the insight interactivity. Okay, so that was the mechanism. And then we have something called as success criteria. So any project, you build the dashboard, you can't call it as that is the success of your project. No, end goal was not to build the dashboard. End goal was to take a better informed decision and maybe improve the operational efficiency for Pitala brothers. So multiple stakeholders will come. Maybe Pitala brothers also will come into this meeting, where they will define the success criteria. It's not like we just build the dashboard and done. No, that is not the thing. So multiple stakeholders will sit together and they will decide what should be the success criteria. So they have written this bullet point like faster decision making using real time insight. This is one of the success criteria if we build the dashboard properly. Identification of loss making month and categories. So if we are able to properly identify loss making months, so let's suppose in January we are making profit, but in February we are losing on profit. So why is that? If you are able to identify those month category wise, then we can call it as, yes, it's a success matrix. Then improve focus on high profit customer and state, so that we can do our focus on high profit customer and state. So likewise, other things are also there. Sorry, let me go here. Yeah, better payment mode strategy. Let's go here. Yeah, better payment mode strategy based on customer behavior. So we can understood, okay, what is the best payment mode we can provide. Maybe customer facing online payment, we can maybe add payment gateway integration, something like that we can do. Then technical success matrix, this is for you. So this is when data analyst will create, so this success matrix is for them. Dashboard refresh without error, measure returns accurate values, clear, intuitive and visual, consistent design, right? So these are their technical success matrix, but we always have business success matrix along with the technical success matrix. Then there is something called as user adoption. If user is not using this dashboard, I mean Pitala brothers is fine, there is no use of it, then there is no, and maybe CEOs or CXOs, if they are not using it, then they will say there is no use of it, right? So stakeholder can answer key business question without external analysis, reduce dependency on manual Excel report, right? So they don't have to rely on manual Excel report, they can just come to this particular dashboard, they can see, they can do whatever they want to do, and then finally they can get the their question answered with this help of this dashboard, right? So key business question answered, like which month and quarter are most profitable and all these things. See, these are some questions they can ask, right? And then you write a final deliverable in your thing, right? A fully interactive Power BI dashboard that provides a 360-degree view of Pitala Brothers sales performance and supports strategic planning and operational improvement, right? So this is how you can say your basically aims grid or project structure project requirement document looks like, right? Where you write each and everything properly, and that is how you become, from data analyst to senior data analyst to maybe more higher level roles. It's not like, so once this will be created, then your manager or maybe senior analyst people will come, and then they will, they will give this particular task to data analyst 1, then maybe this particular task to data analyst 2. Likewise they will have 2 data analysts or 1 data analyst, depending upon the organization and their purchasing power, basically, to have the employees, and based upon that they can kick off this project. So this is how in the industry projects are being developed and built, right? Cool. So now we have a whole idea on the project title, what is the aims grid, what is the business problem which we are going to solve. We also know the KPIs which we need to build. You see the KPIs are, we need the monitor overall sales, profit, quantity, AOV, identify high and low, all these things I have already written. You can go through this document, I'm going to provide it in the description box, right? Now let me show you, once you build the dashboard, your final dashboard, how it is going to look like. So this is a dashboard look. You see we have Pitala Brothers sales insight over here, and see how we are doing. We are having total sum of amount, sum of quantity, sum of AOV. AOV stands for average order value. We will talk it about once we start with this dashboard design. Then we have this sum of profit. These are some filter quarter wise, they can apply filter and then they can see the result. They have this sum of profit by month, sum of amount by year, sum of amount by customer name. So they, from here they can identify their top customers, from here they can identify their top subcategories, right? From here they can identify their top states, how they are performing. From here they can identify their payment mode, how much payment is coming from payment mode. You see COD is giving almost how many percent, 44%. So COD is their preferred way, right? So people are coming to their once they are delivering the goods, then people are doing the COD. But maybe they want to focus on this part, why people are they not trusting them, or something is going wrong, so that they can improve on this particular part, right? So we are going to build this dashboard. Let's get started. Now for this I have see, in the real world industry, your data engineer will go to your CRM database, from there, from MySQL or NoSQL, from there they are going to take out all the data. They do data engineering and all those stuff so that they can clean the data, and then they are going to dump this data into data warehouse. Okay, and then finally from that data warehouse, data analyst team will go to that data warehouse, and from there they are going to connect that with the Power BI to do this analysis. It's not like you are going to get the CSV file or Excel file and then you are done. No, that is not how the real world projects executed, right? So but for this project, what you can consider that your data engineer has already done the hard job. They have created the data, they have stored the data into the data warehouse, and you have downloaded the data from the data warehouse. So it looks something like this. But in upcoming, you can say videos, or upcoming, you can say lectures, I'm going to show you the connection with the database as well. So don't worry about it. We are going to see with respect to real MySQL or PostgreSQL database, and then how we can connect to that database, get the data, and then we can start building the dashboard. But this is a since mini project, I'm going to show you this. Now we have this two CSV files, details and orders, right? Let me load this CSV file inside the Power BI, and then I will show you. I'm going to give you all these things inside the description. You can check it from there. So now I'm going to launch my Power BI. Alright, I will choose a blank report because we are going to start from the fresh, and I can go to the full screen mode. Let me get the data. So it's a CSV file. I am going to click on this. It will take some time. So you see we have this orders.csv file where we have this order ID, order date, customer name, state and city. These are our clean data. But in CRM database, this is not how the data you are going to get, right? This is, you can say, a hard work of data engineer who has cleaned the data and given you in this format so that you can create the visualization out of it. Columns are not able to identify it properly, but don't worry, we are going to transform the data. Right now I'm just simply load it. Alright, so this data got loaded. Now let's another table as well, which is details.csv. So here you see we have order ID, amount, profit, quantity, category, subcategory and payment mode, right? Let me load this data as well. So you see we have details and order tables available over here. When I go to my table view, so my details is properly, you see order ID, amount and all those things. These are payment mode, last column. When I go to orders table, see the columns are not able to read it properly. So I can go to here and say transform data. So it has launched this Power Query Editor. And there we go. In the orders we need to change this, so I will go to transform and say use first row as header. So that is sorted now. Now you can check for duplicates also. So what you can do, let me click here, right click, okay, anywhere you can, on any column you can right click and remove the duplicate rows. Okay, it is not coming. Let me see this. And also if you see this order date, this is not properly identified as a date, right? This is identified as a normal, you can say, text. So let me click on this and I go to data type and I will change it to date. uh, Replace current, add a new step. I will say replace current. Okay, I got some error. Let me do command Z. Okay, so I have reverted this step. Fine. Next I can see, I can't see any duplicate values by the way, but yes, you can right click. Right now it is not loading in my system. You can right click and remove the duplicates, right? That is for sure. Okay, some column got removed. Let me close this as well. Okay, let's go to the details, and from here also see, you can do whatever you want to do. Right now I think it's all good. We don't have to do much of data cleaning over here. The only thing was, like, I converted this first row as a header, and this order date we will tackle it. Let me just close this for now. Okay, I will say close and apply. But yeah, if you think there are duplicate rows, I know I have worked with this data, there is no duplicate rows, but if yes, you know the steps, right? We have covered each and everything in our Power BI series, so you can do that. Now let's start, building our dashboard. Okay, so you see, before building the dashboard we need to go to the model view and we need to connect the two tables. By the way, this is connected automatically once we have with the help of order ID, right? And you can see the cardinality as well, it is many to one. So we have many to one because here we have many records. In orders we have a single record of order ID, right? Cool. Now I can come to report view and I can start building the dashboard, right? Okay, so let's get started. First of all, in the visual I'm going to put the title, so that we can understand what kind of visual we are making. So for that we can use this text box. Let me click on this and I will give the name as Pitala Brothers Sales Dashboard. You can give any name. I like this name, so I'm going to give this, and I'm going to increase the font from 10 to maybe 30, 32. Enter it. Okay, and then let's make it in this way. Okay, Pitala Brothers Sales Dashboard, and I want to center align it, so I will click on this and I want to make it bold. Okay, let me do this and then bold. So this looks good. This is my, you can say, kind of title I have, right, of my dashboard. Now also, if you have seen the dashboard which I have already shown you here, when you go to chapter number 8, you have this dashboard. So you see we are using some different background, right? So since we are using different background, we need to change this background from white to that. So for that you can go to this canvas and you have something called as canvas background. Now here there is a browse option. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to give you this, both the JPG files in the description. You can choose any one of them. Let's say I'm going to use this dark gradient. Open it, and you see this dark gradient.jpg got selected over here. But you can ask me, okay, why? But still the the color or background is not changed, because we need to reduce the transparency. So let me reduce it to 0, and as soon as I do this, you see now my image is available over here. Now also let me change the canvas setting. I will go here, and from here, see, I'm choosing the custom, and I want to increase the height and width. So I'm going to use the height of 800 pixels and width of 13 or 1400 pixels. Okay, and also I'm going to change this vertical alignment from top to middle, or maybe top is also fine. Okay, I can increase the height even further by saying 900 pixels, so that it can fit into the entire canvas. Okay, if I require, I'm going to increase the height to 1000 also later. Right now this is fine. Okay, cool. So now I have done my canvas setting, and canvas background I have already changed it, looks perfectly fine. Cool. Now remember, whatever we are going to build on this particular dashboard, it is going to align with our business requirement. It's not like you can build anything and then give to your stakeholders. No, it should be aligned with your business requirement. So we have already seen that PDF, and accordingly only we are going to decide it. So the first thing we need to build is something called as these tag column chart. So I have already written those things, so I'm going to refer it, or maybe I can refer it from here also. Maybe let me open that. Yeah, so you see this thing, sum of profit by month. I'm going to first build this particular chart. Okay, so sum of profit by month. So you see we have this profit column already available. Let me drag and drop it over here, and then we have this order date, but you see this order date is not properly identified as a date. So we need to first do the changes. So you can go to the table view, go to the orders, and you click on the order date, and from text you say date, you say yes, and it will change this automatically. See, now it got changed properly. Now okay, let me refresh the data, come to the report view, and as soon as I do this, see, now order date is coming as properly date. I can expand this to see the date hierarchy. We have year, quarter, month, day. I want to see by month wise, so I can select this or drag and drop this. Now as soon as I do this, you see now I am able to see the profit by month wise. And let me reduce the size of this Pitala Brothers sales dashboard a little bit. Yeah, so you see now we have the sum of profit by month. Now let's do formatting, right? So we want to see this like this only, right? So let's do this. Now I can go to format your visuals. So you need to first select this, and then this option will come, format your visuals. So here you can see all the things, x-axis, y-axis. So x-axis meaning x, this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis. So whatever changes you need to do in the x-axis, you can go and do it here. From y-axis you can do, let me show you. For example, if I go to x-axis, let's say I don't want to show this month because this Jan-Feb already understood that this is month. So what I can do, I can turn off the title. As soon as I do this, see, month was gone. Similarly, sum of profit, I need to turn off the title, that is gone. Now in the x-axis, I go to values, and first of all let me change the color, or what I can do before changing the color also, first of all I need to change the background of it. So I go to general, there is something called as effects. Now from the effects, I'm first going to change the background. So I'm going to change the color to this one, white 30% darker, and you see now background got changed. And now I'm going to reduce the increase the transparency. So let's increase it. You see, as soon as I'm increasing the transparency, it is matching to my background, right? Let me increase it even further. Okay, and yeah, this looks good to me, right? I can once again go to, sorry, not here, select this chart and go to general, effects, transparency. Let me increase to 76%, so that I can see this thing, right? Now what I need to do, see this, now these are not visible, January, February and this thing. So what you can do, you can go to this canvas and then go to your x-axis, and then from here you can change the color to white, and now this is visible. Let's make it bold, and even let's make it 10. Same goes for y-axis. I'm going to make the y-axis values color to white, font to 10 and bold. and now you see this is properly coming. Another thing you see, if I click here, you see the edges are very sharp, right? I need to make it a round corner edges. Also you see this sum of profit by month, this is not visible, so let's make that also visible. So once again I go here, and you see the grid lines are also coming. So first of all, let me go to grid lines and turn it off. Now the grid lines are gone. Okay, apart from that, I once again go to the this, and also let's put the data label on. When you click it on, you can see this data's label will be shown over here. You can go to this and values, and then change the color to white bold. Okay, so that you can see it properly. Now what are other things I need to make the changes is this one for title. So for title, you can go to general and then go inside the title, you change the color to white and make it center align. So sum of profit by month is showing over here. Great. And yeah, also let's make the round corners. So I go to general, effects, visual border, you need to turn it on and then drop it over here, and then you need to increase the border corners. So if you're going to increase the pixel value, you see now it is becoming round edges, right? Let me click once again over here, go to general, effects, visual border, let's even increase it to 18 pixel or maybe 22 pixels, and you see now they are round edges, right? So this looks good, right? Now let me click here, once again go to general, sorry, not general. Now let's say I'm good with this. Now let's say one more thing I want to do. If you see over here, so my negative values in the month which I'm not performing well, I need to show it with a different color, let's say. So how I can do that? So once again I'm going to click on this, format your visuals, and here you will see columns. So when you click on the columns, you see color is set it as a blue. You can change it. If you click, you can change it to any color. Let's say if I click on this, see color got changed, but this is applied on each and every bar. I want to change the color positive and negative. So for that, you will have this option called as f of x. When you click on this, so here you can select the gradient. You can change the color by rule, you can change the color by field value. For example, if you choose the gradient, so you can choose any gradient, right, from lower value to higher value. Add a middle color also. If you see, let's say if I click on this, so you see this is how gradient is coming. Let me do command Z. I don't want all those gradients and all these things. I want to do the only positive and negative values. So I'm going to once again click on this fx, and I'm going to select a rule, custom rule. Now this rule, on which basis I want to change the color? So I want to change the color based upon the sum of profit, right? Because here, if you remember, we have taken the profit. So if profit is positive, color should be different. If profit is negative, color should be different. So once again I will go here. I'm going to say rule from which field, with the help of sum of profit, and then here you see if greater than equal to 0% and less than 0 number, then this color. And I'm going to add a new rule, if greater than equal to 0 and less than equal to 0 number. So for for less than 0, I need to make it, let's say, red color. So I will go more color, come to here, okay, choose this red color, say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see okay, color is not red coming. Let me once again click here, but you can see positive, negative are getting changed, only the color difference is there. Once again I'm going to click on this f of x. You see I have chosen this and this color, so let me choose the different color, maybe blue. I will say okay. So for, you see, for this also color got changed to blue. Now from here, let's say if I change the color to maybe this and say okay, so for this it is coming properly, see, negative color. Now let me choose the some different color for this. For here you see we need a greater than sign, right? Greater than 0, but we have less than only sign. So less than so here it is showing for less than 0. I can do from here, I can change it to number, right? See, percentage meaning you have the percentage greater than 0, but number is, when we have number greater than 0, and here and less than 0 number, so right, these are the less than number 0. Here you need to change it to percent. Okay. Okay, this is not showing the error. Let me change it to percent only. Here it should be number and here it should be number. Okay, and let's say if I give the this color, so see it is coming now. And let's say negative, I will just change the negative only to maybe red color or something else. I go here, I choose more color, red, this one is red. I'll say okay, see this is showing red. Okay, now I'm going to reduce the size little bit and put it over here. All right, so my first card is available. You can see May, June, July and December, these are the months I'm making a negative profit. So maybe Pitala brothers can take action on these months, why this is happening, right? Now the second chart which we are going to make is this one, sum of quantity by category. So I need to see quantity by category, right? So and this is going to be a the pie chart. So for that you can select this pie chart or donut chart, basically not pie chart, and then we are going to put quantity and category. So we have this quantity, let me drag and drop it over here, and then we have category or subcategory, right? Category only. So we have this called as category, let me drag and drop it over here. So you see we have clothing, electronics and furniture. Now the thing is, you can see this things are coming. Now you don't have to do the formatting again and again. You can click on this chart and there is something called as format painter. Let me click on this and then you can click on this particular chart. As soon as you do this, see automatically most of the formatting is done. Now little formatting we have to do, category and for this. So what I can do, I can go to here and I can go to slices, color, this is fine. Detail labels, I can go here and you see from here I'm going to see data value percent of total. When you click on this or category percent of total, yes, so category percent of total, when I say, so I can understand furniture is this, electronics is this, and clothing is this, right? So this is how it is going to show the data, right? Now also if you go to values, you see color is white, which is fine, and display unit, it is in percent. I want to change it to 0, so let's make it percent to 0. So now it will show proper percentage wise, and let me make it bold and 10. Okay, bold was already there, just need to increase the font. Okay, and then we need to change this legends as well. So for that you can go to legends, and legend wise I need to text, need to change the color to white, and you see now it is visible properly. So now I can see for clothing this is this percent, for furniture 17%, for electronic 21%. Quantity is being sold. Now let's reduce the size a little bit, yeah, and put it anywhere over here. So our second chart is now ready. Now third chart we have, uh, let's say now we are going to design this KPIs. So we need to see sum of amount, sum of quantity, sum of AOV, and sum of profit. So these are called as KPIs. Let's design these KPIs. So for KPIs there is this particular card called something called as this card. You can click on the card, and first of all we have this sum of amount. So we have this column already available, sum of amount. So I can click on this, and you see sum of amount is directly coming. In order to format it, click on this, click on format printer, and click on this, and that's it. See, formatting is done automatically. Now let's increase the size of the fonts. You go here, go to the call out value, and click on bold, and increase the font. So I'm going to increase it to maybe 22, and sum of amount, category label, I'm going to change the color to white, make it bold. Yeah, this looks good. Now I can reduce the size little bit and put it over here. Now I'm going to control C, control V, I'm going to copy this same thing. Okay, let me remove this, and here just I need to put what, sum of quantity. So we have, I'm going to remove the amount, I'm going to select quantity, that's it. Then we have the sum of profit. So once again control C, control V, put it over here, and I'm going to remove the quantity, I'm going to put profit. See, and then finally we have this AOV, sum of AOV. Now AOV, we don't have this column, average order value. Now what is average order value? Average order value is nothing but you're basically going to do the calculation between the, let me go to your table view and show you. If I go to the details table, so you see we have something called as amount, and we have quantity, right? So for example, if you have, so what is AOV, average order value? So for example, if you are getting 10 orders and their average order value, meaning if you are solding one order for 10 rupees, second order for 20 rupees, third order for 30 rupees. So what you are going to do, you are going to take all your amount and you are going to divide it by the number of quantities you have sold, so that you can get the average order value. So you take all the amount and you divide the total number of amount to get the average, right? So that is called as average order amount. So let's calculate this average order amount column. So for that you can come to this table and then say this, go to home, or home, and then say new column. I will give the name as AOV, and AOV is nothing but your amount divided by quantity, right? Quantity. Let me see if this formula is right or not. And by the way, these values are coming inside the dot value. I can convert it into a numeric value. So I click on this and go to table tool and column tools. From here, decimal number to whole number, I say yes. Okay, then I will come to report view. I'm going to control C, control V this, put it over here, and now you see we have this AOV available over here. So I'm going to remove the profit, I'm going to put the AOV, select the AOV. So you see I'm getting 121k. So this is right. See, you have amount divided by quantity, which is your AOV. So now this is fine. I have the average order value, and their total I have 121k, right? This is not the average order value, this is sum of order average value. Okay, so it is 121k. Now I need to remove this 0.01k. So for that I can click here, go here, go to call out value. Okay, and decimal places I need to make it 0. As I when I click on this, it becomes 0. So now I can see 121k, sum of average order value. Okay, cool. Next we have this, I need to see sum of profit by subcategory. So let's go here and do that. So what is this sum of profit by subcategory? So I can, what I can do, I can just go here, copy this, paste it, control C and control V. I can come over here and just change this only. Let's do this thing, dashboard. Let's put this over here, this thing over here, this over here, this over here. Okay, this over here, and yeah, maybe I can put this here, 4 items in line. I can reduce the size also little bit. See, all this formatting you can do however you want to keep your cards, it's totally up to you. Okay, fine, this looks good. Yep. Now, so I have copied this chart. Now here you see what we need to do, we need to put profit by subcategory. So I already selected this, I need to choose the profit, but here I'm not going to put month, I'm going to close this. I need to put subcategory, and you see as soon as I do this, this is visible properly, right? Now I want to change it from stack column chart to this horizontal. So you can choose on this this one. Okay, this one actually, yeah. So you see I can see my sum of profits by subcategory, but I don't want to show all the subcategories. See where these are my negative one and these are my positive one. So either you can show all of them, or if you want you can apply the filter also. So you see you have the filter here, right? You click on this, you have basic filtering. You can go for all this kind of filtering. Maybe you can select which one you want to show. So maybe I want to show all the negative ones. So negative ones are, you see, lagging, skirt, kurti, electronic gaming and furnishing. So ladies item are going into the negative one. So let's say I will say, where is that, electronics games. Okay, let me untick this. Then we have leggings, skirt and kurti. So leggings, kurti, right, skirt, and from here I have the electronic games, all are in negative. So you can do this kind of filtering. Or if you want to show top n, so I can go to maybe top products. So you can go to top n, and top n by what, top, how many top, let's say top 5, and then by what value. So we have profit, so you need to put the profit, drag and drop profit and over here, and then say apply filter. So you see now you are only able to see your top performing subcategories, which is printer, bookcase, sari and accessories. So you can apply those kind of filtering over here, right? By the way, if you want to see this, you can use your dex query, which we have learned in the previous, right? That is also possible. So whenever you are doing this filtering, what is happening behind the scene, it is creating a dex filter for us, right? Now let me remove all this filter for now. I don't want to apply any filter as of now, so I can remove this. See, there was a eraser button. When you click on this, all the filters are removed. For now I want to see all my subcategories, so I will keep it in this way only. Okay, let me reduce the size and see they can like scroll from top to bottom. Let's put it over here. Another thing is like we need to see this so this sum of quantity by payment mode also. So for that, once again I'm going to control C control V this chart and put it over here, and this is your quantity by payment mode. So click here, quantity is there, remove this. Payment mode is available inside the here, so select this payment mode. As soon as you do this, see, now this is very easy, right? Once you build one chart, and since you are using this format printer, it is very easy to build this. So now you can able to see this sum of quantity by payment mode also, right? Now let me click on this, click on format printer, and let's format this also. See, I selected this and a little bit it is changed. I need to change the color, so I select this, I go to this, and let's say white color. Cool, now this looks good. And let's reduce the size a little bit of Pitala Brothers sales dashboard. Cool, and I can put this below, little below here and here. If you are wondering why I have kept some space over here, don't worry, I'm going to show you. I'm going to put one filter over here, which is this quarter wise filter. So that's why I kept some space for this. Okay, fine. Now let's move to the next one. We have this sum of amount by state. Now let's say state wise also I want to see. So once again I'm going to control C control V this, and this time I'm going to see the amount. So I have the amount, and not subcategory wise but state wise. So I'm going to choose this, and you see only Rajasthan is showing in a different color. I don't know why. It is in positive only, but still no problem. Okay, there are some other also. Andhra Pradesh is also 13k, which is fine. Cool, this looks fine. Now the reason why Rajasthan is 22k, because this is sum of amount, but Rajasthan is making, you know, negative profit. That's why it is in a different color. So similar, you know, these sales are coming from Rajasthan only, Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh, these two states. So you know, maybe we can focus on these two states, why they are, you know, giving this negative number to us, why they are not making profit for us, right? So this is how you can see the sales. Maharashtra is on number 1 and Madhya Pradesh is on number 2. So this is one another insight, you can get it out. Now let me reduce this size for this and keep it over here. I can move this over this side and this over here. Let me decrease the size for this. Okay, move this, and move this over here. Okay, this is going a little bit. I can reduce the size for this, then put it over here, and this one over here. Okay, this looks good. And I have this sum of amount by state. Cool. Now what is remaining? We are only remain with this 1 2 3 4 things. Now we want to see customer wise. I want to identify the customer, top customers, right? So sum of amount by customer name. So again I'm going to put this here. Now let's say sum of amount, this one, sum of amount by customer name. Let's drag and drop that, sum of amount by customer name. So again I'm going to copy this and paste this here, and we can get the sum of amount by customer name. So amount I already have. I need to deselect the state and select the customer name, and voila, you see, now we have Harivans, Madhav. These are our top customers. Madhav, Madan, all these are our top customers. See, right? Though the colors are different, don't assume that this is red, so that's why this is giving like negative contribution. No, Haris is on top, Harivans is on top, Madhav is on second top. These are our top performing customers. If you go down, Ashwin, Dinesh, these are the customers who are not buying anything. It is in K, so that's why it is 0.0. But when I go to the table view, and let me go to the order, sorry, details. Here if you see the, okay, go to the order, you see the customer name, and if I go and filter by the name, which I see over here, let me cancel it, go here, the last name is Ashwin, so I go here, customer name, let me find it, Ashwin. You see we have this Ashwin. Let me only select the Ashwin and do this. You see this customer is coming from Goa. Okay, his order ID is this one, B25742, 25742, 25742, 25742, 25742. Okay, this one. Now let me only select this, and you see this Ashwin amount is 11. I am making a negative profit from this. He is only buying 2 quantity, but I'm not able to because it is buying the skirt and payment made by UPI, and I'm making a negative profit from him, right? So that's the problem, right? So this is how you can identify it. Now let me remove the filters. Okay, and from orders also let me remove the filter. Okay, and you see Harivans is on top, so let's identify the Harivans once again. I will search over here Harivans. See, Harivans is coming. His ID is 26055, 26055, 26055, 26055. If I come over here, 26055, search and select this customer. So you see 26055. So Harivans is kind of customer, he is buying from us again and again. That's why the repeating entry is there. So you see we have amount 57 where we are making a profit of 7, then amount is 1250, we are making a profit of -12, then 671. So this particular customer is giving us a good profit, right? So that is why Harivans is on top. Let me remove all the filters. So this was just idea to show you why the Harivans is on top. Cool. I can come to now this view. Fine. So this is also done. Now we, okay, why this is not taking as bold, I can go here and go to general title. I need to make it a little bold, right? Yes. Now I click on format painter. I will click on this, so the title will become bold. Once again format painter, click on this, title become bold. Same for this, same for this, and same for this. Cool. Okay, here you see, but this becomes different. So again I need to go here and go to visual, go to legends, text, change the color to white. Okay, This looks good. Now next is we need to see this sum of amount by year and month. Okay, so this is a trend we want to identify. So let's do this and find the trend properly. So for that, um, once again, now I will select, maybe blank. So I can select this blank line. Okay, let me do Control Z, select outside, and then select the line chart, not over there. Okay, and what I want to see, amount and year versus month. So I will say amount, here I will say year and month, and you see now we have this. Now I'm going to click on this, click on Format Painter, click here, and as soon as I do this, see, I don't have to do much of my work. You see, now I can see for January 2018 I have the total amount earned was 68.99. So this is a revenue, right? You can call it monthly revenue, and this was this they wanted to track, right? So that's why we have kept this monthly revenue as well. Cool. Let's increase the size little bit even more, right? And here you see we are getting this grid line. So let me click on this. You go to here and you go to grid lines. There is a vertical grid line. Let me off it, and now this is coming properly fine. So we have this revenue by monthly basis as well, right? Now we are only left with this filter and this filter. So let's put this filter. You see we have this quarter, and I want to put the filter. So in order to put the filter, you have something called a slicer. So let's click on this slicer and put it over here. Okay, now what slicer I want to see? Quarter wise. So click on quarter. You see you have 4 quarter. I will go here, slicer setting. I don't want a vertical list, I want a tile. So I will click on this tile, and you see now my quarter is coming over here. Now what I will do, I will remove this first quarter header from here. So I go to general. Okay, header icon I will click off. Title is already off. I go to visual. Okay, from here selection, slicer header I'm going to make it off. And first of all, let me click here, Format Painter, and click here, so that it is gone. Now it is in a format. Now I want to again, let me click on this and go here. I will go to values. Let me first make the color to black color so that I can see this. Bold it, increase the font to 12. Padding I need to increase a little bit, 5 pixel or 6 pixel is fine. Border is fine. Color color is also fine. Line width I can increase to 2, and then background I will change the color to this one. All right, and you see now I can see this in this way only. See, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, 4. Now when you click on quarter 4, see the data got changed according to the quarter 4. So this slicer is going to apply all the filters to each and everything. Quarter 3 wise data they can see, quarter 2 wise, quarter 1 wise, right? And if you remove, it will show for each and everything. Let me do little bit even more formatting. I will go here, values, background. I want to make it little more white, and then padding is 6. If I increase the padding, okay, this is fine, 4 pixel. Values, border. Okay, color is little bit, let's take even more white, this one. Yeah, this looks good. So see, now we have this particular filter working. Now we are left with the last filter, which is a state filter. So I want to see the data state wise, right? So this is a demand from the, you can say, from the, these Pitala brothers. They want to see the data state wise whenever they want to see the state wise performance, so we need to add that filter. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to once again take the slicer over here, and I'm going to take the state, and you see I can see all the state. Let me click here format painter and click on this, and as soon as I do this, you see this is coming as in this format. I don't want in this format. I can go here and say slicer setting. Instead of tile, I can say vertical list, and I can see all this over here. Or you can do command Z, and this is also you can give in this format also. It looks fine. See, earlier I have created in this way. You can give in this way also. See, for example, if I want to see the Delhi region, you click on Delhi. See, so Delhi wise everything is coming. You remove the filter, you go for Uttar Pradesh, everything will come as a according to Uttar Pradesh only, right? Here you see for this thing, okay, let me click here, click on format painter. This legend is not coming properly. Now when you click on this, see, this legend will also start coming properly. So I have prepared each and everything for Pitala Brothers sales dashboard. Now you can arrange this visual however you want. Okay, I'm fine with this. Okay, now let's publish this, because we want to publish this to Pitala Brothers. So I will click on this publish button, and I will say save. Okay, now it is asking me Power BI desktop and Power BI service work together, it is saying, and sign in to enhance your collaboration. It is asking my email ID basically. So I will provide my email ID. I'll say continue. Now it is asking me for the sign in, okay, to the Microsoft. It is asking for a work email. Okay, let's wait. Okay, so I checked this publish thing. It requires actually a work email. So basically what you have to do, first of all, you need to go to this particular website, and here you need to say try for free. Okay, and see, I am logged in, but you have to go to like use your work email address. Say this is my work email address. If you don't have the work email address, basically you can't publish it. Power BI and Microsoft has changed their terms. Earlier they were giving us free trial on with our Gmail ID also, but now they require work email ID to publish your work. Okay, but fine, I mean, if you go into your any organization, you are going to get this this thing like your work email address, and with the help of that you can obviously publish it. So that work email I have put it over here, and then once you click on the publish button, you need to save this, and then this is going to publish your entire report. See, it is asking for which workspace you need to publish. So it is showing my workspace. If you go over here after login, you will see there is something called as my workspace, and here we have workspace created, right? So it is saying my workspace. Let me select this, and now you see it is publishing. So this report is already published. Let me replace this. Okay, so it is publishing to Power BI, right? And you see it has published this PBIX format. Started.pbix is my file name. I will say got it. And now if you go over here, you go to my space, and you see you have this data model, semantic model, as well as the started your report. This I have given the name as started, so you have both the things. Let me go to this visualization, and here as you can see it is showing Pitala Brothers sales dashboard. If you click on Q1, it is filtering. So you see this report is now available to Pitala Brothers, right? Now they can just simply create their account and just visit this page. Okay, now let me do one thing. I will simply copy this and I am going to open with another email address, or maybe let me show you. I can go to Microsoft Edge and I am going to paste this link. Okay, and you see here, yes, I'm logged in with this, but this is my different email ID, right? And I can see this. So once you have created your email address, you can see this particular thing. Now let's suppose if you want to export this, you can do that. You can click on export and you can export it as a PowerPoint or a PDF, right? You can share this also with Pitala Brothers. Now in order to share this report with Pitala Brothers, you need to upgrade to paid Power BI license. And when you are going to do this, by the way, you can also do this. You can also try free trial for 60 days by choosing try free. You agree to this. Okay, so I will say try free. I'm going to use this paid service for 60 days. So I will click on this try free, and you see all paid features of Power BI are yours for 60 days. You will revert back to the features of your current license on this date. So I got all the Power BI Pro license for 60 days. Okay, I will say got it. Okay, and now you see when you go over here, you see license type is free account, but I got the 60 days free trial. So now I can click on this share, and people in your organization, I'm going to just enter the Pitala Brothers email address because they are also working in my same organization. And once I'm going to do this, obviously they can see this report dashboard, they can interact with it, right? And whenever it is required, they can go and check the sales per month basis and whatnot. Now there is one more feature we call it as a refresh. So let's suppose next month will come, then your data will refresh, right, inside your database. So at that time they want to see the refresh data. Pitala Brothers want to see the new data and not the old data. Accordingly, according to the new data, this entire thing should be refreshed. So for that, what we need to do, we need to connect our Power BI with that data source, and we need to schedule a refresh, right? We need to schedule a refresh. All right, now in order to schedule the refresh, what we need to do, we need to go to this particular website, and this table I have created, like where schedule refresh will work. If you have the free license, it's not going to work. So that we have already seen, like we have got the 60-day free trial, and it is going to work for the premium user only. Now once we have done that, I can go to this website which looks like this. Now this is what, see why we have to go to this website, and we need to download the on-premise data source, the standard mode, because our data is residing in our local computer. Let's suppose if this data is available on OneDrive, you don't have to do this setup. By default the refresh will happen from the Power BI side. But since our data is in local, we need to download the standard mode. It's a exe file which will gonna look like this, gateway install.exe. I have already downloaded this file. Okay, now once you are going to download this file, and let me go and show you here. Inside the file explorer, you will see this, right, exe file. Now when you run it, it is going to ask you, let me run it once again. I have already installed it in my system, but when you are going to install it, it is going to ask you for your work email. You need to provide that, and you need to do some more little bit setting, and then just next, and you will be able to download this gateway properly. Okay, now see, it is loading over here. See, this is saying this is already installed for my system, so I'm going to close this. But you have to do this particular step on a very first priority. Now once you have done this, after that what you need to do, you go to your where you have published your dashboard. Now here we need to go to this particular setting, and then we need to go into manage connection and gateways. Okay, when you come over here, you need to come on this one, on-premise data gateway. Now when you come over here, you see it is showing my gateway 1. Now from where it is showing my gateway 1? Actually this is showing my gateway 1 because when you install this particular exe file which we are talking about, over there you are going to do this particular setting. All right, so this setting will come from that, and initially this won't show you, but once you are going to install that properly, the gateway will show it over here. Okay, now you can click on this gateway and then maybe go to settings, and here you can provide the name of the gateway and change it, give the description, and you need to make sure all these three ticks should be available, because this is going to do the refresh on your data source. If you going to give the permission, then only then you need to save this and close it. Now once you do this particular thing, then you come to your workspace. Okay, and even before going to workspace, you can come to connection, and you need to make these connections. Okay, you need to first make these connections. Now how you are going to make these connections? So let me show you. You go to your my gateway. Okay, and right now this is enabled. If you are going to disable it, your refresh won't work. Okay, let me enable this and say refresh. So see, it is saying online, and you can go to settings. Okay, here it is not showing. So initially you will see only these two connections. You will not be able to see these two connections. Now let me go to settings of my connection. Now you see over here I have created a connection name. Now when this will ask, so basically when you are going on-premise data gateway, and then when you go to this your your MySpace, and when you go your data, this semantic model, you click on this three dot, and here you will have a settings. You go to this settings, and then here you will see gateway and cloud connection. When you click on this, you see here it will show my gateway 1, and from here only you see it is showing my file path, local file path. So it is available inside this particular folder, my file order.csv and another file details.csv. So those connections you have to make it here. It's a simple step. I have already recorded it, so done it, so I'm not able to do it, show you it again and again, but it's simple. You can click on this settings, and from here it will show these things. Okay, now let's go back to that here. So it will show your my gateway 1. Then you can go to this data source credentials also, where you need to make sure this details.csv and order.csv should show. Now once it is showing, and you need to map your connection also. So I have created a my connection 1, my connection 2. You can create your add a gateway, so another connection, and we have already created this my gateway 1 by downloading that exe file, remember. And now once you have done this setting, now if you go to your refresh, this will show you. And right now I have created the refresh frequency of daily. You can schedule on a daily basis or weekly basis, and I have given the time at 9 a.m. So at 9 a.m. this schedule is going to work, and you will be able to see the new data on a daily basis, right? Because in real world scenario you see the data on a daily basis, right? So this is how you add a schedule. Now I'm going to add a little bit, like how a video of how I have created this my connection, so you can see and see how this refresh is worked. So this thing, that's it. All right, so now we have scheduled this everything. So let me come to this workspace once again, my workspace. Let's go to the report, and this is our report. Now we have scheduled everything. Our dashboard is ready. You can simply share this dashboard by providing Pitala Brothers email ID, and you are done. But still there is one more thing remaining. Now they can see the dashboard and they can take a decision, but they also want a report on this dashboard. Your Power BI, you can say, uh, project is not done yet. You need to create the report. Now what is this report? So report is going to consist all your methodologies, whatever decision you have taken, and what kind of findings you have seen in this dashboard. You want to convey this to your CXOs, right? Basically CEOs, CTOs, and all those board members. So how you can do that? For that, let me show you. I have already prepared this. See, final stakeholder report. Let me open this, and this is how you are going to create your report. This is very, very important. Any Power BI project is going to consist this report. So see, I have written final sales performance report for Pitala Brothers. This is executive summary. This report represents a comprehensive analysis of Pitala Brothers sales performance using an interactive Power BI dashboard and whatnot. See, whatever they have asked for, we have created it. Then we have overall business performance. So we have tracked all these 4 KPIs. This is our observation, and this is insight. Indicators: healthy overall revenue generation, strong demand across product categories, profitable overall but margins vary significantly, high value order contribute significantly to revenue. So see, this is our insight. We have added this insight. Okay, this is a data analyst and senior data analyst, or you can say team of data analysts insight, so that Pitala Brothers also can see like what insights you have given to them. Accordingly they can take some action. Then they have this, like I have written key insights, you can read it about it. Then we have category level performance. These are whatever you have created in terms of your basically charts, so that thing you have to write it inside your report. Now business implication, it's saying focus inventory planning and promotion around clothing, improve margin in electronics and furniture to balance profit mix, because in clothing we are getting high contribution 63%, electronics and furniture is 21% and 17% only. So in clothing we need to fulfill in order to fulfill the demand, we need to plan the inventory accordingly. This is our business insight. Similarly, you can go through this entire beautifully crafted you can say report, and at the end you will have the conclusion also, right? So this is how a entire you can say Power BI project we do. We create, we gather the requirement, we understand the business, we create the problem, then we create the solution with the help of Power BI dashboard, we publish it, we refresh it, and then we also create the final stakeholder report. And this is not the final report. Sometimes what will happen, after 1 month, 2 months, some more KPI will be added, some KPI will be removed, some other things will be added into the dashboard. So this is a iterative process, and it's a ongoing process. Cool. I hope you have learned so many things with the help of this project. In the next chapter, or you can say in the next video, I will be coming up with the next kind of another Power BI project, where we are going to connect our Power BI to maybe MySQL or PostgreSQL. So we will directly connect our Power BI with the SQL databases, and there also we will build another project. So see you in the next one. Alright, hi everyone, welcome back to lecture 9 and Power BI series. In this particular video, we are going to do our second end-to-end project. So you can consider a company called as Quantum, and they sales do the business in hardware and software products. And what we want to do, we want to build a dashboard for this Quantum company, and we need to present their sales insight to their executives and their board members. So this is our project, and in this particular project I'm going to show you how we are going to connect with the real world database, maybe MySQL database, and then we are going to extract the data from SQL database inside the Power BI. We will connect through some live APIs, okay, so that we can see how we can also combine with live APIs inside the Power BI. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. I haven't built the final dashboard for this, so on the fly I'm going to build it and then show you. So let me first introduce this particular thing, which is their problem statement. Now, as you know, any Power BI project or any data analytics project start with the aim script project, right? So we need to do the requirement gathering and all those things. So I'm not going to show you the whole process. Rather, what I will do, I'm directly going to show you which kind of charts they wanted to see in their visualization. Okay, so you can consider that we have done all the hard steps to do the requirement gathering and all those things, and we are already having this particular thing. So they wanted to see monthly sales trend with the help of line chart, and then they also want to see sales by market zone. They have sales amount and zone, and so on and so forth. So I have written all these charts which they wanted to see. Okay, now I'm going to put you this inside the description box. From there you can get it. Now let's directly start with the data exploration part first. Okay, so I'm going to launch my, first of all, MySQL workbench. Okay, so if you don't have this MySQL workbench, I'm going to give you a description link of the video inside the description, from where you can check how you can install this MySQL workbench. Now those who don't know, MySQL is just nothing but a SQL database, and if you are going to work inside the data analytics or Power BI, this is very much required. So let me launch this MySQL. Now when you are going to do the setup, it is going to ask for your root ID and password. You need to set up all those things. Now once you have this setup done, it will show like this. So I have already done that, and for me it is launching. It is saying no connection established. So what I have to do, I need to first start my server. So let me open the CMD in a administrator format. I will say yes, and I will say net start MySQL 80. So this is the command you need to run it. Okay, it is saying net start is not recognized, so it should be net start. Now as soon as you do this, you see it is saying the MySQL service is starting, and it was started successfully. Now I'm just going to refresh this, come to admin and then schema, or what I can do, I can close this and once again restart this. Again I will say MySQL workbench, and now if I go to this, all right, you see now this is gone, and I can see all my databases over here. So I have this some by default databases, Power BI sales system. We are going to use this sales database for today's project, and how you are going to get this database, let me show you the process for that. So in order to get this database, you can go to this server and then click on this data import, and then you need to click on this import self-contained file. Click on this, and then you have to browse a file, SQL file, which I am going to provide you inside the description box. So this is db_dump1. You need to select this file, say open, and then you need to click on start import. Once you click on start import, it will import the data, and then from this button, if you click on refresh, you will be able to see this sales database inside your MySQL. Now if you are wondering what is this dbdump.sql, so this is nothing but a SQL file which is having all the instruction, or you can say SQL commands written in it to create the database, insert the table, insert the data inside the table. All the commands are written inside this SQL file. Don't worry if you don't know about much SQL as of now, but yes, if you know it, well and good, you can go and read about those SQL instructions. But if you don't know, you just need to use this particular thing to create the data. Okay, now once you do that, let me expand this sales, and we have 4 or 5 tables in that particular SQL file. So we have one customer table, we have date table, market table, product table, and transaction table. Now let me show you one of the table. Let's say if I'm going to explore this transaction, so you can right click on this and say select rows, and you see we have some rows coming over here, right? Now if you want to see the total count of this entire records, so there is a query called as select star, count star. So you can say count star from sales transaction, and when you're going to run this, you see we are having 1,50,283 records. So this is a serious database. We have serious transactions recorded. Okay, now we are going to perform analysis on this data with the help of Power BI and see if there is anything we can do in terms of data cleaning, because before going to proceed with the preparation of your dashboard, you need to clean the data also. Now the thing is, see, in real world cases you are going to get the data in messy format and you need to do the cleaning process. Okay, that's for sure. But sometimes you get the clean data also. This data, I know this is a not clean data, or as per the business requirement which we have over here, obviously this is not a clean data, so we need to do the data cleaning. Now as a next step, now we are going to connect this data with the Power BI. So let's do that. Now I'm going to launch my Power BI desktop. Okay, let me click on this blank report. All right, let's click on get data more. And I'm going to connect with the MySQL database. Connect. It is going to ask me for the details of the server and database. If you are connecting it for the first time, it will also ask you for your username and password. So if you have configured your MySQL workbench, over there you need to configure your username and password so that you can provide it over here. So since it is running on localhost, I'm going to provide this localhost, and database is sales database. Let's connect with that. And you see all of my 5 tables are showing out over here. I can directly copy all of them, and first I'm going to load them, and first we will explore the data, and then we'll see if the transformation is required or not. So let's load it. So this is a little bit large data, it will take some time. Let's wait for that. Cool. So all the data is now loaded, and you see our five tables are present over here. Now let me go to the table view. So this is our first table, customers table. We have code, name and customer type. So here we have only 38 rows. Okay, that's it. When you go to the date table, here we have 1126 rows. Okay, then we have market. Here we have only 17 rows. Inside the products we have 279 rows. So these are our products. Okay, product one is own brand, and maybe we have something distribution also. Cool. But when you go to the transactions table, we have, you see, 1,50,283 records. So transaction table is our main table where on a daily basis transactions are happening, and we are capturing all the information. So you can say this is our fact table, and these are our dimensions tables, from the star schema and snowflake schema concept, right? Now you see, if you see over here, there are some discrepancy in the data. For example, if you see this currency, or maybe this amount also, let me click on here. You see we have amount as -1 and 0, which is not desirable, right? If you sell something, see, you are selling some quantity, the price cannot be negative or 0. So we need to remove that. At least it should be $1, and it should be, or even 1 rupees. So we don't want to we don't want basically this negative number and 0 number. That is the first thing. So that is the one data cleaning. Also, if you see the currency, You see, we have currency in INR and USD. Now in order to display the total sales amount, you need to convert everything either in INR or in USD, so that we can have the calculation properly, right? Let me, if I select only USD, you see we have this 1 2 3 4 rows. Either I can discard this 4 rows, but sometimes it's not about only 4 rows. In future you might get more than 4 rows in USD, so you need to learn the skills to tackle it. So we are going to do it, and also I'm going to show you how we can convert this USD into INR on a dynamic basis. Meaning, if you watch some Power BI tutorials, they will use the formula like you take the USD value, you multiply it with the current whatever the USD, maybe 90 rupees or something like that, and you will get in the INR. But maybe sometimes the business demand is like you need to use the dynamic value. Let's say today INR is 1 USD is $90, 90 INR. So you need to use that 90. But let's suppose after 1 month a business is changing, and worldwide economy is changing. Let's suppose after 1 month, if 1 USD is $85, then what? 90 will fail, right? You need to use that 85. So I'm going to show you how you can use that dynamic this purchasing or dynamic conversion rate thing. Okay, so we'll see that. So those are the two things. Apart from that, other tables looks good. In the transactions we are good, product also good, market wise we are good. You see here we have two zone wise we got two null values. So maybe we need to put proper zone. So for example, New York, it comes in which zone, and then Paris. Okay, I think accordingly we can fill these two values. Similarly, if I go to date wise we are good. We don't have any discrepancy over here, which is good, right? We have no issue over here. Okay, and then customers wise we are also good. Cool. So now I'm going to go inside the report view. I will click on transform data, and let's apply those steps which we have think of. So yes, now we are in Power Query editor, and let me directly go to the transaction table first. First of all, I'm going to remove the negative numbers. So I am going to click on the sales amount, and I will uncheck both of them, and I will say okay. Cool. So I have applied my first filter. Next, I need to change this currency. Okay, now in order to change this currency on a dynamic basis, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you two ways basically. One way is basically I'm going to show you with the help of simple Power BI itself, so with the help of calculated column. Another way, I'm going to show you a Pythonic way. So if you are know the language Python, if you know how to work with the Python, you can connect your Power BI with the Python also. So I'm going to show you in both the ways. Okay, but before that, let me check other fields. Yeah, so here let's fill the value for New York and Paris. So I am going to fill the value, transform column. Okay, and let me check if I have the replace values. Okay, if I click on this, so I want to replace the blank value with some value because these are blanks. Now I need to check first of all New York and Paris comes in which zone. So for that I can simply go to Google and just check New York and Paris comes in which zone. Okay, zone of world. Continue here. It's a AI mode of Google. Okay, so zone located in northern hemisphere and western hemisphere. It is in north. Is it in south, west? Because we have only four options: east or west. Okay, so short answer here: New York western hemisphere, Paris eastern hemisphere. So I can say west and east. For New York I'm going to put west. For New York I'm going to put west. Okay, let's suppose if I put west directly. Okay, I can go to advanced option, match entire cell content, replace using special characters, insert special character. Okay, I will choose this, match entire cell content. I'll say west. Okay, let me click on OK. So here I got west and west for New York and Paris both, but you know what I want to do? For Paris I want to be east. So for Paris let's put east. How I can do that? I click on this and say replace values. So for west I'm going to replace it with east. Okay, so it replaced all of them. I can click on this. Okay, let's suppose I'm fine. I mean, you see, this is removing this value is not a big deal. I can write a expression for it, maybe measure for it, and then I can replace this value, but that's not a problem. The thing is, this is fine. After this, I mean, what I need to do, the main problem is over here. I need to convert this INR thing. Okay, this is fine. I can just keep it as it is, and you guys can take it as a homework also, that the measure is basically going to look like, if market code is mark 999 and market name is Paris, then you need to replace the zone with the value east. I have already told you and taught you how to do this. You just need to write a simple measure. Now I'm going to close and apply this, and I'm going to now show you how first of all we can get the exchange rate data, because you see for here in order to convert this USD and USD to INR, you need first exchange rate data, the current exchange rate. Okay, so we don't have right now, and we want this to be dynamic. Now what you can do, you can simply go to Google and then search USD to INR, and it is 89.66 for the time being, but it will change. Okay, daily, on a daily basis it will change, on a monthly basis it will change, so we need that dynamic information. So how, first of all, let's get that. Let me first close and apply this. Okay, and now I'm going to show you how you can get that. So in order to get that data, exchange rate data, you need to go to this website. Okay, let me show you that website. So there is something called as exchange rate API. Okay, exchange rate API, you just search this term on Google, and then you need to register your self on this particular website, and you are going to get, once you are going to log in, you are going to get your API key. Okay, this is a API key. This is a free API key. You can use it for free. And for example, if I show you, so when they are giving this example request, when you click on this request, and let me do pretty print. So what we have done, we are checking for USD for all the different countries. You see, USD is one, AED, AFN, all, AMD, these are different country currencies. Now if I'm just going to search INR over here, you see 90.3383, this is the current exchange rate for 1 USD, 90.3383. and this is happening on real time. This will change on each and every 1 minute. So after 1 minute you ping, if the price got changed, here they will reflect it. Okay, so that's the idea. We are going to use this exchange rate API. Okay, you can simply go here and then do the sign in process, sign up process. It's very simple. Now what we need to do, once we have done this, I will come back to my Power BI, and once again I'm going to click on get data, and this time I will say web. Okay, and now I need to provide the URL over here. In terms of URL, I'm going to provide this URL. Okay, so you see here we have this URL. So this URL I'm going to copy it and going to put it over here, and I will say okay. And as soon as you do this, you are going to get that data in a table. Okay, so see, it has loaded that entire thing inside the Power Query editor, and you see now we have this USD table available with us. Here you see result is success. This is the documentation column, terms of use column, the time at which it has fetched the price, those things. You see base code we have USD, conversion rate USD1, and for all the different countries we have the values. Okay, so this is what we wanted. Now I'm going to say close and apply. Okay, and you see USD is available over here. Now if I expand this, and here you will see the INR column also. Let me show you. Okay, it should be somewhere below. You see this is the INR. Let me click on this and put it over here. You see we have 90.34. now see this got changed, 90.34 for 1 USD. So this is how we are going to get this exchange rate data, and this is a real-time data. Okay, now next we will see how we can now what we need to do. Basically I will go to table view and go to transactions. Now here you see I'm going to create a new column called as normalized sales amount, and I will check if the currency is INR. I'm going to put the same sales amount value in that column, but if the currency is USD, I need to use that exchange rate. Okay, from this USD table. So that exchange rate I need to multiply it by with the USD value, and that will come inside my normalized sales amount column. So let's do that. Okay, so for that I have already written this particular DEX expression. So I'm going to copy this, and I will go inside the table view, inside the transaction table. I will say new column. Okay, and I'm gonna paste this. You see this is taking time because our data is also big. Now let me paste this. So what it says, normalized sales amount INR column. Okay, I can remove this column. I will put only INR. Now what this have, I'm using a variable called as conversion rate INR. Inside that I'm using a function called as lookup value, which is going to take the value one by one. So it is going to look the value of USD conversion rate INR. So this from USD table I need to use this column. Remember, from USD table you have that INR table, right? So I'm using that, and then what I'm saying, I'm also using the base code as USD. If these two things are available in the lookup function, so then I want to return what I want to return. I want to return if sales transaction currency USD, so then sales transaction should be sales amount into conversion rate INR, else the sales transaction should be same as sales amount. Okay, so I want to use this invalid token line 3 offset 3. Okay, what is the error? Let me do this. Okay, let me put C on column here. Okay, it has some error. Let me see what is that error. The following syntax error occurred during parsing invalid token line number 4 offset number 7. Let me close this, come to sales transaction. What is the error? Okay, maybe I can remove this normalized sales amount to this much only. Alright, so error gone. It was basically I can't use this round brackets over there, so that was the error. And I can say give the name without Python, because I'm going to show you another way also, like how you can do the same thing with the help of Python code also. Okay, so I will say without Python and click on this, and now that error is gone. And you will notice we have this for INR 102102, and let's suppose if I check the currency as USD, so you see for 250 USD we have this 22584. Let me click on this. Yeah, so data type is also fine, it is decimal number general, so we got the proper value now. Okay, now I can come to this report view, and let me show you the difference. Basically, if I put this maybe from sales amount I have, let me drag and drop it over here. So you see we are getting the value 986, 565, 768. This is the sales amount without conversion of USD to INR. And if I drag and drop this field, which is converted value, so you see we have 986, 699, 774. So those are 4 rows we have for USD to INR conversion. So that's why showing a little greater value. Here we have little lesser value, right? So this is how we can do it. And the good thing is, whenever this exchange rate will change, you just need to click on this refresh schema and data, and it is going to track each and everything once again from the exchange rate API, and it will show you the updated value. That's it, you don't have to do nothing else. Okay, so see, it is refreshing everything. And now if let's go over here, you see 699, 774.45. Here we have 565, 768. That's the difference. Now let me show you the Pythonic way of doing the same thing. Now in order to do the Python, what you can do, you can click on this get data, and this time you will click more, and you will search Python script over here. When you search Python, you will see the Python script. Let me click on this and say connect. And here we need to, first of all, in our system we need to install the Python. So what you can do, you can simply go to Google or Chrome Edge and just search for Python installation. Okay, you will get couple of videos, but I can show you. You can directly download it from the website. You just search Python installation on Windows. That's it. Go to this particular website, and you need to install the Python 3.12. okay, so you can go to this downloads all releases, and here you will see Python 3.12. okay, now Python 3.12, any version you can simply download it. This is release notes. You can go down for the actual versions also. Let me show you on one particular link so that you can understand it properly. All releases, and then let's suppose if you will go to, okay, let me go here, search 3.12. okay, so 3.12.10, and then you see you have this source code So for Windows 64-bit machine, right, you can click on this installer, and once you click on this, it will start downloading this exe file. You see, I have this Python 3.12.10 AMD 164-bit. If you have 32-bit, you can go for this. If you have Mac OS or different system, you can choose that particular thing. Now it's a simple step. You go and install this Python properly, and once you are able to do it, then only this when you click on get data and search Python, it will show it over here. Right now I want a Python script to be written over here. Now don't worry if you don't know about Python. I'm going to give you this script which you can simply copy paste inside here. Okay, now those who are from the Python background, they can read this script and understand. Basically we are importing the libraries request and pandas. We are putting our API key to hit on this particular exchange rate API website which I have talked about earlier. So I need to copy this API key and I need to put it over here. Okay, so I need to replace this API key with that API key, Control V. Okay, then we are hitting that URL, we are getting the response, and we are only getting 3 columns from it: base currency, target currency, and exchange rate. That's it. We are ignoring all the other columns. We are returning the result as a data frame, and then finally we are returning it. Simple. So this is the script. Okay, now when you click on OK, you see the magic. What will happen? A table will get created with the name called as df. Okay, small df. Df stands for data frame inside the Python. Don't worry if you don't know about it, it's fine. You can, for the time being, you can consider it as a table. That's it. You see, we got this df. Let me click on this, say load, and as soon as I do this, you will see a df will be populated over here. So yes, it is taking a little bit time. We will wait. Also, one thing like I need to mention over here, once you are going to install the Python, you will when you put this script and when you hit enter, you are going to face little bit issue, and the issue is you will face the error. So related to the libraries called as pandas and request. So in order to resolve this issue, you can go to simply your CMD and then use this pip command. You can simply say pip install pandas space request. Okay, when you are going to use this, it is going to download these libraries. I have already done it in my system, so that's why I'm not facing any error. But if you are doing it for the first time, you are going to face this issue. So you can use this particular command, okay, so that this error won't come inside your Power BI. And you see now our data frame df is available over here. You expand this, you have this base currency, exchange rate, and target currency. Both the 3 columns are available. Okay, now if I put this exchange rate over here, you see we have 90.34. this is our 1 USD equal to INR. I'm gonna cut this. Now I go to this table view. Okay, I go to the transaction table. Let me remove the filters. Now I need another column called as normalized sales amount with Python. Okay, now for this you are going to use this df. So from df you are going to take this exchange currency, right, and you will again check if currency is INR, you are going to put the same amount. But if currency is USD, you are going to take the sales amount, you are going to multiply with the exchange rate from the df column. So for that, once again I have written another this thing, normalized sales amount Python. Let me copy this, okay, and create a new column for this. So I can go to home, or maybe I can click on this. So from column tools, here new column, okay, let me paste the formula And here you see I'm checking if currency is USD, then sales amount is this. Now for currency is available in which I mean it is available inside the sales transaction table, transactions of currency. Then you take a sales amount, and okay, so this is little bit going off track because okay, we need to use this calculated column, actually a new column which is going to be a calculated column, and we need to do it in Power Query editor. So let me remove this from here. I will cancel this operation. Okay, and instead of that I will go to home, transform data, and let's use Power Query editor for this. Okay, so I go to sales transaction and add column, custom column. Okay, and here I'm going to use this. So you see normalize sales amount, control X. I'm going to take it over here, right? So you see I'm using if currency is equal to USD, I'm going to use this sales amount into df of exchange. So df dot exchange meaning from df table use the exchange rate, else sales amount. Okay, now I'll say okay, and you see I have this particular normalized sales amount. And okay, here I'm getting some error. Let me see what is this error. So sales amount was 4124 here. For USD I'm getting the error. Let me click on this and check. Okay, what it is saying, the field df dot exchange rate of the record wasn't found. Okay, it wasn't found, and let me see why it didn't found. So I can go here and here. Okay, so the problem was basically this df is in different basically table. So for that what I need to do, first of all I will cancel this operation, or yeah, let me cancel this. I will go to this view or transform, or maybe home. First of all I'm going to use this merge query. I will say merge queries, and I'm going to merge the two tables, which is transaction table and df table. Okay, so here I am going to choose the df. Now here I have the currency, and here I have the target currency, and I'm going to use this left outer. So basically all the table from the left table and common from the right table. Okay, and I'm going to say okay. So this got selected, and you see this small arrow. Let me click on this small arrow, and from here I only want to see the exchange rate and not all the columns. I will say okay, and you see we have now all the exchange rate, but here we have null. And then maybe if I go now to my this step, exchange rate is still not visible. Okay, let me debug this, why this exchange rate is not visible, then I will show you. Okay, so problem was actually in the merge query step only. Let me show you what was the problem. I will first delete this step, and once again I'm going to go on merge queries, and from here we need to combine the df one. Now earlier what we were doing, we were taking this currency, and then from this table we are taking the target currency, and that's why we are able to see for USDs the error or null values. We need to take the base currency because we want to convert from USD to INR, not INR to USD. So that's why I will take from df table base currency. So this was the problem actually. Okay, now I will say okay, and you see now I have this df. Now I will click on this arrow, and from here I only want to see the exchange rates, so I will deselect this and say OK. Now you see for USD we are getting this 90 point whatever the exchange rate is available. For remaining, yes, we need null. And now we can go for our this particular normalized sales amount Python formula, and I can create a calculated field or add a column. So I will go here, say custom column, and I will put this I will remove it from here, I will put it here, and yes, now you see here we have this df dot exchange rate also. Let's say OK, and as soon as I do this, now you see I'm getting the normalized sales amount Python without any error, right? So for USDs I'm able to get 500 is got converted into 4500 to 45 to 226, right? But for this INR values it is same, right? So this is how it is working. Now we have done all the data cleaning steps. I can simply go to home and say close and apply. Okay, close and apply. This will take some time, so yeah. Now here we have this normalized sales amount without Python, and in some time we will see the other normalized sales amount with Python also. So it is applying all those things. Our data is little bit high, and that's why it's going to take some time. And this is how your real world data will also, when you are going into any organization, you will get this kind of data. So you need to be little bit patient. Cool. Yeah, now you see this got appeared. Now I'm going to drag and drop this inside this same visual. Okay, and okay, you see we are having one problem. Let me go here, and you see this, the data type of this is right now it is in the text format. Let me convert this also into a decimal number. I will say yes. All right, and now I am going to click on this. I will remove this, and once again click on this, and there you go. Now if you see, so this is sum of normalized sales amount with respect to Python. You see the value 986 632 771. This is without Python 986 699 775. So 699 775, 632 771. You see there is little bit change, and this might happen because we have calculated this normalized sales amount with Python on without filtering the data, and this one after filtering the data, and that's why we are seeing this difference. But if you go without doing anything, so this was like pure sum of sales amount, which is 986 565 768, which is again absolutely it's not required. Now I am going to use this normalized sales amount with Python for our whole you can say visualization purpose, because this is the true amount which you can say it as your revenue of the entire company, right? Now cool, so we have done with our data cleaning process. Now I'm going to start with the dashboard designing part. So I'm going to remove this, and remember, according to our reports, we need to start creating it. So first of all, I will create a line chart where I will track the monthly sales trend. So let's do that. So we have order date. So let me drag and drop it over here, and then we have our sales amount, right? This is the sales amount. Now we know that we have the normalized sales amount with Python, so instead of using this, I'm going to use this one. Now if you see the report, so yes, sales amount versus order date, we need to do it. I'm going to drag and drop this one, normalized sales amount Python, over here, and I'm going to use the line chart. And as soon as I do this, you see we have a very kind of curvy chart. Let me go to the focus mode. We have so much data, and that's why it is showing in this way. Now inside the order date, let me first convert this order date into a proper date. In order to do that, I go to the table view, I go to the transaction table, and you see order date. I click on this. It is considered as date, but I will click here and I will say date once again. Okay, I think this is already in date, so no worries. This is already having the date format. Now you see, we can see for each and every date what was the sales amount, right? What was the total sales amount we have for each and every date from Jan 2018 to Jan 2020. Do you see any pattern over here? We can't see any pattern, right? Now let's suppose I want to focus on maybe month wise basis. Okay, so for that, what I can do, from sales date, you see this is what we have, date and date, and this date is the same. So let's not use let me remove this order date. Instead of that, I'm gonna use this particular date. Okay, so from 2017 to 2020, and I'm going to put the let me expand this date hierarchy. Yeah, if we can use this CY date also, by the way. I have made made these two columns purposefully, because this is representing the same data. So let me remove this and put CY date, and now you see we have a result from Jan 2018 to Jan 2020. So all this result. Okay, now let me come to this and let me make the data labels on, and you see now my revenues are in it's in million. So on 2017, right, in quarter 4 October 1, my revenue was 26.3 million. Then it went up by 35.5 million. Then it again drawn back, like come back to 31.8 million, and so on and so forth. So this is how my data points are. You see, from July we are on a declining position. So this area we need to think of something. Now let's suppose I don't want to only see this trends. I want to forecast this trend as well. So in future, how this sales will going to perform. So for that, you can go to this, add further analysis to your visual, and here you have something called as trend line. Let me click on this, and you see this is the trend line. When you hover your mouse to this trend line, or you can go to here, trend line, and you can change whatever you want thing, you can change it. But you see we are on a declining revenue, and this is really scary for any business. Why we are on a declining revenue? Why our company is not doing better? This is the insight which I as a data analyst I'm giving to my company, so that they can think of it. All right, now what I will do, let me click on this forecast also on, and as soon as I do this, you see now I can see the forecast, and forecast says maybe from see I am on a 15 million on July 2020, and for Jan 2021 I might go to 19.61 million, which is again a upward revenue, because you see for January here we were on a like the bar was very high till this. From July to Jan, it is on declining. But again, since new year is starting, so that's why this forecast is showing you will increase it. Now this comes with 95% confidence. You will have the upper bound and lower bound also. So you see this gray area, this is the upper bound and this is the lower bound. So lower bound says you can go based upon this data, our Power BI is suggesting that lower bound can go to 8.4 million and upper bound can go to 30.82 million. So you can increase the sales or decrease the sales, but if you take the average, it is saying for 19.61 million. So it is most likely that we are going to increase the revenue for January February. So the business is like that. Whenever June July starts, we are dipping our business. The business is going, or revenue is going down, but whenever a new year starts, it is picking up. So due to seasonality, we have this seasonality data, and that's why it is showing this kind of information. Okay, so we have done this first analysis for our business. Now I will say back to report, and this is what we will have it, and I will keep this report here. Okay, now let me do little bit formatting. First of all, I am going to do my canvas setting, canvas background. I'm going to put image. For that, I will go here. I will use this gradient wallpaper, and I'm gonna reduce the transparency to 0. And also I'm going into canvas setting. I'll say custom, and I'm gonna increase the height and width. So let's suppose height is 1000 pixels and width is maybe okay, 1400 pixels. Okay, but this image is not fitting. Let me check the image. Canvas background color, I will say this one, or I need to fill the image. This is white is fine. Okay, I need to fill the image, and then once again let's increase the canvas size even more further. So I'll say 1200. Okay, so if you are increasing the canvas size, image size is going down. So I will say 800 pixels, so that I can fit my image height wise, and width wise I will say 1200 pixels. Cool. Now here I have my very first image, and let's change the title for this. So title wise, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna change it. Okay, I will say, or let's not put the title also, because this is very clear that it is revenue monthly, or you can say yearly revenue, which is fine. So I remove the title directly. Also I will go to visual, and from y-axis I'm going to remove the title, but I need this data. And from x-axis I'm going to once again remove the title. Values I will keep it. Okay, cool. Now let's remove the background of this image also. So I will go to general, effects, background. Let's say white 30% darker, and let's increase the transparency. Okay, so you see, as I'm increasing the transparency, it is going blur. Now let me also change these colors first of all. So I will once again go here, x-axis, right, values, color I will change to white, make it bold, and let's make it 10. All right, similarly for y-axis, values, color to white, bold, and 9. This looks good. And then we have this chart value, so let's make them as well properly aligned. We have this. First of all, let me remove the grid lines also, horizontal as well as vertical grid lines. I will remove them, and I go to line markers. Okay, secondary y-axis. See, the color needs to make white, bold, and 10. Now I also need to change these values. Okay, so let's go for that. For that, actually, zoom slider I don't require. Let's go inside the lines, and then line you can take, solid line, dash line, any line. You see, this is how it will change. Let's go for solid only. And color wise, blue is fine. Let me increase the transparency, or maybe I can choose different color. Let's suppose if I go for yeah, this color, and increase the transparency. Yeah, this looks fine to me. And then for markers, let me make it on so that I can see these markers. Okay, and data labels, let's go to data labels and value, and let's change the color to white, bold, and even 10 for them. Okay, so this looks good, right? Now I'm gonna reduce this transparency even further. So for that, once again I will go to click on this chart, general effects, transparency, let's increase it. Right, yeah, so you see this looks good, right? I have now this all the data points properly available to me, and this looks fine. I can increase even little bit more further to just make it more good looking. Transparency, let's suppose 72. So in 72 it is going all the things. I think this is fine. 70% is fine. And now this blue color doesn't looks good, so I'm gonna change this blue color little bit. I will go to visual lines, color, and let's make it, yeah, this blue looks good. Okay, I will go with this one. Fine, so our first chart is ready. Now let's go to the next one. I'm gonna add one KPI to see the total revenue. So let's add a KPI over here, and this KPI is going to show you the total revenue, and it is this one. I can make it as a card also, not a problem. So my overall company revenue is 986.63 million. So this is my overall company revenue. Let's change the title and everything. Inside the title, or let me select this card. Okay, I will make it a corner radius to this. Okay, on this, let's go here and general effects, or you can do one thing. You can click here and click on format painter and just click on this. Okay, color still got not changed, so let me change the color to this one. Still it is not gone. I need to check. Let me remove this and put the card and then put the value. Click on this, click on format painter, click on this. Okay, and now I need to fix manually. So I will go on here. Okay, inside the general properties, these are the height and all those things. Let's go to title is already off, data format is fine, header icon, let's change this one, and what else? We have the visuals, cards, background, this thing, and let's increase the transparency, or you can okay, background is fine. Let's turn off this background. What else we have? Accent bar, shadow, glow. Let's go to call out, and from call out labels, color to this. Okay, this is not changing. I need to see how we can change the background for this, but before that let's go and have another things. So I will go to report, and now I also want to see this sales by market zone. Okay, so for that I have this market zone already in the market table. So you see we have this market zone. Let me drag and drop this. We have 4 market, and once again I need to see my normalized sales amount, and I'm gonna convert this into a bar graph. Okay, what happened? Central, north and south zones. Right, let's click on this. Okay, now this is coming properly fine. So we are getting the highest from north, then second highest from central, and then very less revenue from the south. So we need to focus on south. What is happening wrong inside the south one, that needs to be focused. Let me click on this format painter and apply it over here. You see this is coming properly fine. All right, and also let's make the edges little bit visual border. Let's on it, and let's increase the pixel so that it will have in this format. Now I will click on this format painter, click on this, so that this will also have a nice visual. Okay, this looks good. And also let's increase this size even further inside the canvas. Background color should be white 30%, 20% darker. Transparency is okay, transparency over here is fine. Image should be, let me, if I do stretch, so it is stretching the image. This is fine. In canvas setting I can, this is also fine. What I can do, I can have a multiple pages over there. I will try to combine all of them. Okay, now let's go a little bit less over here, and let me put this here. Next we have a product type contribution, right? So product wise I want to see my sales. So for that I have the product table, and here we have product type, and this one. Okay, maybe I can go for pie chart or donut chart. Let me click on this donut chart, and here we have some null values, blank values, which is this one. So maybe if I go here inside the products table, here I have distribution and own brand only, but when I go to sales transaction table, so for that product code is there. So you see product code is this one. So only for those product codes we have the data, but for those product codes which we won't available over here, for that obviously it is going to show us this blank value only. That's why this blank value is coming. Okay, but that's fine. I can click here, format painter, click on this. Okay, go here, legends, the center right, and this is fine, but text I will just change the color to white, and I have this is also fine. All right, let me put it over here. Now what else I have, I also want to see this customer wise performance. Okay, so I have my different customer types. Let me pull them. Let me first put the card over here. Okay, now I will go to customer table. You see I have this sales table and customers table over here. I have my customer type. So only two types of customers, bricks and mortar and e-commerce. And then I will put this Python one over here. Maybe a pie chart is fine. I will click on this, format painter, apply to this. Okay, cool. So you see 240.37 million revenue is coming from e-commerce, and remaining is coming from the bricks and mortar. So in offline channel I have more revenue rather than online, right? Cool. Now let's go and see some more thing. Average deal size comparison, right? So for that, or top 10 product, let me first calculate this top 10 products by revenue. See, for this video my focus is not on more than visual. The hard part we have already covered, right? That this data cleaning stuff, connecting to web data and all those things. Now this thing you already know it, how you can do it, right? The hard part was which we have already done it. In the future video, which is our next project, there I will pay more attention on visual even further. So yeah, let's complete this quickly. But so let's go for this top 10 product by revenue. So top 10 product by revenue, we have product type. So I'm gonna use this product type. Wait, we have product name wise I want to see. So do we have product name? Okay, product code we have, product type, product name is not there, so that means product code is there. So let me drag and drop this. So you see we have multiple products, and product wise revenue I want to see it. So I'm gonna put this. Okay, and let's convert this into a bar chart only, and I want to see my top products basically. So let me click here, format painter, click this, and maybe I can shift this over here and this over here. So you see, for blank values, yes, we can ignore it. Product number 40 is on top. It is giving me obviously 0.02 billion dollars, $0.47 billion for blank, and so on and so forth. You see, you can see for each and every product items. So this is the product wise revenue. If you want to apply a filter, so you can just drag and drop this inside a filter, and you know how those filtering works, right? Let me shift this over here, right? This thing over here. Cool. So now we have this product wise revenue as well. Next is, let's suppose I want to see the market name wise, the geographical analysis also I want to see. So if you go to the market table, you see we have the market code, right, or market name basically. So if I drag and drop this market code, these are the markets, and if I put this market name, you see we have this Ahmedabad, Bangalore, right, all those things. And maybe this time I can choose these field map, or this map, normal map. Any map is fine. Let me click on this map and mark. I'm gonna also put this sorry, let me put the market name. And see, I don't have the latitude and longitude for this, so that's why it might show, it might not show. Let me try this. And I'm also going to put this normalized sales amount inside the legend. Okay, so see, this latitude and longitude is not there, and market name is nothing but it's just a the let me do control Z once again. So this is nothing but it's a city's name basically, Bangalore, or you can say, yeah, city's name. So what you have to do, first of all, you need to convert these cities into latitude and longitude, and then you can put it in the upcoming session. I'm going to show that. Right now we can ignore it. Let's not use this map or geographic map. Let's use this maybe ribbon chart we can use, or let's not use the ribbon chart also, because this is not the best example for ribbon chart. Though if you want to use it, you can do that, not a problem. Let's do this. I will convert this into a bar chart only, because bar chart is the good option over here. So you see, Delhi NCR is the biggest region. I have the highest revenue, right, and so on and so forth. Bangalore is the lowest contribution. So something is going wrong inside the Patna, Lucknow, Surat, Bhubaneswar, Bangalore, and maybe I need to pay attention. Manager need to pay attention over there. What is happening? Quantum sales, CEOs, CXOs will call out those managers, these regional managers, and they may ask what is going wrong over here based upon this report, right? Now let's apply this format painter on this as well, and let me put it over here. So I can shift the things little bit. Okay. Fine, this looks good. All right, and I think we are done with this. Just I'm going to put one header and text box, and we will be able to do it. Let me give the heading quantum sales in sides. Let's make it 32 or maybe 40. Bold, center align. Hmm, 32. Okay. I'm gonna put this over here. Yeah, click on this, format painter, apply on this, and let's change the color of the title. So color wise, let's say white color. Okay, you need to select this first, so select it and white color, and there you go. And let's make it bold also, right? So we have this now, and now let me change this thing. I will come here, go to visual and go to call out. Okay, inside the call out, layout, nothing happens. Value, yeah, color got changed, and let me increase the transparency. Okay, transparency wise nothing is happening. Okay, so I checked this. When you click on this, first of all I have created this thing, quantum sales dashboard, and I clicked on this format painter, then I clicked on this, so I had this round corner, this particular KPI. And now when you click on this, you go here and you basically need to remove all the backgrounds. So from multi-card layout, you remove the background. You see now that is less in white. Then you go to cards. From cards also you remove the background, and from call out value also you need to remove the background. And now you see we have this thing. And also from the call out, let's go to the values, and from here let me change it to white color. Okay, and labels also I'm gonna change it to white color. Okay, bold. So this is my revenue. All right, this looks good. Now let me just copy this, Control C, Control V, and here I'm going to, and let me reduce the size also a little bit, if not more, or this size is also fine. Now here I'm gonna show the total the basically quantity which we have sold till now. And basically this revenue, how it is coming. So here you see I whatever field you are going to put, let me show you. So if I put sale, first of all I remove this revenue, and I'm gonna put sales quantity over here, and you see it is showing sum of sales quantity. So you double click on this, and you just provide the total sold quantity, total sold units, whatever you think is a good option, and the same text will appear over here. Okay, so we have these two KPIs added. Now let me see if I can add any more thing over here. By the way, this got little bit changed, so let me click on this and then this, so that this product will appear over here properly. Okay, now if you check your this thing, remember we have this average deal size comparison also. So let me add that. So for average deal size comparison, we need average sales amount and customer type. So customer type, you see we have already taken this, right? Customer type over here, you see we have this customer type, right? For bricks and mortar and e-commerce, so that is fine, we have already added that. Let's not go into that thing. Let me see if something else I can add it over here. Sales transaction, we have exchange rate, customer code, currency, and all those things. I'm thinking of adding one more. Maybe let's say if I'm gonna add the filter, and that filter is I want to add the cities basically. So I have this sales market, and these are my market name. Okay, let me put it over here. So you see, these are my market name, and I'm going to create the tree map, but first of all market name, and then I'm going to see the sales wise market, and then let me click on this tree map. Okay, and you see this is my tree map. I'm going to once again click on this format painter and then click on this, and now you see city wise I have this tree map. Okay, let me expand this little bit further. You see the very last city is Bangalore, right? So I have this city wise, basically I can see my sales amount, right, or city wise revenues basically, right? Good. Now I'm gonna add one last thing, which is nothing but a filter, and the filter I want to see is by I'm gonna put this date. So I want to on a yearly basis I want to see this. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna select the slicer over here, and then I'm gonna put date inside it, and this should be, I will go here, slicer setting. I'm going to say, this I want to do the continue trial. Let's say drop down, and we have all the dates over here, but I only want to see the monthly name. Okay, and let me remove this. So now you see I have month wise filter. So if I only want to see the data of April, so I click here, and this entire date will data will change accordingly. So you see now I have the my forecasting till 2030, right? When I remove the filter, I have forecasting till only 2021. So this is how I can see the data on a monthly basis, right? Now I can do this thing, and let me click this, format this, and now let me change this as well, the visual part. Okay, effects, the values I need to change basically. So I will go here, slicer header, color should be white, should be bold, and I will say month name in this way. Remove this underscore. Okay, and then I have this values. So for that also I'm gonna change the text to white, bold. Okay, so this looks good. Now I have all this month, and you see the values are also I need to change it. So let me do in this way. I will click on this visualization. Okay, values and background. See, I'm gonna say okay, this should be none actually. So I'll do Command Z, so it will become none. You see, when I'm clicking on this is coming in white. So let me see if I can change the values of those effects background. So when I say effects background, it is coming as white. Okay, this is fine actually. I can see the data, April and this thing, so this looks fine actually. I can go and see the data, but let's suppose if I can put the filter over here, and I can do one more last change, which is I go here, slicer setting, and I will say instead of drop down I can take it as a tile also, or drop down looks fine. Okay, vertical list looks more fine. Yeah, this is good. And let me put it over here. This is the good place. Cool. So with this, I'm not going to put more data over here, but this is fine. This is our final thing, final dashboard of quantum sales dashboard. I hope you have learned a lot. One last thing, like once again you can click on this publish button, and you can publish this particular dashboard. Let me show you. You click on save, and in my workspace obviously we have published this, so this is also, you can publish it and share the link with others. One more thing I wanted to show over here is basically, let me say, got it. So you see, this is something called as mobile layout view. Let me click on this, and now once you have created your desktop view, you can drag and drop, or maybe let's say click on this auto create mobile layout. So same layout you can see in your phone as well. Let me click on this auto create mobile layout, and as soon as I do this, you see all your data is available over here inside the mobile phone. Now this is how your mobile phone data will look like. Obviously this is not very good. You need to rearrange and need to basically arrange the fields accordingly, so that it will look good in your mobile phone also. Now why I'm showing this mobile phone view, because Power BI comes with the mobile version of app also. And let's suppose your manager or CSO, CEO and CXO, those people are wanted to see the sales in their phone. So in that case, they can just go to Play Store or App Store, they can download the Power BI application, and then they can just log in with their credentials, right? And then they can see the same thing on their mobile phone also. That is also being provided in the Power BI. So that is a very handy feature, and I wanted to show you that as well, right? Obviously you need to change and the color and all those things. Let me do Command Z, and see, like you can drag and drop this over here, right? Now here also you need to change the background, all those things. Again you have to do each and everything. So that is again possible. You go to your visualization, right, and from here you can change the theme, whatever theme you like, that all the things you can change it from here. All right, so that's it for this video, folks. In the next video I will be coming up with another project in which I will be more focusing on data side as well as the visualization part, and that will be our end video of this Power BI series. So see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is our lecture 10, or you can say final lecture, in which again we are going to do one end-to-end project, and this project we are going to do with respect to Blinkit sales. Okay, so we will load Blinkit data, and we are going to perform some analysis, and we are going to create a dashboard for Blinkit company. Let me show you how this final dashboard look like. So you see, this is our final dashboard, in which we have this left panel of Blinkit. We have some filter panel where you can filter by location, outlet size, item type. Then we have some KPIs like total sales, average rating, average sales, number of items sold by Blinkit, and many more things. So we are going to create this particular dashboard into the Power BI. Now in previous two videos we have paid, or you can say previous two projects, we have paid attention to different things, right? For example, in project 1 we have paid attention to some kind of visualization with respect to background, and then how we can read the data from CSV file, multiple data, and then we can build the visualization. In second project, I have shown you how you can connect to real-time APIs and then databases to build your project. Now in this project, which is the final project, we are going to focus on more the UI side of it, so that you can create this kind of professional looking dashboard, and you can learn how you can create this kind of stuff inside the Power BI. So this three project will going to give you overall overview of entire Power BI, from multiple perspectives, from data perspective, from a real-time API perspective, and then also from UI perspective, which is this one. So the data set is not very hard for this project, but the UI, you can see it's a professional looking UI, and we are going to pay attention on this UI in this particular video. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. I have already launched my Power BI, and let me connect this data. So this data is the Excel file. So you can directly click on this Excel workbook, or from get data also you can click on that Excel workbook. Now let me load this. So I'm going to provide this again inside the description from where you can download it. Okay. Now this is the data, Blinkit IT grocery data.xlsx. Let me open it. Okay. And here in this XLSX file you will see either two table, so table 1 and table 2. I need only table 2, this one, Blinkit grocery data. So I will select this one and save, load. Now this data is already clean. You don't have to perform any data cleaning or inside the Power Query editor. So I'm not going to pay attention more on this data cleaning stuff. In the project 1 and 2 we have already done that a lot. Now this is clean data, so we are directly going to start with the visualization part, where we will focus on UI side more. Let me show you once how the data looks like. We have only one table, and you see this, we have this item fat content, item identifier. So this is product identifier. You have item type, is it a household, bread, something like that, right? Then outlet establishment year, there are multiple outlets of Blinkit, so their establishment year is also given, right? The outlet identifier, we have outlet location type, tier 3, tier 2, in which kind of city the outlet is open, outlet size, outlet type, item visibility, item weight, sales, right? Item weight, sales, and rating. So we have these many columns, and the total rows is 8523 rows, right? You can expand from here and see all this content is available over here. Cool. So I will come to report view. We don't have to go into the model view and do some modeling because we have only one table. So let's come to the report view. Okay. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to refer this particular diagram, and accordingly I'm going to explain you what we need to build it, right? So first of all, we will start with this left panel, which we have to build it. So let's do that. For that, what you can do, first of all, we need to create this yellow item, right? So for that, you go to insert, and there is something called as shapes. You go to shapes, and you see we have this shape, rounded tab, this one, both top. So let me select this one, and I need to rotate it. You see this kind of rotation, I need 90-degree rotation. So for that, I go to rotation inside this shape. I will say 90-degree, and now you see the shape is like in this way. Let me increase the size. Okay, and I will click outside the graph. I will go to canvas. First of all, let me do the canvas setting. Here I go to custom. Let's say height I will take 1000 pixel, and width I will take 1400 pixels. Okay, now let me increase this even further. Cool. Now I need to change the color for this. So again I will go to style, color, and from here I'm gonna take the custom color which Blinkit uses. So here you see we have this yellow color. So yellow and green is kind of Blinkit logos, right? So I'm gonna use that same yellow color. uh, Let me click once again on color, go to color, and yes, this color I want. Okay. Now you can also use the code also. You can just change, and you see the code is uh, FAD324. You can also simply go to internet and then search about the color code. This is a hex color coding. So when you go to internet, let me show you. You can simply go to Google and then search about um, Blinkit yellow color hex code. Okay. So you see, this is what they are using. So you can take the color code from here also. You see, this is their color code, right? So you can choose it from here also, not a problem. But for the timing, let's go for this. I'm fine with this particular color. Okay. Now we need to put this thing. We come over here, slide sir. Yeah, so this thing, Blinkit and India's last minute app. For that you need to put a text box. So let me put this text box, and let's reduce the size, and let's write it Blinkit, and let's select this. Oops. And let's increase the size to 24. Okay. And color, let's say black. That's it. And let me drag and drop this over here. Okay. So see, this should be little bit in this way. Okay. All right. And now we have this Blinkit, and also I will change the color for this IT should be in green. So let me select this INT only. First let me increase the size IT, and color I'm gonna give in green. Okay, so let's go to green and take the darker green. Okay, even darker, right? And let's make them bold and increase the size to maybe 32, right? So this looks good. Now what I can do, okay, let me also change this IT color even darker shade of green. So here, yeah, this looks fine. And once again I'm gonna click, and I want to remove the background. I don't want that background. So for that I go to effects, turn off the background, and you see now Blinkit is available over here, same like this. Again I'm gonna add one more text box area, and I will say India's last minute app. Select this, increase the font to maybe 16, bold, right? And color should be black. And from effects, let's remove the background. Cool. And let me drag and drop it over here. And you see, the thing is, it is 16 is very this. Okay, this looks fine. And let's put it over here. And also let me correct this India's last minute app. Okay, so we have this Blinkit logo ready over here. You see this? Now if you want, you can increase it little further. Let me just select this and say center align, and let's go for size 10.5 or maybe 12. 12 looks good. and similarly for blink it also, let's make them center line. Okay, so this looks perfectly fine. All right, now next we have this filter panel. So let's design this filter panel. So again I'm gonna do insert one more text box, and I will say this as filter panel. Okay, select everything, let's go for 16 size. All right, and let's make it bold. Okay, and color should be black. Now I can simply drag and drop over here, and let me select this as a center align. Okay, and effects, remove the background. So we have this filter panel also written. Now three filters we need. One is outlet location, another is outlet size, and another is item type. So let's add all these filters. So filters can be added with the help of slicers. Okay, so for that I will go to slicers. You see slicers is available over here, and let me reduce the size, and let me add the first slicer. So first slicer is outlet location. So let me expand this, and let me put the outlet location over here. So you see we have three tiers: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Okay, and let me put it over here. I will go to the settings little bit, slicer setting. Instead of vertical, I need a drop down, and I will go to general effects. I will remove the background. Okay, it looks like in this way, and so when I click on all, you see I'm getting this tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Now I need to do little bit formatting, so let's do this. Let me turn on the shadow, and I will go to visual. Okay, slicer header, I will make it bold. All right, and similarly for, I don't want any border to be seen. All right, and let me do this, and also I need to bold this thing. So once again go here, slicer values, let's make it bold, and color needs to be dark black. Okay, and now when I click on this, you see I'm getting tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 as also bold. Cool. So I have designed my first filter. Now you see here I can see the shadow also for this yellow. So let's make that shadow also a little bit so for that I need to click on this bigger box, and I will go to shape, and shape wise this is fine. Rounded corners I will say 5 pixels, so that we will have the rounded corners. Okay, in style I will go, and shadow I will turn it on, and now you see I can see the shadows. Now let me little bit increase this. Okay, here, yeah, this looks fine. Okay, now I'm gonna simply copy this, Control C, Control V, and put it over here, and one more Control V, and over here. So we have all the three filters aligned. Okay, now here I'm gonna click on this, and second filter is nothing but outlet size. So I will put outlet size and remove this outlet location. You see we have high, medium, small. I will click over here, and then third one is item type. So let me put item type and remove this location type, and we have all these item types. All right, so filter wise we have designed everything. Let me just see if I can do little more formatting. So I go here and slicer setting, selection is fine. In general, effects, visual border, if I click on, I don't need that. Let me turn it off. What else we have? Data format is fine. Header icons is also fine. In normal visual, if I go inside the values, let's say border. Okay, border is not required and background is also not required. I think we are fine with this. Okay, this three looks good. I'm okay with it. Okay, so we have designed our first thing, which is Blinkit India's last minute app. Okay, over here. Cool. Now I will just align this little bit inside into the center. Same goes with this. And same with this. Okay, so we have this ready. Now we will start with this cards. So we need the KPIs for all these things. So if you pay attention, we don't have all the KPIs. So let's first of all calculate the KPIs for total sales, average rating, average sales, and number of items. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a basically new measure. So I will go to home and say new measure. So first of all I will say total sales, just give me a minute, total sales, which is equal to, we have this sales, right? So I will say sum of, and know this formula. So I will just say sales. So I have, since this sales already available, it's going to add them and give me the result. I'm using this sum formula and not sum x formula, remember from our DEX lectures, right? So let's do this. Next I am gonna create something called as average sales, which is equal to average of, once again, the sales. Okay, the new measure, we need average rating and number of items. So average rating equals to average of rating, and number of items equals to, so here we need to basically count all rows of our table. So for that you will say count rows. There is a function called as count rows, in which it will take the table name. So table name, we have this Blinkit grocery data. So just provide the table name, it is going to count all the rows in it, and that's it. We will get our number of items also. So all the measures are available over here. Now I can start building with this card. So for that I'm gonna take this card and I'm gonna put, first of all, total sales, then average sales, total sales, average sales, average rating, and number of items. And let me expand this. You see we have all the 4 cards over here. Now I will go to the settings and multi-card layout. I need a alignment called as grid. So let me click on grid, and I need 2 by 2 grid. So basically 2 rows 2 columns. So I will say 2 columns 2 rows. and you see now we have this grid available for us. Okay, and I will go here. I will put total sales on top, average sales followed by average rating and number of items. Looks good. Okay, now what I will do, I will go here inside the cards, or maybe first of all let me go to call out. So from call out, I am going to do this. I need a padding of, let's say, 12 or 10 pixel, let's say 10 pixel, so that the padding will, from this side 10 pixel, from this side 10 pixel, it will have uniform padding. Value, I'm gonna make it bold. Okay, center alignment. For label, make it, once again I'm gonna make it bold. Okay, looks fine. Okay, so this is inside the call out. Now from the call out, this looks fine. Let me go to my, so you see I have to change this dollar also. So now what I will do, I will go to cards, and first of all I will select from cards total sales, and from here I will apply this dollar sign so that I can see total sales in dollars, and I want to need a decimal point up to 2 only. So 1.20 million is my total sales. Similarly, for average sales, I'm gonna make the dollar sign active, and I need to only see up to 2 digits. So okay, wait, why this average sales? Let me go to average sales. Yeah, this is fine. Average sales, and here I need to, yes, and go for 2 decimal points only. That's it. That is my average sales. Average sale is 140.99. that's the average sale value. Okay, and then for average rating and number of items, let me select average rating. So this is not a currency. Average rating is, it's a decimal number, so 3.92. and similarly for number of items, it's a whole number. Why this is got changing? Let me do command Z. Average sales, it should be currency, right? Currency up to 2 decimal points. Okay, now I need to click here. Once again, click on the card and go here, cards. I will select average rating, and for average rating, okay, from here I need to change it. So average rating, and average rating wise I will say it's a decimal number, and looks fine. And similarly for number of items, yeah, you can say it's a general or a whole number, because number of items you cannot say you have sold 9.9 items, right? Either you sell 9 items or you sold 10 items, right? So this looks fine. I have this thing ready. Okay, all right, now I can click on this card and design this even further. So I will go to format, and now I will go to call out. I need to change their colors basically. I need to look it should look like in this way. So let me go to first multi-card and then shape rounded corners. I need 5 pixels. And okay, once again go here, multi-card shape, padding we have already done, border I don't want to see the border, which is fine, and background I can turn it off. Now I go to cards, and padding wise we are fine. Divider, if I close the divider, this is fine. I don't want any divider, so I will close it. Background wise, yes, we need to add the background, but I will come to that point. Let me first turn on the accent bar. Okay, so I turn it on, and by the way here it is only turned for averages. Let me click on all, and for all I'm gonna turn on the accent bar so that this kind of bar will come. And I will go to accent bar and say the width should be 5 pixel. I need to turn on the shadow. Okay, glow, if you want to keep the glow, you can keep it. This looks fine, glow. In the earlier one I haven't added the glow, but this looks good, so I will turn on the glow. Fine, this looks good. And then now what I will start doing, I will add first of all the background. So I will go here, and you need to turn on this add image. Okay, so let me turn on this add image, and let me just select from here, instead of all card I'm gonna select the total sales, because for total sales you see this background I have added for total sales only. So let me go here, and now I will come to down and I will browse. So this image also, this background KPI, this is the image. I'm going to give you inside the description, you can download it from there. Let me click on open, and you see this image got added, but I need to make it fit. Now you see this is fit inside this entire card, right? Or also you can say center, and maybe give the height of the image as 25 pixel. Okay, it is not coming, so let me click on fit only, and this looks fine. It is fitting inside the entire image. Okay, if I reduce the size little bit, you see it is fitting this image properly fine. Now you can drag and drop it over here on the top. Okay, so I have this. Now what I need to do, I need to add this symbols also. These symbols you can see. So let me start adding them. Once again I will go to here, and this time I need to go to call out. Okay, call out we are done, which is fine. And this time I will go to image. Okay, and for all the cards I need to turn on the image. Okay, you see as soon as I turn on the image, there are some lines, breaking lines coming on, and this is because I need to turn off the something from the above. Let me do that. I will go to let me first turn off this image. I will turn on this image, go here, and let me upload some image from here to just check if this is working or not. Okay, so this is not that image. Let me say okay, yeah, this is working by the way. So this image actually I need to add. Okay, instead of going inside this particular image, I don't want this image. From here only, you see, from call out only we have the option of image. So I have uploaded that image. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna first of all remove this image because I want to upload different image for all the cards. So let me cancel this, and then what I will do, I will say from above I'm gonna select first the total sales, and from total sales I'm gonna browse the image. This is my sales image, upload it, and you see this image is coming over here. Now here if you see, this image was in the center, right? But here it is in the left. Though it looks good, we can change the position. Let me see if I can do that. If you click on the yeah, position is here, left of text, you can say right of text, so it will change. You can say below text, okay, and center align, so see it will come inside the center. Let's go for this. Even though we have added here in the below, I will add it inside the left side. So what I will do, I will say here left of the text, and this looks even more good actually. Cool. And then vertical alignment is center. Cool. Now same I need to repeat for other images. So now here I am gonna select average sales, and for average sales let me browse it. I have the average sales image over here. Let me put it, looks good. Similarly for average rating, let's browse the image. We have rating, and finally we have number of items. Let's browse the image for number of items. All right, this looks good. So we have this card now ready. Okay, and if you gonna click on, let's say, tier 1, you see since you have applied the filter, it is applying already on each and everything. So tier wise you can see for tier 2 the rating is 3.92, and accordingly all the sales. For tier 3 all these things you can see it, right? Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. You can go for multi select also for comparison of other cities. For example, if I go here, slicer setting, selection, you can go for multi select, right, option also, right? So yes, that is also possible. Now let's go for this particular thing where total sales, average rating, number of items, and we need to do the analysis of fat content by outlet, and total sales by item type. By the way, I haven't shown you the basically you can say the report, or basically requirement gathering over here, because for project 1 and project 2 I have already shown you the project requirement and all those things. So that's why I'm directly showing you how you can directly build it. So you can consider these are our project requirements. I'm not just building it blindly. You have discussed this in meetings, and you have this particular requirement to build it out. Okay, so I'm just taking the project from there onwards. Okay, so in order to build this thing, first of all I need to go to insert shape, and then I need to put this rounded rectangular over here. You see this is the rounded rectangular on top of which we have created this. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to click on this, and first of all go inside the general effects, sorry, not effects, actually properties. So height and width is fine. I can go to shape and maybe style, and change the color from here to white. Also border I don't want, so okay, I need border, so I will just change the color to maybe white or black. Wait, what? This should be white. Border is fine, white border is fine. I can just go for 5 pixel so that it will look like in this way, or I can change the color instead of white to make it visible. let's take the border color to some this color, white, 30% darker, and pixel value I will just say 1 pixel. Okay, so now you see we have this template ready for us where we can keep this information also. Cool. Now let me see if this can be reduced or not. Okay, if I'm reducing, this is image is not coming properly. I can little bit shift upward, and then this also I can shift till here. Alright, now I can start making this thing. So first of all I need to create this total sales, average rating, and number of items. And this is what, this is nothing but a parameter. So what I will do, I will go here, I will go to modeling, and then I will click on this thing, new parameter. By field I want to create the parameters. I will click on this. Okay, and let's say I will give the parameter name as matrix, and here from this table I'm gonna choose matrix. So first of all is total sales, another one is average sales, average rating, and then we have number of items. Now why I'm creating this parameter, because whenever you select this parameter, this particular chart will change dynamically. So for that's why I'm creating this parameter. Okay, let me click on create. Alright, so this got created. You see this is my matrix over here. Alright, now let me put it over here. So this is also kind of this slicer only, but this is a dynamic slicer. Now what I will do, I will go to here and slicer setting, instead of vertical list I will call it as a tile, and increase the size. And okay, and I will go to general properties. So here I'm gonna give the height and width. So let me just see, I've written the height and width for this. Let me just check what I have given. So height I have given 40, and width I have given 465. Okay, so this is the height and width I have given. Now as soon as I do this, you can see this got converted into a single rows. So I will put it over here, and then okay, let me increase this roundness I want to finish. So I will click here, I will go to simply shape, and corner radius I will reduce to 10 pixels only. And as soon as I do this, I got more area. So now I can increase this little bit, and I can put it over here on top. Okay, so in this way I have now this thing. Now what I will do, I will click here, go to settings, right, and then slicer header, let's make it bold, right. Then also values, let's make it black color, and then bold. Increase the font to 12, maybe 11 is also fine. And if you want, you can increase the size also. Oops. So this looks fine actually. I can click here and then go here, general, effects, remove the background. Okay, what else? Okay, so we need to put the background as yellow instead of removing it. So let me turn on the background, and I will say yellow as a background. Okay, not that background. So for this, okay, I'll turn off this background. For inside the card, I'm gonna give the background. So I'll go to values, right, and then background, select the color as yellow, and this looks good, right? Now I need to create this donut chart. Okay, so for this donut chart, what we have something called as the total sales, and we have something called as item fat content. So let me create this donut chart. I will click on this donut chart. I have total sales, so click on this, and then I have what we have, item fat content. So item fat content, let me expand this. So you see item fat content, let me click on this. Now I have these values. Okay, so this chart I need to put it over here. So for that, let me do little bit formatting. First of all, I will go here, general, effects, turn off the background, and then visual legend I want to make it top left, so click on this so that it will come over here. And then I will go to text, make it black color, bold. Similarly, title, item fat content, which is fine. I will go to slices and I will change the color of the slices. Okay, so for first of all, I'm gonna select low fat color. So from blue, I'm gonna make it yellow color. Then from here, I'm gonna select regular. For regular, I'm gonna give the green color. And then we have LF and this. So let's select LF. Color is fine, I think. Let's select the last one, reg. And for reg, let me give another color of the green shade only. Okay, so this looks fine. All right, so we have this color. And also border, I don't want to on the border spacing, inner radius is, let's reduce it little bit or increase it even. Okay, so 74 inner radius is fine. Now why I'm increasing this inner radius, because I want to put something inside that, so that's why I'm increasing the inner radius. Now detail labels is fine, position outside. Okay, go to values, let's make the color as black and bold, so that this should be also come as bold. Okay, and display unit is fine. Now I don't want to show this everything percentage and all, so for that you can click over here and just say data value, so it will come as a data value. If you want to choose anything, you can choose from here. Okay, looks fine. And now I can decrease the size and put it over here. Okay, one more thing I need to do change is I need to change the title. So for that, I will click on this, go to general, title, and select the title from here. And the title I can see from here, fat content. So let me put fat content. Let's make it bold. Okay, and let's make it center align. Here, yes, it was not center aligned, but here I want to make it center aligned. So this is my fat content now. Now in the middle, I'm gonna put something, and that something is nothing but I'm gonna take the card and I'm gonna put the matrix over here inside this, and I'm gonna reduce the size. And when you click on total sales, here only total sales will be visible, and for this also it change. Okay, you see, for total sales only it is showing. Now I click here, I reduce the size, go to here, general, effects, remove the background, and drag and drop it inside the circle. and let's increase the size of this circle little bit. Okay. Over here let's reduce it. I click over here, I go and for call out value, label, let me decrease the size little bit. Okay, 10, I will go here 10, and for this 1.2 million I will go to value and let's decrease the size to 16. Okay, and let me put it over here. And also I need to remove the background, so go here, effects, background is already turned off. What else? Inside the card, turn off the background, and inside the multi-card layout, turn off the background. And as soon as you do this, you see now 1.2 million is showing inside the box, right? I mean inside the donut chart. Yeah, but there is round, little bit, you border, you see this border. So let me click on this and click here and go to multi-card layout, and let me turn on the border. Yes, border is there. I will turn off the border. Inside the card also I will turn off the border, and now that border is totally gone. And let me center align it. So you see now it is center aligned. Now what is the benefit of it? When you click on this average sales, you see this got changed according to the average sales only. So, and this entire thing also, it got, the donut chart is also showing with respect to average sales. Let me click on this average rating. You see this is also got changed. When you click on total sales, okay, still this is not showing. Let me click over here. Okay, so for this we have this total sales. So instead of total sales on the donut chart, let me remove this and put matrix inside the values. Okay, now this is gonna work. You see now I click here, you see this got changed. I click average rating, this is changing, right? So average rating for item fat content reg, item fat content LF, and all those things. Similarly, number of items sold in different this thing. Similarly, total sales for all the fat content. So this is how we created this thing. Now what I need to add? I need to add this fat content by outlet. So let's add that. So for that I need a stack bar chart, this one, or you can select this cluster bar chart also. So for this I have written what I need to take. So I'm gonna take the basically X on X axis. I'm gonna take the matrix. So let me click on the matrix, drag and drop it over here, and then we need to take outlet location type. Okay, outlet location type. So we have outlet location type, you see tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and then item fat content. Item fat content I need to drag and drop inside the legend. So now I have this stack bar chart. Now for doing this formatting, I will click over here, click on format painter, and just do this so that the color of the bar will change accordingly. Okay, so that I don't have to do the formatting again and again. Now I just need to change the title. So title, fat content by outlet. So click on this, go here, go general, title, and say fat content by what? By outlet. outlet. That's it. Now let me drag and drop this over here and decrease the size. And for this also, you need to go to general effects. Yeah, background is already turned off. You see on x-axis, y-axis we have something, so we need to change that also. So I will go to visual, x-axis, turn off the title, y-axis, turn off the title. For values, let's change the color to black, bold. Similarly for x-axis, values, color, black, bold. Alright, now I have this fat content properly. Now you see when I click on average sales, this is also changing according to the average sales. When I click on total sales, this is changing according to the total sales, right? And also I have this grid lines. So you click on this, go here, grid lines, turn it off. Okay, vertical grid lines. So that is gone. Now to separate this chart, what I need to do, I need to go to, I will go to insert and shape and just take a line and go to style, color, let's say this one I will take, border color also, border I don't want, so okay, I want maybe, so let's say this one. Okay, let's reduce this and let's put it over here to just separate out the two charts. Okay, this is just a separator, nothing else. You see now I can see both the charts in a separate view. Okay, let me decrease the size little bit and I will drop it down and line also little down. You see now we have this properly. Now we want this total sales by item type, right? So for that, once again I'm gonna take this. Now total sales by item type, so I will say total sales item type. So we have the total sales item type. Let me click on this, click on the, go to home, click on the format painter and click on this. Okay, still color is not changed, so I can go here, I can go to bars, I can go to colors and just select the yellow color, and that's it. This is already bold and total sales by item type is already coming, right? So now I can decrease this, decrease this, and put it over here. Still, so we need little bit even bigger area. What I can do, I can reduce this particular size little bit even more, and let me increase this size little bit further, and similarly this is even little further so that it will be symmetric. All right, I can move this inside the middle, and let me reduce the size for this also. Okay, and for this let's turn on the data labels as well over here, and let's decrease the size even further. Okay, here. Cool, this looks fine. I can reduce this line size till here, and let's increase this particular size till top, and from here till bottom. Okay, so we have this properly now, and let me shift it little inside. Cool, so we have now this available. You see this how this is so good, right? Image is little bit stretching, so I can, or I can go, yes, yep, this looks perfectly fine. Okay, cool. So we have already created this, and now I need to go to this, all the outlet thing we need to talk about. Outlet establishment, outlet size, and outlet type, this thing we need to now create. So for that, uh, outlet thing, first of all I need a, once again I'm gonna click on this, control C, control V, put it over here. Size, I'm gonna reduce it here and here. Okay, let me go to once again my canvas setting. Canvas setting, width, let's make it 1450, 1450. Okay, so I have little more canvas available over here. Okay, let's increase the size. Cool, this looks perfectly fine. And now what I want to do, I am gonna put the, first of all, this thing, outlet establishment. So for that I need a line chart, so I'm gonna click on this line chart. We have this outlet establishment here, and what else I need, I need total sales, so click on total sales. Okay, and obviously this is a line chart, so this outlet establishment here will go to x-axis, and you see I have this line chart, and I change to this, I need a line chart but area chart, area line chart, right? So that this shadow will come over here. Okay, now let's do little bit formatting for this. Let's increase the size, and maybe what I can do, I can just click on this format painter, and let's directly click on this. You see, little bit formatting is already been applied. Now I just need to do a little more changes. For example, if you click here, go here, and then when you go to general, you see the, in the effects, background is already turned off, so those things are already been applied. Now what I will do, I will quickly go to visuals, markers. Let me first of all turn on the markers. I want to show the markers in this way. Okay, and let's increase the size for this. How I can do that, basically I'm gonna, let me reduce this size, similarly this size even further, and then for this I'm gonna make them in center. Okay, this is still not center line. Yeah, this I can move it over here and reduce the size. For this, let's make it over here and reduce the size little bit, and for this let's make it even under and reduce the size even further. Okay, and now I can reduce the size for this. Okay, even further down I can go. So you see, now I got little more area to expand till here, and now when I click on this, I can expand this even further, and here if I want to go little more, I can go. Okay, so this is fine now, looks perfectly fine. Let's make this also in center. Yeah, this looks fine. Now let's go here and then this, let's first change the color. So for that you go to lines, right? You go to color, change the color to black. So above is black. Now shaded area I want to change the color. So it's a match line color, but I don't want to match the line color. Let me turn it off, and here I'm gonna say yellow. Okay, so it will match this thing. Cool. So I have this, so what kind of insight you can get it from this chart? You see, for the outlet which started in 2011 has done the total sales of 78,131, and the is basically the outlet which started in 2012, it has the overall sales of 130, and these are almost same. But when you go to this one which started in 2018, that has the total sales of $204,523 k dollars basically, right? So this is what the insight you can get it from this thing. Okay, now let me just change the title. Just I need to say outlet establishment, right? So right, I will say click here, go here, general, title, and I will say outlet establishment. That's it. Looks good, right? And you see little bit vertical lines are also coming. I can go to visual grid lines, remove those vertical lines also. Fine. Now I can move forward. Now I have to create this outlet size, right? So for outlet size I need a outlet size and total sales. So for that, once again I'm gonna click on donut chart. I will say outlet size total sales. Click on this particular donut chart, click on format and click on this, so that the formatting will be properly aligned. And you can go to now here slices, for medium let's change the color to yellow. For small let's change the color to green, and blue is fine. Okay, so this looks perfectly fine. I can reduce the size however I want and put it over here. Then we need a outlet location wise also a funnel chart. So for that, what I'm gonna do, let me put it over here, and this time I'm gonna select a funnel chart. Okay, so this is a funnel chart. Now why funnel chart is required basically. So funnel chart is required, for example, you are running a website. I'm giving you a very layman terms of layman example. Let's say you are running a business where you have 1000 customers visiting your website. Now out of 1000 customers, only 500 are clicking on the buy link, and then after clicking on the buy link, only 100 people are buying that item actually. Okay, so you can see this with respect to funnel. On top of the funnel you can have total visitors. In middle of the funnel you can have the customers, or basically the people who have clicked on the buy link, and finally you have the people who have bought it. So this is how you can track the conversion rate. So that's what we wanted to do it over here. So here I'm gonna take three things. I am gonna take the tiers. So basically I have written over here outlet location and sales. So let me click on outlet location and then sales. So you see 100% and 71.3%. So from tier 3 we are having the overall sales of 472, from tier 2 393, from tier 1 336. So or most of the sales is coming from the tier 3 cities. Now let me click on this and click on format and click on this. So it got little bit formatting, but I need to change the color. So for that, what I can do, I click here, I can go to settings and then go to color. Now this is default is blue, right? You say you need to turn on this show all color. Now for tier 3 I'm gonna put it as a blue, which is fine. For tier 2 I'm gonna make it as a yellow, and for tier 1 I'm gonna make it as a green. So this is my conversion rate. Okay, also data labels values should be bold, which is already there. Let's increase the font to 11, and then we have category levels. In the color I need black and bold, so this is coming as a bold. And then we have conversion rate. This also I need a black, so this 171 will be black and bold. Okay, so this looks perfectly fine for me. So this is my total sales by outlet location type. Now I need to change the title also. I just need to say outlet location. So click here, go here, general, title, and just say outlet location. Outlet location. Cool. Center align is already there, which is fine. So I have this thing also with me. Now I have this final thing which is called as outlet type. Okay, so this is a matrix chart we need. Okay, and for that let me just go and start creating this. We are at the end of our this entire thing. Now for that, let me click on this matrix, drag and drop it over here. And what I need to do, in rows I need to put outlet type. So let me drag and drop rows here. So you see we have 1 2 3 4 outlet type, and then all this you see total sales, average sales, rating, and all these things I'm gonna put it inside the columns basically, or values basically. So let me start putting them: total sales, average sales, average rating, and then we have this number of items, and also item visibility. So this is also I want to track it. Now all these things is already written inside our requirement document, and from there only I'm doing it. So don't worry, like if you are thinking I'm doing something randomly, no, I'm just looking into my report, and from there only I'm checking what are the requirements. Now let me do this formatting little bit. I will increase the size to see all the things over here. Now first of all, this sum of item visibility, I will click on this and I will just simply say item visibility instead of sum of item visibility. And now you see I have all the matrix available over here. And then what I'm gonna do, I am gonna start the formatting. So click over here. Okay, I need to turn off rows and columns, so subtotals I don't want to see, so let's remove it. All right, and then I will go to visual, and then so basically first of all I need to see the gaps. Okay, so I'll go to specific columns. For specific column I can change the color, but before doing that, what I will do, I will go to row headers and make it bold. Similarly for column headers I need to make them bold. So all these things are bold now, and then values also I need bold. So this is bold. Cool. And now I'm gonna, you know, here I will go to horizontal and vertical for identifying the gap. So let me see if I do have here values, column, row headers, row grand total, specific column, cell element. Cell element is here. I will go to grid wise also, it's fine. Horizontal grid, yes, I'm gonna click on increase the horizontal grid, and I'm gonna increase the width. So you see I'm gonna increase till 7-8 so that I can see the values properly. And then I want to increase, like, need to see the vertical grids also. So I click on this, go here, and width I'm gonna increase little bit. 3 pixel is fine for me. I can drag and drop this over here. Now let's make it only 2 pixel. Sorry, here 2 pixel. Yeah, so this looks good actually. You see now I have this little bit, it is going outside it. Okay, so let me remove the background. I go to general, effects, turn off the background first. Yeah, this looks fine. You see I have things like this. Okay, now what I can do, I will click here and go here, and I will go now into specific column, and I'm start giving the color to it. So for total sales, right, I am gonna give the text color to black, but background color I'm gonna start with the blue, and text color is white. Then I have average sales, so text color is black, background color is yellow. Then I have average rating, and also I want to make them center alignment for each and every. For total sales also, let's make them center alignment. Average sales, center alignment. Average rating, for here background color is gonna give green, and text color is black. Okay, and center alignment is already there. This green is little heavy, so I will put this green. Then I'm gonna take the number of items. Again, background color I'm gonna take the shade of yellow only, so let's take this yellow. Text color is black. Okay, and finally I have item visibility. So let's click on item visibility. Background color I can give maybe this thing, or white color for this. Okay, this looks perfectly fine. And what else, I need to remove all this tabular thing, so need to remove the grid lines. So for that I can once again go to layout and style present. From here I can say tabular. Okay, and this is minimal. Or let's say if I go to style and just say bold header, Let's not bold the header. Flashy rows, or I can just go for minimal also. Okay, so this looks good actually. Now you see I have this similar to this thing. I can even increase this, border thing, grid thing. So I go here, go to grid and horizontal grid. Let's start increasing the width to whatever extent it looks good, right? Only 10 is going. Let make it 15. Okay, maximum it can go to 10, so let's put 10, which is the maximum value. All right, and yeah, this looks fine now. So you see the UI is little bit hard over here, when we are going for creating it. So but that's fine, right? This looks fine. We have finally created our dashboard. This looks a little bit different for this one, right? Because maybe we have the text size and all those things little low. Let me go and just increase the text for all this. So I can go to values, increase the font to 12. Similarly, column headers, let me increase the font, and similarly row header, increase the font. Okay, and let me reduce the size. Or maybe I can go here and inside my canvas and just increase the canvas width only. So canvas setting width, let's make it 1500 pixel, so that I will get even more space. And let me increase the size over here, and now I can increase this however I want. Okay, so this looks perfectly fine now. Let's increase this a little bit more. Over here, over here. Cool. So this is our final dashboard, guys. We are able to create it. Okay, you see little bit, these things are there. You can remove these grid lines also by going inside the here and just explore these options. Okay, row headers, column headers, right? You can play with this thing. See inside the row header or grid, basically you see the color is this. You can give the color as white, so it will be gone. Similarly, vertical grid lines, if you give, you see vertical grid lines width is only 1. You can increase the vertical width as well, and give the color as white. So you see this is gone. So you will see this, right? Right now this is, let me increase to 2 or 3. And item visibility, I will make it center align. Right now number of items and item visibility is not in the center. So for that you can go to here, specified column, item visibility, let's make it center align, and number of items center align. So you see now the data is being shown properly, and we have this thing, right? So this is our final dashboard. You can see this entire final dashboard, right? So we have analyzed our Blinkit sales data with the very professional looking UI, and that was the main agenda of this video. Now you can click on this publish and then simply publish it to your Microsoft Power BI service, right? Let me save this first with the name as Blinkit sales insight. in site, and let me publish this into the my workspace. Select, so it is publishing to Blinkit sales, uh, Power BI service basically. Now let me open this quickly. So you see, now you can share this with anyone. Maybe you can just share this and tag it on with me on LinkedIn. I can review this. You can see here all the filters. When you click on tier 2, for tier 2 it is showing all this data. If you click on tier 1, it is showing for tier 1. If you click on tier 3, similarly it will show for each and everyone. If you remove this, it will show you without any filter. Similarly, you can see by outlet size, high, medium, small, and from item type also. Let's say if only want to analyze the dairy products, click on the dairy products and accordingly you will see the entire data, right? So we have created this beautifully amazing dashboard. I hope you have learned a lot, and with this we have ended our Power BI series.